Chapter 1 Purchasing Helmet Beferi Bin Beta. Arioblind? Can't you see Thatam in line here? Yiling Tian bellowed, startling those around him. The sweltering heat was soon bearable, as the scorkingson rose to thirth, making Thies fall to precipitate might melt. Yiling Tian, a jobless drifter in his 20s, stood amidst the long, drenched in sweat yet salute. In just 3 days, the world's first virtual reality MMORPG, King's Glory, would officially enter Pin Beta, and he was determined to acquire Wraith. Having waited in line for a full 3 to snag this coveted helmet, his patience was being tested. What began as a dissuade became what more entertaining thanks to as yearly not revealing tank to head off him. As Yiling Tin pondered how to strike up a conversation, a lanky fellow with bleached hair squeezed in front of him, obstructing his view. Theflate a glimpse of beauty vanished in an instant. No need to suffer insolence, Yiling Tin erupted indignation. The readable crowd murmured discontent, directing Thyrory towards the intruder. Finally, it was Yiling Tian's turn. This salesgirl's sweet smile was refreshing sight in the air-conditioned room. Good day, Sir. Horizon your King's Glory virtual helmet. Please take a carry of it, as Illington accepteth the elegant le packaged helmet, a wavy of excitement surged through him. Upon returning home, he eagerly unwrapped it, placing the helmet carefully on his desk. 3 days. Just 3 days to go. Yiling Tian murmured, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Why sure? Standing at the door was the girl from Theku, Theonine the tank top. However, she was no devoid of mock-up, her face marred big grotesque whiskers, rendering her unrecognizable from the enchanting figure had glimpsed earlier. Yiling Tian gasped, ackle running down his spine. Thank goodness she had treckless lie approach otherwise. Shuddering Gathet hot, Heffel Fortunatito Havi void to potential disaster. After meticulous lie inspecting the helmet on Samori and confirming its integrity, Yiling Tian placed it down gently, as if it were a precious treasure. 3 days, on the 3 days. His mind buzzed with excitement. This game, crafted over 5 painstaking years by Longfei Group, was heralded as a groundbreaking creation, promising Ganon paralleled virtual reality experience with an immersion into any other on the market. Moreover, King's Glory pioneered a biological AI system, with each independent player character endowed with independent thought, capable of reacting differently based on player actions, rendering the world more authentic and fraught with unforeseen challenges. Coupled with IELTOF career options, an expansive lore, and a free trading system, it captivated countless players. Rumor rateth that around the globe, people were queuing up fervently to purchase the Gamma helmet. Yiling Tian booted up his computer, perusing various news articles and forum posts about King's Glory, seeking to gather more information to prepare for the Pin Beta in 3 days. Hainhole deeply, a complex emotion flicker in his gaze. It must make ye an aim for Mijelfin King's Glory. Hecklin shed his fists, as if vowing to himself. Outside, dusk fell, and Thesides' lights gradually illuminated the night. Yiling Tian shut down his computer, rising to the window to gaze at the myriad of flights, lost in thought. Ifinly ahead. Yiling Tian sighed, Ahin Tof Melancholy crossing his features. After graduating from university, had secured a promising job and enjoyed a stable relationship with his girlfriend, believing he was on the path to a happy life. Yet, they good times were afflating his girlfriend, dissatisfied with his lack of wealth and ambition, ended the relationship. Soon after, Heffel foul off his boss and was dismissed from his job. Crushed by the sexual blows, Hezen Kinto despair. It was only with Thedvin King's Gloritha the Perekin led within him. Thegamesmus alluring feature its ability to convert in-game currency and Tori all-world money. For him, it was nothing short of a lifeline. Hedry mid of amassing substantial wealth in the game, starting anew, and proving to ever Yoneth it was not a failure. $2,000, word hit. Hegrited his teeth. Finally, it was his turn. This salesgirl smiled and asked, Good day, sir. Which helmet will you like? Shestiful Daggle, you have excellent taste, sir. The Shellmet is our limited edition, boasting the best performance and experience. Ash spoke, she retrieved a beautiful packaged helmet from beneath the counter and presented it to Lingtian. Thank you. Yiling Tian accepted the helmet, completed the payment, and turned to leave. Once home, he gingerly placed the helmet on his desk, his heart brimming with anticipation. Brothers, I wonder where you erno. Haviani if I entered King's Glory? It would be wonderful to fight side by side again. Yiling Tian gazed due to the flickering lights, nostalgia washing over him. In the past, he and his friend Shad battled through numerous games, sharing countless victories and defeats. Now, the world had changed, and his friend Shad scattered whether they would have a Theach and Sito fight Tagatharon some more. Hepikadufis phone, hesitated for a minute, then ultimately set it down. Forget it, I'll wait until the game I live. 3 days, just 3 days. Yiling Tien inhaled deeply, striving to calm his racing heart. He approached at the window, gazing at that twinkling stars, silently chanting, King's glory, I am coming. Suddenly, the shrill ring off his finished to read the tranquility of the room. Yiling Tien glanced at the caller ID, his brow furrowing slightly. What could she want at the shower? Chapter 2 entering the game with full attributes. Irritated, Yiling Tien ended the call, his mood further soured. 3 days, on the 3 days. These 3 days felt more like eternity. In his burdom, visited the official website of King's Glory, hoping town cover new information about the game, preferably a fresh photo of the spokesperson, Li Yitong, as a form of solace. However, the website offered nothing but overexposed poster sanding, consequential introductions, devoid of fan new content. Sigh. This game company is so stingy, withholding Ghani substantial updates, Yiling Tien complained before closing the pitch. Finally, the waiting period had lapsed. On the day of the Apinbada, Yiling Tien woke up early, brimming with the excitement of fat chilled. He adjured on the helmet and launch at the game. The screen went dark, and soon, a magnificent ancient battlefield unfolded before his eyes. Thethunderoff where drums echoed, battle cries reverberated, swords clashed, and blood spilled. Yiling Tien could almost smell the metallic scent of blood in the air, feeling the rush of when das blade sliced through it. Wow, this is incredibly realistic, Yiling Tien exclaimed anew. An imposing voice resonate in his ears. Welcome to the world of King's Glory, please select your class. A virtual panel materialized before him, displaying various lexicons and descriptions. Warrior, mage, assassin, priest. A dazzling array of classes left Yiling Tien feeling dizzy. Soldier, Ilchu soldier, without hesitation, Yiling Tien made his selection. He appreciated the boldness and valor of the soldier class, and besides, soldiers could evolve into the knight shed mired. Class selection successful, please in your character. The system's prompt coedance Marie. To king a deep breath, Yiling Tien slowly yet a red name Ling. Saint. He paused, recalling the image of a heroic figure from his childhood home had idolized. Ling Sheng, that shall be my name. Character naming successful, would I like toward just our character's appearance? The system prompted again. A virtual 3D model appeared before Ling Sheng, representing character's initial form. Talent handsome, he exuded an air of heroism. However, Ling Sheng preferred a more understated appearance. Adjust appearance, reduce B20, Ling Sheng stated calmly. He favored subtlety, shunning thespot light. A slightly more ordinary yet still charismatic visage materialized before him. Appearance adjustment successful, generating attribute points. The system's voice announced it again. A virtual D appeared before Ling Sheng, spinning rapidly before finally coming to a halt. Strength 8, Agility 7, Constitution 9, Intelligence 6, Spirit 5, Luck. The system's voice suddenly filtered, as if encountering an unexpected glitch. Ling Sheng Artre said with anticipation. The luck attribute to a sonoft hemist crucial in the game, influencing a player's scan so acquiring items, completing special quests, and even triggering hidden storylines. Luck 10, the system's voice trembled, seemingly incredulous at the outcome. 10, maximum value. Ling Sheng luck attribute had reached zenith. Ding, congratulations, player Ling Sheng. Your luck attribute has reached its maximum value, granting you a system reward freely allocate 10 attribute points. Unlock skills? The system's voice resounded Dance Marie, filled with excitement and exhilaration. Ling Sheng was momentarily taken aback, utterly astonished be he soon expected for tune. The ability to freely allocate tribute points sways indeed a monumental advantage. Furthermore, the presence of through no pined skills filled him with anticipation. This Ling Sheng inhaled deeply, striving to calm his exhilarate heart. Let him first examine it heat tributiner faced, himmer mured to hilf. With eager impatience, Ling Sheng go pined heat tribute panel. Strength 10, Agility 10, Constitution 10, Intelligence 10, Spirit 10, Luck 10. A succession oftens, vividly crimson, detonated before his eyes like a barrage of thunder. Ami. Seeing this correctly, Lingshin grubbed his eye as vigorous lion gaze dansmari the attribute panel. It remained at maximum value. Both bay psychen thickhead at tributus worry entirely filled. Heppen shed himself hard, and as Harpain confirmed that thighs ways indeed no tad dream. Ha ha, I've struck a trich. I am destined to defy the heavens, Lingshin exclaimed joyfully, leaping in plation nearly colliding with the C.I. Ling of the virtual room. Since me luck is maxed out, when it. The boldia blossomed in Lingsheng's mind. He located 10 of his free attribute points to luck. Ding! Congratulations to player Lingsheng. Your luck attribute has reached 20 points, earning you a system reward 10 free attribute points. Your luck will automatically increase a B1 for every 5 levels. You have also acquired a random skill. The system notification came again, this to me with a tremor in its voice, as if witnessing the birth of a miracle. 20 points in luck. Unprecedented. Lingshin felt as though he had been favored by Thegatus of fortune. A gleaming virtualese lot machine appeared before him. Please select a skill, the system prompted. Without hesitation, Lingshin pulled the lever of the slot machine. The machine went rapidly, various skill icons flashing before his eyes, until the pointer finally landed on a skill named Insight. Acquired skill Insight. You can view detailed information about targets, including but not limited to tributes, skills, weaknesses, etc. 15 free tribute points. Lingshin contemplated, as a soldier transitioning to a knight, strength and constitution were the most crucial. He located 10 points to strength and 5 points to constitution. Strength 20, constitution 15. Lingshin guacha dashes attribute to value sword, a confident smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Ding! The system notification Kim Dansmari. Lingshin abruptly raised it, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. The system notification resounded again. Congratulations to player Lingsheng. Your strength attribute has reached its maximum of 20 points, earning you a new open skill Sulof attack. Before Lingshin could fully digest this news, the system met again. Congratulations to player Lingsheng. Your constitution attribute has reached its maximum of 20 points, earning you a new open skill Boiling Blood. Before he cold process, the notification Kim Diatai. Congratulations to player Lingsheng. Your agility attribute has reached its maximum of 20 points, earning you a new open skill Heart of Agility. Lingshin felt as though he were in a dream, the continuous notifications leaving Hymenatus. Hebling Kedvigoras Lion Dreshekidis attribute panel. Strength 20, Agility 20, Constitution 20, Intelligence 10, Spirit 10, Luck 20. Unopened skill Sulof attack, Boiling Blood, Heart of Agility. Aside from Insight, Alather's skills remained unopened. Lingshin felt hatingly curiosity. What were these unopened skills? What delightful surprises might they bestow upon him? And what oft hay tree skills represented be question marks? Hainhul deeply, striving to suppress his inner excitement. The most pressing matter was to discern the conditions required to unlock these skills. He opened the skill panel, meticulously examining the description of fetch skill. Inside you can view detailed information about targets, including but not limited to tributes, skills, weaknesses, etc. Sulof attack? Boiling Blood? Heart of Agility? The latter skill swirl question marks, devoid of any explanations. Lingshin furrowed his brow at read that the conditions for unlocking these skills were not simple. Hathan reviewed disother attributes. Intelligence 10, Spirit 10, which left them somewhat disheartened. If his spirit reached the maximum of 20 points, he should acquire another skill. However, Lingshin quickly adjusted his mindset. Contentment brings joy. He'll read possessed such formidable tributes and skill swap desire. Moreover, he boasted 20 points in luck, the most precious attribute the gam. Itis Demito enter Thugum world. Lingshin inhaled deeply, his eye as brimming with anticipation. He extended his hand, gently touching Thinter game button in the virtual panel. Ding! Detecting player Lingshin first in trying Tothagam, initiating teleportation. The system notification resonated. Lingshin felt a blur before his eyes, the surroundings transforming instantaneously. He found himself stand in an ancient village, surrounded by bustling crowds, the air fragrant with thescentophyred handgrass. An elder lemon-cladding coarse lining approached, gazing keenly at Lingshin. Gash spoke Welcomedo 32. Wait! Lingshin abruptly interrupted the elder, sensing an indescribable force pulling at him, as if something within him was about to erupt. He clenched his fists tightly, feeling the surging power within. A mysterious leg gracing his lips. Just a moment. Chapter 3. Entering the novice village, tasks awaiting with a deep sigh of relief. Ling Shang finally felt the inexplicable force within him subside. He sensed an invigorating vitality coursing through his body, as if he possessed boundless energy. The elder spoke once more, but Ling Shang interrupted him again. Just a moment. Looking down, he realized he was still clad in his attire from the real world. This would not do. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and in an instant, the novice equipment gifted by the system adorned him. An ensemble of sleek yet exquisite leather armor enveloped his form, accompanied by a short sword gleaming with a chilling light. Pleased, he nodded before turning to the elder, offering a slight smile. Apologies, I am ready now. The elder's kindly visage remained unfazed by the interruption. As he stroked his long white beard and spoke slowly, "Welcome to Novice Village number 3256. Young warrior, I am the village chief." Ling Shang surveyed his surroundings, noting that while the village was modest in size, it buzzed with activity. Among the bustling crowd were newcomers just entering the game, as well as seasoned players who had evidently leveled up. They donned a variety of equipment, some meandering leisurely through the village, while others hurriedly made their way outside. Despite the throngs of people, there was an unmistakable orderliness, with each individual engaged in their own pursuits. The village chief sighed, a hint of worry shadowing his benevolent expression. Alas, the Dreamland continent is in turmoil. Monsters rampage, and the populace suffers. We require brave warriors to aid us in combating these malevolent creatures. His gaze fixed intently on Ling Shang. Young man, do you accept this noble mission? Ling Shang mused inwardly. As expected, the tasks from the novice village have arrived. However, he maintained a composed demeanor, pondering thoughtfully. Well, Chief, I am willing to do my utmost to contribute to the peace of the Dreamland continent. His voice resonated with determination, embodying the spirit of a true hero. The tale of the demonized tiger? Ling Shang accepted the ring, a subtle smile gracing his lips. This task, I find quite appealing. He turned away from the chief's hut, making his way directly to the village's weapon shop. Knowledge is power. Before embarking on his adventure, he required superior equipment. The sign of the weapon shop hung prominently, adorned with a striking image of a massive hammer. Upon entering, a wave of warmth enveloped him. Inside, a burly blacksmith, bare-chested, swung his hammer rhythmically, crafting weapons amidst the shower of sparks that illuminated his rugged features. What do you need, young man? The blacksmith inquired in a deep voice, his sharp gaze scanning Ling Shang. That I seek a more suitable weapon, Ling Shang stated straightforwardly. Golden hammer? Demonized mouse? Ling Shang's interest peaked. This was an exceptional opportunity. System notification. You have learned the mining skill. Ling Shang weighed the pickaxe in his hands, a faint smile of satisfaction appearing. It seemed this adventure would be far more intriguing than he had anticipated. He exited the weapon shop and headed toward the village's outskirts. Wait! The blacksmith suddenly called out. I almost forgot to tell you. Both the demonized mouse and the demonized tiger lurk in the Blackwind Mountains to the east. Be cautious, young man. At the entrance of the mountains, a shadowy cave loomed before him. Ling Shang halted, his gaze penetrating the darkness within, murmuring to himself, it appears this is the lair of the demonized mice. After departing from the weapon shop, Ling Shang proceeded to a small wooden hut at the opposite end of the village. A rich herbal aroma wafted from within, beckoning him inside. There, an elderly man with graying hair and a goatee sat at a wooden table, diligently grinding herbs. Clad in a simple linen robe, he emanated a faint scent of medicine. Good day, sir, Ling Shang greeted politely. The elder lifted his gaze, squinting as he assessed Ling Shang. Young man, have you come seeking healing? Not quite. Ling Shang shook his head. I am here to inquire about certain matters. Oh? The elder set down his mortar. What would you like to know? I have heard there are many monsters lurking near the village, and I wish to learn how to combat them. Golden apothecary? Demonized mountain wolf? Ling Shang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yet another task. He readily agreed to the elder's request. Satisfied, the elder handed Ling Shang a small herbal spade. This is a tool for gathering herbs. Take it. System notification. You have learned the herbal gathering skill. Ling Shang weighed the spade in his hands, elated. Now I have 3 tasks. He opened his task panel to review. Task 1. Eliminate 20 demonized tigers. Reward. 1,000 experience points, 100 copper coins. Is that all? Ling Shang grimaced slightly, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. However, he reminded himself that even the smallest rewards are better than none. He stowed the spade in his backpack and turned to leave. Young man, the elders suddenly called after him. The Blackwind Mountains are fraught with danger. You must exercise caution. Upon reaching the village entrance, he paused, his gaze landing on a group of players gathered nearby. They were fervently competing over a fluffy rabbit. A playful smile crept across Ling Shang's face. How intriguing. Ling Shang strode toward the village's exit, ready for action. As he reached the outskirts, he witnessed the players clamoring around a large, fluffy rabbit, the scene vibrant with excitement. The rabbit, with its oversized body, crimson eyes, and sharp fangs, was clearly no ordinary creature. Ling Shang's interest peaked, and he swiftly employed the insight skill. Demonized rabbit level. 1 health points. 100 attack power. 5 defense power. 2 skill. Bite description. A rabbit tainted by demonic energy, exhibiting ferocious behavior and high attack power. So, it is a demonized rabbit. No wonder so many are vying for it, Ling Shang mused. However, seeing the throng of players, he decided against joining the fray. After all, his current goal was to level up swiftly, not to squander time on such minor creatures. He shook his head and turned away, continuing his journey toward the Blackwind Mountains. Having not traveled far, Ling Shang spotted a small creature covered in spines darting through the grass. Once again, he utilized the insight skill. Demonized hedgehog, health points, 50 attack power, 2 defense power, 5 skill, spike attack description. A hedgehog tainted by demonic energy, possessing high defense but low attack power. This one looks promising, Ling Shang's eyes brightened. Although the demonized hedgehog had high defense, its attack power was low, and with only half the health of the demonized rabbit, it presented an easy target for experience points. Without hesitation, he charged forward, swinging his sword. With a swift thrust, the short sword pierced through the demonized hedgehog's defenses, drawing forth a spray of blood. The creature emitted a piercing scream, thrashing on the ground for a moment before falling still. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain a demonized hedgehog, earning 50 experience points. Haha, I leveled up, Ling Shang exclaimed, clenching his fists in excitement. He opened his attribute panel and allocated all gain points to strength. Delving deeper into the Blackwind Mountains, Ling Shang finally encountered his target, the demonized mice. These creatures were several times larger than ordinary mice, their eyes glowing crimson and sharp fangs bared, exuding a menacing aura. Once more, he employed the insight skill to assess their attributes. Demonized mouse level, 2 health points, 200 attack power, 10 skills, bite, venom attack description. A mouse tainted by demonic energy, possessing both high attack and defense capabilities. Coupled with a venomous attack, this could be tricky. Ling Shang furrowed his brow. The demonized mice were significantly stronger than the demonized hedgehogs and boasted a venomous attack, necessitating caution. Nevertheless, he did not falter. Taking a deep breath, he tightened his grip on the short sword and charged toward one of the demonized mice. The sword struck true, piercing the demonized mouse's vital point and unleashing a spray of blood. The creature let out a shrill cry, thrashing briefly before succumbing to silence. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain a demonized mouse, earning 100 experience points. Another level up, Ling Shang was ecstatic. He opened his attribute panel once more, allocating all gain points to strength. With 19 demonized tigers and 19 demonized mice remaining, along with a golden hammer, a golden apothecary, and 10 stalks of golden threadgrass, Ling Shang contemplated his task progress as he ventured further into the Blackwind Mountains. Suddenly, he halted, his gaze drawn to a gleaming metallic object not far away. What could this be? Chapter 4. Battling monsters and leveling up. Ling Shang held his breath, his short sword dancing in his hand with the precision of a striking serpent. One after another, the demonized mice fell beneath his blade, transforming into radiant experience points that fueled his desire to level up. Ling Shang beamed, reveling in the surge of power, his heart brimming with ambition. He was no mere novice. His past gaming experience endowed him with a unique understanding of character development. Strength-focused knights were the true kings of the battlefield. During a brief respite in battle, Ling Shang's attention was captured by a glinting metallic object not far away. Curiosity compelled him to draw closer, the metallic sheen shining brilliantly within the dim cave. What could it be? Ling Shang pondered. Instinctively employing the insight skill he had learned from the village chief. Ding, low-level iron ore discovered. System notification sounded. Iron ore? Ling Shang felt a surge of joy within. This was indeed an excellent material for crafting equipment. He hurriedly retrieved his novice iron pickaxe from his backpack, a reward for completing his beginner's quest. Suddenly, a piercing shriek shattered the tranquility of the cave. A few larger, mutated rats, their eyes glowing crimson, leapt forth from behind the pile of ores, their sharp teeth glinting menacingly as they charged at Ling Shang. It turned out that these mutated rats were the guardians of the iron mine. Anticipating the attack, Ling Shang deftly sidestepped, his short sword striking like a bolt of lightning, landing a precise blow to one of the mutated rats' heads. A fierce battle ensued, and employing his agile movements and accurate strikes, Ling Shang systematically dispatched the mutated rats one by one. Ding! You have obtained a golden hammer. After the combat, the system notification chimed. Ling Shang picked up the golden hammer that had fallen to the ground and examined it closely. The hammer was entirely golden, radiating a dazzling glow, unmistakably a remarkable item. He attempted to equip it, only to find the system indicating it was a quest item and could not be equipped. A quest item? Ling Shang furrowed his brow, contemplating that this hammer must have another purpose. Suddenly, a deep growl echoed from the depths of the cave, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Roar! In the depths of the cave, a gigantic rabbit with blood-red eyes was glaring menacingly, emitting a series of low growls. Its fur shimmered with an eerie purple hue, and its sharp teeth glistened like daggers. This was the boss of the mutated rabbits. Doodoo Rabbit! Ling Shang's heart raced. He knew he was facing a formidable foe. Yet, rather than retreating, he felt an intense desire to fight. Bring it on, he shouted, charging forward. The battle was exceptionally fierce. Doodoo Rabbit's strength far exceeded that of ordinary mutated rabbits, each strike delivering tremendous force. Ling Shang, utilizing his nimble footwork and exquisite swordsmanship, evaded Doodoo Rabbit's attacks while seeking opportunities to counter. Throughout the skirmish, Ling Shang continuously employed skills, unleashing sword chi that felled Doodoo Rabbit's two smaller mutated rabbit minions. With the absence of their interference, Ling Shang focused intently on Doodoo Rabbit. Seizing an opportunity, he thrust his sword into Doodoo Rabbit's weak point, blood gushing forth. Roar! Doodoo Rabbit let out a heart-wrenching cry, its massive body collapsing to the ground. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the boss Doodoo Rabbit. You have gained 1,000 experience points and 100 gold coins. The system notification sounded. Ling Shang let out a long breath. Collecting the fallen gold coins and equipment in addition to the coins, he discovered a piece of shimmering blue leather armor and a sharp long sword. Eagerly, he donned the new equipment, feeling a surge of power, and his heart brimmed with joy. Upon checking his attribute panel, he found he had leveled up to level 5. Ling Shang allocated all the obtained attribute points to strength, further enhancing his attack power. Equipped and ready, Ling Shang resolved to find another location to continue slaying monsters and leveling up. He proceeded deeper into the cave, vanquishing numerous mutated rats and bats along the way, accumulating a wealth of experience and gold, and his backpack filled with various materials and potions. Suddenly, Ling Shang halted. Not far ahead, 3 mutated rabbits were leisurely nibbling on an unknown plant. One was particularly large, its fur a faint golden hue. Unmistakably an elite mutated rabbit, Golden Doodoo Rabbit. Beside the Golden Doodoo Rabbit were 2 slightly smaller mutated rabbits, vigilantly watching their surroundings, clearly its guards. Ling Shang narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the Golden Doodoo Rabbit and its minions. Calculating how to take them down, this time, it must be a swift battle, he murmured. Ling Shang inhaled deeply, his gaze sharp as a blade. Without hesitation, he seized the moment, darting towards the guards of the Golden Doodoo Rabbit like an arrow released from a bow. His long sword flashed, slicing through the air, creating gusts of chilling wind. The 2 guards reacted swiftly, their sharp claws and fangs lunging towards Ling Shang. An intense skirmish erupted. Ling Shang moved with agility, deftly navigating the onslaught from the 2 guards. He advanced and retreated, his swordsmanship precise and ruthless, each strike aimed at their vital points. Despite the guards' coordinated efforts, they gradually fell behind in the face of Ling Shang's overwhelming assault. With a swift thrust, Ling Shang's long sword pierced one guard's throat, blood spraying forth. The other guard, witnessing this, let out a mournful wail and attacked Ling Sheng with renewed ferocity. Unfazed, Ling Sheng remained calm, seizing an opening to slay the second guard. With the guards dispatched, Ling Sheng fixed his gaze upon the golden doo-doo rabbit. The golden doo-doo rabbit seemed to sense the threat, letting out a low growl as its massive body charged at Ling Sheng. Prepared, Ling Sheng sidestepped the attack, his sword striking out like a venomous serpent, landing a blow to the golden doo-doo rabbit's abdomen. Roar! The golden doo-doo rabbit shrieked in pain, retaliating with even more ferocity. Ling Sheng dodged while searching for a counterattack opportunity. Although he was struck by the golden doo-doo rabbit's claws, causing blood to flow, he gritted his teeth and pressed on, showing no signs of retreat. Suddenly, Ling Sheng seized an opportunity, his sword piercing the golden doo-doo rabbit's eye. The golden doo-doo rabbit let out a chilling scream, its massive body swaying before it collapsed, stunned. Seeing this, Ling Sheng's heart leaped with joy, and without hesitation, he delivered a fatal blow. His long sword pierced the heart of the golden doo-doo rabbit, blood gushing forth. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the elite monster golden doo-doo rabbit. You have gained 2,000 experience points, 200 gold coins, and 100 reputation points. A flash of golden light enveloped Ling Sheng as he leveled up. His level increased to 6, further enhancing his strength and agility. He collected the items dropped by the golden doo-doo rabbit, an eerie black mask and a tattered treasure map. Ling Sheng stowed his spoils and continued onward, to the end of the cave. A massive mutated mountain wolf was glaring at him with predatory intent. Without hesitation, Ling Sheng employed his insight skill. Mutated mountain wolf, level 7, high attack power, moderate defense, fast speed. Just what I need. A cold smile crept across Ling Sheng's lips. Having just leveled up, his power had greatly increased. He believed he could easily handle this mutated mountain wolf. He flexed his wrists, gripped his long sword tightly, and stepped closer to the mutated mountain wolf. I hope this treasure map will lead me to an intriguing place. Ling Sheng murmured to himself as he tucked the treasure map into his backpack. Chapter 5. Returning to the village for a new quest. Ling Sheng leaped forward, his long sword transforming into a silver flash aimed directly at the mutated mountain wolf's throat. The mutated mountain wolf roared, its claws slashing through the air, creating gusts of strong wind. Ling Sheng, light as a swallow, nimbly dodged the attack, his long sword ruthlessly piercing the mutated mountain wolf's vital point. After a fierce battle, the mutated mountain wolf collapsed, dropping a pile of equipment and gold coins. Ling Sheng collected the spoils, realizing his backpack was now full. Level 5 players hunted wild rabbits at the outskirts of the village, while level 7 players ventured deeper to challenge stronger wild boars. Higher-level players gathered further away, engaging in life-or-death struggles with powerful boss-level monsters. It seems everyone is quite diligent. Ling Sheng chuckled and quickened his pace. The entrance of the novice village was teeming with people. The air filled with the sounds of vendors and party invitations. After much effort, Ling Sheng squeezed into the village, making his way directly to the elder's house. Elder, I have come to turn in my quest. Ah, it's young Ling. You finished so quickly? The elder stroked his beard, smiling as he accepted the quest item. Well done. Here's your reward. A flash of gold, and Ling Sheng received substantial experience and gold rewards, along with a finely crafted necklace. He accepted the next quest and headed towards the blacksmith's shop. As he approached, he heard the familiar clanging of metal being forged within. Blacksmith uncle, I'm here to collect the golden hammer. The golden hammer? The blacksmith put down his hammer, wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel. Just a moment, let me find it. The blacksmith rummaged through a mountain of tools and materials for quite some time before finally uncovering a gleaming golden hammer. This is it. Take it. Ling Sheng grasped the golden hammer, feeling its weight and the surge of immense power it emanated. This hammer. Ling Sheng weighed the hammer in his hands, his gaze falling upon an inconspicuous symbol on the handle. What is this? That's the dwarven forging mark, the blacksmith noted, observing Ling Sheng's interest. It seems this hammer has an extraordinary origin. He paused before continuing, young man, I see you have a keen eye. Would you be interested in learning to forge? I believe you have the potential to be a forging prodigy. Ling Sheng was taken aback. He hadn't expected such an opportunity. He quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, I would love to learn forging. Excellent, spirited. Since you possess the golden hammer, the reward meant for the elder will belong to you. A flash of gold, and Ling Shang received generous experience and gold rewards, along with the forging skill, astonishingly earning him the blacksmith's auxiliary profession. This is simply incredible. Ling Shang was so astonished that he could hardly close his mouth. Haha, this golden hammer is a symbol of the dwarven chieftain. Possessing it is akin to receiving the dwarven people's acknowledgement. The blacksmith explained. Now, hurry and deliver the hammer to the elder. Ling Shang thanked the blacksmith and eagerly raced towards the elder's house. On the way, he suddenly remembered that the elder had also asked him to retrieve the golden alchemy cauldron from the apothecary. So, he changed direction and headed straight to the potion shop. Apothecary uncle, I'm here to collect the golden alchemy cauldron, Ling Shang panted, catching his breath. The apothecary, busy grinding herbs, looked up at the sound of Ling Shang's voice. Golden alchemy cauldron? Please wait a moment while I search. The apothecary rummaged through the myriad of herbs and vessels for a brief while before producing a resplendent golden cauldron. This is it? Take it with you. As Ling Shang accepted the golden cauldron, an extraordinary fragrance wafted through the air. Observing the intricate carvings adorning the cauldron, he inquired, What are these? These are the alchemical runes of the elven race. The apothecary stroked his beard. It appears this cauldron is a treasure in its own right. He paused momentarily before continuing, Young man, I see you have a keen interest in pharmacology. Would you care to learn the art of alchemy? I sense you possess remarkable talent. You may very well be a prodigy in this field. Ling Shang was taken aback once more and eagerly nodded in agreement. Absolutely, I am very eager to learn alchemy. Excellent, a promising pupil indeed. The apothecary laughed heartily. Since you have the golden cauldron, the reward originally intended for the village chief is now yours. In a flash of golden light, Ling Shang was bestowed with a generous amount of experience and gold. And he even acquired the skill of alchemy, instantly attaining the auxiliary profession of apothecary. This is truly unbelievable, Ling Shang exclaimed in delight. This golden cauldron symbolizes the Elven Queen's approval. Possessing it is akin to receiving the Elven race's recognition. The apothecary explained. Now, off you go to present the cauldron to the village chief. Grateful, Ling Shang took the golden cauldron and golden hammer and hurried back to the chief's residence. Upon arriving at the door, he heard a startled shout from within. Oh no! The demonized tiger has descended from the mountain. Ling Shang burst into the chief's house to find the village chief looking anxious. Ling, you arrived just in time. The demonized tiger has come down and is attacking the village's livestock. You must go and eliminate it. The demonized tiger? Excellent, Ling Shang thought to himself, as he had been seeking a place to level up. How could he let this opportunity to confront a boss slip away? Without hesitation, he dashed out with the golden hammer and cauldron in hand. Wait, those items. The village chief's words trailed off as Ling Shang's figure vanished outside. Following the chief's directions, Ling Shang arrived at the tiger's lair, where he beheld a massive tiger radiating dark magical energy, eyeing a few trembling sheep with predatory intent. You beast, dare not be so brazen. Ling Shang shouted, charging forward with the golden hammer raised. The demonized tiger roared and lunged at him with its claws. Ling Shang deftly evaded the attack, bringing the golden hammer crashing down onto the tiger's head. Ow! The tiger let out a pained cry, dazed from the blow. Seizing the moment, Ling Shang advanced, striking the demonized tiger again and again. Each blow infused with the force of thunder. In mere minutes, the demonized tiger lay defeated in a pool of blood. Picking up the fallen items, Ling Shang discovered not only gold and equipment, but also a gleaming tiger tooth. Upon returning to the village chief's home, he presented the tiger tooth. Village chief, the task is complete. So soon? The chief gazed at Ling Shang in astonishment. You are truly remarkable. It seems the reward I previously offered was insufficient. In a flash of gold, Ling Shang received a skill book for Quick Blade. Quick Blade. What is this skill? Ling Shang inquired, curiosity piqued as he opened the book. Quick Blade significantly enhances your attack speed, allowing you to maneuver more adeptly in combat, the village chief explained. Wonderful, Ling Shang exclaimed in elation. Promptly learning the Quick Blade skill, the water of the divine spring can enhance a player's potential, granting you greater prowess in the game. The village chief elaborated. However, this task is exceedingly perilous. Failure will reduce your level to 1. Reduced to level 1? Ling Shang gasped in dismay. Indeed, the village chief nodded gravely. Therefore, you must exercise utmost caution. Ling Shang took a deep breath and accepted the task scroll. I understand, village chief. I shall complete the task." Suddenly, he recalled something and pointed towards the forbidden area on the back mountain, asking, "Village chief, are there any particular dangers in the forbidden area, such as black bears?" The village chief stroked his beard, a mysterious smile crossing his face. "Ah, indeed, there are black bears. Moreover, they are a special breed of demonized black bears, immensely powerful, impervious to blades and guns, and capable of breathing fire." "What? So formidable?" Ling Shang's eyes widened. "Is there any way to deal with them?" "There is indeed a way." The village chief produced a parchment scroll from his pocket. This scroll contains instructions for a special technique that will temporarily grant you the strength of a black bear, rendering you impervious to blades and guns. Ling Shang accepted the scroll as though it were a treasure. "Thank you, village chief." Transforming into a black bear, Ling Shang touched his face, pondering this. However, there is no need for excessive worry. The village chief reassured him. "This technique also enhances your luck. The higher your luck, the greater your chances of obtaining rare items in the game." Enhancing luck? Ling Shang's eyes sparkled. This was indeed a splendid reward. He suddenly recalled that he had 2 unidentified items in his inventory and eagerly pulled them out. "Village chief, could you assist me in identifying these 2 items?" In his hands were a pink rabbit mask and a tattered treasure map. Let me see." The village chief examined the items closely, waiving the identification fee. "After all, you still have a dangerous task ahead." He first took the rabbit mask, closed his eyes, and began muttering incantations. Moments later, he opened his eyes and stated, "This is a doo-doo rabbit mask. Wearing it will enhance your movement speed and jumping height, as well as grant you immunity to certain toxic attacks. This is quite a valuable item." Ling Shang joyfully accepted the mask and immediately donned it. Instantly, he felt considerably lighter, as though a breeze propelled him forward. Next, the village chief took the tattered treasure map and repeated the process. This time, he took longer to open his eyes, a grave expression on his face. "This treasure map points to the legendary Dragon's Lair." "The Dragon's Lair?" Ling Shang exclaimed. "What treasures lie within?" The village chief shook his head. "I do not know what treasures await in the Dragon's Lair. All I know is that it is exceedingly dangerous, filled with traps and mechanisms. Moreover, it is said that a powerful dragon resides there." He paused before continuing, "This treasure map is incomplete. It only indicates the general location of the Dragon's Lair. To discover the true lair, you will need to find additional fragments of the treasure map." Ling Shang tucked the map away, his heart brimming with anticipation and excitement. "The Dragon's Lair, I must find it." He thanked the village chief and turned to leave. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the village. Chapter 6. The initial equipment purchase in the online game. As the commotion grew louder, mingled with gasps and exclamations, Ling Shang curiously made his way to the village entrance. He witnessed the crowd parting, allowing a figure to stride confidently forward, clad in novice garb yet adorned with a whimsical and charming doo-doo rabbit mask. It was Ling Tian. "Wow, it's the doo-doo rabbit mask. I heard it has exceptional attribute bonuses. Where did you get it? I want one too. They say the drop rate is incredibly low. Even if you have money, you can't buy it." Ling Tian basked in the attention, feeling immensely proud. While he secretly grumbled, he gritted his teeth and made the purchase. Upon returning to the village center, he found a vacant patch of land and set up a stall. Pulling out several unused novice items from his inventory, he marked them at inflated prices. "Come one, come all, ancestral top-tier equipment, a tearful clearance sale." Ling Tian shouted enthusiastically. Surprisingly, despite the exorbitant prices, novice equipment was scarce, and coupled with his eye-catching doo-doo rabbit mask, he attracted a considerable number of players. Before long, several items had sold out, and Ling Tian's purse swelled. With a heavy sack of copper coins, he felt elated. He headed to the apothecary to replenish his potions, and then eagerly made his way outside the village. Wearing the doo-doo rabbit mask, he felt a notable increase in both speed and attack rate. With newfound confidence, he set off toward the territory of the Black Bears, preparing to challenge the ultimate boss of the novice village. "Oh, little bear, just wait for me to deal with you." Ling Tian tightened his grip on the wooden sword, a sly grin playing on his lips. Suddenly, a deafening roar of a bear echoed from afar. "Warning! Your game time is about to reach 10 hours. Please prepare to log off." The system notification interrupted the impending battle. "What? Already 10 hours?" Ling Tian was incredulous as he glanced at the clock and realized that, Without noticing, the day had turned to dusk. The Game King's Glory enforced a strict regulation to protect players' health, limiting gameplay to a maximum of 10 hours daily. Reluctantly, Yiling Tian abandoned his plan to challenge the Black Bear and begrudgingly chose to log off. Removing his headset, he rubbed his tired eyes, his stomach grumbling in protest. Time for dinner. Yiling Tian rose to head to the kitchen, only to find his sister Lin Yusin absent. Where has that girl run off to now? He muttered to himself, realizing that he could only rely on his own hands to solve the problem of making ends meet. After preparing a bowl of instant noodles, Yiling Tian pondered the whereabouts of Lin Yu Xian while eating. Suddenly, he recalled his university classmate, Li Yitong. Lin Yu Xian shared a close bond with Li Yitong and often went out together. Thus, he dialed Li Yitong's video call, "Hello, Ling Tian," as the video connected. Li Yitong's exquisitely beautiful face appeared on the screen, momentarily captivating Yiling Tian's attention. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, accentuating her fair complexion, while her pair of clear, bright eyes seemed to speak volumes, drawing one irresistibly into their depths. At that moment, a familiar figure unexpectedly appeared in the frame. It was Lin Yu Xian. "Brother, look, Yitong and I are at the amusement park." Lin Yu Xian exclaimed excitedly, waving the ice cream in her hand, her face beaming with a radiant smile. "You daughter at the amusement park?" Yiling Tian expressed his surprise. "Yes, Yitong brought me here. It's so much fun." Lin Yu Xian chattered away about her experiences of the day, mentioning that a scenic spot had taken note of Li Yitong's grace and image, wishing to invite her to be their ambassador. Listening to his sister's enthusiastic recount, Yiling Tian felt a mix of emotions. He remembered promising Li Yitong that he would take her to the amusement park, yet due to various reasons, he had failed to fulfill that promise. Now, Li Yitong had taken his sister instead, leaving him with a pang of guilt. After hanging up the call, Yiling Tian silently finished his instant noodles. His thoughts swirling, Li Yitong's smile and his sister's joy felt like countless tiny needles piercing his heart. Suddenly, the alarm clock rang, jolting Yiling Tian awake. He glanced at the time. It was already the next morning. "It's time to log in," he murmured to himself, donning his helmet and entering the game. "Hey, excuse me," a rough voice sounded beside him. Chapter 7. The first encounter with the Wind and Cloud trio. Ling Shang re-entered the game. Familiar scenery unfolding before his eyes. After a brief warm-up, he dashed towards the northwest corner of the Novice Village's forest. Dense foliage obscured the sun, with rays filtering through the gaps, casting dappled light. The air was fragrant with the scent of earth and grass, occasionally interrupted by the melodious chirping of birds. A lithe figure danced gracefully, wielding a flaming long sword with a fierce momentum. None other than the previously encountered Tian Hualong Hun. The demonized Hedgehog King, covered in sharp spines, emanated a chilling black aura, each attack accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Ling Shang activated his inside eye, revealing the demonized Hedgehog King's attributes. Level 10. Attack power 50, defense power 30, skills, spiked assault, poisonous sting. After a brief contemplation, he called out to Tian Hualong Hun. "Need a hand, brother? Brother, that's fantastic. This Hedgehog King is tough. I'm struggling a bit alone." Without a second thought, Ling Shang charged forward, raising his novice wooden sword to shield Tian Hualong Hun. "I'll take the hits. You deal the damage." Ling Shang activated his basic defense skill, and thanks to the evasion bonus from his remarkable luck, the Hedgehog King's attacks frequently missed. Each time an attack hit Ling Shang, it felt like a mere tickle, causing only negligible damage. In contrast, Tian Hualong Hun's fiery longsword slashed through the air, inflicting significant wounds on the demonized Hedgehog King. "Brother, your defense and evasion are astonishing. You're like a steel barrel," Tian Hualong Hun exclaimed in astonishment while attacking. Ling Shang smiled slightly, feigning mystery as he pointed to his mask. "Just lucky. Got a mask that boosts evasion." The two worked in perfect harmony, rapidly depleting the Hedgehog King's health. Just then, a commotion of footsteps approached, followed by 5 players in matching uniforms charging over aggressively. The leader, known as Feng Yun Huanghu, bore a prominent insignia indicating he was the captain of the Feng Yun Tiger Squad. He immediately spotted the besieged demonized Hedgehog King, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. "Brothers, the Mountain Wolf King is nearby. Let us take down this Hedgehog King first, and we'll split the loot." With Feng Yun Huanghu as command, The 4 players behind him joined the fray. Clearly well-trained, they coordinated seamlessly, their skills flowing together, causing the Hedgehog King's health to plummet rapidly. Ling Shang and Tian Hualonghun were pushed aside, watching helplessly as their prey was about to be stolen. Tian Hualonghun frowned, about to voice his objection, but Ling Shang stopped him. Ling Shang smirked coldly and whispered, "Don't rush. A spectacle is about to unfold." He stepped forward, taking the brunt of an attack from the Feng Yun Tiger squad, firmly stating, "This monster is ours to fight." Feng Yunhuang, who glanced at Ling Shang with disdain, "You too. If you know what's good for you, scram and don't waste our time." Ignoring Feng Yunhuang, whose provocation, Ling Shang replied coolly, "It seems you are not inclined to reason." His gaze sharpened as his novice wooden sword erupted with dazzling light. The demonized Hedgehog King emitted a sharp shriek, its previously gray spine suddenly shimmering with a ghostly green glow. Enhancing its poison, its attack speed and power doubled instantly. Ling Shang's expression hardened as he remained composed. He activated his basic defense skill, skillfully dodging attacks while warning Tian Hualonghun, "Watch out for its poisonous stings." Tian Hualonghun reacted swiftly, his fiery longsword moving with increased ferocity, flames coiling around the demonized Hedgehog King, searing its flesh. Just as the two believed victory was within reach, a cacophony of footsteps approached. Feng Yunhuang, who and his crew joined the battle, their skills flashing, causing the Hedgehog King's health to plummet. Ling Shang and Tian Hualonghun found themselves sidelined, on the brink of having their kill snatched away. Ling Shang's eyes turned icy, a cold smile gracing his lips. As the Hedgehog King's health neared depletion, he seized the moment, his novice wooden sword bursting forth with brilliant light, a sharp sword energy cleaving through the air, striking the demonized Hedgehog King with pinpoint accuracy. A critical hit. The system notification chimed. The demonized Hedgehog King let out a final, defiant wail before collapsing. Ding! Congratulations to player Ling Shang for slaying the demonized Hedgehog King, earning 1,000 experience points and 100 reputation points. System notifications rang out in succession, and the demonized Hedgehog King dropped a plethora of items. A gleaming golden staff, several potions, and a pile of scattered coins littered the ground. Ling Shang disregarded the furious glares of Feng Yunhuang, whose squad, and proceeded to the spoils, collecting the coins and potions, then handing the golden staff to Tian Hualonghun. "Take this. It suits you better." Tian Hualonghun paused for a moment, then gratefully accepted the staff. "Brother, you..." Ling Shang patted his shoulder, turning his gaze to the ashen-faced Feng Yunhuang, who now, "We can discuss matters." Die in his hand, the novice wooden sword glimmered once more. The light from the novice wooden sword illuminated Ling Shang's stern visage, an invisible pressure radiating from him, causing the members of Feng Yunhuang, whose squad, to instinctively take a step back. Feng Yunhuang, whose face turned pale, yet he dared not act recklessly. He understood that someone capable of inflicting such high damage was not to be trifled with. Tian Hualonghun succinctly recounted the events, and his friends quickly surrounded Feng Yunhuang, whose squad, the atmosphere tense with anticipation. Feng Yunhuang, who realized he had bitten off more than he could chew and could only leave in disgrace, not forgetting to utter threats as he departed. "Kid, you just wait," Ling Shang scoffed dismissively, watching them leave. "Brother, thank you for your timely assistance." Tian Hualonghun expressed his gratitude, sending a friend request to Ling Shang. Ling Shang accepted the request and, after exchanging farewells, continued deeper into the northwest forest of the novice village. Navigating through a dense thicket, Ling Shang arrived at an even darker grove. Towering trees obscured the sun, allowing only scattered beams of light to filter through, creating a mottled pattern on the ground. The air was tinged with a faint metallic scent of blood, instilling a sense of unease. Suddenly, several colossal demonized mountain wolves sprang from the thicket, their eyes gleaming with a fierce light, sharp fangs sending chills down one's spine. Ling Shang remained vigilant, drawing his novice wooden sword, ready for battle. At that moment, a thunderous roar resonated from the depths of the forest, causing the ground to tremble slightly. A massive mountain wolf king emerged, radiating an aura of overwhelming power, its blood-red eyes fixated on Ling Shang, as if intent on tearing him apart. Ling Shang took a deep breath, activating his inside eye, the mountain wolf king's attributes immediately materializing before him. Level 15, attack power 80, defense power 50, skills, tear, berserk, intriguing. Ling Shang smirked, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. "Come on, Let me see how strong you really are. Gripping his novice wooden sword tightly, a surge of formidable fighting spirit erupted from him. Ling Shang's gaze sharpened, his form agile as he wielded the novice wooden sword with the grace of a dragon in flight. Before the approaching demonized mountain wolves could close in, his fierce sword energy felled them, dissipating into shimmering starlight. Having dispatched the minions, Ling Shang fixed his gaze on the mountain wolf king, a confident smirk playing on his lips. Now it's my turn to experience your might. He surged forward, appearing like a wraith before the mountain wolf king, his novice wooden sword slicing through the air, aimed directly at the creature's eye. The mountain wolf king let out a furious roar, its enormous paw crashing down toward Ling Shang. Ling Shang had anticipated this moment. With a nimble sidestep, he evaded the attack, and with a swift flick of his sword, he slashed across the belly of the mountain wolf king, leaving a trail of crimson in its wake. The mountain wolf king, stung by the pain, grew more frenzied, its claws and fangs thrashing wildly, its speed and strength significantly heightened. Unfazed, Ling Shang danced around the beast with astonishing agility and precise strikes, each blow landing perfectly on the creature's vulnerabilities, each evasive maneuver executed flawlessly to avoid its lethal assaults. The fierce battle raged on for quite some time, and the mountain wolf king's health gradually dwindled, finally dropping below 50%. That moment, a series of hurried footsteps shattered the tranquility of the forest. The figures of the Fengyun tiger squad re-emerged, and the eyes of Fengyun Huanghu glinted with avarice as he pointed at Ling Shang and bellowed, "Brothers, charge! This brat is about to finish off the mountain wolf king. Let's seize it." Fengyun Huanghu was the first to rush forward, wielding a finely crafted steel blade that sliced through the air with a howling wind, aimed directly at Ling Shang. The other team members surged forward, encircling Ling Shang completely. Ling Shang let out a cold chuckle, a glint of frost flashing in his eyes. With a swift motion, he dodged Fengyun Huanghu's strike and retaliated with a reverse swing of his sword, sending one of the squad members staggering back several paces. "Overestimating yourselves?" Ling Shang scoffed, his novice wooden sword radiating a brilliant light. A surge of formidable power erupting from within him, he faced 5 foes single-handedly. Yet he was undeterred, growing increasingly emboldened, as the novice wooden sword in his grasp became a scythe of death, reaping the health points of the Fengyun Tiger squad members. Just as Ling Shang prepared to press the advantage and utterly decimate the Fengyun Tiger squad, 2 figures sprinted towards him from a distance, accompanied by a thunderous shout, "Stop!" One was a hulking figure wielding a massive axe, while the other was slender and brandished twin daggers. They exuded an overwhelming aura, Fengyun Shihu and Fengyun Heihu. Upon seeing them, Fengyun Huanghu's spirit soared, and he pointed at Ling Shang, exclaiming, "Second brother, third brother, come help me. This brat is stealing our kill." Fengyun Shihu cast a cold, scrutinizing gaze at Ling Shang and spoke in a deep voice, "Kid, you are quite arrogant." Chapter 8. Fierce battle, bountiful rewards faced with the formidable Fengyun Shihu and Fengyun Heihu. Ling Shang did not retreat but instead advanced, roaring, "Kill!" This sudden surge of momentum momentarily stunned the two. Ling Shang moved like a wraith, his novice wooden sword weaving a flurry of sword flowers, pressing toward Fengyun Huanghu. Already on the brink, Fengyun Huanghu was utterly defenseless against Ling Shang's strike, which sent him flying, crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious. The rapid turn of events startled both Fengyun Shihu and Fengyun Heihu. They had anticipated Ling Shang would flee, yet they were taken aback by his audacity to face 2 opponents. Fengyun Shihu let out a furious roar, swinging his giant axe with the force of a mountain toward Ling Shang. However, Ling Shang seemed to have foreseen this, sidestepping the axe while simultaneously luring the mountain wolf king toward Fengyun Shihu. Roar! The mountain wolf king emitted a deafening roar, its massive form barreling toward Fengyun Shihu. Taken by surprise, Fengyun Shihu stumbled, nearly losing his footing. "Third brother, watch out!" Fengyun Heihu called out urgently. Ling Shang's lips curled into a cold smile as he continued his assault on Fengyun Heihu with his novice wooden sword. "Your opponent is me." Fengyun Heihu's expression shifted as he realized how tenacious Ling Shang was. Faced with Ling Shang's relentless onslaught, he could only barely defend himself, unable to assist Fengyun Shihu. "Elder brother." Fengyun Heihu cried out in desperation. Fengyun Shihu, entangled with the mountain wolf king, could not break free. Hearing Fengyun Heihu's plea, A flicker of despair crept into his heart. Third brother, forget about me. Take him down first. Fengyun Shihu gritted his teeth. Upon hearing this, Fengyun Heihu steeled himself, his twin daggers dancing more frantically as he sought to drive Ling Shang back and then rush to aid Fengyun Shihu. However, Ling Shang stood like an unyielding rock, impervious to Fengyun Heihu's attacks, which failed to budge him an inch. Fengyun Heihu was filled with dread. He had never encountered such a formidable novice player. Just then, a scream pierced the air. Fengyun Heihu turned abruptly, only to see Fengyun Shihu severely bitten on the shoulder by the Mountain Wolf King, blood gushing forth and staining his garments. He let out a chilling wail, his giant axe clattering to the ground. Fengyun Heihu, startled, could no longer focus on attacking Ling Shang and quickly turned to assist Fengyun Shihu. "Elder brother," he shouted, his twin daggers slicing toward the Mountain Wolf King in a desperate attempt to repel it. Ling Shang chuckled coldly, seizing the opportunity to dart toward the fallen Fengyun Huanghu. Injured and terrified, Fengyun Huanghu rolled and scrambled behind Fengyun Heihu, shouting, "Second brother, save me!" Fengyun Heihu, fully engaged with the Mountain Wolf King, had no time to spare for Fengyun Huanghu. "Third brother, run," he urged anxiously. But where could Fengyun Huanghu flee? Ling Shang's speed was blinding, and in the blink of an eye, he was upon him, the novice wooden sword raised high. Poised to strike. "Don't kill me!" Fengyun Huanghu squeezed his eyes shut, crying out in despair. Yet Ling Shang paid no heed to his pleas, the wooden sword descending without hesitation. Clang! A sharp sound rang out as the wooden sword was suddenly halted by an appearing shield. Who? Ling Shang's heart raced as he leapt back. A warrior clad in black armor stood before Fengyun Huanghu, the shield firmly protecting him, his icy gaze fixated on Ling Shang. Fengyun Taibing. Ling Shang recognized the newcomer, his heart sinking. Fengyun Taibing was an elite warrior from the Fengyun clan, far surpassing both Fengyun Shihu and Fengyun Heihu in strength. "Kid, dare to lay a finger on my brother? You seek death." Fengyun Taibing roared, forcefully pushing his shield forward, knocking Ling Shang back several paces. Ling Shang steadied himself, coldly regarding Fengyun Taibing, retorting, "Indeed, members of the Fengyun clan are all equally despicable and shameless. Humph. Enough chatter, prepare to die." Without further ado, Fengyun Taibing raised his longsword and charged at Ling Shang. Just as Ling Shang's words fell, the Mountain Wolf King let out a piercing howl, its body enveloped in a sinister red glow. "Not good. It's the shadow of the wolf." Fengyun Taibing's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly raised his shield. In an instant, the Mountain Wolf King's form splintered into dozens of phantoms, lunging toward Fengyun Taibing and Fengyun Huanghu from all directions. A scream erupted as Fengyun Heihu was caught off guard, struck by one of the phantoms, and perished instantly, vanishing in a flash of white light. Fengyun Huanghu, witnessing the demise of his two brothers, stood frozen in shock, utterly forgetting to flee. Ling Shang seized the opportunity, darting forward, his novice wooden sword flashing like lightning, delivering 3 swift strikes. Thud, thud, thud. 3 soft sounds echoed as Fengyun Huanghu fell to the ground, also dissolving into white light. The moment Fengyun Huanghu collapsed, a sheepskin scroll tumbled to the ground. Simultaneously, at the novice village's resurrection point, 3 beams of white light flickered as Fengyun Shihu, Fengyun Heihu, and Fengyun Huanghu reappeared in sequence. "I don't know either, elder brother," Fengyun Heihu replied, still shaken. "What about that brat? Is he dead?" Fengyun Huanghu's face turned pale, trembling as he spoke. "Second brother, I think I dropped something." "Dropped something? What did you lose?" Fengyun Shihu inquired with a frown. Fengyun Huanghu's voice trembled further. "A treasure map." "What?" Both Fengyun Shihu and Fengyun Heihu exclaimed in unison. "You dropped the treasure map?" Ling Shang picked up the sheepskin scroll from the ground, examining it closely, and discovered it was indeed a treasure map. A smile crept across his lips. "It seems today is my lucky day." Suddenly, he heard urgent footsteps and furious shouts from afar. "Kid, hand over the treasure map." The Mountain Wolf King crashed to the ground, erupting in a dazzling display of light. The system notification chimed repeatedly, signaling Ling Shang's level up and granting him considerable prestige. He bent down to collect the spoils of war. A shimmering wolf tooth necklace, a pair of heavy wolfskin bracers, and a gemstone radiating fiery red light. Without hesitation, Ling Shang equipped the wolf tooth necklace and wolfskin bracers, further enhancing his attributes. As for the fiery red gemstone, he scrutinized it for a moment and realized it could be embedded in a weapon to enhance fire attribute attacks. He promptly embedded the gemstone into his novice wooden sword, which immediately shimmered with flames, significantly boosting its attack power. After dealing with the Mountain Wolf King's drops, Ling Shang finally remembered the treasure map that Fengyun Huanghu had lost. He unfurled the sheepskin scroll, which depicted the terrain of the novice village, marking an inconspicuous spot with a red cross. Upon closer inspection, Ling Shang discovered that the marked location was surprisingly nearby. He suppressed his excitement, following the treasure map's guidance to a concealed cave entrance. The entrance was obscured by dense vines, making it nearly impossible to find without careful searching. Ling Shang pushed aside the vines, and a chill swept over him as an ominous aura enveloped him. "Kid, hand over the treasure map." The Fengyun trio returned, spotting Ling Shang at the cave entrance, and immediately roared in fury. Ling Shang smirked coldly, stowing the treasure map in his backpack. "Want it? Come and take it." With that, he swiftly entered the cave, vanishing into the darkness. The Fengyun brothers, not pausing to think further, hurriedly pursued him inside. The cave was shrouded in utter darkness, where even the outstretched hand could not discern its own fingers. Relying on a feeble glimmer of light, Ling Shang cautiously advanced. After a short distance, he was suddenly startled by a rustling sound emanating from ahead, as if something were approaching. His heart raced. He tightly gripped his fire attribute wooden sword and vigilantly peered into the shadows. Illuminated by the flickering flame, he beheld a multitude of crimson eyes glimmering in the gloom. In an instant, a swarm of black mice surged forth from the depths of the cave, emitting piercing shrieks as they lunged towards him. Unfazed, Ling Shang brandished his wooden sword, cleaving the black rodents to the ground. However, the sheer volume of the vermin was overwhelming, relentless in their numbers. At that moment, he sensed a powerful gust of wind from behind. Seeking death, Ling Shang roared, swiftly evading the attack while simultaneously slicing a black mouse in half with his sword. "Brother, this lad surely possesses something valuable. Let us eliminate him," bellowed Fengyun Heihu. "Charge!" Fengyun Shihu roared. Leading the charge, Ling Shang scoffed, undeterred as he met them head-on. Thus commenced a fray. Ling Shang fought while retreating, gradually delving deeper into the cave. Suddenly, he felt the ground give way beneath him, and he plummeted downward. With a startled cry, Ling Shang crashed heavily to the ground. Struggling to rise, he realized he had landed in a more expansive cavern, in the center of the cave. A colossal treasure chest radiated a dazzling light. A surge of joy filled Ling Shang's heart. Just as he was about to approach and open the chest, a chilling voice echoed through the cave. "Who dares disturb my slumber?" Ling Shang turned towards the voice and beheld a massive black figure slowly emerging from the depths of the cave. The figure stood over 2 meters tall, covered in dark fur, with a pair of blood-red eyes emanating a bone-chilling glow. The Black Mouse King. Ling Shang's heart trembled as he tightened his grip on the wooden sword. Chapter 9. The Fountain of Destiny. Ling Shang deftly evaded the Black Mouse King's attack, his wooden sword slicing down with a whoosh squeak. The Mouse King howled in pain, its claws thrashing in a frenzy. Ling Shang fought while retreating, utilizing the terrain to maneuver around the Mouse King. Although the creature was enormous, Ling Shang's agility allowed him to narrowly avoid its strikes. The battle raged on for quite some time until Ling Shang seized an opportunity. Thrusting his wooden sword directly at the Mouse King's throat, thwack! The blade pierced flesh, and the Mouse King let out a chilling wail, crashing to the ground. The massive form of the Black Mouse King gradually dissipated, leaving behind a ring that shimmered with a golden light. Ling Shang picked up the ring and examined its attributes. Ring of Greed, increasing luck by 10 points. Ding! Congratulations to player Ling Shang for completing the treasure quest, earning 5,000 experience points and 500 gold coins. The system notification chimed, and in that instant, a flash of white light enveloped Ling Shang, transporting him out of the cave. Following the quest instructions, Ling Shang hastened towards the maple grove to seek the black bear Kalala. Deep within the grove, a hunter clad in animal hides and wielding a longbow was intently gazing ahead. This individual was none other than the legendary hunter King Wu of the novice village. "Young man, have you come to find the black bear Kalala as well?" King Wu inquired, his tone grave. "That beast has taken over the Fountain of Destiny, the source of life for our village. Now that it occupies the spring, the villagers cannot access the water. Ling Sheng nodded, expressing his willingness to help. King Wu sighed, that black bear possesses immense strength, with tough skin and resilient flesh. I have tried many times to drive it away without success. The Fountain of Destiny is protected by a formidable barrier. Only I can unlock the entrance. Young man, you must exercise caution once you enter. With that, King Wu produced a talisman radiating a blue glow and began to chant incantations. The talisman transformed into a beam of light, shooting towards a massive maple tree. A whirlpool of blue light materialized on the tree's trunk. Enter, young man. The fate of the Fountain of Destiny rests in your hands. King Wu patted Ling Shang on the shoulder. Taking a deep breath, Ling Shang resolutely stepped into the whirlpool. The scenery before him shifted, and he found himself in a picturesque valley in the heart of the valley. Crystal clear spring water flowed gently, beside which a gigantic black bear rested, drinking contentedly. Roar! The black bear Kalala seemed to sense Ling Shang's presence, suddenly rising with an earth-shattering roar, its blood-red eyes fixated on him. Ling Shang gripped his wooden sword tightly, thinking to himself, "Come at me." The Feng Yun trio arrived breathlessly at the cave, only to find it empty, save for scattered tufts of fur and the lingering scent of blood in the air. "Damn it! He got away!" Feng Yun Laoda punched the stone wall in frustration, sending debris flying. He must have headed to the maple grove to find the black bear Kalala. "We must pursue," Feng Yun Lair pointed outside the cave. The trio wasted no time, rushing towards the direction of the maple grove. Meanwhile, Ling Shang had already entered the domain of the Fountain of Destiny. He cautiously approached the spring, discovering that the black bear Kalala lay sprawled on the ground. Deep in slumber, its massive body rising and falling with each breath. This was a rare opportunity. Ling Shang held his breath, tightening his grip on the wooden sword, and charged forward. "Hiya!" Ling Shang shouted, his sword slicing through the air, striking the black bear Kalala's back with force. Ow! The black bear Kalala jolted awake in pain. Rising abruptly, its blood-red eyes locked onto Ling Shang. It roared furiously, raising a massive paw to strike, anticipating the attack. Ling Shang deftly sidestepped, his sword once again carving a deep wound into the bear's flesh. Though the black bear's hide was tough, Ling Shang's speed was blinding. He darted around the creature like a nimble swallow, landing precise blows with each strike. The bear's health rapidly dwindled, and it roared in fury, yet it could not catch this agile opponent. As the bear's health dropped below half, Ling Shang's heart swelled with triumph, and he intensified his assault. However, at that moment, his foot slipped upon a loose stone. Not good, Ling Shang thought, losing his balance for a moment. This brief misstep granted the black bear Kalala an opening. It roared, slamming its paws down onto the ground. Wrath of the Earth! A powerful shockwave radiated from the bear, and Ling Shang felt darkness envelop him as he was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. This is it. Ling Shang felt his body ache, stars dancing before his eyes. He realized he had been stunned. The massive form of the black bear Kalala loomed closer, its enormous paw lifted high, ready to descend upon Ling Shang's head. "Stop!" A thunderous voice suddenly rang out. Chapter 10. On-the-spot evolution. In a moment of crisis, a flash of golden light appeared, halting the black bear Kalala's deadly strike mid-air. Ling Shang struggled to open his eyes, witnessing a golden shield manifesting out of thin air, blocking the lethal blow. The shield flickered a few times before disintegrating into specks of golden light. But it afforded Ling Shang a moment to breathe. He scrambled to his feet, downing a health potion, eyes wide with terror as he gazed at the black bear Kalala. Roar! The black bear Kalala, seemingly enraged by this sudden turn of events, raised its paw once more, preparing to attack. Ling Shang did not let his guard down. He evaded the bear's strikes while searching for a chance to counter. His speed was astonishing. He darted around the black bear Kalala, landing precise hits that chipped away at its health. The bear's vitality gradually diminished. 0.5, 50, 0.30, 0.10. When the bear's health reached 500, an unexpected transformation occurred. The black bear Kalala emitted a deafening roar, its body swelling as its dark fur gradually turned golden, its size increasing dramatically. A powerful aura radiated from it, suffocating Ling Shang with its oppressive force. This is evolution? Ling Shang's heart sank. He realized he was in deep trouble. He attempted to thwart the bear's transformation, but a tremendous force repelled him, sending him crashing to the ground. Evolution complete. The former black bear Kalala had transformed into the mightier golden war bear Kalala. Its golden fur shimmered under the sunlight, and its massive paws appeared capable of rending anything asunder. It roared towards the sky, shaking the surrounding trees. Ling Shang gazed at the imposing figure of the golden war bear Kalala. Feeling a chill run down his spine, he knew he was truly facing a formidable foe this time. Struggling to rise, he gripped his weapon tightly, preparing for the impending battle. Come, Ling Shang gritted his teeth. Aware he had no path of retreat, the golden war bear Kalala slowly approached, its golden eyes filled with murderous intent. Wait. Ling Shang suddenly noticed that the bear's steps seemed unsteady, its breathing ragged. Could it be? A thought flickered through Ling Shang's mind. Could it be that its evolution had rendered it weaker? Ling Shang's eyes widened as he carefully observed the status bar of the golden war bear Kalala. Sure enough, beneath its gleaming name, the health bar displayed less than 200. The evolution had drained a significant portion of its vitality. An opportunity? Ling Shang's heart raced with exhilaration. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. He took a deep breath, raised his sword, and charged towards the golden war bear Kalala. Although the golden war bear Kalala was weakened, its offensive power remained formidable. It wielded its immense bear paw, stirring up fierce winds, and Ling Shang dared not confront it head-on. Relying instead on his agile movements to evade, he circled around the stout ancient tree, akin to a streak of black lightning. Constantly shifting his position, roar! The golden battle bear Kalala's attacks repeatedly missed, and it roared in fury, yet it was powerless against Ling Shang. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Shang's longsword transformed into a cascade of silver light, striking continuously at the golden battle bear Kalala. 180.50.20. The bear's health rapidly diminished. Realizing it was in a dire situation, it became increasingly restless. In a frenzy, it began to lash out at the surrounding trees, attempting to force Ling Shang into the open. However, Ling Shang remained unmoved, calmly observing the bear's movements in search of the perfect moment to strike. At last, he discovered a flawed. The golden battle bear Kalala swung its paw. Ling Shang surged forward, thrusting his sword directly at its heart. Roar! The golden battle bear Kalala emitted a chilling scream, its massive body crashing to the ground. The golden light dissipated, leaving behind a pile of glimmering items. System prompt: Congratulations, you have slain the golden battle bear Kalala. You gained experience points XXXXX and gold XXXXX. System prompt: Congratulations, you leveled up. A series of system notifications rang out as Ling Shang basked in golden light. His level soaring, he gazed at the scattered equipment, a glimmer of excitement flickering in his eyes. It seems my luck is indeed remarkable. Ling Shang bent down, preparing to collect the spoils. Blast this! His hand suddenly halted in midair. His eyes fixated on one particular item. Chapter 11. The Diamond Giant Shield. Ling Shang's gaze locked onto a shield shimmering with a violet hue. This shield was larger than ordinary ones. Its surface adorned with a grotesque beast's head, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. Could it be an artifact? Ling Shang's breath quickened as he trembled, lifting the shield. System prompt: You have obtained the Diamond Giant Shield. Item information: Diamond Giant Shield, purple artifact, attributes unknown. Although the attributes were unknown, the violet glow and imposing appearance undeniably showcased its extraordinary nature. Ling Shang contained his overwhelming joy, carefully placing the Diamond Giant Shield into his backpack. An artifact? This is indeed an artifact. How fortunate that he had acquired such a precious treasure so soon after entering the game. Taking a deep breath, Ling Shang continued to inspect the remaining spoils. The two gems were evidently rare, and he tucked them away as well. Next, he found a gleaming armor, the Battle Bear armor. This armor clearly belonged to the golden Battle Bear Kalala, heavy and sturdy, radiating formidable defensive power. Without hesitation, Ling Shang equipped it, instantly feeling a significant boost in his defense. Besides the Battle Bear armor, there were several pieces of blue equipment, which, while inferior to the Battle Bear armor, were still vastly superior to what Ling Shang had previously worn. Having organized all the spoils, Ling Shang stood up, thoroughly satisfied. This haul could only be described as bountiful. It seems my luck. Ling Shang's lips curled slightly upward, just as he was about to admire his new equipment when suddenly, his gaze fell upon an inconspicuous corner of the ground. Something appeared to be glimmering faintly. Wait a moment. Ling Shang crouched down, reaching out to brush aside the fallen leaves. As he cleared the leaves, an ancient skill book lay quietly, emanating a soft blue glow. He picked up the skill book, and on the cover, 2 archaic characters were inscribed, Dreamwalking. Dreamwalking? Ling Shang was perplexed. What kind of skill was this? Does it mean I will fall asleep during battle? He opened the skill book and carefully read the skill description. Dreamwalking, passive skill, after entering combat. There is a certain chance to enter a dreamwalking state. In the dreamwalking state, attack power, defense, and movement speed are greatly enhanced, lasting for 10 seconds. What kind of absurd skill is this? Ling Shang pondered further, finding the skill seemingly useless. Falling asleep in battle? Wouldn't that be tantamount to being slaughtered? Nevertheless, since it was a skill book dropped by the Golden Battle Bear, it couldn't be too shabby. Right? With a mindset of giving it a try, Ling Shang learned the dreamwalking skill. After learning the skill, he felt no immediate change. Shaking his head, he stowed the skill book into his backpack, preparing to continue exploring the forest. Not long after, Ling Shang arrived at a crystal-clear spring. Above the spring, a stone tablet bore the inscription, "The Spring of Celestial Pivot." The Spring of Celestial Pivot? Ling Shang's heart stirred. The name sounded formidable. He took out his water pouch, intending to collect some spring water. The moment the pouch touched the water, a system prompt sounded. Discovered the celestial holy water. Consuming it will permanently enhance attributes. Would you like to consume it? Permanently enhance attributes? Ling Shang gasped in astonishment. This celestial holy water was truly extraordinary. Without hesitation, he selected yes. However, upon taking the first sip, he found the spring water was not as sweet as he had imagined. Instead, it bore a slight bitterness. Could it be? A bold thought suddenly arose in Ling Shang's mind, and he hastily retrieved all his water pouches, beginning to fill them with the celestial holy water. When he filled his 9th pouch, the spring of celestial pivot ran completely dry. Holding 9 pouches of celestial holy water, Ling Shang fell into contemplation. To drink, or not to drink? This was a treasure that could permanently enhance attributes. Yet, why had the spring dried up? Was it because he had taken too much? After a moment's hesitation, Ling Shang ultimately decided against drinking. Just as he turned, a rugged voice rang out behind him. "Kid? You actually killed Kalarala?" Ling Shang spun around abruptly to see a burly hunter clad in bear skin, wielding an enormous axe, emerging from the dense forest. His thick beard stood erect like steel needles, and his piercing eyes were now fixed intently on Ling Shang. The newcomer was none other than the famed hunter, Wang Wu, of the novice village. A tightness gripped Ling Shang's heart, and he instinctively tightened his grip on the diamond giant shield. Could this be the legendary quest for revenge? "Kid, you actually killed Kalarala." Wang Wu's voice boomed like thunder, causing Ling Shang's ears to buzz. Nervously swallowing, Ling Shang quickly explained, "Senior, the Golden Battle Bear Kalarala attacked me. I acted in self-defense." Ha 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 ha. Wang Wu suddenly erupted in laughter, interrupting Ling Shang's words. "Good lad. You've got guts. Kalarala is a fearsome beast that has claimed the lives of countless brave warriors. I never expected a young lad like you to take it down. The younger generation is indeed impressive." Ling Shang was taken aback. This turn of events was utterly unexpected. He had anticipated a fierce confrontation, yet this hunter elder was surprisingly jovial. Ling Shang hastily replied, "Senior overpraises me. I was merely fortunate." Wang Wu approached the corpse of the Golden Battle Bear, his rough hand exploring the bear's body, and suddenly his eyes lit up as he extracted a pearl radiating a faint green glow from the bear's gallbladder. "Thousand-year bear essence," he exclaimed. This beast actually condensed a 1,000-year bear essence. Wang Wu regarded the pearl with excitement, then turned to Ling Shang, a glimmer of admiration passing through his eyes. "Kid, you are fortunate. This 1,000-year bear essence is a rare treasure that can substantially enhance your health and defense. Consider it a gift." Ling Shang was taken aback, hastily declining. "This is too much. The bear was slain by you." "Senior, take it," Wang Wu insisted, thrusting the 1,000-year bear essence into Ling Shang's hands. "Kalarala has bullied the village for years. I have long desired to rid us of this menace, but I lacked the opportunity. Now that you have vanquished this scourge, let this bear essence be your reward." After a moment, Wang Wu added, "By the way, kid, have you learned the gathering skill?" Ling Shang shook his head. "Gathering skill? What is that?" The gathering skill allows you to collect various rare materials from beasts and plants, Wang Wu explained. Once you reach level 10, you can learn it from the village chief. However, Wang Wu's tone suddenly became serious. The gathering skill isn't so easy to master. Wang Wu glanced at the 1,000-year bear essence in his hand, a glimmer of inspiration in his eyes. If this bear essence is paired with advanced alchemy, it can yield even better results. Unfortunately, I only possess rudimentary knowledge of alchemy. He handed the bear essence to Ling Shang. Hold on to this. You may find it useful later. As Ling Shang received the bear essence, he felt a warm flow surge within him, and indeed, his health and defense significantly increased. Wang Wu patted Ling Shang on the shoulder, expressing his approval. Kid, I see great potential in you. You are a martial prodigy. Would you be interested in learning the gathering skill? Although I only know the intermediate level, it is far superior to the basic teachings of the village chief. Upon hearing this, Ling Shang became intrigued. The gathering skill? Better than what the village chief teaches? He nodded eagerly. I would like to. Please, senior, share your wisdom. Wang Wu laughed heartily, pulling out a tattered booklet from his pocket and handing it to Ling Shang. This contains my insights gleaned over the years. Study it well. Ling Shang accepted the booklet as if it were a priceless treasure. Wang Wu approached the corpse of the golden battle bear, his expression turning serious. This beast is massive. I must set up a formation to prevent other wild beasts from approaching. As he spoke, he retrieved some peculiar materials from his pack and arranged them around the bear's body. Watching Wang Wu's actions, a thought sparked in Ling Shang's mind. The spring of celestial pivot. If the spring were to regenerate, could he not take advantage of Wang Wu's time spent setting up the formation to secretly acquire some more? With a glint in his eye, he spoke. Senior, I possess a modicum of knowledge regarding formations. Why not allow me to assist you? Ling Shang's face was adorned with a smile, yet his mind was calculating how to divert Wang Wu, thereby granting himself an opportunity to approach the heavenly pivot spring. Rubbing his hands together, he feigned enthusiasm and suggested, Senior, setting up this formation is quite a meticulous task. Perhaps you could take a moment to rest while I attend to it? Wang Wu scrutinized Ling Shang with a penetrating gaze, a flicker of barely perceptible brilliance flashing in his eyes, before bursting into hearty laughter. Young brother, I appreciate your good intentions, but this formation is not something just anyone can manipulate. It is best that I handle it myself. Ling Shang felt a twinge of disappointment, but refrained from pressing further, awkwardly responding, Very well, senior. Your efforts are commendable. As he observed Wang Wu skillfully arranging the formation, Ling Shang pondered that he might seize the opportunity to propose establishing a teleportation point here for future convenience. Tentatively, he inquired, Senior, this place is rather remote and difficult to reach. Might we consider setting up a teleportation point to facilitate future travel? Wang Wu shook his head and replied, A teleportation point cannot simply be established on a whim. It requires a considerable expenditure of energy crystals and must be sanctioned by the lord of the city. It is not so easily accomplished. Ling Shang felt a sense of discouragement as it appeared that this idea was unfeasible. However, he quickly reassured himself that his current low level rendered the necessity of a teleportation point moot. He could contemplate it later once his strength had increased. He comforted himself, It matters not. I am currently at a low level and have no need for a teleportation point, so I shall consider it in the future. Wang Wu seemed to discern Ling Shang's thoughts and remarked with a smile, Young brother, this formation is far more complex than you might imagine. It not only serves to defend against beasts, but also gathers the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, aiding in cultivation, and can even be utilized to set traps for capturing prey. After a brief pause, he continued, In my younger days, I followed a master named Li Fengxing to learn the art of formations. Regrettably, my aptitude was lacking, and I failed to grasp its essence. Ling Shang bowed in gratitude. Thank you, senior, for your guidance. I shall take my leave. With that, he turned to depart. Wang Wu watched Ling Shang's retreating figure. Murmuring to himself, I hope you find him, he once again expressed his gratitude to Wang Wu and turned to leave. Wang Wu, observing Ling Shang's departure, began to tend to the corpse of the golden war bear, preparing to set the formation. Meanwhile, Ling Shang removed the doo-doo rabbit mask, revealing a chiseled visage, his eyes shimmering with confidence. With a swish, the white light dissipated, and Ling Shang's figure vanished from the spot. Wang Wu gazed at the empty valley, a knowing smile creeping upon his lips as he murmured, Li Fengxing, your disciple has finally appeared." Suddenly, his movements halted, and his gaze turned toward the distance, as if sensing something. In the far sky, a shadow darted past at an astonishing speed, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Wang Wu furrowed his brow, whispering, "This aura, could it be?" He tightened his grip on the long knife, his eyes sharpening with intensity. Taking a deep breath, Ling Sheng savored the familiar air of the novice village, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. He surveyed his surroundings and noticed that the village entrance was bustling with more activity than before. Approaching the village chief's door, he was about to knock when he overheard a heated argument from within. "Impossible! Absolutely impossible!" A gruff voice thundered. "Chief, I saw it with my own eyes. It is indisputable," another voice urgently explained. Ling Shang's heart tightened as he pushed the door open. Upon entering, he saw the village chief wearing a troubled expression, surrounded by Hunter Wang Wu and several villagers, all speaking animatedly. Upon noticing Ling Shang's arrival, the chief seemed to grasp onto a lifeline, seizing him by the arm. "Ling Shang, your timing is impeccable. Wang Wu claims you have slain the golden war bear, but..." He gestured towards the scattered bear skins and broken bones on the ground, his tone grave. These were clearly the remains of an ordinary black bear. Ling Shang frowned slightly and produced 9 jars of divine spring water, a refreshing aroma instantly filling the air. "Chief, I have fulfilled my mission. This is the divine spring water guarded by the golden war bear." Upon seeing the divine spring water, the chief's expression transformed, his previous worries evaporating. "Wonderful, Ling Shang, you are truly our village's boon. With this divine spring water, we can..." Suddenly lowering his voice, he leaned closer to Ling Shang and added, "However, this divine spring water requires purification with the fire pearl to unleash its full potential. Please take a jar each to the blacksmith's shop and the apothecary, and inform them that I wish to borrow the fire pearl." Ling Shang accepted the task and first made his way to the blacksmith's shop. The blacksmith uncle was laboring diligently at the forge when he saw Ling Shang arriving with the divine spring water. He paused in surprise, then took the jar, uncorked it, and inhaled deeply, his expression shifting dramatically. "This is divine spring water. You brat, did you really kill the golden war bear?" He set the jar down and scrutinized Ling Shang with piercing eyes. "Wait a moment. The aura of this water, no, this is clearly the essence of an ordinary black bear. What on earth is going on?" Ding! Congratulations, player Ling Shang, for completing the special task to help the blacksmith enhance his strength. Reward, 1 skill enhancement opportunity. The system notification chimed. Enhance skill. Ling Shang made his choice without hesitation. "Please select the skills you wish to enhance," the system prompted. Ling Shang pondered for a moment before selecting mining and forging skills. Ding! Congratulations, player Ling Shang, for elevating your mining and forging skills to intermediate level. After expressing his gratitude to the blacksmith, Ling Shang explained his purpose. "Uncle, the chief wishes to borrow the fire pearl." Upon hearing this, the blacksmith's demeanor grew serious. "The fire pearl is of utmost importance. What does the chief intend to use it for?" Ling Shang recounted the chief's words. After a moment's contemplation, the blacksmith moved to a secret room and retrieved a palm-sized red pearl. Handing it to Ling Shang, "Tell the chief that unless absolutely necessary, the fire pearl should not be used." Ling Shang accepted the pearl, feeling a wave of intense heat wash over him. He quickly checked its attributes. Fire pearl, super artifact, containing immense fiery power, capable of incinerating all things. Cannot be used, traded, or dropped. Ling Shang was left utterly speechless. This was actually a super artifact? He instinctively glanced at the blacksmith, who was watching him with a knowing smile. Slowly saying, "Kid, the secret of this fire pearl." The blacksmith's words trailed off, and he meaningfully patted Ling Shang's shoulder. "Kid, work hard. I have high hopes for you." Ling Shang was utterly bewildered. What kind of secret was this? He only knew that the pearl was extraordinary yet unusable, which felt like a burden. He shook his head helplessly, bidding farewell to the blacksmith and proceeding to the apothecary's shop. The apothecary's shop was filled with a gentle fragrance of herbs. Ling Shang explained his purpose and handed the divine spring water to the apothecary. "Oh, you were sent by the chief." The apothecary took the water pouch, a flicker of brilliance igniting in his murky eyes. "I hear the warrior who defeated the black bear is you?" Ling Shang nodded, humbly responding, "It was merely luck." The apothecary stroked his white beard and smiled. "Young man, There is no need to be overly modest. You have rid the novice village of its bane, and I must express my gratitude." He paused, then asked, "Would you like to enhance your skills?" Upon hearing this, Ling Sheng's heart soared with joy, and he eagerly agreed. The apothecary retrieved 2 ancient tomes from the cabinet and handed them to Ling Sheng. These books contain the essence of herb gathering and potion crafting. Study them well. The system notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, player Ling Sheng, for elevating your herb gathering and potion crafting skills to intermediate level. After thanking the apothecary, just as Ling Sheng was about to leave, the apothecary called out, "Wait, young man." He produced a blue pearl emanating an icy chill from his pocket. "Take this ice pearl to the chief as well." Ling Sheng accepted the pearl, feeling a bone-chilling cold envelop him. He checked its attributes. Ice pearl, super artifact, containing formidable frost power, capable of freezing all things. Cannot be used, traded, or dropped. Another super artifact, yet again with the 3 no attributes. Ling Sheng's heart was a tumult of emotions as he held the 2 shimmering yet seemingly useless pearls, turning to head back to the chief's house. "Grandpa Chief." Ling Sheng pushed open the wooden door of the chief's home, a wave of refreshing tea aroma wafting over him. "Grandpa Chief, the blacksmith and the apothecary asked me to deliver these 2 pearls to you." As he spoke, he handed over the fire pearl and the ice pearl. The chief took the pearls, his cloudy old eyes suddenly sparkling with vitality. "Good, good, good," he exclaimed 3 times, his excitement causing his beard to tremble. "Heaven helps me. Heaven helps the novice village." Ling Sheng was taken aback by the chief's reaction, puzzled as he asked, "Grandpa Chief, what purpose do these 2 pearls serve?" The chief stroked his beard, his expression turning serious. "Child, do you know that the divine spring in our novice village is called the Heavenly Pivot Spring? It is formed from the confluence of the spiritual energies of heaven and earth and possesses incredible power. However, a calamity 1,000 years ago tainted the spring with demonic energy. Though the spring water retains spiritual power, direct consumption can lead to chaotic meridians and even result in demonic deviation." The village chief sighed and continued, "Only by harnessing the powers of the fire pearl and the ice pearl, the utmost extremes of yang and yin, can we purify the sacred spring and restore its former glory. For centuries, countless brave souls have sought these 2 divine pearls, yet all have returned empty-handed. Who would have thought that today they would be found by you?" He gazed at Ling Sheng with admiration, saying, "Child, not only do you possess extraordinary strength, but your kind heart and lack of greed for the pearl's power, willingly offering them up, is indeed a blessing for our novice village." Ling Sheng, flattered by the praise, scratched his head and replied, "Village chief, you overestimate me. I merely did what I ought to do." The village chief laughed heartily and walked to an ancient well behind the house. A gentle mist hovered above the well, and the water was crystal clear, though it subtly shimmered with an eerie red-black hue. With great solemnity, the village chief cast the fire pearl and the ice pearl into the well soon as the pearls touched the water. They seemed to come alive, swirling slowly. The fire pearl radiated a scorching red light, while the ice pearl emanated a bone-chilling blue glow. The interplay of red and blue illuminated the entire well. The water of the sacred spring began to churn violently, as if boiling, and the red-black hue intensified. The 2 pearls spun faster and faster, ultimately transforming into 2 streaks of light, enveloped by the swirling spring water. Resembling a pulsating heart that emitted a brilliant glow, "Wait." The village chief stared at the roiling sacred spring, his expression suddenly changing. "This is bad." A powerful force erupted from the well, knocking both Ling Sheng and the village chief back several steps. As the mist dissipated, the water calmed, and the original red-black color vanished, replaced by a translucent, holy water that glowed with a gentle white light. The village chief, overwhelmed with emotion, knelt and wept. "The sacred spring has been purified. The celestial spring is restored. Our novice village is saved." Ling Sheng was equally astonished by this miraculous scene and found himself at a loss for words. He had never anticipated that he would inadvertently achieve such a monumental feat. The village chief shakily rose to his feet, approached the well, and scooped a ladle of the spring water, offering it to Ling Sheng. "Child, this is the purified celestial water. Drink it. It will bestow upon you unexpected benefits." Ling Sheng gazed at the clear spring water, feeling a mix of shock and nervousness. He cautiously accepted the ladle, bringing it to his nose to inhale its refreshing aroma, which invigorated him. "Drink up, my child, there is nothing to fear," the village chief kindly encouraged. Ling Shang took a deep breath and consumed the divine water in one gulp. The warm sensation surged through his body, leaving him feeling invigorated. As if every cell within him was rejoicing, he hurriedly opened his attributes panel to check. Celestial water grants a permanent increase of 10 points to strength, constitution, agility, and meditation, along with a 10 resistance to fire and water. Ling Shang was astounded. This was an extraordinary enhancement. He had initially worried that the two seemingly useless artifacts would yield no benefit, yet they had inadvertently led to such a tremendous opportunity. At that moment, a system notification chimed. "Ding! Congratulations to player Ling Shang for completing the hidden quest purification of the Celestial Spring. Rewards, 200 reputation, 50 gold." Before Ling Shang could fully process his elation, the village chief spoke again. "Child, you have already surpassed the ordinary. The novice village can no longer facilitate your growth. It is time for you to seek broader horizons." He handed Ling Shang a parchment scroll, saying, "Take this map and venture forth to find the nearest main city." Ling Shang accepted the map, a surge of determination swelling within him. He bowed deeply to the village chief, declaring, "Thank you for your guidance." "Village chief, I shall set off immediately." With that, he turned and strode towards the village entrance, his steps resolute and powerful. "Wait," the village chief's voice called from behind. As he watched Ling Shang's retreating figure, a glint of cunning flashed in his murky eyes, and he withdrew an ancient ring from his pocket. Ling Shang walked towards the village exit, his heart brimming with anticipation for the future. Having spent 3 days in the novice village, he had reached level 15, far surpassing the required level of 10 to leave. He understood that the novice village was merely the beginning of his journey, with a vast world beyond awaiting his exploration. Finally, he was about to depart from this small place. Ling Shang inhaled deeply, quickening his pace. The outside world must surely be more exhilarating. Excitement sparkled in his eyes. Suddenly, he remembered that he still had a few unidentified pieces of equipment in his backpack that had dropped from previous monsters. "Almost forgot about those." Ling Shang slapped his forehead. The attributes of these items were unknown, and they might hold great value. Identifying equipment required a certain amount of gold, and the cost was significant. Perhaps he could ask the village chief for a discount. With this thought in mind, Ling Shang turned and headed back to the village chief's home. After all, he had a good relationship with the village chief, and since he had played a part in purifying the sacred spring, the village chief would likely not refuse his request. Ling Shang approached the village chief respectfully from behind and said, "Village chief." Before he could finish, the village chief suddenly raised his head, a flicker of panic crossing his face as he hastily concealed a wooden box behind him. This was not typical behavior for the village chief. "Could it be a village chief? Are you hiding something from me?" Ling Shang probed cautiously. The village chief's expression shifted, his eyes darting uncertainly as he stammered, "And no, you must be overthinking it." Ling Shang fixed his gaze on the village chief's eyes, his tone firm. "Village chief, please just tell me. Perhaps I can assist you." Chapter 14. Leaving the novice village for Celestial Dragon City, the village chief sighed, as if finally resolved, and retrieved the exquisite wooden box from behind him. He slowly opened the box, revealing an ancient ring that lay quietly within, emanating a faint golden glow. "In truth, ever since I obtained this mysterious ring, I have devoted all my energy and time to its study. However, no matter how hard I pondered and racked my brain, I could never truly grasp the secrets it contained. This ring appears unremarkable. Yet every time I gaze upon it, I feel an indescribable sensation, as if it harbors endless secrets waiting to be unveiled. I have perused countless ancient texts, seeking clues related to this ring, but ultimately found nothing." Ling Shang leaned closer, scrutinizing the ring. Its design was archaic and elegant, adorned with intricate runes that exuded an aura of mystery. "This ring seems quite special, village chief. What is its origin?" The village chief shook his head, his eyes filled with confusion. "I am uncertain. I stumbled upon this ring during my youth, and I have always suspected it to be a treasure. Yet, all these years, I have been unable to unravel its mystery." Observing the village chief's despondent expression, Ling Shang felt a spark of empathy. "Village chief, why not allow me to take a look? Perhaps I can discern something." The village chief hesitated for a moment, but ultimately handed the ring to Ling Shang. Ling Shang took the ring, examining the runes carefully. Suddenly, he felt a strange energy surge from the ring into his body, and a golden light flashed in his mind, revealing ancient texts before his eyes. Closing his eyes, he concentrated on this energy, and moments later, he opened his eyes, astonishment filling his gaze. Village chief, this ring it is indeed an artifact. The village chief was stunned, staring at Ling Shang in disbelief. An artifact? How is that possible? Ling Shang nodded, returning the ring to the village chief. Village chief, this ring is truly an artifact, and its capabilities are remarkably powerful. What capabilities? The village chief inquired eagerly. Ling Shang smiled mysteriously. I cannot disclose that just yet, but he retrieved several pieces of equipment from his backpack and handed them to the village chief. Village chief, could you assist me in identifying these items? The village chief accepted the equipment, examining each piece carefully. When he came to the last item Ling Shang presented, his eyes widened in shock, and his mouth gaped as if an egg could fit inside. This is. He trembled as he picked up the dazzling golden shield, his voice slightly quavering. The diamond shield? Ling Shang smiled slightly. Indeed, it is the diamond shield. Could you offer a discount on the identification fee? Village chief? Ling Shang rubbed his hands together, slightly embarrassed to ask. That would be wonderful. Thank you, village chief. He exclaimed. 100 gold? Ling Shang gasped, nearly jumping in disbelief. He rummaged through his entire backpack, only to find a measly 50 gold. Embarrassed, he scratched his head and said, Village chief, I don't have enough gold. The village chief stroked his beard, chuckling. Young man, identifying equipment incurs costs. My prices are already quite fair. Ling Shang, with a forlorn expression, gazed at the array of equipment in his backpack. Feeling a pang of regret, ultimately, he gritted his teeth and decided to present the greed ring, an item he had obtained from the Goblin King. Village chief, please help me identify this ring first. The village chief took the ring, examining it closely while muttering incantations. A flash of golden light illuminated the ring, which then emitted a faint green glow. Identification complete. This ring is named Greed Ring, which increases backpack capacity. Ling Shang hastily took the ring, eagerly examining its attributes. Ring of Greed, green, 50 inventory capacity, equipment requirement. Level 1, a wave of joy surged through Ling Shang as he promptly adorned the ring on his finger. Indeed, his inventory capacity instantaneously expanded by 50 slots. The once overflowing bag now had ample space, granting him a sense of relief. Satisfied, he patted his bulging backpack, filled with the spoils of his journey, now finally equipped with room for storage. He glanced up at the benevolent village elder and suddenly recalled something, reaching into his bag and retrieving a sparkling stone. Elder, please take a look at this. Ling Shang suddenly remembered the purpose of his visit and quickly added. Elder, I have reached level 10 and am ready to advance my class in the city. The elder regarded him with warmth, nodding in approval. Good child. You have indeed lived up to my expectations. Go forth, venture into the world. Remember, no matter the challenges you face, maintain a brave heart and never forget your original dream. Ling Shang solemnly nodded, his eyes brimming with determination. The elder patted his shoulder. Speaking earnestly, before you depart, I wish to impart 2 skills upon you. 2 beams of golden light flashed, and Ling Shang felt a warm current surge within him. These are capture and gathering techniques, which will aid you in acquiring more resources during your adventures. The elder explained. As Ling Shang opened his skill panel, he discovered that his gathering techniques had remarkably risen to level 5. Gathering techniques, LV5 allows collection of higher-level herbs, ores, and other resources, enhances gathering speed, and grants a chance to obtain rare materials. A wave of ecstatic joy washed over Ling Shang. The enhancement of his gathering skills undoubtedly provided him with a significant advantage for his future adventures. Well then, child, it is time to depart. The elder waved his hand, enveloping Ling Shang in a radiant white light. When the brilliance faded, Ling Shang found himself within a magnificent city. Towering walls, closely knit houses, and bustling crowds filled his vision, all of which evoked a sense of novelty and excitement. This was Tianlong City, the new starting point of his adventures. Taking a deep breath, he brimmed with anticipation as he followed the map's guidance towards the martial arts hall. I wish to advance my class to Ling Shang declared resolutely. Chapter 15. Class advancement. Tonight I wish to become a knight. Ling Shang asserted confidently to the imposing figure before him. The man, clad in silver armor with a crimson cape draped over his shoulders, wielded a sword that gleamed with cold radiance, exuding an aura of authority. He was Marco, the captain of the Tianlong City Knight Brigade. Marco scrutinized the somewhat youthful boy before him, his thick brows framing sharp eyes that seemed capable of perceiving all. Young man, do you truly wish to become a knight? Do you understand what being a knight entails? Ling Shang met Marco's gaze with unwavering courage. I understand. A knight embodies bravery, responsibility, and honor. I yearn to be a true knight, to protect the weak and uphold justice. A slight smile of approval graced Marco's lips. Excellent. Your determination is commendable. However, becoming a knight is no easy feat. You must undergo rigorous trials. I am ready. Ling Shang's eyes gleamed with desire. Marco nodded, raising his sword high, muttering incantations. A beam of golden light shot forth from the sword's tip, enveloping Ling Shang. Ding! Do you accept Captain Marco's offer to advance your class tonight? The system prompt chimed. The golden light intensified, and a powerful force surged into Ling Shang's body. He felt invigorated, as though he possessed boundless potential. Congratulations, young man. From this moment on, you are a knight of honor. Marco's voice carried a hint of satisfaction. The system notifications echoed in succession. Ding! Congratulations, player Ling Shang, on advancing tonight. Attack 10, Defense 15, Health 20. Ding! Congratulations, player Ling Shang, on acquiring the skill One-Handed Mastery. Ding! Congratulations, player Ling Shang, on acquiring the skill Shield Mastery. Ling Shang clenched his fists, feeling the surge of power within, a confident smile spreading across his face. He opened his skill panel, meticulously inspecting his newly acquired abilities. One-Handed Mastery, Shield Mastery, quite impressive, he murmured, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Suddenly, an even more radiant beam of golden light descended from above, enveloping Ling Shang entirely. In an instant, the world channel erupted with fervent discussions, filled with envy and admiration. Marco stood momentarily stunned, astonished that this seemingly ordinary boy had made history in the game. He cast a complex glance at Ling Shang, inwardly marveling. Truly, the younger generation is formidable. Ling Shang himself was somewhat bewildered. He merely sought to complete his class advancement task, not expecting such bountiful rewards. He quickly opened his bag to check the items he had obtained. Ling Shang clicked to view the attributes. Upon equipping, all map exploration increases by 10, experience gain increases by 5, and movement speed increases by 5. Next, Ling Shang examined the detailed map of Dreamland Continent. This map was far more detailed than the system's default, marking the locations of towns and villages, as well as various resource points and monster distributions. Detailed map of Dreamland Continent. Special item. Bound to player Ling Shang.it records the intricate details of Dreamland Continent, including geographical features, resource distribution, and monster locations. Possessing this map will facilitate exploration immensely. With this map, future quests would undoubtedly be much more manageable. Ling Shang contentedly stowed the map in his bag. At that moment, Marco approached, patting Ling Shang on the shoulder, saying, "Young man, congratulations. You have made history. I believe your future is limitless." Ling Shang humbly smiled. "Captain, you flatter me. I merely got lucky." Marco shook his head. "Luck is also a part of strength. Work hard. I believe you will surely become a true knight." Ling Shang nodded, his eyes resolutely fixed on the horizon. "I will." He paused, as if recalling something, and quietly added, "By the way, Captain." Regarding the knight skills, Ling Shang eagerly opened his skill panel, scrutinizing the newly acquired One-Handed Mastery and Shield Mastery. One-Handed Mastery increases one-handed weapon attack by 10. Shield Mastery increases shield defense by 15. He stroked his chin, murmuring, "While the effects are decent, they still feel somewhat lacking. The enhancements to attack and defense are not substantial." He looked up at Marco. "Captain, aside from these two skills, can knights learn other skills?" Marco nodded, producing a scroll from his robe and handing it to Ling Shang. "This is the knight skill list. You may take a look." Ling Shang accepted the scroll, slowly unfurling it. The scroll was densely filled with various knight skills, leaving him dazzled. Provocation. Taunts the target, forcing it to attack you for 5 seconds, consuming 10 mana, cooldown time of 1 minute. Requires 100 gold to learn. Heavy Strike. Inflicts 150 physical damage to the target, consuming 20 mana, cooldown time of 30 seconds. requires 200 gold to learn. Charge. Rapidly rushes towards the target, dealing 120 physical damage and knocking it back. Consuming 30 mana, cooldown time of 1 minute. Requires 300 gold to learn. Holy Shield Technique. Generates a sacred shield that absorbs damage equal to 20 of your max health for 10 seconds. Consuming 50 mana, cooldown time of 2 minutes. Requires 500 gold to learn. Ling Shang perused the skill descriptions line by line, his eyes growing brighter. Each skill had its unique advantages, filling him with anticipation for future battles. However, as he noted the learning requirements for each skill, his brow furrowed slightly. Captain, Ling Shang pointed to the Holy Shield Technique on the skill list. This skill appears quite powerful, but I am only level 10. When will I be able to learn it? Marco chuckled. Each skill has a level requirement. The Holy Shield Technique requires level 20 to learn. Furthermore, he paused. Speaking meaningfully, learning skills not only requires meeting level requirements, but also sufficient gold. And? Marco suddenly stopped, his gaze landing on the skill list in Ling Shang's hands. You can see for yourself. Following Marco's gaze, Ling Shang noticed a line of small text at the bottom of the skill list. Night skills can only be learned one at a time for every 10 levels gained. Ling Shang, staring at the densely packed skill list, he couldn't help but sigh. These night skills take a decade to hone. 10 years for just 10 skills? That's far too slow. Unlike those mages, whose skills are numerous and can be freely combined, it's simply delightful. He recalled watching videos of mages showcasing their skills on the forum, featuring dazzling magical effects and mesmerizing combinations, feeling a pang of envy. What troubled him further was the staggering amount of gold required to learn these skills. Provocation costs 100 gold, Heavy Strike 200, Charge 300. Holy Shield Technique requires an astounding 500 gold. After painstakingly completing quests, he had barely saved up less than 1,000 gold, insufficient to even learn 2 skills. Ling Shang counted on his fingers, his expression growing increasingly grim. He had initially thought the 500 gold reward from his class advancement was a fortune, but now it seemed like a mere drop in the bucket. He cast his gaze once more upon the skill list, his eyes settling on an ability named Thunder Strike. Thunder Strike summons a bolt of lightning to strike the target, inflicting 200 physical damage and applying a paralysis effect that lasts for 3 seconds. It costs 50 mana points and has a cooldown of 1 minute, requiring 1,000 gold coins to learn. 1,000 gold coins? Ling Shang gasped, as this amount felt astronomically high. The coins he had painstakingly saved were insufficient to acquire even this single skill. He lifted his head to glance at Marco beside him. Hesitating to voice his thoughts, Marco appeared to sense Ling Shang's predicament, a subtle smile playing at the corner of his mouth. What's the matter? Do you find it too expensive? Marco's voice was deep and resonant, laced with a hint of mockery. Ling Shang awkwardly chuckled, scratching his head. Captain, this is rather exorbitant. Marco patted Ling Shang's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Young man, strength comes at a price. To become a powerful knight, one must invest more effort and resources than the average person. He understood Marco's meaning, yet felt a pang of reluctance in his heart. Surely, there must be another way, he murmured to himself, his gaze once again drawn to the skill list. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he pointed to a passive skill named Nidus Heart, exclaiming, Captain, this one. Chapter 16. A commission captain. Can we negotiate a lower price for this Nidus Heart? Ling Shang pointed at the seemingly unremarkable passive skill, his voice tinged with hope. Marco burst into laughter. My boy, you are the first player in our village, no, in our kingdom, to transition into a knight. I still have some rewards to offer. I will teach you Thunder Strike and the foundational skills for free. Ling Shang was overjoyed, hurriedly expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Captain. I am immensely grateful. Marco waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. This is what you deserve. Come, I shall first teach you 2 basic skills, Provocation and Heavy Strike. Marco began to elucidate the techniques and precautions for utilizing the skills, and Ling Shang listened intently. Provocation can draw the ire of monsters, protecting your allies. Heavy Strike, on the other hand, is a formidable single-target attack skill capable of inflicting tremendous damage upon foes. Under Marco's guidance, Ling Shang quickly mastered both skills. He excitedly swung his long sword, feeling the surge of power within him, as if he had truly become a valiant knight. Captain, I have learned. Ling Shang sheathed his sword. Speaking with excitement, Marco nodded in satisfaction. Well done. a promising pupil indeed. However, to be a true knight requires not only great strength, but also a heart that is brave and unyielding. He paused, his gaze turning contemplative as he looked into the distance. Recently, some troubling events have transpired in the village. A merchant named Wang Kai, who transports goods from the royal city to our village, encountered difficulties along the way. Young man, Marco said, patting Ling Shang on the shoulder with gravity. As a knight, it is your duty to protect the weak and uphold justice. Wang Kai's goods are vital to the village's prosperity. You must do your utmost to assist him in resolving his issues. Ling Shang straightened his back, his eyes resolute. Captain, rest assured, I shall complete the task. Marco nodded approvingly and continued. Regarding skill acquisition, you can obtain new skills by completing quests, slaying monsters, and studying skill books. Remember, the higher the proficiency of a skill, the greater its power. Diligent practice is essential to unleash the full potential of your abilities. He paused, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. There is another method, known as comprehension. When your understanding of a particular skill reaches a certain level, you may unlock more powerful variants or even create your own unique techniques. Ling Shang felt a surge of excitement. Brimming with anticipation for the journey ahead, he could hardly wait to challenge stronger monsters and learn more dazzling skills. By the way, Marco suddenly recalled. Wang Kai's caravan went missing near the Sunset Canyon, approximately 10 miles northwest of the village. Once you arrive there, be sure to inquire around for any clues. Understood. Ling Shang acknowledged the mission and turned to set off. Wait, Marco called out to him. You have just transitioned and lack suitable equipment. Though you possess high luck, do not let your guard down. He rummaged through the storeroom and produced a slightly worn yet well-maintained knight set. Handing it to Ling Shang. This gear, though only level 10, will enhance your combat capabilities significantly. Wear it for now, and you can upgrade to better equipment later. Ling Shang accepted the gear, gratefully thanking Marco. Once donned, he felt a surge of confidence, as if he were indeed a gallant knight. Very well, go forth, Marco encouraged. I believe you will accomplish your mission and become a true knight. Ling Shang left the dojo filled with determination and a longing for adventure. He strode towards the village entrance, ready to embark on his first official quest. Just as he stepped outside the dojo, he suddenly remembered he needed a suitable weapon. Ling Shang patted the coin pouch at his waist and resolutely headed towards the weapon shop. With fervor, he pushed open the heavy wooden door, a rush of rusty air greeting him. The shopkeeper, a stout man with a bushy beard, was engrossed in polishing a long sword. Shopkeeper, do you have equipment suitable for a level 10 knight? Ling Shang inquired directly. The shopkeeper glanced up, pointing to a shiny knight set hanging on the wall. There, a level 10 exquisite set, with decent attribute bonuses, high defense and good attack. Only 500 gold coins. Ling Shang gasped in disbelief. 500 gold coins. His entire fortune barely exceeded 100 coins. This price was astronomical to him. He managed a sheepish smile. Shopkeeper, do you have anything cheaper? The shopkeeper rolled his eyes. Kid, you get what you pay for. This is already the lowest price. This is exquisite equipment, not the kind of junk you find at a market stall. Ling Shang, feeling helpless, abandoned the idea of purchasing the entire set. He carefully examined the weapons on the wall and ultimately settled on a bronze helmet and a bronze shield. Shopkeeper, how much for these two? Ling Shang gritted his teeth and presented 10 gold coins to the shopkeeper. Although they were merely ordinary gear, they were better than nothing. He donned the helmet and picked up the shield, feeling a significant boost in security. After departing from the weapon shop, Ling Shang proceeded to the apothecary. The apothecary was a kind-eyed elderly gentleman who greeted him with a smile. Young man, what do you need? Excellent. The old man swiftly produced 10 red potions and 2 scrolls, totaling 30 gold coins. Having prepared himself, he took a deep breath and walked towards the village entrance. Upon reaching the entrance, Ling Shang suddenly halted. He touched the pouch at his waist and glanced at the equipment and potions in his backpack. Sensing an unease within, he turned and headed towards the village's storage facility. I hope this place can help me resolve this minor issue, he murmured softly. Ling Shang entered the storage facility, greeted by a musty odor intermingled with a faint scent of wood. The storage manager, an elderly woman with graying hair, sat in a rocking chair, dozing. Hello, I would like to store some items. Ling Shang politely cleared his throat. The elderly woman opened her bleary eyes and slowly pointed to the price list on the wall, stating that storing items costs 1 gold coin per day. while upgrading the storage requires 10 gold coins. Only then did Ling Shang realize that despite the vast space in his backpack, he would need to pay to store items here, and the initial storage capacity was pitifully small. He let out a wry smile, realizing the system was indeed pressuring players to spend money. After some contemplation, Ling Shang reluctantly decided to store a few premium items in the vault, as carrying too much would attract unnecessary attention. Upon leaving the storage facility, Ling Shang suddenly remembered he still had several dreamstones in his backpack, which were said to be useful for forging equipment. He quickly ran to the blacksmith shop, seeking out the blacksmith uncle. "Uncle, I would like to use dreamstones to forge my Duda Rabbit mask." He retrieved the mask and the stones. The blacksmith uncle examined the mask and stones closely, stating, "Forging once requires 1 gold coin." Ling Shang readily paid the fee. The blacksmith then embedded the stones into the mask. Muttering incantations, and a flash of white light enveloped the mask, enhancing its attributes. Ling Shang was overjoyed, promptly pulling out 2 more stones for another round. Another 2 flashes of white light occurred, elevating the mask to level 15 and adding an evasion attribute. Simultaneously, Ling Shang's forging skill proficiency increased significantly. It seemed the dreamstones were indeed valuable. With everything prepared, Ling Shang began inquiring about the merchant Wang Kai's whereabouts. Upon mentioning Wang Kai, the villagers eagerly recounted his legendary tale, rising from humble beginnings to amass great wealth, making for an inspiring epic. Following the villagers' directions, Ling Shang arrived at an opulent courtyard. With intricately carved beams and a dazzling facade, it starkly contrasted with the surrounding modest dwellings. Wang Kai truly is wealthy. Ling Shang inhaled deeply, stepping towards the grand entrance, ready to learn more about the task at hand. Just then, the grand door creaked open, revealing a finely dressed middle-aged man accompanied by 2 burly guards. Ling Shang recognized immediately that this was the merchant Wang Kai he sought. Before he could speak, Wang Kai locked eyes with him, his expression revealing a hint of surprise. "You are the one introduced by Captain Marco?" Chapter 17. The quest for the Kuezhong necklace. "It is I, Ling Shang." Ling Shang performed a respectful gesture, presenting Captain Ma Ku's letter of introduction. Wang Kai took the letter, glanced at it hurriedly, and his previously somber expression instantly transformed into one of radiant joy. He grasped Ling Shang's hand tightly, almost speechless with excitement. "Warrior, you have finally arrived. I truly am." Ling Shang was taken aback by this sudden display of enthusiasm. He gently extricated his hand from Wang Kai's grasp and inquired softly, "Mr. Wang Kai, might I implore you to calm yourself and articulate slowly what has transpired?" Wang Kai inhaled deeply, striving to compose his tumultuous emotions. And with a trembling voice he began, "It is thus, brave warrior, that I possess a cherished heirloom, known as the Kuezhong necklace. It holds profound significance for me." He paused, seemingly lost in reverie, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "It was the relic of my late wife." Upon hearing this, Ling Shang's brow furrowed tightly, a grave expression settling upon his countenance. He murmured softly, "The Black Stone Tower. That is no ordinary place. For me at present, it is akin to a den of peril and dread. Countless ferocious and formidable creatures dwell within, and a moment's carelessness could plunge one into an abyss from which there is no return. Just the very thought sends chills down my spine." As he spoke, he involuntarily shook his head, harboring trepidation towards the enigmatic and perilous Black Stone Tower. Wang Kai nodded vigorously. "Indeed, I previously dispatched individuals to seek it, yet they never returned. I have exhausted all avenues. Captain Ma Ku spoke highly of your exceptional prowess as a warrior. Hence, he once more seized Ling Shang's hand, his eyes brimming with entreaty. "Brave warrior, I beseech you, assist me in retrieving the Kuezhong necklace. I am willing to pay any price." Wang Kai's visage contorted with anguish, tear-streaked and his eyes swollen like walnuts, gazing vacantly ahead as if the very world had crumbled around him. His body trembled incessantly, resembling a flickering candle in the wind, each sob accompanied by heart-wrenching cries. Ling Shang stood quietly by, silently observing this heart-rending scene. The depth of Wang Kai's sorrow pierced his heart, causing him to involuntarily furrow his brow. As Wang Kai recounted his tragic experiences through tears, Ling Shang's heart mirrored the turmoil of his own. He could sense the profound pain and helplessness within Wang Kai, as if he too were ensnared in that interminable darkness. Upon hearing Wang Kai's words, tears welled up in his eyes. "Thank you. Thank you, warrior. I. He seemed to wish to express more but choked on his emotions. Merely clutching Ling Shang's hand tightly, reluctant to release it. After a considerable duration, Wang Kai finally managed to compose himself and spoke softly, Warrior. I have previously sent individuals inside on several occasions. They all. His voice lowered, fear flashing in his eyes. They reported that within the Black Stone Tower, there exists something. Wang Kai wiped his tears and continued. I sent 3 batches of people. The first group barely reached the first floor of the Black Stone Tower before fleeing, claiming it was filled with skeletal warriors that terrified them to their core. The second group, slightly more formidable, ventured to the second floor, only to encounter fire-breathing skeletal mages, resulting in near total annihilation. Only one returned, severely injured and still in a coma. The third group was the most capable. They even managed to slay the skeletal captain on the second floor. As Wang Kai recounted this, a hint of pride crept into his tone, only to fade swiftly. However, they still did not recover the Kuezhong necklace, bringing back only some spoils of war. They speculate. The necklace may be in the possession of the skeletal banshee on the third floor. Skeletal banshee. Ling Shang repeated the name softly, his mind racing with calculations. The system conveniently presented a quest prompt. Quest reward, 5,000 experience points, 200 gold, friendship with Wang Kai. Failure penalty, reputation reduced by 500. Without hesitation, Ling Shang accepted the quest. The 5,000 experience points were sufficient for him to level up, and gaining Wang Kai's friendship would undoubtedly benefit him in the game's future endeavors. As for the failure penalty, it scarcely crossed his mind. Wait, warrior! Wang Kai called out urgently. Do you know where the Black Stone Tower is? Ling Shang paused, nearly blurting out that he did not know. So focused was he on the quest rewards that he had forgotten to inquire about directions. Fortunately, he quickly recovered, adopting an air of confidence as he replied, Of course I know. Such trivial matters do not require your concern. With that, he strode purposefully out of the room. Upon exiting Wang Kai's shop, Ling Shang wiped non-existent sweat from his forehead. It suddenly dawned on him a crucial question. Wasn't the Black Stone Tower sealed? How could monsters be lurking within? Nevertheless, he swiftly cast the thought aside. What did it matter? For him, it was fortuitous. This implied he could get a head start over other players, gaining more experience and equipment. As he pondered, he made his way towards the outskirts of the city. With wealth, he could purchase property in the game, acquire land, and then he envisioned a bright future ahead, a smile creeping onto his lips. Perhaps he could even. He abruptly halted, his eyes lighting up. Right? I need to check on my house first. Chapter 18. The unveiling of the top 10 masters list. Ling Shang's house was, in truth, the sole inheritance left to him by his parents. Initially, he had intended to rent out one of the rooms to supplement their household income and perhaps meet some new friends. However, his sister vehemently opposed this, claiming that having strangers in the house would rob her of her sense of security. My parents left us too soon, Ling Shang sighed, a fleeting look of melancholy crossing his face. Fortunately, my sister is understanding. We rely on each other. He gazed skyward, as if hoping to glimpse his parents' gentle smiles through the expanse of blue. I am a distinguished graduate of Huaxia University. He quickly regained his spirits, pride infusing his tone. After graduation, he had joined a renowned gaming company, expecting to flourish, only to be met with a harsh dose of reality. That balding old man only knows how to exploit us newcomers. Ling Shang fumed, shaking his fist in indignation. Ultimately, he had been dismissed under the pretext of failing to meet performance standards. On the day he was fired, Ling Shang felt as though the sky had fallen upon him. He wandered aimlessly through the streets, uncertain of his next steps. Rather than languishing in such a stifling environment, he resolved to take a leap of faith, clenching his fists, determination burning in his eyes. He declared, the emergence of the Game King was like a ray of dawn, illuminating my bleak existence. I invested all my savings to purchase the most advanced virtual headset. I understood that this was an opportunity, a chance to alter my fate. I shall become the strongest player. Ling Shang's eyes blazed with fervor. I will amass great wealth and buy my sister the finest house, allowing her to live like a princess. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he slapped his thigh, nearly forgetting. I must visit the apothecary to procure some antidotes. The beasts within the Black Stone Tower are known to spew venom. He turned and sprinted towards the city's apothecary. Muttering to himself, I wonder if the potions in this game are expensive. Upon reaching the apothecary's entrance, he spotted a familiar figure. Ling Sheng dashed into the shop, nearly colliding with a fellow player approaching from the opposite direction. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the girl in suspenders from their brief encounter in the novice village. What a coincidence, Ling Sheng greeted her warmly. After acquiring the antidotes, he wasted no time and hurried towards the Black Stone Tower. The Black Stone Tower lay deep within the Sunset Marsh, in a secluded location, rumored to be a site where ancient deities were once sealed. Ling Sheng traversed through rugged terrain and marshy waters for over an hour before finally catching sight of the tower's silhouette in the distance. It was an imposing black edifice, its surface adorned with mysterious runes, exuding an aura of ancient malevolence. The tower's pinnacle pierced the clouds, appearing particularly ominous in the fading light of sunset. The atmosphere around it grew oppressively heavy, making each breath feel laborious. Ling Sheng took a deep breath, attempting to steady his frayed nerves. He produced a map and meticulously confirmed the location of the Black Stone Tower. This is indeed the place. He murmured to himself, excitement flickering in his eyes. He cautiously approached the tower, scrutinizing the surrounding environment. Suddenly, he halted, his gaze fixed upon a stone tablet at the base of the tower. The tablet bore ancient inscriptions, and after much effort, Ling Sheng managed to decipher a few words. Intruders. Perished. It appeared that this place was indeed extraordinary. Ling Sheng murmured, gripping the antidote tightly, a peculiar premonition washing over him. Slowly, he extended his hand towards the entrance of the Black Stone Tower. Who goes there? Ling Sheng scanned his surroundings warily, only to find the area desolate. Could it be an illusion? Shaking his head, he buried his doubts and continued towards the tower. A thunderous roar suddenly erupted from ahead, followed by the emergence of a colossal black panther leaping from the thicket, blocking Ling Sheng's path. The panther was as dark as ink, its eyes glinting with a savage light, its sharp fangs reflecting a cold gleam in the sunlight. Level display. Level 15. A level 15 creature dares to flaunt its arrogance before me. A smirk of disdain curled at the corners of Ling Sheng's mouth. Since entering the game, he had yet to encounter a true challenge. Though the panther's level surpassed his, in his eyes, it was merely a slightly larger cat. With a swift motion, Ling Sheng vanished from sight. The black panther lunged but missed, letting out a furious roar. In the next instant, Ling Sheng's figure appeared behind the black panther, his long sword slicing through the air with a fierce glimmer. Splurt! Blood spattered as the panther let out a wretched scream, its massive body crashing to the ground. Unable to withstand a single blow, Ling Sheng sheathed his sword, filled with a sense of grandeur. Once I elevate my level, I shall challenge even more formidable monsters. Ding! System announcement. Congratulations to the first batch of 1,000 players in King for completing their job change. The major leaderboards are now officially open. The system announcement echoed 3 times, sending the entire game world into a frenzy. Ling Sheng also heard the announcement, his heart stirring. The leaderboards have finally opened. I wonder what my ranking is. He opened the leaderboard interface, his gaze swiftly scanning through various lists. Level leaderboard, equipment leaderboard, wealth leaderboard. Oh? What is this top 10 masters list? Ling Sheng noticed a new leaderboard that listed the 10 most recognized top players in the game. He clicked on the list and scrutinized the names displayed. First place, Sword God Dugu Qiubai. Second place, Demon Lord Shueisha. Third place, Holy Knight Lightbringer. As Ling Sheng perused the list, he murmured to himself, these names, why do they sound so familiar? Suddenly, his gaze halted at the 10th position, his pupils constricting sharply. 10th place, Ling Yun. This name reminded him of someone, a person he both admired and feared. Could it be him? A tempest surged within Ling Sheng's heart. If it truly is him, then this game has become even more intriguing. I merely wish to quietly amass wealth, free from any entanglements. Ling Sheng shook his head, closing the leaderboard interface, and continued towards the Black Stone Tower. Upon reaching the tower's entrance, he pushed the door, only to find it immovable. It seems I must locate the mechanism to open the door. Ling Sheng surveyed his surroundings in search of clues. Suddenly, he heard a chilling voice behind him. Are you looking for this? The system prompt sounded abruptly. Ding! Congratulations to player Ling Sheng for entering the 10th position on the top 10 Masters leaderboard. Would you like to hide your name? Almost simultaneously, another notification followed. Ding! Congratulations to player Ling Sheng for entering the 10th position on the Prestige leaderboard. Would you like to hide your name? Ling Shang was momentarily stunned before promptly choosing to hide his name without hesitation. The emergence of the leaderboards was not necessarily a boon for him. He merely wished to quietly accumulate wealth and live a stable life. Not to become a target, hiding his name was the best course of action he could conceive at the moment. Pulling up the leaderboard, Ling Shang quickly scanned through it. Unsurprisingly, the first place on the level leaderboard still belonged to the mysterious sword god Dugu Qiubai. The top spot on the equipment leaderboard was occupied by someone named Tianhua Lunghuan. Ling Shang vaguely recalled that this name seemed to belong to the president of a large gaming studio. It appears that this game has indeed attracted the attention of various bigwigs. The first place on the wealth leaderboard was held by a player with the ID Feng Yunjinlong. Ling Shang had no impression of this name. Likely a low-profile whale. Beyond these few lists, Ling Shang also noticed a hatred leaderboard. This list tracked the number of mutual killings between players and their bounties. Sanyue Huangfu, Sanyue Yangguang. Ling Shang's lips curled into a cold smile upon seeing these two names. These two were precisely the individuals he had taught a lesson to back in the novice village. Tio think they still harbored a grudge, placing him on the hatred leaderboard. Humph, a bunch of clowns. Ling Shang disdainfully scoffed. With his current strength, dealing with these two would be as effortless as flipping a hand. However, he had no intention of proactively seeking trouble with them. Better to avoid unnecessary conflict. He only wished to quietly earn his wealth on the top 10 Masters leaderboard. Apart from sword god Dugu Qiubai, he had also heard of a few other names. Demon Lord Shueisha was said to be a lone wolf with unfathomable strength. Holy Knight Lightbringer was the leader of a large guild, commanding a legion of experts. Ling Yun. Ling Shang's gaze fell upon this name once more, an uneasy feeling stirring within him. He had witnessed this person's prowess firsthand and knew it was not to be underestimated. The appearance of the leaderboard signified that competition in King would become even more intense. Ling Shang thought to himself. However, this has nothing to do with me. I merely wish to make a little money, with no ambitions of conquering the world. Just as he was pondering, a chilling voice suddenly echoed from behind. Are you looking for this? Ling Shang whirled around, only to see a man clad in black, holding a dagger, standing not far behind him. The man wore a sinister smile, his dagger glinting ominously. Who are you? Ling Shang felt a chill run down his spine, an ominous premonition washing over him. The one who will kill you. The man in black scoffed coldly, thrusting the dagger forward. Chapter 19. The Battle of Heroes. Old 3 stood alone in the bustling square. His gaze firmly locked on the enormous leaderboard shimmering with golden light above. The three major leaderboards, level, wealth, and combat power, were currently displayed in succession, showcasing the most elite players in the world of King. Old 3's eyes lingered solely on the name at the top of the level leaderboard, Sword God Dugu Qiubai. Eldest brother, second brother, fourth brother, fifth brother Qin Feng. Where are you all now? Old 3 murmured to himself. A hint of solitude reflected in his eyes. Once, the five brothers had dominated the gaming realm, leaving a resounding legacy in other games. Players around were chattering animatedly about the leaderboard. Sword God Dugu Qiubai? That name sounds incredibly imposing. Player 1 gazed in admiration. Could it be a game bug? How could his level be so high? Player A scratched his head in suspicion. If only I could be his underling. Leveling up would be a breeze. Player B dreamily remarked. A female player named Roaching Si Shui suddenly appeared among the top 10 on the wealth leaderboard, igniting further discussions among the players. Beautiful lady, I can be your bodyguard, Player A shouted aloud. Humph, she must have relied on a man to get on the list, Player B sneered. Teach, maybe she is far more capable than you, Player 2 retorted. Nearby, Player C silently gazed at the leaderboard, his eyes flickering, lost in thought. Hey, buddy, you were checking the leaderboard too? A passerby patted Old 3 on the shoulder. Indeed. Old 3 forced a smile, but his heart was filled with bitterness. This first place is truly incredible. I wonder what kind of deity he is in real life. A passerby sighed. 2 flamboyantly dressed sisters passed by, with Sister 1 playfully exclaiming, If only I could marry Sword God Dugu Qiubai. On the opposite side of the square, a man clad in fiery red armor coldly observed the level leaderboard. He was none other than Li Hua, the second-ranked player on the top 10 Masters leaderboard. His gaze was fixated on the name Sword God Dugu Qiubai, a cold smirk playing on his lips. How interesting, someone dares to surpass me. Beside him stood a man in an icy blue robe. Tianhua Lunghuan, the third-ranked player on the top 10 Masters leaderboard, who casually remarked, "Big brother, do you want me to investigate his background?" Li Huo waved his hand dismissively. "Not yet, let us wait a bit." Meanwhile, in a dark forest, a man wielding a huge blade, Tianhua Daoyin, was manically slaughtering the surrounding monsters. His eyes were fierce as he muttered, "Sword God Dugu Qiubai, I must defeat you." In another bustling city, a blond man, Fengyun Jinlong, the fourth-ranked player on the top 10 Masters leaderboard, stood facing off against a man in black, Fengyun Malong. The blond man wore a confident smile. "Big brother, that top position is mine for the taking." The man in black merely replied indifferently, "Let us hope so." A glint of determination flashed in the blond man's eyes as he slowly said, "It seems we should." Li Huo gripped the spear tightly in his hand, the weapon emitting a low hum, as if responding to the burning fighting spirit within him. The name Sword God Dugu Qiubai on the leaderboard was like a thorn deeply embedded in his heart. He was the second player in King to slay a boss and complete his job change, a glory that had once filled him with pride, now overshadowed by this sudden first place. The level disparity is astonishing. Li Huo narrowed his eyes, attempting to see through the golden name that shone so brightly. Could he have mastered some secrets we are unaware of? Memories of the blood-soaked battle, finally vanquishing the boss, flooded his mind. The glory and joy of that moment had now morphed into an endless sense of defeat. He slammed his spear into the ground, causing cracks to form in the sturdy stone slab. So what if his level is high? True strength cannot simply be determined by level. A fierce glint flashed in Li Huo's eyes. I shall see what this sword god Dugu Qiubai is truly made of, and whether he can withstand my blazing spear of destruction. Standing beside him, his brother Tianhua Lenghuan bore a different expression. He quietly observed the leaderboard, his eyes glimmering with contemplation. "Brother, your achievements are already quite remarkable." The black stone staff in Tianhua Lenghuan's hand emanated a faint glow, as if resonating with his thoughts. "Thanks to this black stone staff," he murmured softly, recalling a figure, a young player clad in knightly armor, wielding a long sword. That was just a few days ago when he, alongside a knight named Ling Shang, had joined forces to slay the demonized Hedgehog King. The battle was exceptionally arduous. Had it not been for Ling Shang's remarkable swordsmanship and calm judgment, they would likely have long perished. Ling Shang, Tianhua Lenghuan murmured to himself, could it be that the sword god, Dugu Qiubai, is indeed he? Lenghuan, what are you pondering? Li Huo's voice interrupted Tianhua Lenghuan's reverie. Nothing, elder brother, Tianhua Lenghuan replied, shaking his head and temporarily suppressing his doubts. Let us proceed. Li Huo turned away, his tone imbued with an undeniable resolve. Where to, elder brother? Tianhua Lenghuan inquired. Li Huo paused, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. Of course, we are going to. Tianhua Daoyin abruptly yanked Tianhua Lenghuan by the collar, his tone brusque. What are you daydreaming about? What's so fascinating about the rankings? Come, let us level up. I aim to break into the top 10. Tianhua Lenghuan was taken aback by this sudden action, nearly dropping his black stone staff to the ground. He steadied himself, discreetly smoothing out the creases in his collar, his gaze flickering with a complex light. Elder brother, levels are not everything, he attempted to dissuade, yet the thought lingered in his mind. Could the sword god, Dugu Qiubai, truly be Ling Shang? Ultimately, however, he chose silence. Ling Shang deliberately concealed his identity, perhaps for reasons of his own, and he had no desire to shatter this aura of mystery. Meanwhile, within the bustling royal city, Fengyun Jinlong glowered at the leaderboard, his expression as dark as a stormy sky. 3 names, 3 lofty titles, weighed upon him like insurmountable mountains. He slammed his fist against the table, causing the golden goblet to leap. Spilling fine wine that stained his sleeve crimson, a fierce ambition blazed in Fengyun Jinlong's eyes. He was determined to chase, to surpass, to trample those 3 names beneath his feet. He could almost envision himself standing atop the leaderboard, basking in the adoration of the masses. Sword god Dugu Qiubai, Li Huo, Tianhua Lenghuan. Fengyun Jinlong enunciated each name with a chilling smile. Soon, you shall realize how foolish it is to oppose me. He sprang to his feet, flinging the door open and striding out with purpose. Chapter 20. Undercurrents at the same time. Sha Tian, ranked second, sighed heavily at the leaderboard. The first place, sword god Dugu Qiubai, is simply inhuman. The level gap is colossal. Is he even human? Louis Jianlong shot him a sidelong glance, tinged with reproach. Less complaining, more leveling up is the way to go. The elder brother is under great pressure. Could you not be so troublesome? Chapertion raked his fingers through his hair, exuding helplessness. I wish I could, but leveling up in this game is exceedingly difficult. And that rascal Sangu insists on us maintaining a low profile, leaving me to bear the brunt of the grind. He covertly glanced at Louis Jianlong's expression, noting it was far from pleasant, and hastily changed the subject. By the way, aren't the fourth and fifth brothers arriving soon? I'll go greet them. Louis Jianlong sighed, his gaze fixed on the leaderboard, eyes clouded with complexity. Sangonot sigh, I don't even know what he is thinking. Dream Snow, such a wonderful girl, has been hurt so deeply by him. Chapertion's heart tightened at this topic, knowing too well that Sanji's romantic affairs were a taboo subject among their brothers. He forced a laugh. Rising to leave, I'll go fetch them. You keep an eye on things. If the first place drops down, remember to inform me. As Chapertion approached the teleportation array, he happened upon the brothers Sanyi Kuangfu and Sanyi Yangguang emerging from the portal. Fourth brother, fifth brother, you've finally arrived. Chapertion greeted them with a bear hug. Sanyi Kuangfu laughed heartily. Second brother, we arrived. Heard that elder brother is nearly going mad trying to climb the ranks? Sanyi Yangguang added with a smile. Elder brother is simply too competitive. However, that first place is indeed formidable. It's only been a short while since the server opened, and his level is already so high. Chapertion leaned closer to the two, whispering conspiratorially, I suspect that sword god Dugu Chiobite. He paused dramatically, heightening their curiosity. Suspect what? The brothers asked in unison. I suspect. Chapertion lowered his voice again. He's a bot. In the distance, Gainai Dao was teaming up with Feng Yun Sanji Lao who to slay monsters. Boss, what do you think about the first-ranked sword god Dugu Chiobite? What is his background? Gainai Dao inquired, swinging his sword. The leader of Feng Yun Sanji Lao who, Feng Yun Jinlong, snorted dismissively. What does it matter? Sooner or later, he will be my defeated foe. At that moment, Ling Shang was leisurely humming a tune as he strolled along the path in the novice village. Ding! Congratulations to player Ling Shang for completing the quest collect 10 herbs, earning 100 experience points and 10 copper coins. Haha, leveled up again, Ling Shang exclaimed, clenching his fist in excitement. He opened the leaderboard to check his rank. Huh? 9th place? Not bad, not bad. Ling Shang nodded in satisfaction, realizing that it wouldn't be long before he broke into the top 3. Just as he was reveling in his thoughts, he suddenly heard a bright voice behind him. Excuse me, young sir, could you spare a moment? Hao Tian, the president of the Wangzhe Guild, was currently frowning darkly at the leaderboard. Beside him, a petite figure, ID in Hunbu San, was cautiously reading the room. Boss, don't be angry. The game has only been live for a day, and the level gap isn't too significant yet. We still have a chance, In Hunbu San said, wearing a conciliatory smile. Hao Tian snorted. A day? In just one day, to be left so far behind. How can I not be angry? Go, arrange for someone to investigate all the boss spawn locations and times. In Hunbu San nodded vigorously and darted off. Meanwhile, Sanyi Kuangfu gazed at the leaderboard with a heavy sigh. Fifth brother, look, we've dropped to 8th and 9th place. This leveling speed is simply too slow. Sanyi Yangguang patted his shoulder in consolation. Don't be disheartened, fourth brother. Making it into the top 10 is already commendable. Look at those major guilds, having spent so much money. They still beneath us, aren't they? Sanyi Kuangfu scratched his head in frustration. That is true, but... Suddenly, a thought struck him. By the way, why haven't the Eagle King's 5 brothers made it onto the leaderboard? Their strength is formidable too. Sanyi Yangguang's expression shifted slightly as he whispered. I've heard that the Eagle King's guild has disbanded. Seems they don't wish to engage in major conflicts. They just want to enjoy the game peacefully. Sanyi Kuangfu's eyes lit up as a bold idea took shape in his mind. If we could recruit them, he murmured excitedly. Sanyi Yangguang looked at him quizzically. Recruit them? What are you planning? Sanyi Kuangfu smiled meaningfully. If we could join forces with the Eagle King and his brothers, he paused, his gaze fixed intently on the leaderboard. Do you think we could dominate the game without difficulty? Sanyi Yangguang was taken aback, watching the spark of ambition in Sanyi Kuangfu's eyes, a wave of inexplicable unease washing over him. He opened his mouth to say something but found no words would come. At that moment, a melodious female voice chimed from behind Ling Shang. Excuse me, young sir, could you assist me with a favor? Ling Shang turned to see a girl clad in a red outfit, her expression radiant as she regarded him. The girl had bright eyes and a captivating visage, wielding an exquisite dagger, with a long sword hanging at her side. Ling Shang was momentarily taken aback, thinking to himself, this girl does not seem to come with good intentions. Sanye Kuangfu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he clapped his hands. It's settled then, fifth brother. Go contact the Eagle King and tell him I wish to discuss matters of collaboration. Although Sanye Yongguang still harbored doubts, he nodded in agreement upon witnessing Sanye Kuangfu's determination. All right. I'll give it a try, he mused internally. The Eagle King's 5 brothers possess exceptional strength. If we could truly unite, then in the game. Meanwhile, Gay and Yi Dao glared at the leaderboard with a chilling gaze. He had heard the boasts of Feng Yuan Sanji Lao, who clearly and scoffed inwardly. A bunch of fools, merely indulging in empty bravado. He silently sheathed his blade and vanished into the dark alley. A true hunter always lurks in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to deliver a fatal blow to his prey. Gay and Yi Dao murmured to himself, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. What he sought was not fleeting glory, but ultimate victory. He understood that players like Feng Yuan Sanji Lao who only knew how to rush headlong, would eventually become stepping stones for him. All he needed to do was wait quietly, biding his time for the perfect moment to strike with resounding impact. On the other hand, the atmosphere among Feng Yuan Sanji Lao who was starkly different. Feng Yuan Jianlong slammed his fist on the table, roaring, "Damn that rabbit! If it weren't for him, we would have already made it into the top 10. Feng Yuan Yinlong and Feng Yuan Tonglong shared his frustration, their faces etched with discontent. Their trio had boasted high efficiency in monster hunting and were on track to secure a top 10 position, only to be thwarted by a newcomer donning a rabbit mask who snatched their boss, causing them to plummet off the leaderboard. What should we do now, elder brother? Feng Yuan Tonglong gritted his teeth and asked. Feng Yuan Jianlong's face darkened, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. Find out? I must uncover the identity of this rabbit. How dare he steal my boss? I will make him regret it. As for Ling Shang, he turned to the red-clad girl with a polite smile. Miss, how may I assist you? The girl in the red dress blinked her eyes, her smile sweet. Young man, I notice your level isn't particularly high. Being alone in this novice village may not be the safest choice. Why not join our Crimson Lotus Guild? We could team up and level up together. Wouldn't that be delightful? A flicker of intrigue crossed Ling Shang's mind. The Crimson Lotus Guild? The name seemed vaguely familiar. As he pondered, he suddenly felt a chill creeping up his back, and a shadow lunged at him with astonishing speed. Instinctively, Ling Shang sidestepped, narrowly evading the strike. Upon focusing his gaze, he saw a cloaked figure in black, brandishing a sharp blade, coldly staring at him. The assailant remained silent, launching another attack, prompting Ling Shang to swiftly draw his sword for defense. Miss, you should leave, he urged the girl in red while fending off the black-clad figure's assault. Yet, she showed no intention of departing. Instead, she watched the skirmish with keen interest, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of her mouth. How intriguing, she murmured softly, a glint of subtle excitement flickering in her eyes. It appeared she had stumbled upon something quite fascinating. Ling Shang pivoted his sword, forcing back the cloaked assailant. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly accessed his attributes panel, allocating all the experience points he had just earned to strength and agility. Ding! Congratulations, player Ling Shang, your level has risen to 15. The system notification chimed. A surge of joy filled Ling Shang as the attribute boost from leveling up infused him with newfound vigor. His gaze sharpened, fixated on the cloaked figure, a confident smile gracing his lips. Let me test my new level on you. With nimble footwork, Ling Shang moved like a phantom, his sword transforming into a flurry of silver streaks, relentlessly assaulting the cloaked adversary. Though the black-clad figure's strikes were fierce, they gradually faltered under Ling Shang's fierce onslaught. A shriek escaped the cloaked figure as it collapsed, dissipating into a wisp of white light. Ding! Congratulations, player Ling Shang. You have slain the Black Panther, earning 200 experience points. Black Panther Bone X1, Black Panther Skin X1. The system notification rang once more. Ling Shang sheathed his sword and approached the remains of the Black Panther, expertly collecting the bone and skin. Ding! Collecting proficiency. 10. Ling Shang delved deeper into the forest, hunting more Black Panthers, continuously enhancing both his level and collecting skills. He also gathered various herbs and copper ore. Ding! Congratulations, player Ling Shang. Collecting skill has advanced to intermediate. The system notification filled him with delight. He then realized that in the Game Kingdom, the rarity of materials far exceeded that of other games, and that advanced materials required corresponding skills for collection. Surveying his overflowing backpack, a sense of accomplishment washed over him. He opened the map and noticed a structure labeled Blackstone Tower nearby, indicating the presence of higher-level monsters and richer resources. Following the map's guidance, Ling Shang traversed a mist-shrouded formation, advancing toward Blackstone Tower. The trees around grew increasingly sparse, and a chilling atmosphere enveloped the air. This place feels off. Ling Shang tightened his grip on his sword. Vigilantly scanning his surroundings, suddenly, a raspy voice echoed from the darkness. Fresh. Chapter 21. Exploring Blackstone Tower. The imposing Blackstone Tower loomed, its structure built from dark, colossal stones, emanating an eerie and terrifying aura. The trees surrounding it were withered and twisted, as if corrupted by some malevolent force. Ling Shang clutched his sword tightly, cautiously approaching the tower's entrance. Creak. A sound of bones grinding against one another emanated from within the tower. Immediately heightening Ling Shang's alertness, he spotted several skeletal soldiers, their entire bodies resembling mere frameworks, wandering near the tower's door, wielding rusted weapons. Ling Shang promptly used his insight skill on one of the skeletal soldiers. Skeletal soldier, level 15, health 200, attack 20, defense 10, skill, bone claw attack, level 15, 5 levels higher than the previous Black Panther, Ling Shang noted inwardly. However, with my current strength, I should be able to handle this. Taking a deep breath, as if to draw in all the power surrounding him, he firmly grasped his glimmering sword, his gaze resolute and fierce, akin to a tiger locking onto its prey. In the next moment, without hesitation, he surged forth like a gust of wind toward the nearest skeletal soldier. Whoosh! With a sharp slicing sound, his sword traced a dazzling arc through the air. This arc, like a flash of lightning cutting through the night sky, illuminated the darkened space around him. Simultaneously, a fierce wave of sword energy erupted from the blade, surging toward the unfortunate skeletal soldier. Crack! The sound of bones shattering echoed as a fissure formed in the skeletal soldier's structure. Yet it did not completely disintegrate. Their defense is indeed formidable, Ling Shang mused. The skeletal soldier emitted a piercing shriek, swinging its bone claws at Ling Shang. He adeptly evaded while countering with a precise strike to the soldier's neck bone. Crack! The sound resounded as the soldier's skull toppled, scattering bone fragments across the ground. Ding! Skeletal soldier slain. Earned 150 experience points. Ashes X1. Ding! Collecting proficiency 5. Ling Shang skillfully collected the ashes dropped by the skeletal soldier and continued deeper into the tower. The first floor of Blackstone Tower revealed a spacious hall, dominated by a massive stone pillar adorned with strange runes. More skeletal soldiers roamed the hall, numbering at least a dozen. Ling Shang felt no trepidation. He swung his sword like a descending tiger, charging into the throng of skeletal soldiers. The glimmer of his sword danced, the sounds of shattering bones ringing out in a relentless symphony, thanks to his exquisite swordsmanship and agile movements. He navigated through the skeletal ranks with ease. A thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the hall. A colossal skeletal captain, wielding a massive bone axe, emerged from the shadows. It radiated an overwhelming aura, evidently far stronger than the ordinary skeletal soldiers. The skeletal captain swept in like a chilling gale, its enormous axe glinting ominously. Raising the bone axe high, it struck down upon Ling Shang with the force of a mountain. As if intending to cleave him in two in the face of such a ferocious assault, Ling Shang exhibited no signs of retreat. He firmly planted his feet, his gaze unwavering and sharp, gripping his sword tightly. Unhesitatingly countering the skeletal captain's blow. In an instant, the two weapons clashed violently in midair, producing a deafening clang. Sparks flew, illuminating the dark surroundings like a dazzling firework display. The force of their collision radiated outward like a surging tide. Ling Shang felt an overwhelming power coursing down his sword into his arm, numbing his grip and nearly causing him to drop the hilt. Yet, he gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and with sheer willpower. He steadied himself, engaging in a thrilling life-or-death duel with the skeletal captain. Such immense strength! Ling Shang's heart raced with astonishment. Yet instead of faltering, it ignited his fighting spirit. With a fierce roar, he channeled all his strength into his sword. Striking once more at the skeletal captain, the fierce battle raged on for what felt like an eternity, and through unwavering determination, Ling Shang ultimately felled the skeletal captain. Ding! Skeletal captain slain. Earned 500 experience points. Gained 100 reputation points. Ling Shang gazed down at the remnants of the skeletal captain and the gleaming spoils, a smile gracing his lips. It seems this Blackstone Tower is indeed a treasure trove. He mused, his gaze drifting toward the deeper recesses, where more mysteries awaited. A warm surge enveloped him, and his experience bar filled to capacity, signaling a level up. Ding! Congratulations, player Ling Shang, you have leveled up to 16. Earning 5 free attribute points. Without hesitation, he allocated all points to strength, feeling the surge of power course through him as he clenched his fist in satisfaction. He then expertly harvested the skeletal captain's massive form. Ding! Collection successful. Earned Black Crystal X2. The black crystals gleamed with an eerie light, and Ling Shang sensed their extraordinary nature. Eagerly, he examined the equipment dropped by the skeletal captain. 2 items lay on the ground. Radiating an alluring glow. 1 was a menacing helmet, entirely golden, intricately carved with skull motifs, exuding a faint aura of authority. Golden skull helmet. Equipable at level 20. Exceptional, Ling Shang exclaimed, though he could not equip it just yet. It was undoubtedly a remarkable piece of gear that filled him with anticipation for future adventures. The other was a ring shimmering with an ethereal blue glow, its surface inlaid with a black crystal akin to those he had previously collected. Black crystal ring, equipable at level 15, blue quality. Ling Shang immediately donned the ring, feeling a refreshing sensation coursing through him, indicating a slight enhancement of his attributes. Surveying the hall, he noticed no other monsters remained. Only scattered bones and equipment littered across the floor. He collected several usable weapons, intending to sell them for coin. Suddenly, his attention fell upon a tightly shut stone door at the hall's rear. A chill emanating from the crack behind this door, Ling Shang murmured, stepping toward the stone portal. What could lie beyond? He pushed against it, but the door did not budge. It seems that one must find a way to unlock it. He stepped back a few paces, scrutinizing the intricate patterns and mechanisms etched upon the ancient stone door, a hint of confidence curling at the corner of his mouth. How intriguing! Chapter 22. The return of the fair lady. Ling Shang's eyes widened as he fixed his gaze upon the immense and venerable stone door before him. The door was adorned with a myriad of dense and complex engravings, which appeared to possess some enigmatic power and order, eluding comprehension. His brow furrowed tightly, his mind brimming with uncertainty and anxiety. Previously, he had exhausted every conceivable method in his attempts to pry open this steadfast barrier. Initially, he relied on sheer brute force, ramming against the stone door, yet it stood resolute like an impregnable fortress, showing no signs of yielding. Subsequently, he meticulously searched the surrounding area, leaving no potential hiding place for a mechanism unexplored. However, after an arduous search, he remained empty-handed. The door seemed to be enchanted, firmly sealing off the passage to the unknown realm. At this moment, Ling Shang felt a twinge of frustration, yet he did not relent. Drawing a deep breath, he steadied his mind and redirected his gaze toward the mesmerizing engravings, hoping to uncover a clue to unlock the stone door. Over the course of 3 days, he had nearly exhausted himself on the first floor of the Black Stone Tower, transitioning from initial excitement to profound fatigue, with only his desire for advancement and curiosity about the secrets behind the door sustaining him. Finally, after vanquishing the last skeletal warrior, a flash of golden light signified his ascension to level 20. He clenched his fists, letting out an exhilarated shout, only to follow it with a sigh. 3 days had yielded but a mere 5 levels. The equipment drop rates in this game were appallingly low, and the gold was pitifully scarce, not to mention the excruciatingly slow pace of leveling up. He opened his inventory, gazing at the scant few pieces of equipment and coins within, shaking his head in resignation. Just as he prepared to log out of the game, a sudden, urgent ringing of the doorbell interrupted his thoughts. Ling Shang removed his helmet, rubbed his aching eyes, and approached the door with a hint of impatience. Who could it be? He wondered as he opened the door. Brother. A petite figure suddenly leapt into his embrace, the soft sensation catching him off guard. I got an early holiday. Surprised, aren't you? Lin Yusin wriggled free from his grasp and cheerfully entered the room. Brother, are you playing games again? I told you not to play for too long. It's bad for your health. Ling Shang could only smile wryly, poised to respond when another round of knocking resounded from the door. I'll go answer it. Lin Yusin bounced towards the door. Yitong, what are you doing here? Lin Yusin's astonished voice sent a jolt through Ling Shang's heart. He approached the entrance to find a graceful girl standing there. Li Yitong, the one he had secretly admired for ages. I came to see you. Li Yitong's cheeks flushed slightly upon meeting Ling Shang's gaze, and she lowered her head. Ling Shang, momentarily at a loss for words, stammered, "Adopt please, come in." Brother Ling Shang, Li Yitong gently called out as she stepped inside. I'll go prepare dinner. You two can chat. Lin Yusin flashed a knowing smile before turning towards the kitchen. All right. Ling Shang stood there, his gaze following Li Yitong as she settled onto the sofa. He opened his mouth to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. Brother Ling Shang, Li Yitong lifted her head, her clear, large eyes locking onto his dingling. The clattering of pots and pans in the kitchen interrupted Li Yitong's words. I'll go check, she said, rising to her feet and heading towards the kitchen. Ling Shang watched her retreating figure, feelings of confusion swirling within him. Yusin, do you need my help? Li Yitong's voice called from the kitchen. No, you chat with my brother. He must be terribly bored at home, Lin Yusin teased with a hint of mischief. Li Yitong's voice trailed off. Ling Shang felt his heart racing, as if it might leap from his chest. Li Yitong, the goddess he had secretly adored for so many years, stood so close, almost within reach. He gazed at her, his eyes brimming with affection. Feeling uncomfortable under his gaze, Li Yitong shyly lowered her head, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. That moment, Lin Yusin approached, carrying Li Yitong's suitcase. Brother, why are you just standing there? Hurry up and help Yitong with her luggage. Li Yitong glanced up, her eyes meeting Ling Shang's briefly before darting away. Oh. Ling Shang responded, the atmosphere thickening with awkward silence. Seeing this, Lin Yusin quickly intervened. Yitong, you must be hungry. Let's go prepare dinner. Sounds good. Li Yitong readily agreed. Ling Shang wanted to add something but was preempted by Li Yitong. Brother Ling Shang, what would you like to eat? Just as he was about to respond, Lin Yusin interjected, Brother, I want sweet and sour ribs. A flicker of disappointment crossed Ling Shang's face, yet he maintained a smile, replying, all right, we'll make sweet and sour ribs. And braised fish, Lin Yusin continued to order, and Li Yitong pondered, I'd like cola chicken wings. Sure, no problem, Ling Shang readily agreed. Then I'll go start cooking. As Li Yitong spoke, she moved towards the kitchen. Wait, Lin Yusin interjected. Sister Yitong, I want to learn how to cook. Sure. Li Yitong smiled in response. Ling Shang observed the two of them retreating into the kitchen, a medley of emotions swirling within him. He opened his mouth to speak but found himself at a loss. Brother, why are you dawdling? Go buy the ingredients. Lin Yusin suddenly turned and exclaimed. Oh, right. Ling Shang quickly acquiesced and turned to leave. Wait. Lin Yusin called out again, brother, wait for me. I'll go with you. Ling Shang was about to refuse, but Lin Yusin had already approached him, grabbing his arm and dragging him towards the door. Hey, I can go by myself, he protested. Reluctantly, Ling Shang followed Lin Yusin out the door. Brother. Lin Yusin suddenly halted, turning to face him. What is it? Ling Shang asked, puzzled. You? Lin Yusin hesitated, then abruptly reached out. Chapter 23. The sisters' matchmaking. Lin Yusin did not follow Li Yitong into the kitchen as anticipated. Instead, she spun around abruptly and grasped Ling Shang's ear, causing him to wince in pain. Ouch, my little ancestor. Be gentle, brother. Are you foolish? You let such a splendid opportunity slip by. Lin Yusin glared at him, still twisting his ear. Look at you. You've even made Yitong cry. Ling Shang was utterly bewildered. When had he made Li Yitong cry? He distinctly remembered her smiling gently. Just as he was about to protest, Lin Yusin suddenly released his ear, her slender fingers gently massaging the reddened lobe. Her tone softening. Brother, how are you going to manage if you remain so dense? As she continued to knead, Lin Yusin's expression shifted to one of cunning. Brother, go buy the ingredients. I'll go comfort Sister Yitong. Women tend to communicate better among themselves. Ling Shang had not yet grasped the meaning behind his sister's words when she gave him a gentle push out the door. Remember to buy some dishes that Sister Itong likes. Lin Yusin called after him as he strolled along the street. Ling Shang's mind was awash with thoughts. He and Li Yitong were university classmates and had maintained contact since graduation. She was gentle, kind, and understanding. He had silently harbored feelings for her, but had never mustered the courage to confess. Today, as he observed Li Yitong and his sister bustling about in the kitchen, he realized he could no longer afford to linger in indecision. Upon returning home, he made his way straight to the kitchen. Li Yitong stood with her back to him, chopping vegetables. He quietly approached her from behind and enveloped her in an embrace. Li Yitong jolted slightly, nearly dropping the knife in her hand. Ling Shang, I like you, he whispered softly in her ear, his tone both resolute and tender. Li Yitong turned to face him, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Yet her expression radiated happiness. Lin Yusin stood at the kitchen doorway, observing the two in their embrace, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. She turned to leave, humming a tune. Ah, the youth of today, truly. With a sly smile, Lin Yusin donned an expression that conveyed her understanding, leaving Ling Shang even more perplexed. He felt his ears burning, recalling the painful twist from earlier. Does it still hurt? Lin Yusin feigned concern, her fingers still gently caressing his ear. It's nothing, nothing, Ling Shang mumbled, internally grumbling. This girl is quite ruthless, brother. You must cherish such a wonderful girl like Sister Itong. Lin Yusin suddenly spoke earnestly. Don't be shy like before and miss out on a good opportunity. Ling Shang felt a twinge of embarrassment at his sister's words, scratching his head and offering a sheepish smile. I know, that's good to hear, Lin Yusin said, satisfied as she patted his shoulder. I'm off to buy the ingredients. You better behave with that. She dashed out the door, leaving Ling Shang standing there, lost in thought. Though his sister often enjoyed teasing him, she always provided the most sincere advice and support in critical moments. Watching her figure vanish at the door, Ling Shang felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. He turned and stepped into the kitchen, his heart swelling with affection as he gazed at Li Yitong's busy silhouette. Taking a deep breath, he approached her from behind and gently enveloped her in his embrace. Li Yitong's body trembled slightly, and the kitchen knife in her hand nearly slipped from her grasp. Ling Tian, Ling Tian whispered softly in her ear, I like you. His tone was both resolute and tender, as if it contained 1,000 unsaid words. Lin Yusin stood at the threshold of the kitchen, watching the two embrace, a look of contentment gracing her features. Ling Tian gazed at his sister's retreating figure, filled with perplexity. He sensed something unusual about her today, but couldn't pinpoint what felt amiss. Shaking his head, he cast aside his doubts and turned his attention to Li Yitong, his eyes brimming with affection. Yitong. She responded. Just as Ling Tian was about to speak, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. Startled, he quickly turned to the entrance. Gu, Lin Yusin gasped, struggling to catch her breath. I died. What happened? Ling Tian's heart tightened as he hurriedly inquired. Lin Yusin took a deep breath, looking at him with deliberate clarity. I forgot to bring money. After twisting Ling Tian's ear, she didn't immediately release him but instead leaned in close, planting a gentle kiss on his cheek before darting out of the house like a startled rabbit. Remember to buy some meat, her melodious voice echoed from a distance. Ling Tian stood there, stunned, as he touched his cheek where she had kissed him, warmth spreading from his fingertips. His sister's earlier action was like a gentle spring breeze, dispelling all the gloom from his heart. Watching her retreating silhouette, a smile unconsciously crept upon his lips. When did this girl become so bold? He mused, realizing that his sister had truly grown up. No longer the little girl who used to trail behind him, crying for candy. He recalled how, during their childhood, she would cling to him like a little shadow, never leaving his side. Wherever he went, she followed. While he played games, she would sit beside him, chin resting on her hands, silently watching. When he practiced martial arts, she would mimic his moves with a small stick, her clumsy attempts often making him burst into laughter. Back then, he found her to be quite a nuisance, always clinging to him and disrupting his peace. As she matured, she became increasingly sensible and independent, and no longer did she cling to him as before. She began to forge her own friendships and social circles. She started to care for him, looking after him like a little adult. He knew she had always loved him. It was merely her way of expressing it that had changed. He remembered just a few days prior, when she had secretly washed his dirty clothes and neatly folded them on his bed. He also recalled how she never forgot his birthday, always baking him a small cake each year. Though the taste was far from perfect, he cherished it immensely. He thought of Ling Tian. A gentle voice interrupted his reverie. Turning, he saw Li Yitong standing at the kitchen door, holding an apple. What are you thinking about? So lost in thought? He remembered all the kindness Li Yitong had shown him, each little gesture like a gentle stream nourishing his heart. She knew his likes and dislikes, his favorite colors and music. She was intimately aware of everything about him, yet rarely revealed her own feelings. Always, she reserved the best for him, silently bearing everything herself. As Ling Tian stepped into the kitchen, he beheld Li Yitong's figure, her slender waist and long, dark hair illuminated by the soft kitchen light, rendering her exceptionally enchanting. She resembled a blooming lily, exuding a delicate fragrance that uplifted the spirit. Ling Tian found himself entranced, his heart swelling with admiration and reverence. She went to buy groceries, he stammered. I'll help you. Li Yitong smiled gently, turning to face him, her eyes radiating warmth. You can cook? Ling Tian felt a tinge of embarrassment under her gaze, scratching his head awkwardly. I can only make some simple dishes. Suddenly, gathering his courage, he approached her from behind and gently embraced her. Yitong, I'm sorry. His voice trembled, filled with regret. Li Yitong stiffened momentarily, nearly dropping the apple in her hand. She did not speak or struggle but stood quietly, allowing Ling Tian to hold her. After a while, her body gradually relaxed, leaning gently against his warmth. Closing her eyes, she took a deep breath, savoring the tranquility and beauty of the moment. Ling Tian, Li Yitong murmured softly, her voice laced with a hint of tremor. Ling Tian replied, his heart brimming with anticipation. Li Yitong turned to him, her gaze infused with tenderness. Just as Ling Tian was about to respond, he suddenly heard the faint sound of footsteps from outside. Chapter 24. The game's turmoil at Ling Tian began. But the sound of light footsteps interrupted him. Before he could react, the door creaked open. Standing at the threshold was his little sister, Lin Yusin, holding a half-eaten apple, her eyes wide with shock as she stared at the two in a tight embrace. Both Ling Tian and Li Yitong froze, as if time had momentarily halted. Ling Tian's arm remained wrapped around Li Yitong's waist, her head gently resting on his shoulder. The unexpected situation caught them completely off guard. Good sister-in-law. Lin Yusin's voice quivered, the half-eaten apple dropping from her hand with a soft thud, rolling to Ling Tian's feet. The innocent smile that once adorned her face instantly froze, replaced by an indescribable awkwardness. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Ling Tian attempted to break the suffocating silence. Li Yitong's cheeks flushed crimson, akin to a ripe apple. She gently pushed Ling Tian away, lowering her head, unable to meet Lin Yusin's gaze. Lin Yusin stood at the door, dazed, before finally regaining her composure. With an awkward smile and a shifty gaze, she stammered, I didn't see anything. You too. Continue. With that, she darted away like a frightened rabbit, leaving Ling Tian and Li Yitong exchanging bewildered glances. Li Yitong blushed, lightly nudging Ling Tian. Go check on your sister. Ling Tian nodded, preparing to chase after her, but Li Yitong tugged at his sleeve. Wait. She lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering with a blend of shyness and anticipation. You haven't finished what you wanted to say. Biting her lip, her voice barely above a whisper. What were you going to say earlier? Ling Tian gazed at Li Yitong's bashful demeanor, an overwhelming impulse coursing through him. Slowly, he leaned closer, whispering softly in her ear. I wanted to say I love you. With that, he gently pressed his lips against hers. They embraced tightly, as if the entire world had faded away, leaving only the two of them. That kiss was filled with sweetness and happiness, laden with both apology and promise. After what felt like an eternity, they reluctantly parted. Li Yitong's cheeks were still flushed, and she gently pushed Ling Tian away, playfully scolding, all right, go check on your sister. Don't let her misunderstand. Ling Tian smiled and nodded, turning to head outside. Just as he reached the doorway, Li Yitong called out to him, Ling Tian. He turned back, puzzled by her tone. The soup in the kitchen, seems to be about to burn. There was an almost imperceptible tremor in her voice. Li Yitong gently urged him, hurry, don't let her think too much. Yiling Tian stole a quick kiss from her lips before grinning and stepping out of the kitchen. Lin Yusin had not gone far. She was hiding in the corner of the living room, secretly observing the kitchen's happenings. Upon witnessing the intimate moment between Yiling Tian and Li Yitong, her cheeks flushed, a mixture of shyness and envy swirling within her. She had always admired her brother and hoped to one day find a gentle and beautiful sister-in-law like Li Yitong. Yet, witnessing their closeness, she felt a tinge of unease. She worried that once her brother had a girlfriend, he might no longer shower her with the same affection he once did. Fidgeting with the hem of her shirt, she felt a flutter of anxiety. Throughout her life, her brother had been her greatest support and reliance. Now that he had a girlfriend, she feared becoming surplus in their family. As Yiling Tian exited the kitchen, he immediately spotted Lin Yusin hiding in the corner. Approaching her with a smile, he ruffled her hair. "What are you doing hiding here, little one?" Lin Yusin looked up, meeting his gentle smile, and her unease eased slightly. However, she still felt a bit awkward, pouting as she retorted, "Humph, who is hiding? I just happened to pass by." Yiling Tian found her feigned calm amusing. "Passing by? Then why are you hiding in the corner?" Lin Yusin's face turned even redder as she stammered. "I just wanted to see if the soup sister-in-law made is ready." Why Yiling Tian burst into laughter. "You little rascal, you've even learned to lie. Come on. Let's go check if the soup is ready." He took her hand and led her toward the kitchen. Lin Yusin obediently followed Yiling Tian, yet her mind lingered on the scene she had just witnessed. Stealing a glance at Yiling Tian, she whispered, "Brother." Yiling Tian turned his head to look at her. You and sister-in-law, when did you get together?" Lin Yusin's voice dwindled to a near inaudible whisper. Her face flushed even deeper, and she hastily shook her head. "No. I was just curious." Seeing her bashful demeanor, Yiling Tian's heart swelled with affection. He paused in his steps, gazing at her earnestly. "Yusin, no matter what happens in the future, you will always be the most important sister in my heart." Upon hearing this, warmth flooded Lin Yusin's heart. She looked up at Yiling Tian and smiled sweetly. "Brother, I know." Just then, Lin Yusin suddenly leaned in close to Yiling Tian's ear, her voice dripping with mischief. "As a reward." "A reward for what?" Yiling Tian asked, perplexed. Lin Yusin grinned playfully. "For catching you in the act. As a reward, you must take me out for delicious food." After finishing her sentence, she stuck out her tongue and darted away. Yiling Tian chuckled and shook his head. This girl is truly whimsical. He swiftly caught up with Lin Yusin and lifted her into his arms. "All right, you clever little rascal. Let us see how I deal with you." Brother, put me down. It tickles." Lin Yusin giggled and squirmed. Yiling Tian set her down gently, playfully tapping her forehead. "Next time you dare to peek, be careful of what?" Lin Yusin blinked her big eyes, gazing at him with curiosity. "Be careful that I take you to eat the spiciest hot pot," Yiling Tian said with a stern face. "Sure, I love hot pot." Lin Yusin clapped her hands and jumped with joy. Yiling Tian watched her innocent and carefree smile, and all his worries dissipated. Yiling Tian eyed her suspiciously. "Really?" Lin Yusin nodded vigorously. Really, I promise." Just as Yiling Tian was about to inquire further, Li Yitong emerged from the kitchen with a plate of food, announcing, "All right, dinner is ready." The three gathered around the dining table, where Li Yitong's dishes were a feast for the senses, greatly enhancing their appetites. Yiling Tian took a piece of braised pork and exclaimed, "Yitong, your culinary skills are getting better and better." Li Yitong's face lit up with happiness. "I'm glad you like it." Lin Yusin also took a piece of braised pork and savored it, exclaiming, "Wow, sister-in-law, this braised pork is amazing." Noticing a plate of scrambled eggs in front of Lin Yusin, Yiling Tian curiously asked, "Yusin, did you make these scrambled eggs?" Lin Yusin's expression shifted slightly, her gaze evasive. "Why, Yiling Tian took a bite of the scrambled eggs, and an odd flavor instantly filled his mouth. He fought to suppress his discomfort, forcing a smile. Not bad. Very creative." Seeing Yiling Tian's expression, Lin Yusin realized he probably didn't enjoy the dish. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she lowered her head. "Actually, I can't cook." Yiling Tian chuckled as he ruffled her hair. "It's all right. You can learn slowly in the future." He walked to the bedside, noticing a black helmet on the nightstand. Picking it up, he examined it closely. "Brother, what is this?" Lin Yusin had appeared behind him without him noticing. Yiling Tian turned to her, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. This is a gateway to another world. Lin Yusin's eyes widened in astonishment. Another world? What kind of world is it? She took the helmet and curiously fiddled with it. How do you use this? This is a virtual helmet for the game Wangzhe. Wear it, and you can enter the game world. Yiling Tian explained. A game? I want to play too. Lin Yusin's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at Yiling Tian. No way, you're still too young to play such games. Yiling Tian firmly refused. Please, brother, I just want to play, Lin Yusin pleaded, tugging at Yiling Tian's arm. Just let me play, all right? Yiling Tian found it hard to resist Lin Yusin's pleas. Letting out a reluctant sigh. All right, but you can only play for a little while, not too much. Yay, that's wonderful. Lin Yusin jumped with joy and hugged Yiling Tian tightly. You're the best, brother. Okay, go call Yitong. Let's go buy the helmets together. Yiling Tian affectionately patted Lin Yusin's head. All right, Lin Yusin dashed off to find Li Yitong. Shortly after, the three of them set out together. On the way, Lin Yusin excitedly chattered nonstop, while Yiling Tian watched her tenderly, occasionally chiming in. Li Yitong quietly followed behind them, a blissful smile gracing her face. Yiling Tian naturally took Li Yitong's hand. Their fingers entwined. Li Yitong's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she made no effort to withdraw. As the trio walked down the street, their handsome and beautiful combination attracted many envious glances from passers-by. Brother, sister-in-law, look, there are so many people ahead. Lin Yusin pointed excitedly. Yiling Tian followed her gaze and saw a long line outside a store. Bustling with activity. It seems Wangzhe is extremely popular, he remarked. Yes, I've heard that this game is incredibly realistic, as if you were truly immersed in it, Li Yitong added. Upon reaching the store, they noticed a massive sign overhead that read Wangzhe Virtual Helmet Specialty Store. Wow, so many people, Lin Yusin exclaimed, surprised by the long queue. Don't worry, we'll wait in line. Yiling Tian reassured her. The three of them joined the line, patiently waiting. Around them, people were buzzing with discussions about Wangzhe, with various rumors flowing in like a tidal wave, catching Yiling Tian's attention. Some claimed that the game concealed immense treasures, while others asserted that the NPCs within the game possessed independent consciousness. Then someone in the crowd suddenly lowered their voice, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. Hey, have you heard? There's a super expert in this game, known as Ling Sheng. It's said that this Ling Sheng dares to challenge an entire powerful guild all by himself, and he defeated them effortlessly. As soon as he finished speaking, the previously calm crowd erupted into a frenzy of chatter. People exchanged incredulous glances, with some exclaiming, Ling Sheng. That name sounds so powerful, but is he really that formidable? Others speculated skeptically, perhaps it's just a publicity stunt. However, many were filled with curiosity and reverence for this mysterious figure, eager to uncover his true identity. Some suggested he was a retired esports champion, while others believed he was a gaming prodigy nurtured by a secret organization, and even more claimed. Listening to these rumors, Yiling Tian's lips curled into a slight smile, thinking to himself, Ling Sheng? Intriguing. Finally, it was Yiling Tian's turn. He purchased 3 virtual helmets, his heart brimming with anticipation. On the way home, he mustered the courage to say to Li Yitong, how about you move in with me? That way we can play games together. Li Yitong's cheeks turned crimson as she shyly nodded. That's great. Yiling Tian exclaimed, excitedly pulling her into an embrace, whispering tenderly in her ear, I love you. Passers-by cast various glances their way, some filled with envy, others with blessings, and a few with jealousy. A fashionably dressed young woman scoffed, muttering, Teeth, clearly just a pretty boy, fooling around with a little girl. Meanwhile, an elderly man with graying hair chuckled, Youth is truly wonderful. Back in my day. Suddenly, Yiling Tian's phone rang, displaying the name Lu Ruyan. His expression shifted slightly, an inexplicable unease washing over him. After a moment's hesitation, he answered the call. A gentle yet slightly cool voice came through the phone. Ling Tian, it has been a while. As Yiling Tian hung up, his younger sister immediately leaned closer, her face brimming with curiosity. Brother, whose call was that? So mysterious. With her hands propping up her chin, her eyes sparkled with inquisitiveness. Friend. Yiling Tian replied vaguely, his heart pounding like a drum. His sister pouted, a hint of envy in her tone. Brother, you treat sister-in-law so well, buying her helmets and inviting her to move in with us. I'm utterly envious. Ruffling his sister's hair, Yiling Tian chuckled. Once you find a boyfriend, brother will buy you one too. Li Yitong's dormitory, though modest in size, was impeccably tidy. Yiling Tian assisted her in transferring her computer to his place, connecting the gaming helmet to the computer. Watching the two brand-new helmets, both Li Yitong and his sister were ecstatic, eager to try them out. Yiling Tian patiently instructed them on how to wear the helmets, how to enter the game, create characters, and some basic operations and gaming knowledge. The two girls listened intently, frequently posing various questions, all of which Yiling Tian answered one by one, once everything was properly arranged. Yiling Tian slowly raised his wrist, his gaze falling upon the watch that emitted a faint glow. He noticed the slender hands had quietly pointed between the numbers 10 and 11. It was already 10:30 at night. An uncontrollable impulse surged within him, akin to a tumultuous tide crashing through his being. Yiling Tian felt as though an invisible hand was lightly scratching at his heart. Provoking a fierce itch, the longing and yearning for the gaming world burned like an ever-intensifying flame, igniting an urgent desire to immerse himself in it and continue his grand journey. However, just as this intense yearning was on the brink of overwhelming his reason, a fleeting calm swept through his mind like a gentle breeze. Taking a deep breath, Yiling Tian endeavored to quell the restlessness within. He was acutely aware that the night was deepening. Recklessly diving into the game could disrupt the normalcy of his life the following day. After careful contemplation, he ultimately reached a decision: to suppress his eager heart for the time being, and first explore the second level of the Blackstone Tower to familiarize himself with the terrain, monster distribution, and possible traps. When the sun bathed the earth in light the next day, he would formally embark on the comprehensive of the Blackstone Tower. As he donned the helmet, preparing to enter the game, suddenly, the shrill ring of his phone shattered the tranquility of the room. Yiling Tian removed the helmet, and upon seeing the caller ID, his mind went blank. It was Lu Ruyan again. He felt as if his heart had momentarily ceased beating, an ominous premonition swelling within him. Observing his reaction, his sister urged, "Brother, who's calling? Why don't you answer?" Yiling Tian inhaled deeply, trembling fingers pressing the answer button. A video call request appeared on the phone screen, and when the video connected, a familiar figure emerged. Lu Ruyan, clad in a sleek, black evening gown, exuded elegance and nobility, though her gaze bore a hint of coldness. She looked at Yiling Tian, her red lips parting. "Ling Tian, it has been a while. Have you and Xue Er broken up?" Yiling Tian was taken aback, nearly dropping his phone. Lu Ruyan's voice pierced through him like an icicle. The woman on the screen remained stunningly beautiful, the black gown accentuating her regal and frosty demeanor. Yet her once tender eyes now glimmered with an icy light. Yiling Tian opened his mouth, but no words emerged. How could he explain the breakup to Lu Ruyan? She was Xue Er's close friend. Akin to a sister, it was only natural for her to be upset now that Xue Er had been cast aside. Yiling Tian felt as if his throat were constricted, breathing becoming increasingly laborious. He longed to defend himself, to declare that he and Xue Er were indeed incompatible, yet faced with Lu Ruyan's inquiry, he could find no suitable justification. "Speak. Have you lost your voice?" Lu Ruyan's tone suddenly escalated, tinged with suppressed anger. "You've left Xue Er in such a state, and you have nothing to say?" Yiling Tian inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. "Sister Lu, my matter with Xue Er. It is quite complicated, and I cannot explain it clearly in a moment." Upon finishing, Lu Ruyan abruptly ended the video call, leaving only Yiling Tian's panicked visage on the screen. Despondently, he sank onto the bed, the phone slipping weakly from his grasp, landing on the soft carpet with a muffled thud. "Brother, what's wrong? What did Sister Lu say?" His sister inquired anxiously, approaching him. After a long pause, he finally spoke. His voice low and hoarse. "She has returned." Li Yitong cautiously approached Yiling Tian, resembling a startled fawn, her eyes observing his expression intently. She gently asked, "Ling Tian, are you all right? Did Sister Lu say something that upset you?" Yiling Tian lifted his head, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, and enveloped Li Yitong in his embrace. As if clutching onto a lifeline, Li Yitong tenderly caressed his back, soothing him like one would a child. "It's all right, Ling Tian, and no matter what happens, I will be by your side." She lifted her gaze, locking eyes with him, her expression filled with determination and affection. "I know you're a person of deep feelings and loyalty. And you must be troubled. But I hope you can understand. Let the past remain in the past. Right now, I am here with you. Yiling Tian's heart was profoundly moved by Li Yitong's words. He held her tightly, as if trying to meld her into his very being. Yitong, thank you. Thank you for always being by my side. I truly love you. His voice brimmed with deep emotion and gratitude. As if pouring all his affection into that single statement, Yiling Tian pressed his lips to Li Yitong's. Their kiss suffused with love and desire. As if intertwining their souls, he swept her up in his arms. Moving towards the bedroom, gently placing her down on the bed. The room was thick with a suggestive atmosphere, their breaths mingling and growing increasingly labored. Yiling Tian began to remove Li Yitong's clothing. Revealing her fair, smooth skin, he bent down, tenderly kissing every inch of her skin, as though savoring a precious masterpiece. Within him, the imperial goddess art began to operate autonomously, a warm current surging from his dantian. Coursing throughout his body, to his astonishment, this warm flow resonated with the energy within Li Yitong, creating a wondrous cycle. Ling Tian, I feel. Li Yitong's voice was tinged with surprise and excitement. So do I. Yiling Tian felt the power within him growing stronger, his heart brimming with delight. He realized that imperial goddess art could indeed elevate its level through dual cultivation. Enveloped in passion that night, they lost themselves in the ocean of love, tirelessly exploring each other's bodies and souls. Dawn's light streamed through the curtains, illuminating Yiling Tian's face. He slowly opened his eyes to find Li Yitong peacefully asleep beside him, her long lashes casting delicate shadows on her cheeks. An inexplicable sense of happiness surged within Yiling Tian. He reached out to gently caress her cheek, his lips curving into a soft smile. Awake? Li Yitong suddenly opened her eyes, a glint of mischief sparkling within. Yiling Tian tenderly stroked her cheek, his fingertips gliding across her delicate skin, savoring the tranquility and beauty of the morning. As Li Yitong gradually awakened under his gentle touch, her drowsy eyes twinkled with playful mirth. Good morning, my Ling Tian, she said softly, her voice sweet as honey. Good morning, my little enchantress. Leaning down, Yiling Tian placed a light kiss on her forehead, greedily inhaling the faint fragrance she exuded. Last night, he said with a playful grin, his tone laden with innuendo. Li Yitong's face flushed crimson, playfully interrupting him. Oh, don't say that. I'm so embarrassed. She wrapped her slender arms around Yiling Tian's neck, burying her head against his chest, feeling the strength of his heartbeat. By the way, my sister will wake up soon. We need to get up quickly. Just a little longer. Yiling Tian tightened his embrace, whispering in her ear, just a moment more, all right? His hands wandered restlessly over her smooth back, his voice laced with a hint of pleading. Li Yitong felt his heated breath and roaming hands. Her body trembling slightly, her heart torn. On one hand, she yearned to continue their intimacy. On the other, she feared being caught by her sister, which would lead to an embarrassing situation. No, what if my sister sees us? She gently pushed Yiling Tian away, her tone revealing her concern. Yet, Yiling Tian, seemingly enchanted, paid no heed to her protests. His actions became bolder. What is there to fear? My sister is still young and doesn't understand these things. He murmured, his voice deep and husky, filled with temptation. But Li Yitong wanted to say more. Yet her words were silenced by Yiling Tian's kiss. He forcefully pried open her lips, greedily tasting her sweetness, ensnaring her within the warmth of his embrace, rendering her unable to escape. Just as they were lost in their passionate kiss, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from outside the door. Brother, sister, are you awake? The door creaked open slightly, revealing a small head peeking in. Before him lay a scene that caused his little sister's eyes to widen in astonishment, the doll she had been clutching slipping from her grasp and falling to the floor. Li Yitong gasped, abruptly pushing Yiling Tian away. In her flustered state, she hastily straightened her disheveled attire. Her cheeks flushed a vibrant crimson, akin to a perfectly ripened apple. Yiling Tian stood frozen, taken aback by the unexpected awakening of his little sister. Sister, he stammered, awkwardly ruffling his hair. She remained silent, merely standing at the doorway in a daze, her eyes gradually reddening. The innocence that had once sparkled in her gaze was now replaced by an inexplicable complexity of emotions. Sister, please let me explain. Li Yitong attempted to clarify, but was interrupted by her. brother, you tooed. Her voice trembled, choked with emotion, unable to articulate a complete thought. She bit her lower lip tightly, tears of despair welling up in her eyes. Sister. Yi Lingtian's heart ached as he moved to comfort her, only to be forcefully pushed away. Don't touch me, she cried out, spinning on her heel and fleeing the room, leaving Yi Lingtian and Li Yitong exchanging bewildered glances. Li Yitong anxiously turned to Yi Lingtian. Quickly, go check on her. As she spoke, she frantically adjusted her clothing. Yi Lingtian, disregarding everything else, hastily donned his garments and prepared to chase after her. Wait, Li Yitong called out, handing him a jacket. Put this on, don't catch a chill. Yi Lingtian accepted the coat, hurriedly draping it over his shoulders, and was about to exit when Li Yitong halted him once more. Wait, your shoes. She pointed at his bare feet, her tone laced with a mix of exasperation and affection. Glancing down, he realized he had forgotten to wear shoes. Sister, wait for me. His voice echoed through the corridor, leaving only an empty resonance in its wake. The door was ajar, the room within a chaotic disarray, seemingly heralding the onset of a tempest. Yi Lingtian dashed out of the room, sprinting down the hallway. He searched the entirety of the house, finally locating her in her bedroom. She lay on the bed, her small frame trembling as she sobbed silently. Sister, what's wrong? Tell your brother. Yi Lingtian gently approached the bedside, cautiously inquiring. She ignored him, burying her head deeper into the pillow, her cries intensifying. I said something I did wrong. Please, tell me, and I will change. He sat beside her, his heart aching, reaching out to stroke her hair, but hesitated, fearing it might frighten her. The room was enveloped in silence, save for her sporadic sobs. Yi Lingtian felt as restless as an ant on a hot pan, uncertain of how to proceed. Tentatively, he spoke again. Sister, please stop crying, tell me what happened. Yet she remained mute, her cries growing more desperate. With a resigned sigh, he recognized her stubbornness. Once she decided to withhold her words, no one could pry them from her lips. Thus, he patiently sat by her side, silently accompanying her until she calmed down. Moments ticked by, her sobs gradually subsiding into soft whimpers. Only then did he dare to gently place his hand on her back, softly caressing her in hopes of providing solace. Sister, Yi Lingtian murmured tenderly. Finally, she responded, slowly lifting her head, her tear-filled eyes meeting his. Brother, she choked out. Seeing her reaction, his heart leaped with joy as he quickly asked, What is it? Tell your brother. She hesitated, lowering her head again, seemingly grappling with something. Brother, her voice was barely above a whisper, compelling him to lean in closer to hear. Yes, I'm here, go on, he encouraged her. Taking a deep breath, she seemed to gather her resolve, suddenly looking up, her eyes brimming with tears as she trembled. Brother, you and her. What about us? Yi Lingtian queried, puzzled. She bit her lip, a flicker of fear crossing her features as she clutched his sleeve tightly. As if it were a lifeline, her voice quivering. Brother, will you still want me in the future? His heart twisted painfully, and in that instant, he comprehended her fears. He gently lifted her, positioning her on his lap, tenderly wiping away her tears. Silly girl, what are you thinking? How could your brother and Yitong Jie not want you? You will always be my most cherished little sister. She sobbed intermittently. But you too. Just now, like that. Yi Lingtian understood she was referring to his earlier intimate interaction with Li Yitong. He patiently explained, that was because your brother likes Yitong Jie, just as our father loves our mother. But that does not mean I love you any less. My love for you is different, like the sun and the moon, both essential. She gazed at him, seemingly comprehending, her tears gradually ceasing. Really? You won't abandon me? Of course, he affirmed, nodding confidently, pressing a gentle kiss on her forehead. Your brother will always love you, protect you, and no one can take you away from me. Finally, a smile broke through her tears, and she wrapped her arms tightly around his neck, whispering sweetly in his ear, Brother, I like you the most too. Yi Lingtian lovingly stroked her hair, his heart swelling with warmth. He realized that her emotional turmoil had been resolved. He needed to continue enhancing his abilities to better protect himself and his family. Once in the game, Yi Lingtian immediately immersed himself in the thrilling and intense battles. With his exceptional skills and quick reflexes, he swiftly completed a challenging task. System notification. Congratulations on completing the task of slaying the troll. Reward, golden battle axe, gazing at the gleaming axe in his hand, he was filled with elation. This was the weapon he had long desired. With this golden battle axe, his combat prowess would see a significant boost. It seemed fortune was on his side tonight. A faint smile graced his lips as he set his sights on the horizon, ready to confront even mightier bosses. Just then, he received a message from Li Yitong. "Are you there? Is sister asleep? That's good." Her message trailed off with ellipses, as if she had something more to express but was hesitant to voice it. As he contemplated pressing her for more, he suddenly heard the faint sound of footsteps outside the door. The gentle footsteps grew closer, and the door creaked open again, revealing his little sister's timid face. Upon seeing Yi Lingtian, her anxiety dissipated, replaced by unwavering reliance. Like a delicate bird, she flitted into his embrace. Holding him tightly, her soft voice tinged with a hint of petulance, "Brother, I want to sleep with you." His heart melted instantaneously, and he held her close, placing a gentle kiss on her forehead. "All right, brother will stay with you." He felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and happiness, as if he possessed the entire world. After settling her down, Yi Lingtian re-entered the game. This time, his objective lay within the depths of the Death Marsh. At the Blackstone Tower, renowned as a perilous location within the game, it was home to various formidable monsters, but also boasted abundant treasures. Cautiously, Yi Lingtian navigated through the eerie marsh, the air thick with the stench of decay, inducing waves of nausea. Finally, he reached the entrance of the Blackstone Tower. The massive door was shut tight, adorned with grotesque skull carvings that exuded an unsettling chill. Taking a deep breath, he pushed against the heavy door. With a shrill creak, it slowly opened, a blast of cold wind rushing out to send a shiver down his spine. Inside, darkness enveloped him, rendering him unable to see his hand in front of his face. Lighting a torch, the flickering glow illuminated his surroundings, revealing walls cloaked in cobwebs and moss, while the ground was littered with grim white bones, the air thick with the metallic scent of blood. Thud, thud, thud. A heavy tread resonated from the depths of the shadows, drawing ever closer. Yi Lingtian tightened his grip on the golden battle axe, his senses heightened as he focused on the approaching presence. The torchlight danced, revealing a tall figure emerging from the gloom. It was a skeleton captain clad in black armor, wielding a massive bone blade, with hollow eye sockets flickering with ghostly blue flames. With a thunderous roar, the skeleton captain lunged at Yi Lingtian, initiating a fierce confrontation. Utilizing his remarkable skills and the formidable power of the golden battle axe, Yi Lingtian engaged in a life-or-death battle with the skeleton captain. Despite the captain's high attack and defense, Yi Lingtian gradually gained the upper hand through agile positioning and precise strikes. Ultimately, after a grueling struggle, the skeleton captain collapsed, crumbling into a pile of bones. System notification. Congratulations on defeating the skeleton captain. Reward, Skeleton Blade. Yi Lingtian picked up the fallen skeleton blade, a pitch-black dagger etched with mysterious runes, emanating an eerie aura. What effects might this dagger possess? His heart brimmed with anticipation. Returning to the town, he made his way directly to the appraiser's shop. "Please identify this weapon," he said, handing the skeleton blade to the appraiser. The appraiser took hold of the skull blade, scrutinizing it meticulously before uttering, "The attributes of this weapon are rather unique. I shall require some time." Suddenly, Yi Lingtian had a thought. "I will first check the warehouse." Chapter 28. Appraisal and the skeleton set. The equipment dropped by the skeleton captain filled him with exhilaration, particularly the colossal shield radiating a golden glow, which appeared to possess astonishing defensive capabilities at first glance. The elderly warehouse keeper was, as usual, dozing off, and even the arrival of Ling Sheng failed to rouse him from his slumber. "Old man, my warehouse!" Ling Sheng raised his voice, prompting the old man to reluctantly open one eye, tossing Ling Sheng a rusted key. Inside the warehouse, in addition to the previously acquired golden battle axe, several other items awaited: the skull blade, skull helmet, skull pauldrons, skull chestplate, skull greaves, and the resplendent golden giant shield. Ling Sheng examined each piece. Although the attributes of the skull series equipment were commendable, they paled in comparison to that of the golden giant shield. The attributes panel of the golden giant shield revealed not only impressive defense but also unique properties such as damage reflection and blocking. Ling Sheng was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. This was undoubtedly a divine-grade piece of equipment. However, The cost of appraisal for such a divine artifact. Ling Shang opened his coin pouch, only to find a meager handful of gold coins that instantly quelled his enthusiasm. The appraisal of the golden giant shield would require at least 100 gold coins, and he could barely scrape together a fraction of that amount. At the appraisal office, a disheveled appraiser with unkempt hair was slumped over his desk, dozing. Ling Shang approached, tapping on the table. "Hello? I wish to appraise some equipment." The appraiser lifted his head in annoyance, his eyelids barely parting. "Bring it." Ling Shang laid out the 6 items for appraisal. The Skull Series gear, along with the previously obtained golden battle axe. The appraiser cast a lazy glance, yawned, and began to tally, but suddenly halted, jolting upright. His murky eyes flickered with a spark of interest. Initially expecting mere scraps, he was astonished to find 6 radiant items exuding a golden glow. He scrutinized Ling Shang from head to toe, pondering how an otherwise ordinary-looking youth could possess such remarkable treasures. Was he perhaps a concealed powerhouse? Clearing his throat, the appraiser straightened in his seat, for the first time earnestly assessing the equipment before him. "Ahem, the total is 1,000 gold coins," he stated slowly, a hint of barely concealed arrogance in his tone. "Point, 1,000 gold coins?" Ling Shang nearly leapt from his seat. "Could you possibly lower the price?" The appraiser, indifferent to Ling Shang's attempts at bargaining, brusquely interrupted. "One fixed price. 1,000 gold coins. Take it or leave it." He resumed fiddling with the magnifying glass, conveying an air of indifference to this particular transaction. Ling Shang clenched his teeth. 1,000 gold coins was no trivial sum for him. Yet, to uncover the true attributes of these items, he had no choice but to part with his hard-earned coins. With a heavy heart, he withdrew the entirety of his remaining gold and placed it on the table. "Here." The appraiser nodded in satisfaction and began to examine the golden battle axe closely. As he scrutinized it through the magnifying glass, murmuring incantations as if performing some arcane ritual, Ling Shang watched intently, anxious that the appraiser might mishandle his treasured items. The appraiser first assessed the golden battle axe, placing it atop a crystal ball. The orb emitted a brilliant light, and lines of text began to materialize. Golden battle axe, appraised, level 10 attack, 50 to 100 strength, 10 constitution, 5. Upon seeing these attributes, Ling Shang inhaled sharply. The power of the golden battle axe exceeded his expectations. The appraiser then proceeded to appraise the other pieces of the Skull series, revealing their exceptional attributes one by one as the crystal ball flickered with brilliance. The skull blade, skull helmet, skull pauldrons, skull chestplate, and skull greaves each demonstrated remarkable attributes. The appraiser's expression grew increasingly grave as he lifted his gaze, fixing Ling Shang with an intense stare. "Young man, from whence did you procure these items?" Ling Shang, lost in the euphoria of his newfound equipment's attributes, casually replied, "They dropped from monsters." The appraiser, clearly skeptical, opened his mouth to inquire further, but suddenly stopped short, his eyes widening in disbelief as he focused on the last item. "The skull greaves. How could this be possible?" he murmured, trembling as he placed the skull greaves upon the crystal ball once more. The crystal ball blazed with light, and a cascade of text flowed forth like a waterfall, nearly overflowing its confines. The appraiser's eyes bulged, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg. Ling Shang held his breath, his heart racing. He understood that this moment would determine his destiny within the game. As the light dimmed, the text displayed upon the crystal ball sent Ling Shang into a state of ecstatic frenzy. The skull greaves not only boasted high defense and agility bonuses, but also featured special properties such as evasion and enhanced movement speed. Most significantly, inscribed at the bottom of the attributes panel was a line of text, "Skeleton set, 4-6, dataset?" Ling Shang exclaimed, hastily checking the attributes of the other skull equipment. Indeed, beneath each item, the same notation appeared, "Skeleton set, 16, 26, 36. 4 pieces of equipment had formed a cohesive set. The appraiser's expression had transformed into one that transcended mere shock, his finger trembling as he pointed at Ling Shang. Rendered speechless for a moment. This is the legendary skeleton set. It is said that gathering all 6 pieces grants powerful set bonuses." He stammered, "Young man, who exactly are you?" Ling Shang, too exhilarated to entertain the appraiser's queries, hastily donned the 4 pieces of the skeleton equipment. A golden light enveloped him, coursing through his being, an overwhelming sense of power surging within him. He opened his attributes panel, and to his astonishment, a new line appeared. Skeleton set attributes, partial defense 50, agility 30, health 200. This is simply extraordinary. Ling Shang nearly leapt in delight. The surrounding players, drawn by the commotion, cast envious glances in his direction. Among them were seasoned players who immediately recognized the skeleton set adorning Ling Shang. By the heavens! That's the skeleton set. This kid has struck gold. That's an exquisite set that can be worn at level 10. I've played for so long and have yet to see it. Who is this kid? Why haven't I seen him before? As he absorbed the chatter of the players around him, Ling Shang's vanity swelled immensely. He strode confidently towards the warehouse, reveling in the envious stares cast upon him. He recalled that there were still 2 pieces of equipment awaiting appraisal. If only he suddenly halted, as if struck by inspiration, and slapped his forehead. That is right. I seem to have 2 more pieces. He hurriedly opened his bag and retrieved the skull gauntlets and skull boots, obtained from the earlier battle with the skeleton captain. With trembling hands, Ling Shang presented the 2 items to the appraiser. Quickly, appraise these for me. The appraiser accepted the equipment, inhaling deeply before placing them atop the crystal ball once more. The orb burst forth with dazzling brilliance, illuminating the entire appraisal room even more than before. Both the appraiser and Ling Shang gazed intently at the crystal ball, awaiting the final verdict. "It's done," the appraiser murmured, his eyes filled with incredulity. Ling Shang seized the appraised items, eagerly donning them. Once more, golden light erupted, this time intermingled with an eerie black hue, akin to stars twinkling in the night sky, mysterious and profound. What is this?" a player stammered, pointing at Ling Shang. His appearance, as the glow from the crystal ball faded, the attributes of the skull gauntlets and skull boots materialized before Ling Shang's eyes. As expected, these 2 pieces also boasted exceptional attribute enhancements. But what thrilled Ling Shang most was the display beneath the attributes. Skeleton set, 56, 66. At long last, he had gathered all 6 pieces of the skeleton set. Eagerly, Ling Shang adorned the final 2 pieces. In an instant, a blinding radiance enveloped him entirely, a surge of immense power erupting from within as if it sought to tear him apart. The surrounding players recoiled in trepidation, watching in awe at the spectacle. As the light dissipated, Ling Shang's figure reappeared before the crowd. However, he had undergone a complete transformation. His once ordinary garb had been replaced by an imposing black skeleton armor, adorned with menacing bone spikes that exuded a chilling aura. A massive skull helmet concealed his visage, revealing only his eyes, which burned with an eerie green flame. In his grasp was a colossal sword radiating dark energy, its blade inscribed with mysterious runes, seemingly harboring boundless dark power. What is this?" a player cried in terror. "The complete form of the skeleton set. It truly exists." Another player's voice trembled. He is transformed into a skeleton." The crowd of players began to stir. A mix of fear, envy, and greed permeating through the throng. A number of timid players have begun to retreat, seeking to distance themselves from this terrifying presence. Meanwhile, some greedy players exhibit a glint of avarice in their eyes. They yearn to acquire this formidable set of equipment, willing to pay any price to obtain it. Observing the reactions of the surrounding players, Ling Shang's heart sank. He hastily opened the system panel, located the option to conceal the appearance of the set, and promptly selected it. Seizing the moment while the crowd remained oblivious, he plunged into the throng, swiftly vanishing from sight in a secluded corner. Ling Shang exhaled a sigh of relief. He opened his attributes panel, meticulously examining his current stats. Health, 1200, attack, 200-400, defense, 300, agility, 200, strength, 150, constitution, 100. Skeleton set attributes, defense 100, agility 50, health 500, attack 100. All attribute resistances 20. Movement speed 30, attack speed 20, additional skills, skeleton summon, deathbind. These attributes. Ling Shang clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him. The second floor of the Black Stone Tower. A cold smile crept across his lips. I am coming. Chapter 29. Leaderboard of Masters. Ling Shang took a deep breath, suppressing the restlessness within. The second floor of the Black Stone Tower held an irresistible allure for him. the opportunities and challenges concealed within igniting his fervor. However, he was not a reckless individual. There were matters to address before embarking on his journey. First and foremost was the auction house. His backpack was brimming with various spoils, many of which were now of no use to him. Rather than allowing them to occupy valuable space, he would exchange them for gold coins, fortifying his adventure to come. Ling Shang strode purposefully towards the Tianlong City auction house. The opulent hall was bustling with activity. The sounds of vendors hawking their wares and the murmur of haggling creating a lively atmosphere. He approached the counter, methodically retrieving the unneeded equipment, skillfully setting prices, and handing them to the auction house staff. Satisfied with the system prompt indicating successful consignments, Ling Shang nodded approvingly and turned to leave. Upon exiting the auction house, Ling Shang looked up at the sky. A few white clouds drifted across the azure expanse, and sunlight bathed the earth, imparting a warm sensation. He stretched and loosened his muscles, a surge of potent energy coursing through him. The attribute enhancements granted by the skeleton set bolstered his confidence, filling him with anticipation for the imminent challenges. It was time to acquire a fine steed. He mused. He recalled the horse market to the west of the city, reputed to offer a variety of steeds for sale, ranging from ordinary mounts to extraordinary horses capable of traveling 1,000 miles a day. With this thought, Ling Shang quickened his pace towards the market. In the distance, he observed the bustling entrance of the horse market, teeming with activity. Various horses were tethered to wooden posts, some docilely munching on feed, while others restlessly stamped their hooves, emitting a chorus of neighs. The air was permeated with the scents of horse manure and hay, evoking a sense of familiarity and warmth in Ling Shang. He approached a middle-aged man who appeared to be the owner, just as he was about to inquire when a coarse voice interrupted from nearby. "Boss, how much for that steed capable of 1,000 miles?" Ling Shang turned to see a burly man with a thick beard pointing at a pure white horse, greed glimmering in his eyes. The owner, rubbing his hands together with a grin, responded, "Ah, esteemed guest, you truly have an eye for fine horses. This steed is the best in our market, capable of 1,000 miles by day and 800 by night." And before the owner could finish, Ling Shang interjected, "Boss, I would like to see." Interrupting the conversation between the owner and the bearded man, Ling Shang asserted, "Boss, I wish to see the horses." The market owner sized Ling Shang up, noting the glimmering metallic sheen of his skeleton set, instantly recognizing him as someone of significance. He promptly shifted his attention from the bearded man, greeting Ling Shang with enthusiasm. "Ah, sir, you've arrived at the perfect time. We have a complete range of horses, from ordinary mounts to extraordinary steeds that can travel 1,000 miles. What type are you looking for? What varieties do you have?" Ling Shang inquired directly. "Well, sir, take a look." The owner gestured towards a chestnut horse. "This is our most basic horse. It may not be very fast, but it is priced affordably at only 10 gold coins." Ling Shang glanced at the sturdy chestnut horse, its muscular build indicating endurance. "Are there any others?" The owner, sensing Ling Shang's disinterest in the ordinary horse, pointed to a sleek black steed. "This one, named Black Whirlwind, is 30 faster than the chestnut and costs 50 gold coins." The Black Whirlwind, entirely black with a flowing mane, exuded an air of nobility, clearly a fine steed. "Is there a faster option?" Ling Shang asked, evidently unsatisfied. The owner's smile widened, recognizing a potential big spender. He pointed to the horse the bearded man had previously coveted. "Ah, sir, your discerning eye is commendable. This steed, the 1,000-mile horse, is the finest in our market, capable of 1,000 miles by day and 800 by night. And it is 50 faster than the Black Whirlwind. It even possesses the special skill gale step, allowing for a temporary speed boost, an indispensable companion for both travel and adventure." Ling Shang chuckled at the owner's exaggeration. Intrigued, "And how much for this 1,000-mile horse?" The owner held up 5 fingers, feigning mystery. "Not too much, just 500 gold coins." Ling Shang nodded slightly, seemingly unfazed by the price. The owner, assuming Ling Shang was ready to purchase the 1,000-mile horse, was about to further elaborate when Ling Shang asked, "Boss, are there any other options besides these 3? The owner hesitated, perplexed. What could possibly be better than the 1,000-mile horse? After a moment's thought, he pointed to a nondescript gray horse in the corner. Stammering, "Well, there is one more, a gray one. It runs about as fast as the chestnut, but it's only 0.5 gold coins." Ling Shang's gaze fell upon the gray horse, a slight smile gracing his lips. "I'll take that one." He produced 5 gold coins and handed them to the owner, who paused momentarily, accepting the coins with a puzzled smile. The owner had expected someone in such magnificent gear to purchase the 1,000-mile horse. Yet here was a player opting for the cheapest gray horse. Could it be that he was a hidden master, relishing in this unassuming fade? "Are you sure you want this one?" The owner couldn't help but verify once more. Ling Sheng nodded with a smile. "Indeed, it appeals to me." The owner promptly led the gray horse to him, handing over the reins. A system prompt appeared. "Acquired 1 gray horse. Would you like to place it in your pet space?" Ling Sheng selected yes. The gray horse vanished instantly, entering Ling Sheng's pet space. Observing this operation, the owner was further baffled. This maneuver seemed characteristic of an experienced player. Yet why would such a player purchase a seemingly worthless horse? Shaking his head, he dismissed the confusion. A fool would not turn down a profit. As Ling Sheng departed the horse market, he harbored ulterior motives. This gray horse was merely a fade. His true target was he stepped into a secluded corner, silently invoking the leaderboard. A luminous screen unfolded before him, displaying 3 options: Master Leaderboard, Reputation Leaderboard, Wealth Leaderboard. Ling Sheng's gaze first settled upon the Master Leaderboard. Since entering the game, he had ascended through the ranks, propelled by his extraordinary luck and skillful maneuvers, swiftly climbing to mastery. Yet, he had been so preoccupied with leveling and battling that he had never paid heed to his ranking. Now, he yearned to discover the heights he had reached. "Let me see," Ling Sheng murmured, extending his hand to tap the Master Leaderboard. The screen flickered, revealing lines of names shimmering in gold. 10th place, 9th place. Ling Sheng's gaze quickly traversed the list, ultimately resting at the pinnacle. There, 2 characters were boldly inscribed. The screen shimmered, displaying the Master Leaderboard. 10th place, Sword Dance Enchantress. 9th place, Tempest Fury. Each illustrious name sparkled like stars, representing the zenith of power within the game. Ling Sheng's eyes rapidly scanned, finally pausing at the top position, where his name shone prominently, Ling Sheng. A slight smile curved his lips, a mix of expectation and delight. Since entering the game, he had surged forth with his maximum luck and exceptional skill, now rightfully claiming the top of the leaderboard. Next, Ling Sheng clicked on the Reputation Leaderboard. Unlike the Master Leaderboard, the Reputation Leaderboard evaluated players based on their contributions, renown, and various other factors. Ling Sheng's name appeared in the 2nd position, second only to a player named Rennie Wushuang. Rennie Wushuang. Ling Sheng murmured the name softly, a vague image surfacing in his mind. This individual operated discreetly yet possessed a high reputation among players, rumored to have organized numerous defenses against beast hordes, rescuing countless villages from peril, establishing a guild, perhaps? Ling Sheng pondered internally. With his current reputation, he could certainly form a formidable guild, attracting heroes from across the realm. Yet, Ling Sheng relished freedom, preferring the unencumbered thrill of adventure. Exploring the mysteries of the game world alone. Chapter 30. A return to the Black Stone Tower. Finally, Ling Sheng opened the Wealth Leaderboard. As anticipated, the top position was seized by a player known as Jin Baiwan, rumored to possess wealth rivaling that of nations and monopolizing various industries within the game. Ling Sheng, however, paid no heed to the Wealth Leaderboard. Though he possessed a considerable amount of gold, it paled in comparison to the fortunes of the true affluent players. Furthermore, in a month, the game would introduce a system allowing for the exchange of in-game gold for real currency, which would undoubtedly lead to a significant reshuffling of the wealth rankings a month from now. A glimmer of insight flickered in Ling Sheng's eyes as he sensed a monumental transformation on the horizon. Closing the leaderboard, he turned and strode towards the eastern part of the city. His purpose for this journey was, "Boss, 10 sets please." In the eastern district, at the apothecary, Ling Sheng confidently tossed a bag of gold onto the counter. "Boss, I would like 10 sets of potent life potions." The apothecary owner beamed broadly, his smile reaching his eyes as he swiftly packaged the potions and handed them to Ling Sheng. Exiting the apothecary, Ling Sheng made his way directly to the Knight's Dojo in the northern part of the city. Inside the dojo, Captain Marco was instructing several young knights in swordsmanship. Upon seeing Ling Sheng, Marco broke into a hearty smile. "Ling Sheng, you arrived just in time. The level 20 knight skills Double Strike and Shield Defense are now available for learning. You are the first player in Thunder City to transition into a knight, so these 2 skills are complementary for you." Ling Shang graciously accepted and immediately began his skill acquisition. Marco, being an experienced knight captain, explained the skills with clarity, and Ling Shang quickly mastered the two new techniques. The so-called double strike was easily understood from its name. This technique allowed for two swift sword strikes in rapid succession. Consequently, not only did it double the attack speed, but the damage inflicted was also twice that of a standard strike. Such a skill was formidable in practical combat, often delivering unexpected blows to adversaries. Simultaneously, there was the powerful skill known as shield defense. It served as an impregnable barrier, significantly enhancing the warrior's blocking probability once deployed. Whether facing a fierce onslaught from enemies or sudden ambushes from hidden assailants, this divine technique could transform peril into safety, effectively warding off danger. After successfully mastering these two novel skills, Ling Shang wasted no time in embarking on his journey, setting his sights on the mysterious and perilous Blackstone Tower. Upon reaching the second level of the Blackstone Tower, a chilling aura enveloped him. The dimly lit space was permeated with a foul stench, inducing a sense of nausea. Scanning the surroundings, he beheld a multitude of swaying, decayed zombies, their hollow, soulless eyes gleaming with a sinister light, poised to pounce on any intruder. Additionally, the treacherous black mages lurked within, their movements unpredictable and their cunning unparalleled. These black mages were adept at wielding dark powers, often launching surprise attacks at the most unexpected moments, leaving one defenseless. Ling Shang, agile and poised, navigated through the horde of monsters, his right hand gripping a gleaming long sword that exuded a chilling aura, as if nothing in this realm could impede his advance. With a low, fierce roar, double strike, he swung his arm vigorously, the sword carving a dazzling arc through the air, unleashing a formidable wave of sword energy that cleaved towards a grotesque zombie. With a resounding crack, the zombie's head was split open like a ripe watermelon, its brain matter and foul blood splattering everywhere. Yet, before the surrounding monsters could react, Ling Shang swiftly raised his left hand, brandishing a hefty shield, and bellowed, "Shield defense." At that moment, a massive, flaming fireball hurtled towards him from afar, crashing directly into his position. However, Ling Shang remained unfazed, firmly positioning his shield in front of him. With a thunderous boom, the fireball collided with the shield, exploding into a shower of sparks, yet Ling Shang emerged unscathed. Thus, he continued to carve a path through the various monsters, leaving a trail of severed limbs and flowing blood in his wake. Throughout this bloody journey, he garnered an impressive array of peculiar spoils, including fetid, decaying bones and a robe worn by a black mage, among others. Though these items might seem worthless to outsiders, to seasoned blacksmiths and apothecaries, they were invaluable materials that could be transformed into powerful equipment or precious potions. Ling Shang carefully stowed away these items and pressed deeper into the Blackstone Tower, seeking the entrance to the third level. At last, he paused before a spacious chamber, sensing a powerful presence emanating from within. It seemed the entrance to the third level lay just beyond. Gripping his sword tightly, Ling Shang took a deep breath and slowly stepped into the hall. A low voice echoed from the shadows. In the center of the hall stood three imposing monsters, their eyes fixed intently on Ling Shang. Flanking them were grotesque abominations, their rotting flesh dripping with repulsive slime from the rusted axes they wielded. At the center was a zombie mage, clad in black robes and brandishing a staff. Green flames flickered in its sunken eye sockets, and a formidable aura of darkness enveloped it, sending a shiver down Ling Shang's spine. Instantly, Ling Shang discerned that this zombie mage was no ordinary foe. Its presence was far more potent than any monster he had encountered thus far, evoking an unsettling sense of familiarity. He recalled the rumors he had heard in the Thunder City Tavern. Recently, the monsters of Blackstone Tower had grown unusually powerful, seemingly linked to some malevolent force, with whispers of the forbidden term demon surfacing. Could it be that the anomalies of Blackstone Tower were indeed connected to the demon? Ling Shang pondered silently, his gaze locked onto the zombie mage. The mage emitted a piercing shriek, swinging its staff violently, unleashing a bolt of black lightning that surged towards Ling Shang. Reacting swiftly, Ling Shang raised his shield to block. Shield defense, clang! A thunderous sound erupted as the black lightning struck the shield, igniting a flurry of sparks. Ling Shang felt a jolt shoot through his arm, the sheer force of the impact staggering him back several steps. What immense power! Ling Shang was taken aback. Realizing that the strength of this zombie mage far exceeded his expectations, at that moment, the grotesque abominations on either side lunged forward, unleashing deafening roars as they swung their massive axes towards Ling Shang. Refusing to show any trepidation, he countered with double strike. His sword transformed into two streaks of silver light, cleaving toward the two abominations. Roar! The abominations howled in agony, their fury intensifying as they pressed their assault. Ling Shang deftly evaded their attacks while searching for an opening in the zombie mage's defenses. He observed that the mage seemed to be the leader of the trio. Each of its strikes imbued the abominations with a strange magical potency, augmenting their strength. The zombie mage must be dealt with first, Ling Shang resolved firmly within himself. Just as he prepared to launch another attack, the zombie mage abruptly ceased its assault, emitting a sharp, eerie cry. Chapter 31. The zombie mage. He understood that the true battle was only just beginning. The appearance of the zombie mage signified that the secrets of Blackstone Tower were on the verge of revelation. Given the tower's remote location, few players ventured here, meaning that each level's boss awaited challengers in pristine condition. Ling Shang took a deep breath, bestowing upon himself a blessing of swiftness and strength. He resolved to conclude this swiftly and first eliminate the zombie mage. With a low growl, he initiated the provocation skill, drawing the attention of all nearby monsters. Abominations, zombies, and black mages surged towards him like a tidal wave. Ling Shang remained unperturbed, his agility allowing him to weave effortlessly among the throng. Double strike. He swung his sword, releasing two arcs of silver light that accurately struck the two nearest zombies. 234, 251, two vivid damage numbers floated into view as the zombies collapsed. Next, Ling Shang set his sights on the black mage. With nimble steps, he swiftly closed the distance, executing a piercing strike. His sword sliced through the air, plunging decisively into the black mage's chest. 487. A colossal damage number materialized, and the black mage let out a wretched scream before dissipating into a cloud of black smoke. With the zombies and black mage dispatched, only the abominations and the zombie mage remained in the hall. The abominations were durable and high in attack power but sluggish in movement, leaving Ling Shang unconcerned. He fixed his gaze on the zombie mage, preparing for the final assault. At that moment, a sound akin to bones grinding echoed from the depths of the hall. Ling Shang's heart sank, a foreboding sense washing over him. 4 skeletal warriors emerged from the shadows, wielding rusted battle axes, their hollow eye sockets aglow with eerie blue flames. Ling Shang cursed under his breath. These skeletal warriors were far stronger than the previous monsters and outnumbered him significantly. He resolved to strike first, using the provocation skill against one of the skeletal warriors. As anticipated, all 4 skeletal warriors were drawn towards him, their heavy footsteps echoing as they advanced. Just as the skeletal warriors closed in on Ling Shang, they suddenly halted. Not good. A low voice emanated from the skeletal warriors. In unison, the 4 skeletal warriors let out a chilling roar, then simultaneously executed a charging assault. They transformed into 4 fleeting shadows, crashing towards Ling Shang with ferocity. Caught off guard, Ling Shang was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. 188, 203, 195, 3 vivid damage numbers appeared. Ling Shang let out a muffled groan, feeling a sharp pain in his chest. Before he could gather his thoughts, 4 skeletal warriors had already closed in once more, their rusted battle axes raised high, ready to strike down upon him. 211, miss. 197, 205. Another 4 damage numbers appeared. Ling Shang inwardly rejoiced at his high defense and considerable health, as well as his agility, which allowed him to evade one attack. He understood that hesitation was not an option. He must swiftly deal with these skeletal warriors. Taking a deep breath, a glint of determination flashed in his eyes. He activated his taunt skill again, firmly locking the aggro of the 4 skeletal warriors onto himself. Then, like a bolt of lightning, he weaved effortlessly between them, his sword transforming into streaks of silver light, precisely targeting their weak points. Double strike, armor break, sweeping strike. Ling Shang unleashed all his skills, a flurry of crimson damage numbers rising into the air. Although the skeletal warriors possessed high attack power, they were ultimately mere soulless puppets. And under Ling Shang's ferocious onslaught, they gradually succumbed, crumbling into heaps of bones scattered across the ground. Ling Shang, refusing to let his guard down, quickly collected their ashes, as they were valuable alchemical materials. After a brief respite, he used his taunt skill once more, eager to draw out more skeletal warriors. Indeed, for more emerged from the darkness. Ling Shang felt a surge of relief. Fortunately, these skeletal warriors did not come in groups of 8. Or he might have found himself overwhelmed. He employed the same tactics again, utilizing his agility to dodge the skeletal warriors' attacks while continuously dealing damage. At last, the 4 skeletal warriors fell once more. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Ling Shang surveyed his surroundings, his gaze ultimately landing on the imposing figure of the zombie mage deep within the hall. "Allow me to witness your might," Ling Shang murmured, his eyes gleaming with resolve. Suddenly, he heard a low, resonant sigh, as if from an ancient whisper. Foolish mortal, Ling Shang bestowed upon himself the final layer of divine protection, golden light enveloping him as if he were a celestial being. Taking a deep breath, he roared and charged towards the zombie mage like an arrow released from a bow. "Taste my wrath." The zombie mage emitted a bizarre shriek, waving its staff, unleashing a massive black fireball that hurtled towards Ling Shang. Caught off guard, he was struck directly by the fireball. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as Ling Shang was blasted away, crashing heavily to the ground. 388. An alarming damage number floated up, accompanied by a green toxin icon appearing above Ling Shang's head. "Damn it, there's poison too," Ling Shang cursed under his breath, quickly downing a bottle of antidote and a medium health potion. Without delay, he charged at the zombie mage once more. Double strike, armor break, sweeping strike. Ling Shang unleashed all his skills again, his sword transforming into streaks of silver light as it relentlessly struck the zombie mage. However, the zombie mage's defense was surprisingly high, and Ling Shang's attacks only inflicted minimal damage. 87, 92, 75. Each insignificant damage number floated up, leaving Ling Shang feeling a sense of helplessness. Although the zombie mage's attack patterns were monotonous, their power was immense. It continued to swing its staff, unleashing black fireballs that forced Ling Shang to dodge incessantly. Thus, the battle dragged on for quite some time. Finally, the zombie mage's health dwindled to 1/10. Just when Ling Shang thought victory was assured, the zombie mage suddenly became agile. It let out a shriek and turned to flee. Its speed astonishing. Trying to escape? Not so easily, Ling Shang scoffed, and with his superior agility, he quickly closed the gap with the zombie mage. His sword ruthlessly plunged into the creature's back. 285. A massive damage number appeared, and the zombie mage let out a chilling scream, its body convulsing violently before slowly turning to face Ling Shang, an eerie green light flickering in its hollow eye sockets. "Pitiful insect, how dare you!" The zombie mage's words were cut short as Ling Shang's sword pierced through its chest. 302. With the final damage number ascending, the zombie mage emitted a defiant roar before collapsing in a heap of ashes. System notification. Congratulations! You have slain the Blackstone Tower Floor 2 boss, Zombie Mage, earning 10,000 experience points and 500 reputation points. A flash of golden light enveloped Ling Shang. He leveled up, elated. He clenched his fists. The surge of power from his newfound level invigorated him. Approaching the ashes of the zombie mage, he skillfully collected the remains. System notification. Acquired Alchemical Stone X1. Advanced Gathering Experience 500. Alchemical Stone. Ling Shang's heart leaped with joy. This was a crucial ingredient for crafting high-level potions, and it was quite valuable. Moreover, the experience in Advanced Gathering had significantly increased, indicating that he was not far from another level up. Eagerly, Ling Shang examined the items dropped by the zombie mage. 2 pieces of equipment lay there, shimmering faintly with golden light. One was a staff named Wailing of the Undead, possessing formidable attributes, but alas, Ling Shang was a warrior and could not wield it. The other was a ring named Ring of the Nether, which also had decent properties, yet similarly unsuitable for a warrior. Ling Shang felt a twinge of regret, but was not overly disappointed. After all, he had defeated a boss, leveled up, and obtained an alchemical stone. An abundant harvest indeed. He allocated his attribute points in a 2:1 ratio to strength, agility, and constitution, further enhancing his combat prowess. After making all the necessary preparations, Ling Shang approached the entrance to the 3rd floor of the Blackstone Tower, inhaled deeply, and resolutely stepped inside. "Blackstone Tower Floor 3, here I come," Ling Shang murmured, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Suddenly, a striking message appeared in the World Channel. Player Ling Shang ascends to the top of the leaderboard. Almost simultaneously, various voices erupted from different locations. Top of the leaderboard? Ling Shang. Why does that name sound so familiar? Player A pondered, scratching his head in confusion. In a way, who is this Ling Shang? How did he reach first place so quickly? Player B exclaimed in astonishment. He can't be one of those professional players from a studio. Can he? Player C speculated. Who cares who he is? I must seize the opportunity to see his skills. Player D's eyes sparkled with competitive spirit. Meanwhile, two sweet voices joined the discussion. Wow, first on the leaderboard. So impressive, Sister A exclaimed, her eyes shining with admiration. I wonder if this Ling Shang is handsome. Sister B daydreamed, her expression dreamy. At that moment, Ling Shang stood at the entrance to the third floor of the Blackstone Tower. Gazing at the even more sinister surroundings, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The Real challenge begins now. He slowly drew his sword, the blade glinting ominously. Roar! A deafening roar suddenly reverberated from the darkness, followed by a massive figure slowly emerging before Ling Shang. Chapter 32. Level Ascension. The entrance to the third floor of the Blackstone Tower was enveloped in a chilling atmosphere, starkly contrasting with the bustling scene outside the tower. Ling Shang gripped his sword, the blade glimmering coldly, reflecting his resolute visage. In the World Channel, the news of player Ling Shang claiming the top spot on the leaderboard flashed across the screen once more. But this time, the level number had prominently changed to 21. Player A from the Novice Village, still astonished by the earlier announcement of level 19, was left dumbfounded. How could he have leveled up again in just a few minutes? This rate of leveling up was simply miraculous. Player B lamented, pounding his chest in frustration. If only I had gone to the Blackstone Tower too. Just imagine the riches of experience. Player C remained steadfast in his belief, insisting that he must be from a studio. Ordinary players could not possibly level up this quickly. Player D's eyes sparkled with determination. It seemed he had to find an opportunity to meet him and see what this first-ranked player was truly capable of. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Novice Village, Sister A clasped her hands together, her starry eyes sparkling. Ling Shang, I want to have your babies. Sister B, being more pragmatic, wondered if he had a girlfriend. I want to add him as a friend. At the same time, the second-ranked player, Li Hua, sat solemnly in his private territory. Upon seeing the news of Ling Shang's recent level up, a hint of seriousness finally crossed his otherwise calm face. Level 21. This kid should not be underestimated. He set down his wine cup, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. It seems I need to pick up the pace. The third-ranked player, Tian Hualonghun, abruptly rose from his seat, staring incredulously at the news on the World Channel. Grabbing his companion Tian Huadaoyin, he spoke urgently. Quick, find out who this Ling Shang really is. Ling Shang remained oblivious to the stir his level up had caused in the outside world. At this moment, all his attention was focused on the darkness before him. Roar! The deafening roar echoed once more as an even larger figure stepped forth from the shadows, its crimson eyes fixated on Ling Shang, spewing forth a nauseating green gas. Ling Shang took a deep breath, tightening his grip on his sword, and murmured, "Come forth, let me see your abilities." Suddenly, a voice called out from behind Ling Shang, "Wait." Tian Hualonghun paced anxiously in his room, gripping his sword tightly, producing a clattering sound. Level 21. How long has it been? And he is already at level 21. Daoyin, what have you discovered? Tian Huadaoyin maintained a calm demeanor, leisurely polishing his dagger. Brother Longhun, there is no need to be so anxious. The game has only just begun. Being ahead in levels does not signify everything. Does it not signify everything? With such a considerable lead in levels, superior equipment, and skills, what does this represent? It signifies that we shall soon be left in his wake. The voice of Tianhua Lenghuan erupted almost like a roar. Tianhua Daoyin sheathed his dagger, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Lenghuan, let us focus on our own tasks. Hidden quests and high-level dungeons are what we should be concerned with. As for this Ling Shang. He paused, allowing him to revel in his triumph for a while. Meanwhile, the roar of Fengyun Jinlong seemed ready to tear the roof off. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. The top player is already at level 21. And what are you still doing? Fengyun Huanghu knelt trembling on the ground, too afraid to breathe. Long Gu, we have been trying our best. Trying your best? Is this what you call your best? Feng Yun Jinlong kicked over the table before him, exclaiming, "You can't even find a hidden quest. What use are you?" Taking a deep breath, he struggled to suppress the fury within him. Huang Hu, take your men to investigate, uncover everything about this Ling Shang. Also, find me hidden quests, mysterious maps, and the level 30 bosses. I must catch up to him in the shortest time possible, even surpass him. Feng Yun Huang Hu felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, scrambling to his feet. Yes, Long Gu, I shall go now. He called to Feng Yun Malong and the others, hastily departing the room. Feng Yun Jinlong watched their hasty retreat, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. Ling Shang, you had better pray you do not fall into my hands. Ling Shang stood at the entrance of the third level of the Blackstone Tower when a voice behind him halted his steps. He slowly turned around to see a figure cloaked in black, their face obscured. The cloaked figure extended a pale hand, pointing into the depths of the Blackstone Tower, their voice hoarse. Young man, that place is very dangerous. The fifth-ranked expert, Hao Yin, clad in white as snow, lounged lazily against an ornate throne, his long fingers idly tapping the armrest. Inhun Buxian stood beside him, not daring to utter a sound. Hao Yin cast a disinterested glance at the leaderboard, Ling Shang's name glaringly present at level 21. Still far ahead. Inhun Buxian, Hao Yin's voice was as chilling as winter's frost. Send more people to find this Ling Shang. First, attempt to win him over. If he refuses to cooperate, he paused, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Then eliminate him. Inhun Buxian trembled all over. Yes, master. After a moment's hesitation, he added, Master, regarding the guild establishment order. Hao Yin waved his hand dismissively. I have already made some progress on that matter. Once we deal with Ling Shang, we shall set about establishing the foremost guild. At the entrance to the third level of the Blackstone Tower, the system notification sounded. Player Ling Shang, do you wish to enter the third level of the Blackstone Tower? Without hesitation, Ling Shang selected yes. The scenery before him abruptly changed, a chilling, damp air enveloping him, sending a shiver down his spine. The cloaked figure remained where they stood, their voice growing even more hoarse. Young man, are you certain you wish to proceed? Ling Shang ignored him, striding forward. The cloaked figure let out a low, mournful sigh, their form gradually fading into the darkness. You should not disregard my warning, a cold voice echoed in Ling Shang's ear as he stepped into the third level of the Blackstone Tower. A wave of chilling dampness wrapping around him, as if he had entered an ancient ice cellar. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, with only the flickering green ghostly flames on the walls providing a dim light, casting eerie shadows all around. The sound of bones grinding approached, and Ling Shang instantly became alert. 4 skeletal warriors, wielding rusted battle blades, emerged from the darkness, their hollow eye sockets ablaze with eerie blue flames, fixating their gaze upon Ling Shang. Just in time, Ling Shang exclaimed in a low voice, swinging his long sword, a gust of sword energy slicing through the air, striking the foremost skeletal warrior. The skeletal warrior shattered, bones scattering across the ground. However, before Ling Shang could catch his breath, the sound of bones grinding resumed, and 4 more skeletal warriors surged forth from a side passage, surrounding him. A chill ran down Ling Shang's spine. The third level of the Blackstone Tower was indeed perilous. He dared not underestimate the situation. With sword light flickering, he darted between the skeletal warriors, each strike precise, leaving a trail of shattered bones in his wake. Ding! System announcement. A brand new pet system has officially launched. Players can acquire their own pets through capturing, hatching, and nurturing, and pets will become your most loyal companions on your adventure. The system notification rang out abruptly, but Ling Shang had no time to heed it. Chapter 33. The pet system opens. The 8 skeletal warriors surrounded him, their attacks surging like a tide. Even with his exquisite maneuvers, his health began to plummet rapidly. Ling Shang gritted his teeth, his sword strikes growing ever more fierce. He needed a swift resolution, he thought to himself. Finally, 2 more skeletal warriors fell beneath his blade. Victory seemed within reach, yet Ling Shang's health was now reduced to just over 200 points. He gazed at the remaining skeletal warriors, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over him. Damn it, Ling Shang muttered under his breath. His breathing grew ragged, sweat cascading down his forehead. 200 health points were nowhere near sufficient to withstand the forthcoming onslaught. His eyes narrowed, and he made a difficult decision to retreat. He feigned an attack to push back the two skeletal warriors, then turned and fled, racing towards the entrance from whence he came. Leaning against the wall, he gasped for breath, rummaging through his backpack for a potion and gulping it down. Damn it, I almost met my end there. He clenched his fists, a flicker of unwillingness in his eyes. After a brief respite, he once again stepped into the third level of the Blackstone Tower. This time, Ling Shang displayed no hesitation. His longsword surged like a dragon, sword energy slicing through the air, swiftly dispatching the two skeletal warriors. Nothing to it, Ling Shang scoffed, advancing deeper into the third level of the Blackstone Tower. A putrid stench assaulted his senses, causing him to furrow his brow. Utilizing the faint ghostly flames for illumination, he beheld a massive skeletal banshee coiled in the center of the hall, surrounded by countless blood-sucking worms, writhing and emitting a nauseating hissing sound. Ling Shang took a deep breath, slowly raising his longsword. "Let me see what you truly are," he murmured, activating his insight skill. Indeed, they were support-type monsters, Ling Shang thought to himself, realizing that the presence of these blood-sucking worms significantly heightened the battle's difficulty. His gaze shifted to the skeletal banshee at the hall center. The skeletal banshee was level 40, with 2,000 health points, 80 attack power and skills. Wail, reducing the attack power of nearby enemies by 10 for 10 seconds, and Bone Spike, ranged attack, dealing 150 attack power damage. This was the true boss. Ling Shang inhaled deeply, tightening his grip on the longsword. To avoid being attacked from all sides, he decided to eliminate the surrounding skeletal warriors first. Activating his provocation skill, an invisible wave radiated outward, causing the nearby skeletal warriors to unleash furious roars as they charged towards him. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Though Ling Shang's attacks were sharp, they failed to effectively diminish the skeletal warrior's health. Instead, he sustained considerable damage due to the interference from the blood-sucking worms. Damn it! Ling Shang cursed inwardly, anxiety mounting within him. His original plan was to take them out one by one, dealing with the skeletal warriors first before confronting the skeletal banshee. But now, the emergence of the blood-sucking worms had completely disrupted his strategy. He needed to devise a new approach. Otherwise, Ling Shang's eyes narrowed. A bold idea forming in his mind, a cold smile crept across his lips. If that was the case, then let us confront them all at once, he roared, no longer retreating but instead charging towards the skeletal warriors and blood-sucking worms. His long sword transformed into a flurry of afterimages, each swing claiming flesh and bone. Whirlwind sword technique, Ling Shang shouted, the sword light expanding, forming whirlwinds that engulfed the surrounding skeletal warriors and blood-sucking worms. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive sounds erupted as the skeletal warriors and blood-sucking worms were shredded by the sword energy, scattering into fragments across the ground. Ling Shang's body was splattered with blood and shattered bones. Yet he paid it no mind, his eyes gleaming with madness. He resembled an unyielding killing machine, relentlessly wielding his longsword, slaying every enemy that dared approach him. One skeletal warrior after another fell, one blood-sucking worm after another was dispatched. After a prolonged battle, Ling Shang finally eliminated the 4 surrounding skeletal warriors and 1 blood-sucking worm. Though he bore several new wounds and his health had diminished significantly, he felt an exhilarating rush. Now, it was your turn. Ling Shang's gaze fell upon the skeletal banshee in the center of the hall, brimming with battle intent. He stepped forward, each stride deliberate and steady, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. The skeletal banshee let out a piercing shriek, and the surrounding blood-sucking worms began to writhe restlessly, as if sensing the impending danger. Ling Shang approached the skeletal banshee, slowly raising his longsword, its tip aimed directly at the banshee's chest. "Let me see what abilities you possess," he coldly declared, his tone laced with disdain. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he turned towards the shadows lurking behind the skeletal banshee, where something appeared to writhe. What could it be? Ling Shang squinted, a flicker of unease rising within him. He slowly extended his hand towards the shadows. Could it be? The system notification chimed once more, this time not with a battle alert, but rather concerning the recently activated pet system. Ding! System announcement. The pet system leaderboard is officially live. Let us congratulate the player Fingyan Wuji for acquiring the first pet, thus claiming the top spot on the pet leaderboard. Simultaneously, the prestige leaderboard has also been updated, With the player Aoshi Longhun dominating the ranks with an overwhelming lead, Ling Shang was taken aback and promptly opened the pet and prestige leaderboards. Indeed, a player named Fengyun Wuji occupied the first position on the pet leaderboard, and his pet was none other than a miniature skeletal banshee. This revelation startled him. Could it be that the third level of the Blackstone Tower was the capture ground for the skeletal banshee pets? Glancing at the prestige leaderboard, the player Aoshi Longhun held the top position, his prestige points far surpassing those of other players. Ling Shang couldn't help but marvel. It seemed there were indeed many skilled players in this game. Activating his insight skill, crimson text appeared once more. Skeletal Banshee, level 40, health points 2000, attack power 80, skills. Whale, reduces surrounding enemies' attack power by 10 for 10 seconds. Bone Spike, ranged attack, dealing 150 attack power damage. Summon Skeleton Warriors, summons 2 skeleton warriors to assist in battle. Upon reading the description of the last skill, Ling Shang couldn't help but gasp in horror. The boss that could summon minions was not to be trifled with. He cautiously approached the skeletal banshee, intending to assess the surroundings first. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened again, fixating on the shadows behind the skeletal banshee. There, something appeared to writhe. Could it be? Ling Shang's heart sank as he slowly extended his hand towards the shadows. Damn it, it's Chapter 34. Fierce battle with the skeletal banshee and encounter with the werewolf. Damn it, it's the skeletal warriors. Ling Shang cursed under his breath. Indeed, 2 skeletal warriors clad in tattered armor emerged from the shadows, their hollow eye sockets glowing with eerie green flames. Thankfully, he had noticed them in advance. Otherwise, he would have been caught in a pincer attack. Ling Shang resolved to eliminate these 2 minions first. In a flash, he darted behind one skeletal warrior, his long sword glinting coldly as it accurately pierced through the gaps in its back. With a sharp crack, the skeletal warrior crumbled, scattering bones everywhere. The other skeletal warrior charged forward with a howl. But Ling Shang swiftly sidestepped the attack, retaliating with a swift strike that severed its head. With the 2 minions dispatched, Ling Shang took a deep breath, his gaze fixating on the skeletal banshee. He raised his longsword and tentatively initiated an assault against the skeletal banshee. However, his strikes frequently missed their mark, and even when they did connect, they only inflicted paltry damage. This defense is astonishingly high. Ling Shang thought in shock. The level disparity was glaringly apparent. The skeletal banshee emitted a piercing shriek, brandishing its bony claws towards Ling Shang. He hurriedly dodged, but still felt the sting of its claws graze his shoulder. A wave of agony coursing through him. Quickly, he downed a health potion to alleviate the pain. He couldn't afford to engage in a direct confrontation. He needed a strategy, while evading the banshee's attacks. Ling Shang contemplated his tactics. He noted that although the skeletal banshee's attacks were formidable, its speed was relatively slow, and it appeared to have a distinct wind-up before striking. Seizing this opportunity, Ling Shang began to maneuver around, dodging attacks while looking for openings to counter. Although his strikes continued to lack effective damage, at least he was ensuring he wouldn't be instantly eliminated. The battle raged on for several minutes, and the potions on Ling Shang's person were running low. Just then, the skeletal banshee let out an ear-splitting scream, an icy aura radiating from its form. This is bad, Ling Shang thought grimly, a chilling sensation enveloping his body. How could you? The skeletal banshee's voice was hoarse and trembling. A thin layer of ice rapidly formed over Ling Shang's body, hindering his movements. Damn it, it's a freezing effect. He hastily consumed a thawing potion, the icy sensation gradually receding. However, a wave of paralysis surged from his wound. The toxic attack of the skeletal blade had taken effect. Ling Shang gritted his teeth, acutely aware of the perilous situation he was in. Seeing Ling Shang afflicted by poison, the skeletal banshee let out a shriek and lunged at him once more, its bony claws poised to strike. Ling Shang, enduring the paralysis and sluggishness, barely managed to evade the attack. He understood that he could no longer afford to delay. He must end this swiftly. Taking a deep breath, he infused all remaining energy into his longsword, unleashing his signature technique. Gale Slash. The sword light flashed like lightning, striking the skeletal banshee and scattering bone fragments. The skeletal banshee emitted a heart-wrenching scream as its health plummeted. Ling Shang's spirits lifted. Seizing the moment, he pressed the attack. Although the banshee was powerful, being an undead creature, It had a lower resistance to physical attacks. Under the relentless torrent of Ling Shang's strikes, the skeletal banshee's health rapidly dwindled. Just as he was on the verge of delivering the finishing blow, the skeletal banshee suddenly shrieked and darted towards the fallen skeletal warrior, as if to absorb energy and restore its health. Ling Shang immediately discerned the banshee's intent. How could he allow that to happen? Summoning his remaining strength, he channeled all his energy into his longsword and executed his most powerful skill. Double strike. Two fierce waves of sword energy surged forth, striking the skeletal banshee instantly. It let out a desperate wail, collapsing to the ground, scattering bone debris everywhere. Ling Shang, propped up by his sword, gasped for breath, gazing at the spoils of battle, murmuring, "Finally dealt with." He stepped forward slowly, reaching out. Ling Shang carefully approached and picked up the spoils dropped by the skeletal banshee. A diamond crystal emanating a ghostly cold light and a bundle of shimmering silver silk appeared in his hand. Pure Yin crystal and pure Yin silk. These were rare materials for crafting high-level equipment and elixirs. Ling Shang's proficiency in gathering skills also improved, a smile creeping onto his lips. However, his moment of triumph was short-lived. 5 skeletal warriors, their eye sockets ablaze with green flames, were slowly advancing towards him. It seemed the demise of the skeletal banshee had stirred them. Ling Shang quickly stashed the spoils into his backpack and picked up the long sword dropped by the skeletal banshee. The frost blade, emanating a chilling aura, just what he needed. A flicker of excitement glimmered in Ling Shang's eyes. The recent battle with the skeletal banshee had stirred his blood. He now craved smaller foes to vent his frustration. Gripping the frost blade tightly, he charged forward. Swish! The frost blade sliced through the air, trailing a line of cold light as it instantly cleaved the foremost skeletal warrior in two. The frigid sword energy rapidly spread, freezing several other skeletal warriors in place. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Shang moved like lightning, weaving through the ranks of skeletal warriors, his long sword leaving behind phantoms, each swing claiming a skeletal warrior's life. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a skeletal warrior. You have gained XXX experience points and X gold coins. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a skeletal warrior. You have acquired a damaged leather armor. The system notifications rang out incessantly, and Ling Shang's experience points and gold coins soared. As the battle progressed, an ever-increasing number of skeletal warriors poured forth from the depths of the passage, seemingly endless. Ling Shang grew more emboldened, wielding the frost blade with increasing finesse. It was unclear how much time had passed. But eventually, the skeletal warriors in the passage were thoroughly vanquished. Ling Shang stood amidst a pile of bones, covered in dust and bone fragments, yet exuding an air of valor. He opened his backpack. Surveying the bountiful spoils, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss, abruptly lifting his head and gazing deeper into the Blackstone Tower, murmuring to himself, "This aura." Ling Shang sheathed the frost blade, his gaze resolutely fixed on the entrance to the 4th level of the Blackstone Tower. A palpable sense of pressure emanated from the depths of the passage, stirring a sense of unease within him. Yet he did not waver. Instead, he felt exhilarated. Stronger foes meant richer rewards. Ling Shang licked his lips and stepped into the passage leading to the 4th level. The passage was shrouded in darkness, rendering visibility non-existent. Ling Shang ignited a torch, the dim, golden light illuminating his surroundings. The walls on either side of the passage were etched with bizarre runes, as if recounting some ancient secret. A foul stench pervaded the air, inducing nausea. Ling Shang advanced cautiously, every step taken with utmost care. He felt an unsettling sensation, as if something were watching him from the shadows, making him feel exposed. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from the depths of the passage, followed by a towering figure charging forth from the darkness. It was a werewolf, covered in black fur, its eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty glow, sharp claws gleaming ominously. It was none other than the guardian of the 4th level of the Blackstone Tower, Werewolf Cabero. Cabero's sudden appearance caught Ling Shang entirely off guard. He had barely a moment to react before Cabero launched an assault. The werewolf let out a howl that pierced the air, unleashing a torrent of violent wind from its mouth, transforming into countless blades of wind that rained down upon Ling Shang like a tempest. Ling Shang hurriedly raised his sword to block. But the sheer number of wind blades was overwhelming, and he was unable to defend fully. The sharp blades sliced through his armor, leaving behind several bloody gashes on his body. Ling Shang's health plummeted rapidly, dwindling to a mere sliver. Seeing that his attack had landed, Kabaro's eyes gleamed with malevolence. It leaped high into the air, its massive wolf claw slicing through the air with a fierce gale. Delivering a brutal strike aimed at Ling Shang's head, with a thunderous crash, Ling Shang was sent flying by the claw, crashing heavily onto the ground. His life force was nearly depleted, teetering on the brink of death. Kabaro let out a triumphant howl, seemingly convinced of his inevitable victory. However, he overlooked one crucial detail. Ling Shang was still alive. Ling Shang struggled to rise from the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. There was no trace of fear in his eyes. Instead, they were filled with the spirit of battle. Is that all you've got? Ling Shang wiped the blood from his lips and coldly regarded Kabaro, declaring, "Now it's my turn." Chapter 35. The fourth floor of the Black Tower. Ling Shang gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain and activated his insight spell. Kabaro's information immediately materialized before his eyes. And one particular detail caught his attention. The powerful skill, Cleave, would leave the user in a brief state of rigidity after USE.AN opportunity. A glint of determination flashed in Ling Shang's eyes. Just as Kabaro was basking in his arrogance, Ling Shang unleashed his double strike. Bang bang. Two muffled thuds echoed as Kabaro's massive frame trembled violently. He was immobilized. Seizing this fleeting chance, Ling Shang's sword transformed into a silver streak, plunging mercilessly into Kabaro's chest. 200. A staggering damage number floated above Kabaro's head. He emitted a pained roar, breaking free from his rigid state. Enraged, he swung his claws once more, launching another assault on Ling Shang. Furious rending, Ling Shang was prepared, deftly dodging the attack with a nimble sidestep. Kabaro fell back into rigidity. Without hesitation, Ling Shang unleashed another double strike. Once again, a colossal damage figure ascended. This back and forth continued several times, and Kabaro's life force plummeted to below 1,000, breathing heavily. His eyes glinted with ferocity, as if he were brewing something sinister. Ling Shang refrained from using double strike again, instead positioning his sword across his chest. His gaze locked onto Kabaro. Suddenly, Kabaro ceased his assault and let out a skyward howl. His body began to swell, muscles bulging as a powerful energy surged within him. This is bad. He.S. going all out. Ling Shang thought to himself. Kabaro unleashed a deafening roar, a torrent of violent energy bursting forth from him, causing the surrounding trees to tremble. This is... Ling Shang's pupils constricted. Frenzy? Kabaro's blood-red eyes fixated on Ling Shang. A cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Boy, prepare to meet your end. In his frenzied state, Kabaro's speed and strength surged dramatically, transforming him into a black lightning bolt that lunged at Ling Shang. Ling Shang dared not be careless, swiftly raising his sword to block. Clang. A resounding crash reverberated as Ling Shang felt an overwhelming force surge through him, his hands tingling as he was pushed back several steps. What immense power! Ling Shang was taken aback, unwilling to engage head-on, instead opting for a hit-and-run strategy, capitalizing on the moments of rigidity following Kabaro's attacks. Although Kabaro was in a frenzied state, the rigidity after his assaults still lingered, albeit for a significantly shorter duration. Ling Shang had to seize these ephemeral opportunities to inflict effective damage. Double strike. Ling Shang's sword struck true at Kabaro's weak points, each blow siphoning a substantial portion of his life force. Kabaro roared in fury, yet found himself utterly powerless against the agile Ling Shang. With each passing moment, Ling Shang's resolve grew stronger, his attack speed accelerating, and Kabaro's life force dwindled at a visible rate. Damage numbers continued to rise until Kabaro's life force finally reached 0. Boom. Kabaro's massive form crashed to the ground, dissipating into a shower of starlight. Ding! Congratulations to player Ling Shang for slaying the werewolf Kabaro, earning 10,000 experience points and 100 reputation points. Ding! Congratulations to player Ling Shang for leveling up to level 20. The system notifications rang out in succession, a satisfied smile spreading across Ling Shang's face. He approached Kabaro's corpse, eager to collect his spoils. The exquisite equipment dropped by the boss on the third floor of the Black Stone Tower was finally within his grasp. Ling Shang gazed at the gear in his hands, exhilarated at a suit of black armor emanating a ghostly glow, an exceptionally sharp longsword, and a skill book, dreamlike form. Passive skill. Upon receiving an attack, there is a 50 chance to enter an ethereal state, rendering one immune to all damage for 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. What a powerful skill! Ling Shang was overjoyed and quickly learned it. In addition, he acquired a necklace shimmering with golden light. Kuetong necklace. Increases strength by 50 points, agility by 50 points, and stamina by 50 points, with an additional skill, Thunderstrike. Ling Shang donned the Kuetong necklace around his neck, feeling a surge of potent energy coursing through him. He clenched his fist, reveling in the exhilarating power within, filled with newfound confidence. Having completed his exploration of the 3rd floor of the Black Stone Tower, it was time to venture to the 4th floor. Ling Shang lifted his gaze toward the higher reaches of the tower, excitement glimmering in his eyes. What challenges awaited me on the 4th floor? He murmured to himself, a confident smile gracing his lips as he stepped toward the entrance to the 4th floor of the Black Stone Tower. Suddenly, he halted. Ling Shang took a deep breath and pushed open the door to the 4th floor. A chill swept over him, starkly contrasting the atmosphere of the previous 3 floors. Ling Shang's heart raced as he gripped his long sword tightly. Attempting to use his insight spell on the dark figure, he found no information displayed, heightening his alertness. Driven by curiosity, Ling Shang treaded lightly, inching closer. Beneath the black cloak, a pale face was faintly visible. Those eyes glimmering with an eerie green light, fixated intently on a purple crystal. What is he doing? Ling Shang pondered, tightening his grip on the sword hilt. Suddenly, the dark figure whirled around, the green gaze piercing through Ling Shang as if it could penetrate his very soul. Who? The voice was hoarse and low, laced with an imperceptible tremor of panic. Ling Shang wasted no time. Launching an attack, double strike, he shouted, his form like lightning, the sword light flashing as 2 sharp blades of energy surged toward the dark figure. The figure, clearly taken aback by the sudden appearance and assault, found his incantation interrupted, a mix of shock and fury crossing his features. Damn it! Who is it? He frantically waved his staff, attempting to fend off Ling Shang's onslaught. However, he was at a critical juncture of casting, unable to divert his focus to counter Ling Shang's fierce assault. Double strike. Ling Shang pressed the advantage, unleashing the skill once more. 2 blades of energy sliced through the air, striking the dark figure with brutal force. The figure let out a muffled grunt, staggering back as a trickle of blood seeped from beneath his cloak. Could this person be a super boss? Ling Shang's heart leapt with joy. He had inadvertently stumbled upon a formidable foe. If he could defeat him, the rewards would undoubtedly be bountiful. A flicker of fear danced in the dark figure's eyes. He had not anticipated that this seemingly ordinary knight possessed such formidable power. Gritting his teeth, he bore the agony and continued to chant his spell. Seeing this, Ling Shang's suspicions were further confirmed. Chapter 36. The Dark Sorcerer. A glimmer of greed flickered in Ling Shang's eyes as he unleashed a barrage of strikes with his long sword, the sword energy cascading like a torrential downpour. Enveloping the dark figure entirely, double strike, double strike, double strike. Ling Shang relentlessly attacked, each strike imbued with immense force. The dark figure's cloak was shredded by the onslaught, revealing the black robe beneath. His complexion had turned ashen, blood continually oozing from the corners of his mouth, clearly reaching his limits. Stop! The dark figure rasped. You have no idea what you're doing. Ignoring his words, Ling Shang pressed on with his fierce assault. Visions of countless coins and equipment danced before his eyes, filling him with excitement and exhilaration. The dark figure, in despair, closed his eyes, realizing he was likely beyond salvation this day. Yet, at that moment, a strange smile crept across his lips as he whispered, "Foolish wretch." Before Ling Shang could react, the dark figure's form inexplicably vanished. Ling Shang's sword energy struck the ground with a resounding crash, sending dust swirling around him as he scanned his surroundings. But the dark figure was nowhere to be found. Teleportation? Ling Shang was taken aback, realizing this foe possessed such an elusive skill. Just then, he sensed a chilling aura behind him. He spun around to find the dark figure had somehow reappeared beside the purple crystal. He raised his staff high, chanting fervently, a wave of potent magical energy radiating from him as the purple crystal began to emit an even more blinding glow. Black magic reversal, the dark figure roared. A torrent of black energy erupting from his staff and shooting skyward. Ling Shang then comprehended that this individual's target was not himself, but rather the purple crystal. He intended to harness its power to cast some potent spell. I can't let him succeed. Ling Shang's heart raced as he launched another attack. However, at that moment, the dark figure suddenly emitted a pained groan, his staff clattering to the ground as he collapsed. Trembling uncontrollably, "Damn it, the magical energy is in chaos," the dark figure gritted his teeth. "I didn't expect it to happen now." Ling Shang's heart soared with elation at the sight. "Heaven is on my side," he shouted, charging at the dark figure once more, his long sword raised high, poised to deliver a fatal blow. As the sword of Ling Shang was about to descend, a flicker of resoluteness flashed in the eyes of the shadowy figure cloaked in black. He abruptly raised his head and let out a hoarse roar. "If that is the case, then let us perish together with that." He brandished his magical staff and struck it forcefully against the ground. "Blackstone Guardian, heed my summons, arise." The earth trembled violently, fissures spreading in every direction, as a powerful dark energy surged forth from the depths of the ground, saturating the entire space. A thunderous roar echoed, and a colossal beast emerged from the crevice. Positioning itself before the figure in black, Ling Shang gazed at the grotesque creature before him, a chill running down his spine. He realized that he might have gravely miscalculated. "Foolish knight, dark sorcerer, or rather, the dark mage Miao Long," he muttered, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his voice weak yet tinged with madness. "You have thwarted my grand scheme, and for that, you shall pay dearly." Trembling, he pointed a finger at Ling Shang, commanding, "Eliminate him." The enormous beast slowly rose to its full height of over 3 meters, its body covered in black scales, exuding a nauseating stench. It possessed a massive head adorned with sharp bone spikes, and its crimson eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light. Its razor-sharp claws scraped against the ground, producing a chilling sound. This was the Bone Fong, one of the guardians of the 4th level of the Blackstone Tower. Before Ling Shang could react, the ground quaked once more as another monster crawled out from the fissure. This creature was slightly smaller yet appeared even more sinister. Clad in tattered black armor, it wielded a rusted long sword, and 2 ghostly blue flames flickered in its hollow eye sockets. It approached Ling Shang with a stiff gait, each step accompanied by an ominous cracking sound. This was the skeleton officer, another guardian of the 4th level of the Blackstone Tower. Ling Shang felt a sense of dread wash over him and hurriedly employed his insight spell to examine the 2 monsters, only to find the level disparity too vast to glean any information. He found himself in a predicament: to fight desperately or to flee. The dark sorcerer Miao Long let out a sinister laugh, his eyes gleaming with vengeful delight. "Enjoy your fate, foolish knight. This is the end you deserve." Ling Shang gritted his teeth, aware that he had to make a choice. The 2 monsters before him were formidable. Engaging them head-on was undoubtedly a path to doom. Yet, if he fled now, would it not render all his efforts futile? Just as he hesitated, Bone Fong launched the first attack. A sharp bone spike shot forth from its mouth, hurtling towards Ling Shang. He quickly dodged, but still felt the spike graze his shoulder, an intense pain radiating through him. Looking down, he saw that the wound had turned black and was rapidly spreading. "Damn it! What poison is this?" Ling Shang cursed inwardly, hastily swallowing an antidote potion, only to find it had no effect whatsoever. The skeleton officer slowly raised its long sword, the ghostly blue light flickering in its hollow eye sockets. Whispering chillingly, "Submit or perish." The bone spike grazed Ling Shang's shoulder, instantly draining a significant portion of his health. The excruciating pain coursed through his body like electricity, the wound spreading an eerie blackness that seemed intent on devouring his very life force. Ling Shang cursed again, downing a health potion, yet his health remained unchanged. The bone spike not only bore potent poison but also carried a formidable curse. With a deafening roar, Bone Fong lunged forward, its massive form bearing down like a mountain. Ling Shang scrambled to evade, but was still struck by its enormous claw, sending him hurtling through the air like a severed kite, crashing heavily to the ground. 587, a vivid red damage number floated above Ling Shang's head, his health plummeting dangerously low. The skeleton officer advanced with its stiff gait, the rusted longsword emanating a ghostly blue light, the aura of death enveloping Ling Shang. "Run!" This was the sole thought racing through Ling Shang's mind. He struggled to rise, staggering backward in a frantic retreat. Bone Fong pursued relentlessly, its massive claws swinging again and again, each strike siphoning away vast amounts of his life force. He knew he could not last much longer. The dark sorcerer Miao Long stood at a distance, his icy laughter echoing. "Give up, you cannot escape. Become my sacrificial offering." Ling Shang gritted his teeth. Running for his life. Chapter 37. An unintended encounter with the purple radiant stone. Perilous circumstances, he had to find a glimmer of hope, however faint, and seize it. "Ah!" Ling Shang cried out in anguish as a sharp pain shot through his back. Bone Fong's claw had struck him again, his health now hanging by a thread. He felt his body grow heavier, the world around him blurring. Was he truly to perish here? Despair washed over him, and his steps slowed. He recognized his inability to escape. Wait, that moment. Ling Shang's back collided with a hard object. Instinctively, he reached out and felt a smooth, icy surface. What is this? The object he grasped was cool and smooth, reminiscent of fine jade. This gemstone was the size of a fist, entirely translucent, with a purple glow flowing within, as if it harbored mysterious powers. The purple radiance stone, the dark sorcerer Miao Long, observing from afar, gasped in shock, a glimmer of greed and fear flashing in his eyes. "Stop, do not touch that stone." Ling Shang froze, unsure of the stone's significance that could provoke such a reaction from the once mighty dark sorcerer. Yet, with death looming so close, he could think of nothing else. Instinctively, he pried the purple radiance stone from the wall and clutched it tightly in his hand. At that moment, Bone Fong's enormous claw struck again, and Ling Shang instinctively closed his eyes, bracing for death. However, the anticipated agony never came. Confused, he opened his eyes to see Bone Fong's claw halted just before him, mere inches from his chest. 57. Mist. A vivid red mist floated above Bone Fong's head. Ling Shang was momentarily stunned, unable to believe his eyes. This was a lethal strike capable of obliterating him, yet it had missed. Not only Ling Shang, but even the dark sorcerer Miao Long was taken aback. He watched in disbelief as Bone Fong's attack fell short, his expression one of utter incredulity. Soon after, the skeleton officer's strike followed. The rusted longsword, engulfed in ghostly blue flames, swung down toward Ling Shang's head. -32. Mist. Another mist. Ling Shang felt as though he had stepped into a dream. Everything so surreal. With an enraged roar, Bone Fong attacked once more, swinging its massive claws at Ling Shang. -108. Mist. -87. Mist. Time and again, the mist notifications floated above Bone Fong and the skeleton officer, as if some mysterious force shielded Ling Shang, rendering all attacks ineffective. "Impossible. This cannot be," the dark sorcerer Miao Long roared in a frenzy. "The purple radiant stone. It must be the power of the purple radiant stone. Damn it, how could you?" Before he could finish, Ling Shang suddenly felt a surge of immense power flowing from the purple radiant stone into his body, filling him with strength, an unprecedented sensation washing over him. Ling Shang's lips curled into a confident smile as he slowly proclaimed, "It seems this stone is now mine." Gripping the purple radiant stone tightly, a powerful energy surged within him. He felt lighter than air, as if he could soar. "Run!" Ling Shang exclaimed, his figure vanishing in an instant. "No!" The dark sorcerer Miao Long let out a despairing scream, helplessly watching as Ling Shang disappeared from his sight. The attacks of Bone Fong and the skeleton officer all landed in vain, their weapons swinging futilely as they roared in frustration. Meanwhile, a system notification echoed in Ling Shang's ears. "Congratulations, player Ling Shang, for completing the task prevent the resurrection of the undead lord. You have been rewarded. Reputation 10,000, level increased to 38, gold 50,000, and a pet egg. Ding, world announcement. The Blackstone Tower, dormant for millennia, has reopened, and the slumbering monsters within are beginning to awaken, posing a threat to humanity's safety. Brave adventurers, seize your weapons and avert this impending catastrophe." Ling Shang, hiding in a concealed corner, listened to the system notifications and world announcements. A satisfied smile gracing his face, he had merely aimed to complete a simple task, yet unexpectedly triggered a hidden storyline and received such bountiful rewards. Glancing at the pet egg in his hand, he felt a surge of anticipation, as for the opportunity to achieve fame. He was indifferent at that moment, in a shadowy corner, A mysterious figure observed everything coldly, a sinister smile curling at the corner of their mouth. Ling Shang? Do you truly believe you have triumphed? This is merely the beginning. Unbeknownst to Ling Shang, he had fallen into a trap, yet he remained exhilarated by the unexpected acquisition of the purple radiance stone and the pet egg. He cautiously retrieved the purple radiance stone, examining it closely. The gemstone was utterly translucent, emanating a faint purple glow, as if it contained an enigmatic power. What on earth is this stone? Curiosity filled Ling Shang's mind. He attempted to use his identification spell, only to find it utterly ineffective. Seems I'll need to find an appraiser, Ling Shang muttered to himself, putting away the purple radiance stone and then taking out the pet egg. The pet egg is oval in shape, its surface adorned with enigmatic patterns that emit a subtle warmth. Ling Shang gently caressed the pet egg, his heart brimming with anticipation. What kind of creature would hatch from it? He wondered aloud, before placing the egg into his backpack. Perhaps it would be prudent to find a safe location first. He rose and ventured deeper into the forest. However, at the very moment he turned, a faint sound emanated from his backpack. A delicate crack echoed softly from within. He promptly halted, retrieving the warm petty. To his astonishment, a fine crack had appeared on the shell, rapidly spreading as fragments fell away. And a burst of crimson light erupted from within. A palm-sized firebird emerged, ablaze with fierce flames, yet curiously, it did not scorch Ling Shang's hand. It flapped its tiny wings, curiously surveying the surroundings while emitting a clear, melodious chirp. Ling Shang was overwhelmed with joy, swiftly checking its attributes. Little firebird, juvenile stage, fire element, exceptionally high attack power, immense growth potential. Incredible. Ling Shang could not contain his excitement. The attributes of this little firebird were simply extraordinary. Without hesitation, he named it Lu Yan. Chapter 38. Lu Yan. In an instant, the world channel erupted. Congratulations to player Ling Shang for acquiring the divine beast Lu Yan, ranking first on the pet leaderboard. What on earth? It's Ling Shang again? This luck is simply astonishing. Ling Shang observed the messages on the world channel, a slight smile gracing his lips. Just then, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, and the game pod automatically opened. His little sister stood nearby, grinning broadly. Brother, it's time to eat today. Sisterly has made your favorite sweet and sour ribs. Ling Shang patted his rumbling stomach and removed his gaming helmet. Lunchtime had arrived, and the warmth of family temporarily made him forget the excitement of the game. At the dining table, his little sister chattered animatedly about amusing happenings at school, while Li Yitong smiled gently, occasionally serving Ling Shang dishes. The meal was warm and harmonious. After dining, the three engaged in a game of rock, paper, scissors to determine who would wash the dishes, resulting in Ling Shang's defeat. He chuckled wryly as he gathered the dishes, while his sister gleefully relished in his misfortune. After some effort, Ling Shang successfully completed his task, and Wang Kai gratefully handed him an ancient map. Warrior, you are truly remarkable. This is your well-deserved reward. Ling Shang tucked away the map and headed straight to the auction house. The equipment he had listed yesterday had sold, and he collected a substantial amount of gold. His spirits lifted. Finally, he arrived at Grandpa Identification's humble abode. As he pushed open the door, an ancient aura enveloped him. Young man, you have finally arrived. Grandpa Identification's murky eyes sparkled momentarily. Bring it out. Let me see what treasures you possess. Ling Shang took a deep breath and retrieved the stone emanating a mysterious purple glow from his backpack. He laid out the accumulated equipment and materials before Grandpa Identification. The old man picked up a wristband that glimmered with a faint blue light, stroking his beard, his cloudy gaze reflecting surprise. Mysterious ice wristband? Quite remarkable, excellently crafted, with superb attributes. Truly a fine item. He then took hold of a fiery red gem, his eyes gleaming even brighter. Fire Spirit Crystal, a rare treasure, brimming with powerful fire elemental energy. Young man, your luck is truly enviable. At last, Ling Shang presented the stone radiating a mysterious purple light. The purple glow danced, seemingly harboring boundless secrets. Upon seeing this stone, the previously calm expression on Grandpa Identification's face transformed into one of incredulous astonishment. He trembled as he held the stone, as if cradling the most precious treasure in existence. His eyes filled with reverence. This is the purple radiant stone. He inhaled sharply, his voice trembling slightly, the legendary purple radiance stone. It truly exists. Seeing Grandpa Identification's excitement, Ling Shang felt a surge of anticipation and quickly inquired, Grandpa Identification, what is the purpose of this purple radiance stone? Grandpa Identification slowly set down the stone, gazing deeply at Ling Shang, and after a long pause, finally spoke. Want to know its purpose? Very well. The identification fee is 50,000 gold. 50,000 gold? Ling Shang exclaimed, nearly leaping in shock. Isn't that exorbitant? Grandpa Identification, you are taking advantage of me. Grandpa Identification huffed, taking advantage? I am no deceiver. This purple radiant stone is a legendary treasure, worth a fortune. The 50,000 gold identification fee is already a friendly price. Take it or leave it. Ling Shang pondered for a moment, a sly smile creeping across his face. Grandpa Identification, please don't be upset. I was merely jesting. How about we identify the other items first to see their value? If I have enough gold, we can identify the purple radiant stone afterward. Grandpa Identification grunted. Very well. I shall acquiesce. Ling Shang promptly handed over the skeleton staff, the cloak of dark shadows, and the diamond artifact. Grandpa Identification examined the three items closely, his eyes flashing with admiration. The skeleton staff increases dark attribute attack, good. The cloak of dark shadows enhances agility and evasion. Another rare treasure. The diamond artifact boasts incredible defense, truly a remarkable find. These three items hold significant value. What is their total worth? Ling Shang inquired eagerly. Grandpa Identification stroked his beard thoughtfully. The identification fee amounts to 30,000 gold. 30,000. Ling Shang was taken aback. Why is it so expensive? He rummaged through his belongings and could only muster a little over 10,000 gold. Grandpa Identification, would it be acceptable if I identified these two items first and paid the remaining amount next time? He pointed to the skeleton staff and the cloak of dark shadows. After a moment's hesitation, Grandpa Identification nodded. Very well, proceed with the identification of these two items. A flash of light enveloped the two pieces of equipment, revealing their exceptional attributes. Once the identification was complete, Ling Shang could hardly contain his excitement as he reached out to contact his sister and Li Yitong, eager to share his newfound treasures. Little sister, what are you up to? I have obtained several excellent items. Would you like to team up to slay some monsters? I'm busy with a quest. His little sister's voice sounded somewhat rushed. What about Yitong? Where are you? I'm with my little sister, also busy with a quest. Li Yitong's voice drifted from afar, interspersed with his sister's chatter. Wait, Yitong, be quiet. Can't you see I'm busy? His little sister's voice suddenly interrupted him. Fine. Ling Shang sighed in resignation. Then you both carry on. I'll head to the third level of the Blackstone Tower to level up. He stowed away his communicator and turned towards the Blackstone Tower. What exactly is this purple radiant stone? Ling Shang embarked on his solitary journey to the third level of the Blackstone Tower. With remarkable skill and audacity, he deftly navigated through hordes of monsters. Wielding the newly identified exceptional equipment, the synergy between the dark attribute of the skeleton staff and the clever defense of the cloak of dark shadows not only granted him formidable offensive capabilities, but also significantly enhanced his chances of survival. Victory was firmly within his grasp, no matter how ferocious the adversary. Like a specter, he glided through the Blackstone Tower, leaving a trail of defeated monsters in his wake, and his experience points soared rapidly. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, over 10 days had passed. Chapter 39. The official opening of the currency exchange system. During these past 10 days, Ling Shang virtually resided in the third level of the Blackstone Tower. Apart from essential supplies and rest, he devoted nearly all his time to battling and leveling up. He had contemplated reaching out to his little sister and Li Yitong to team up. Yet each time, they declined, citing their busyness. Although Ling Shang felt a tad disheartened, he could only accept the situation with resignation. After all, everyone has their own way of playing the game, and he could not impose his pace on others. Thanks to his extraordinary determination and passion for the game, Ling Shang's level skyrocketed, ultimately reaching level 27. This level, amidst the current game progression, was indeed a considerable lead. It was noteworthy that most players were still lingering around the novice village. With levels generally hovering around 10, even his little sister and Li Yitong remained occupied with their respective pursuits in the novice village. His little sister seemed to have triggered a series of hidden quests, bustling about mysteriously each day, while Li Yitong had become enamored with the fishing side quest, contentedly catching various peculiar fish by the lakeside in the novice village. Standing atop the Blackstone Tower, Ling Shang gazed down at the diminutive novice village, a wave of sentiment washing over him. Just then, his communicator chimed, revealing an unfamiliar number on the screen. Ling Shang hesitated for a moment before deciding to answer the call. "Hello, is this Mr. Ling Shang?" A steady male voice resonated through the communicator. "I am the head of the game operations department at Longfei Group." The caller paused before continuing, regarding your rapid leveling in the game and the early activation of the currency exchange feature. After thorough verification by our technical department, alongside the witness of multiple players and game supervisors, we have conducted a comprehensive scan of your game data and confirmed that you have not utilized any cheats or illicit programs. The male voice carried a weighty tone. Your rapid advancement is solely attributed to your exceptional gaming skills and profound understanding of game mechanics. We commend your performance in the game. Ling Shang felt a weight lift from his chest. His greatest concern had been the possibility of being mistakenly flagged for using cheats, which could lead to his account being banned. Regarding the monetary exchange feature you previously proposed, the male voice continued. After careful deliberation by the company's upper management and considering the current state of the game, we have decided to expedite the opening of this feature. Ling Shang's spirit soared. The activation of the monetary exchange function signifies that the gold coins he had earned in the game could be converted into real currency, which undoubtedly is a tremendous boon for him. In light of the upcoming international open beta, to maintain the stability of the game's economic system, we will officially launch the monetary exchange system the day after tomorrow. Coinciding with the commencement of the international open beta, the male voice added. Ling Shang was exceedingly pleased with this outcome. He expressed his gratitude to the Longfei Group for their understanding and support, affirming his commitment to contribute to the flourishing development of the game. After ending the communication, Ling Shang exhaled deeply, the shadows in his heart dissipating. He glanced at the time. It was already late at night, prompting him to log off and rest. Just as he prepared to exit the game, he suddenly heard the sound of water splashing from the adjacent bathroom. He recognized it was Li Yitong taking a shower. An inexplicable warmth surged from his heart, causing his breath to quicken. Ever since he practiced the Emperor's divine art, his senses seemed to have heightened, particularly his sensitivity to the presence of the opposite sex. The image of Li Yitong's graceful figure and fair skin flashed through his mind, stirring his heart. Compelled by an unseen force, Ling Shang approached the bathroom door, gently resting his hand on the doorknob. "Yitong," he called softly, then slowly pushed the bathroom door open. The misty steam enveloped the room, revealing Li Yitong's alluring silhouette. Ling Shang's breath caught in his throat, as if time had come to a standstill. He stepped forward and gently embraced Li Yitong. The warmth and fragrance in his arms set the true energy of the Emperor's divine art within him into a frenzy. An uncontrollable impulse urged him on, and he lowered his head to kiss Li Yitong's lips. Initially, she resisted slightly, but soon, she succumbed to Ling Shang's tender advances. The temperature in the bathroom rose gradually, and their breaths became increasingly rapid. A night of springtime romance unfolded, filled with boundless allure. The next morning, Li Yitong lazily lay in Ling Shang's embrace, feeling utterly languid. She glanced out the window, exclaiming, "Oh no, it's so late." With that, she hurriedly got up to dress. Ling Shang watched her flurry with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He felt the true energy of the Emperor's divine art coursing through him more abundantly than ever. Seemingly having broken through to a new realm, upon introspection, he discovered that the meridians of the Emperor's divine art had widened, and the flow of true energy was smoother than before. Curious, he pondered. How could this Emperor's divine art be? Suddenly, he halted, a glimmer of surprise flickering in his eyes. Upon careful examination of the technique, he realized it was indeed a dual cultivation method. Moreover, Li Yitong had not only remained unharmed but seemed to have enhanced her physique, showing signs of a potential breakthrough. Could it be? Ling Shang gazed at the dressing Li Yitong, a bold idea taking shape in his mind. "Ling Shang, what are you looking at?" Li Yitong, noticing his gaze, inquired with a hint of confusion. Ling Shang, meeting her eyes, slowly replied, I think I set the alarm for the wrong time." Ling Tian scratched his head, displaying a look of chagrin. Li Yitong, initially in a hurry, shot him an indignant glance upon hearing this, then turned and entered the bathroom. At that moment, a little figure, with pigtails and dressed in a pink nightgown, bounced in front of Ling Tian, her eyes glimmering with mischief. "Brother, What happened last night? Hee hee. The little sister intentionally elongated her tone, raising her eyebrows at him. Don't speak nonsense, you little rascal. Why? Yiling Tian feigned seriousness, though inwardly feeling a bit flustered. Humph, I heard everything, the little sister declared triumphantly, pointing at the dining table. I made breakfast, come and try. The table was adorned with several exquisite dishes and a steaming bowl of congee. Yiling Tian gazed at the spread in astonishment, not expecting his usually mischievous little sister to possess such culinary skills. Wow, this looks amazing, Yiling Tian exclaimed sincerely. Of course. The little sister puffed out her chest proudly, picking up a piece of fried egg and holding it to Yiling Tian's mouth, saying, try it. Yiling Tian opened his mouth to take a bite. The fried egg was crispy on the outside and tender within, perfectly cooked. Delicious, little sister. You're getting better every day. The little sister beamed with joy at the compliment, leaping into Yiling Tian's embrace like a playful kitten. Brother, you have to praise me more from now on. Yiling Tian chuckled, ruffling her hair. Absolutely, our little sister is the best. Chapter 40. An unexpected reunion after breakfast. Yiling Tian accompanied Li Yitong and his little sister to school for registration. It was the beginning of the school season, and the university campus was bustling with energy, filled with youthful faces. The new students dragged their suitcases, their faces alight with dreams and excitement for the future. Wow, there are so many people, the little sister exclaimed, her eyes wide with curiosity. Li Yitong linked her arm with Yiling Tian's, her face adorned with a sweet smile. Upon reaching the girls' dormitory, a group of girls approached, enthusiastically greeting Li Yitong. Yitong, you're here to register too. Wow. Who is this handsome guy? Your boyfriend? The girls chattered excitedly. Their gazes fixated on Yiling Tian. Li Yitong's face flushed instantly, gently nudging Yiling Tian, saying, okay, you go to your thing, my sister and I can manage on our own. She didn't want her boyfriend to see the state of her dormitory. It would leave a bad impression otherwise. Brother, bye. The little sister waved, following Li Yitong into the dormitory. That graceful figure and flowing hair made his heart skip a beat. Yueying? Yiling Tian silently murmured. Unable to believe his eyes, he instinctively wanted to chase after her but halted his steps. After years apart, she had grown even more beautiful, while he remained the same. Ling Tian, are you all right? A melodious voice rang in his ears. Yiling Tian's heart raced. Could it truly be her? The girl who haunted his dreams? He hurried forward, weaving through the bustling crowd to catch a glimpse of the enchanting figure. Closer, ever closer. That familiar profile and elegant demeanor almost confirmed it was indeed her. Ling Yueying. A surge of elation flooded Yiling Tian's chest. He longed to rush up and call out her name. Yet, his feet felt as heavy as lead, refusing to budge. Years apart, she still radiated brilliance. While he remained the same inconspicuous person, a sense of inferiority gripped him like an invisible hand around his throat. He hid behind a phoenix tree, stealing glances at her. She wore a light blue dress, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled light upon her, resembling a celestial being descended to earth. Yiling Tian recalled during college, Ling Yueying was the campus belle. Pursued by countless admirers, while he was merely one of many who admired her from afar. She excelled academically and was multifaceted, whereas he was just an ordinary student. The disparity felt insurmountable, compelling him to bury his affections deep within. Now, encountering her again, that feeling of inferiority was even more pronounced. He watched her every smile and frown, his heart a tumult of emotions. Was she happy now? Did she have a boyfriend? Questions swirled in his mind. Just then, a tall, handsome man approached Ling Yueying, and they began to converse intimately. The sight of this man made Yiling Tian's heart plummet. Yueying, long time no see, a sweet voice interrupted his thoughts. The man, tall and imposing, clad in designer attire, exuded an air of confidence with every gesture. Yiling Tian recognized him as Lu Tian, an outstanding student from the law school, a master's degree candidate, president of the student council, and a prominent figure at the university. Their laughter and camaraderie stung Yiling Tian's heart. Were they a couple? The thought pierced him like a needle, leaving him feeling bitterly pained. An inexplicable jealousy surged within him, yet he felt unworthy of such feelings. He forced a wry smile, turning to leave, burying his heartache deep within. After a few steps, A familiar voice halted him in his tracks. Ling Tian? Yi Ling Tian turned abruptly, and there stood Ling Yueying, her face lighting up with surprise as she gazed at him. It really was her. Yi Ling Tian's heart raced, a wave of inexplicable excitement washing over him. Yueying, he murmured her name, as if he were dreaming. Ling Yueying rushed towards him, her face aglow with a radiant smile. It's really you? Ling Tian, it's been so long. She paused, her eyes reflecting concern. How have you been all these years? Yi Ling Tian stared at her, momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. I thought I was mistaken. Ling Yueying laughed, remarking, You've changed so much. I almost didn't recognize you. Just then, a sharp and disdainful voice came from behind Ling Yueying. Yueying, is this the person you mentioned? Why Yi Ling Tian? Yi Ling Tian turned to see a flamboyantly dressed woman standing next to Lu Tian, her eyes filled with disdain. Her name was Qi Jia, and Yi Ling Tian had no particular memory of her. Indeed, Jia, this is my old friend, Yi Ling Tian, Ling Yueying introduced with a smile. Qi Jia scrutinized Yi Ling Tian from head to toe, a mocking smile curving her lips. So it's him. I thought he was someone of significance. What's the matter, after all these years, still so plain? She deliberately emphasized the word plain, her tone laced with sarcasm. Yi Ling Tian's expression shifted slightly, his heart churning with displeasure. However, out of consideration for Ling Yuya's presence, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Ling Yuya seemed to sense the subtle tension in the atmosphere and quickly interjected. Ling Tian, don't take it to heart. Jia is just being straightforward. Yi Ling Tian managed a strained smile and replied, It's nothing, I don't mind. His gaze fell upon Qi Jia, and a sudden thought crossed his mind. How curious it was that this woman, possessing decent looks and a fashionable style, had never been crowned the campus belle back in the day. Just as he was about to speak, Qi Jia interjected, By the way, Yuya, didn't you say you wanted to? She deliberately elongated her words and shot a glance at Yi Ling Tian, her eyes seemingly urging him to leave promptly. Yi Ling Tian smirked inwardly. This woman was trying every trick in the book to get rid of him. He suddenly recalled that Qi Jia had been Ling Yuya's companion during their school days, their bond so close that it could easily be described as sisterly. With her looks and style, it was indeed perplexing why she had not made it into the campus belle competition back then. Jia, I was just about to catch up with Ling Tian, Ling Yuya said softly, her gaze lingering on Yi Ling Tian. Qi Jia's expression stiffened, clearly taken aback by Ling Yuya's words. She forced a smile and retorted, Catch up? What could you two possibly have to talk about? It's been years since you last met. Do you really have any common topics? Yi Ling Tian chuckled inwardly. Qi Jia was evidently protective of her own interests, fearing that he and Ling Yuya might exchange too many words. He had no intention of wasting time with her. Preparing to excuse himself when Ling Yuya hastily asked, Ling Tian, what have you been up to lately? Yi Ling Tian replied with a faint smile. Oh, nothing much, just dabbling in small businesses. He intentionally kept his answer vague. Not wishing to divulge too much, Qi Jia scoffed from the side, saying, Small business? More like idling about, I'd say. Yuya, don't let him fool you. Ling Yuya frowned slightly, expressing her discontent. Jia, what kind of talk is that? Qi Jia pouted and fell silent. Chapter 41. Turmoil. Yi Ling Tian inwardly scoffed. Qi Jia truly had a narrow view of others. He chose to ignore her and turned to Ling Yuya, saying, Yuya, it's been a long time. You've become even more beautiful. Ling Yuya smiled gently, replying, You too, you've matured quite a bit. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere grew somewhat intimate. Qi Jia observed them with gritted teeth, wishing she could leap forward and tear Yi Ling Tian to shreds. Yuya, let us go. We shouldn't waste time here, Qi Jia urged, pulling on Ling Yuya's arm with a hint of urgency. Ling Yuya gently extricated herself from Qi Jia's grasp, saying, Jia, why don't you wait for me in the car? I still have a few words to exchange with Ling Tian. Qi Jia paused, her eyes flickering with surprise. She hadn't anticipated that Ling Yuya would refuse her for Yi Ling Tian. Casting a deep glance at him, she turned and walked towards the luxury car parked by the roadside. Ling Yuya watched Qi Jia's retreating figure, letting out a soft sigh. She appreciated Qi Jia's concern for her. Yet she had her own intentions. Approaching Yi Ling Tian, she gently asked, Ling Tian, why are you here? Yi Ling Tian felt a stir within him. Ling Yuya's question caught him off guard. He too was curious as to why Ling Yuya was present. Could it be? Just as he was about to respond, a hostile voice interrupted, Ling Yuya. What do you have to say to him? Lu Tian strode up, his face clearly marked with animosity. Ling Yuya, what more is there to discuss with him? His tone dripped with jealousy, his gaze fixated on Yi Ling Tian with palpable venom. Why? Yi Ling Tian frowned slightly. He recognized Lu Tian as a former university classmate, who had once basked in the limelight due to his family's wealth. However, after failing to win over Li Yitong, it seemed Lu Tian had unjustly directed his resentment towards him. Believing he had interfered, it was clear that animosity had brewed between them. Lu Tian, I'm just catching up with Ling Tian. What business is it of yours? Ling Yuya said, her tone tinged with displeasure, clearly dissatisfied with Lu Tian's attitude. Lu Tian's expression soured, recalling how he had repeatedly faced rejection while pursuing Ling Yuya, each time due to Yi Ling Tian's presence, which had caused her to cool towards him. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, pointing at Yi Ling Tian and declaring, Ling Yuya, you can't possibly be fooled by his disheveled appearance. Can you? Back in the day, Lu Tian? Ling Yuya interrupted sharply, watch your words. I know what kind of person Ling Tian is better than you do. Lu Tian was momentarily taken aback by Ling Yuya's reprimand. Falling silent, he shot Yi Ling Tian a fierce glare, silently cursing, Yi Ling Tian, just you wait. Ling Yuya turned her gaze back to Yi Ling Tian, a glint of mischief in her eyes. Ling Tian, guess why I'm here? Yi Ling Tian observed Ling Yuya's playful demeanor, feeling a stir within him. Today, she wore a light blue dress, her long hair cascading down her shoulders, exuding an ethereal elegance. After years apart, she appeared even more enchanting. When Ling Yuya noticed Yi Ling Tian's silence, she assumed he could not guess and cheerfully prompted, think about it. What kind of place is this? Yi Ling Tian looked around. They were in an upscale villa district. The environment exquisite and the air fresh. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Could it be why? Yi Ling Tian glanced at Ling Yuya, surprise evident in his eyes. Ling Yuya smiled mysteriously, you got it. So, how about coming over to my place for a visit? As the car window slowly descended, a familiar face emerged. Yuya, get in. Why? Yi Ling Tian's heart raced, his gaze drawn irresistibly to Ling Yuya. Years had transformed her from a shy girl in a ponytail and simple t-shirts into a captivating woman whose grace radiated with every movement. How have you become so beautiful? Yi Ling Tian blurted out, his tone betraying a hint of unintentional infatuation. Ling Yuya smiled brightly, her eyes sparkling. Really? You've matured quite a bit as well. A surge of inexplicable desire welled up within Yi Ling Tian. He desperately wished that Ling Yuya was here for him. Yet, he felt unworthy of her. A mere idle drifter, how could he possibly aspire to the company of a wealthy heiress? Yuya, why are you here? Yi Ling Tian suppressed his tumultuous emotions, striving to maintain composure. His mind raced. Could it be a reunion? After all, it was indeed the 5-year anniversary of their graduation, and he had heard that the class monitor was organizing a gathering. Is it a reunion? Yi Ling Tian probed cautiously. Ling Yuya shook her head. No. Yi Ling Tian's confusion deepened. If it wasn't a reunion, then what was her purpose here? Could it be was she here on business? Yi Ling Tian speculated, remembering that their university was nearby. Ling Yuya shook her head again, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. One more chance for you. That moment, the man in the black sedan spoke again. Impatience evident in his tone. Yuya, stop dawdling. Get in. Ling Yuya turned to glance at the man in the car, her expression complex. Why? Yi Ling Tian scratched his head, feeling increasingly lost. Surely, she wasn't merely passing by? He tentatively suggested, his tone tinged with self-deprecation. He knew this assumption was absurd, yet he could not fathom any other possibilities. Ling Yuya chuckled lightly, her eyes shimmering like rippling spring water. Ling Tian, when did you become so dense? She shook her head gently, offering him one last chance. Think carefully. What is this place? Yi Ling Tian surveyed his surroundings again, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding villas, and suddenly, a light bulb went off in his mind. This place was picturesque, conveniently located, and not far from the city center, making it a prime choice for many companies to establish offices. Could it be that I know? Yi Ling Tian exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with newfound confidence. You here for work, right? He recalled that Ling Yuya had majored in financial management, and this area housed numerous financial firms. Ling Yuya's eyes sparkled with appreciation, a smile gracing her lips. Why? Yi Ling Tian's heart soared. He had not anticipated Ling Yuya working here. This was monumental news for him. He had been struggling to find a suitable job, and if he could work alongside Ling Yuya, wouldn't he that be? Is it true? That's fantastic, Yi Lingtian exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement. Ling Yuya nodded with a smile. Of course it's true. However, whether you can join the company depends on your own capabilities. Yi Lingtian replied with unwavering confidence. Don't worry, I will not let you down. Chapter 42. Old Friends and Graduate Studies. At that moment, Chi Jujia emerged from the car, visibly impatient. Yuya, are you done yet? I am starving. She approached Ling Yuya, her tone sharp and cutting. Oh, isn't this Yi Lingtian? What is the matter, still lingering here? You're not hoping to latch onto Yuya, are you? Yi Lingtian's expression darkened, his heart ablaze with fury. This Chi Jujia was indeed a persistent nuisance. As he was about to voice a rebuttal, a familiar voice resonated from within the car. Yuya, long time no see. A man with slicked back hair and a painted face leaned out of the vehicle, nonchalantly waving a set of car keys. Who is this? He sneered, casting a disdainful glance at Yi Lingtian. Why Yi Lingtian was momentarily taken aback. Returning to school? Hadn't Ling Yuya already embarked on her career? A wave of indescribable disappointment surged within him. He felt like a fool, caught in a whirlwind of manipulation by Ling Yuya and Chi Jujia. Yuya, let us grab a meal together. I know a newly opened Western restaurant nearby. The ambience is delightful, Lu Tian eagerly proposed. Review? Review what? Lu Tian asked, his expression one of confusion. Wow, a graduate student from Huaxia University? Yuya, you're simply amazing. Lu Tian's admiration intensified as he extended a more enthusiastic invitation. We must celebrate. A meal won't take much time. Yet Lu Tian was unwilling to relent. How about another day? Surely that can work? Ling Yuya hesitated for a moment before finally saying, let's discuss it later. Perhaps there will indeed be matters where I might need your assistance. Upon hearing this, Lu Tian's face lit up with joy. No problem, Yuya. Feel free to ask for anything. I would traverse fire and water for you. Watching the three depart, Yi Lingtian was beset by mixed emotions. Graduate school. Why hadn't she confided in him? Did she deem him unworthy of her trust? He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging painfully into his flesh. Suddenly, he felt a gentle tap on his shoulder from behind. Why, Yi Lingtian? Ling Yuya had returned, standing behind him with a hint of apology on her face. Just now, Jujia was a bit too talkative. Please don't take it to heart. Why didn't you tell me about graduate school? Ling Yuya bit her lip gently, seemingly struggling to find the words. Actually, I had considered informing you before. But, she paused, her gaze drifting. I was afraid that I feared I might not get in and disappoint you. How could that be? Yi Lingtian replied, his tone tinged with bitterness. You should be celebrated for your acceptance into graduate school. Ling Yuya's eyes flickered, as if she were grappling with something. Ultimately, she mustered the courage to ask, could you give me your phone number? There may be things where I might need your help in the future. Yi Lingtian's heart raced, an overwhelming joy flooding his senses, and all his previous disappointment dissipated in an instant. He quickly recited his number, his voice betraying a hint of excitement. Meanwhile, Chi Jujia's expression darkened, casting a fierce glare at Yi Lingtian and muttering under her breath, what's so impressive about that? Liu Tian, on the other hand, glared at Yi Lingtian with palpable hostility, as if asserting his claim. He smirked condescendingly and remarked, Yuya, if you need assistance, feel free to reach out to me. Such trivial matters, why trouble others? Yi Lingtian chose to ignore Lu Tian, his gaze firmly fixed on Ling Yuya. She gave him a gentle nod before turning to leave, casting him a meaningful smile. As he watched Ling Yuya and Chi Jujia depart, a smile involuntarily graced his lips. Acceptance into graduate school. Needing help. What secrets lay hidden in this? Excitement coursed through him, and his steps felt notably lighter. As he neared his front door, Yi Lingtian's phone suddenly rang, shattering the evening's tranquility. His heart skipped a beat, thinking it might be Ling Yuya, and he eagerly retrieved his phone. However, the screen displayed an unfamiliar number. Although it wasn't the anticipated call, the area code revealed it was from Yinjing, and the number was striking, ending in 6/8. Piquing his curiosity, he pressed the answer button, and a sweet, soft voice flowed through the receiver. Lingtian, guess who I am? Yi Lingtian was momentarily stunned. The voice danced like feathers against his eardrum, laced with mischief and flirtation, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Although he couldn't be certain who it was, The only woman who could call him by name, besides Ling Yuya, seemed to be. This voice was nothing short of celestial, utterly intoxicating. Why? Ling Tian's lips curled into a playful smile as he deliberately adopted a slightly raspy tone. The laughter from the other end was melodious. Like silver bells. Oh, Ling Tian, saying that will make me shy? Oh, really? Ling Tian inquired with keen interest, pondering the identity of this mysterious beauty who possessed such allure that left him enchanted. You're so annoying. You know exactly who I am, yet you tease me. The voice on the other end responded with a hint of playful reproach. I mustered all my courage to call you. All right, I concede. Ling Tian feigned exasperation. It's Qin Yao, isn't it? MHM, you're quite clever. Qin Yao replied with a tinge of pride. So, how does my voice sound? Not just good. It's simply da. Why? Ling Tian paused, deliberately prolonging his tone, leaving one yearning for more. So annoying. Qin Yao pouted playfully. You're just being smooth-tongued. I speak nothing but the truth. Ling Tian laughed. So, is there something you wish to discuss? I'm surprised you would call me. Can I call you if there's nothing urgent? Qin Yao countered. I missed you. Is that not permissible? Of course it is. Ling Tian replied hastily. I couldn't wish for anything more. You smooth talker. Qin Yao chuckled lightly. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Here's the thing. I'd like to ask for your help. What do you need? Just say the word. Ling Tian responded readily. I'll certainly oblige, as long as it's within my power. Well then add me on WeChat. And I'll show you via video. As others don such attire, you still claim it's acceptable? Ahem, that's not what I meant. Why? Ling Tian hastily clarified. What I intended to convey is that you look absolutely stunning. I was utterly mesmerized. Himph. Now we're getting somewhere. Qin Yao finally smiled with satisfaction. Well then, have you missed me? Gazing at Qin Yao's enchanting figure in the video, a surge of warmth flooded Ling Tian's heart. Igniting a powerful impulse within him, he swallowed hard, striving to suppress his emotions, and replied in a low voice. Yes, of course I have. Qin Yao's eyes suddenly took on a hint of melancholy. Do you truly miss me? Then why haven't you called me first? Ling Tian found himself momentarily speechless. He certainly couldn't admit he had been preoccupied with gaming and had entirely forgotten about her. Could he? Qin Yao let out a soft sigh. Forget it. I won't press you. You know, I'm one of the 4 campus beauties of Huaxia University. Ling Tian felt a rush of excitement. He was well aware of that. The 4 campus beauties of Huaxia University were all breathtakingly beautiful, captivating every heart. Besides Qin Yao, the alluring enchantress, there was the pure and lovely Lin Shiyu, the aloof and proud Su Bingning, and the fiery and seductive Lu Ruyan. Each of these 4 beauties possessed unique charms, collectively revered as the 4 goddesses of Huaxia University, cherished in the dreams of countless young men I know. Ling Tian replied with a smile. Everyone knows the 4 campus beauties of Huaxia University. You are undoubtedly the most radiant among them. Upon hearing this, Qin Yao's lips curled into a slight smile, revealing a trace of pride. Is that so? Then whom do you think is the most beautiful among us 4? That's a perilous question. Ling Tian thought to himself. Each of these women had their own distinct features and beauty, making comparison impossible. If he declared one as the most beautiful, the other 3 would surely be displeased. With a clever twist of his mind, he replied, In my heart, you are certainly the most beautiful. Smooth talker. Qin Yao playfully glared at him, though the mirth in her eyes was unmistakable. And what do you think of Lin Shiyu? Lin Shiyu'd. Why? Ling Tian feigned contemplation. She was indeed beautiful, exuding a pure charm akin to that of a sweet neighbor girl, evoking a strong protective instinct. And Su Bingning. Qin Yao pressed on Su Bingning. Why? Ling Tian pondered again. She possessed an icy demeanor and an air of grace, resembling a frozen beauty that instilled a sense of awe. What about Lu Ruyan? A hint of mischief flickered in Qin Yao's gaze. Lu Ruyan. Why? Ling Tian hesitated. Her figure was voluptuous and alluring, akin to a blazing flame that was utterly irresistible. Upon hearing this, Qin Yao's expression subtly shifted, a flicker of jealousy evident in her eyes. So, you quite like her then? Ahem. No. Ling Tian quickly clarified. I merely spoke the truth in my heart. You are the most special one. Really? Qin Yao scrutinized him with suspicion. Absolutely. Ling Tian declared emphatically. My affection for you is evident to the sun and moon. Only then did Qin Yao nod in satisfaction, but she quickly redirected the conversation. By the way, you still haven't mentioned why you sought me out. Yiling Tian suddenly recalled the matter at hand and hastily said, the thing is? Just then, he abruptly halted, his gaze fixated on Qin Yao on the screen, his breath quickening. The neckline of Qin Yao's nightgown was slightly open, revealing an expanse of flawless skin that tempted one to explore further. Noticing Yiling Tian's gaze, Qin Yao's face flushed slightly as she playfully scolded. What are you looking at, pervert? Yiling Tian awkwardly rubbed his nose. It wasn't intentional. Humph, as if you would dare. Qin Yao scoffed, then switched to a pitiful expression. Ling Tian, I feel so unwell. What's wrong? Yiling Tian inquired with concern. Where do you feel uncomfortable? Qin Yao bit her lip, hesitating to speak, her eyes filled with. Qin Yao again scolded. What are you looking at, pervert? As she spoke, she intentionally tugged at her nightgown's neckline, covering the previously revealed skin. Yiling Tian found himself irresistibly drawn by her coy demeanor, his gaze involuntarily drifting to her rising bosom. With a playful glint in her eyes, Qin Yao asked shyly, Ling Tian, do you really miss me? Yiling Tian's throat tightened, his voice hoarse. Yes? I think about you every moment. He dared not meet Qin Yao's gaze, fearing the desire burning in his eyes would be too evident. Upon hearing this affirmation, Qin Yao felt a sweet flutter in her heart. She slightly turned her body, adjusting her posture to accentuate the curves beneath her nightgown. Yiling Tian watched the gentle movements on the screen, feeling a rush of heat surge through him, a certain part of his body stirring to life. Qin Yao noticed Yiling Tian's reaction, secretly delighted, yet feigned ignorance by asking, Ling Tian, what are you looking at? Really, is there nothing? Qin Yao's voice carried a teasing lilt as she leaned forward, allowing the neckline to reveal even more. Yiling Tian could no longer suppress his inner turmoil, his breath quickening. He licked his dry lips, his voice raspy as he stammered. Qin Yao, you, just then? A sudden, urgent knocking echoed from outside the door, accompanied by an anxious voice. Ling Tian, are you home? There's been a major incident. Chapter 45. The attack. Ling Tian, are you home? There's been a major incident. This unexpected shout doused Yiling Tian's burning desire like a bucket of cold water. The voice outside continued, tinged with urgency and panic. Confused, Yiling Tian rose to open the door. Standing outside was his neighbor, an elderly woman with graying hair, her expression frantic. The elderly lady spoke in a flurry, mentioning something about a fire and urging him to flee, leaving Yiling Tian bewildered. He offered her some comforting words and hurried downstairs to assess the situation. However, upon reaching the ground floor, there were no signs of a fire. Suddenly, he spun around to find a woman clad in a tight black outfit, her icy demeanor striking, standing right behind him, a glint of cold steel flashing in her hand as a sharp dagger lunged toward his heart. Yiling Tian's heart raced in terror as he quickly sidestepped, the dagger grazing his chest and sending a chill through him. He gasped, shaken, and looked at the woman before him. She was tall and exquisitely proportioned, her figure accentuated even in the tight attire. Her long, raven hair was pulled up high, revealing delicate features, and her cold eyes were as deep as an icy pool, devoid of any emotion. Who are you? Yiling Tian demanded in a low voice, simultaneously channeling his energy through the Emperor's divine art. Although he had practiced the technique, his lack of combat experience left him barely able to defend against such a fierce attack. Bang! Yiling Tian was kicked in the abdomen, sending him hurtling back to the ground. He groaned as pain surged through him, feeling as though his internal organs had shifted. The woman advanced step by step, a complex expression flashing in her eyes as her voice turned frigid. Heartless scoundrel, prepare to meet your end. With that, she raised the dagger again, aiming for Yiling Tian's chest. Realizing that if he continued to evade, he would inevitably be killed, he gritted his teeth and resolved to endure her strike to teach her a lesson. Yiling Tian roared, recklessly charging toward the woman while throwing a punch aimed at her face. The woman, seemingly caught off guard by his desperate attack, hesitated momentarily, shifting to evade. Though Yiling Tian's punch missed, it brought him closer to her. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped her arm and yanked her into his embrace. The woman gasped, only to find Yiling Tian's hand. Yiling Tian bellowed. erupting with a surge of remarkable strength akin to that of a cornered beast, recklessly charging toward the cold-blooded assassin. He unleashed a desperate move, willing to risk it all. The assassin's eyes widened in shock, clearly unprepared for Yiling Tian's ferocity. She swiftly dodged, the dagger slicing through the air in a peculiar arc, narrowly evading Yiling Tian's lethal strike. However, Yiling Tian's attack had merely been a feint. In that fleeting moment, as the assassin shifted, his previously wild energy suddenly coalesced, his speed dramatically increasing as he pursued her like a shadow. Though the assassin had escaped a fatal blow, she lost her advantage. Before she could regain her footing, Yiling Tian had closed the distance, his hands shooting out with lightning speed, in a critical instant. Just as Yiling Tian was about to unleash his pent-up attack, his hands unexpectedly veered off course upon making contact with the assassin's body. His hands landed precisely on the assassin's soft, ample bosom. "Pervert!" the assassin exclaimed, her voice quivering with disbelief. Tears glimmered in her icy eyes, a tumult of complex emotions swirling within, making her inscrutable. Why? Yiling Tian froze, having intended only to subdue the assassin, never anticipating such an unexpected outcome. The assassin bit her lip, her chest heaving, her eyes shimmering with tears, caught in a whirlwind of emotions. Anger, grievance, or something else entirely. Chapter 46. The uncontrollable desire. Yiling Tian's senses tingled with an unusual electric thrill. The softness beneath his touch sending a shiver throughout his body. He recognized his indiscretion, yet at that moment, there was no room for second thoughts. This woman was a cold-blooded assassin. Should she regain her composure, the consequences would be dire. He had to seize her. Almost instinctively, Yiling Tian exerted more force, attempting to subdue the assassin. "Let go of me!" The assassin, filled with indignation and fury, glared with piercing coldness in her eyes. She struggled fiercely, striving to escape Yiling Tian's grasp. However, he had long been prepared, firmly restraining her hands and denying her even the slightest chance of escape. "You shameless!" she chastised, her voice trembling with a mixture of rage and humiliation. Tears finally fell from her icy gaze, tracing down her fair cheeks, enhancing her already captivating allure. A chill ran down Yiling Tian's spine. This woman was crying. He had never encountered such a contradictory being, a cold-blooded assassin, yet so vulnerable. Just as he was momentarily lost in thought, a glint of cunning flickered in the assassin's eyes. She suddenly raised her leg and aimed a fierce kick at his vital points. "Despicable!" Yiling Tian shouted, yet he did not evade. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his internal energy to withstand her strike. The assassin clearly did not anticipate his reckless tenacity. Although she did not use her full strength, it was still beyond the capacity of an ordinary person to endure. Why? Yiling Tian let out a muffled groan, his complexion paling instantaneously, yet he clung resolutely to the assassin, refusing to release her. "You've lost your mind?" she exclaimed, a flicker of panic flashing in her eyes. Why? Yiling Tian grinned, revealing a slightly sinister expression. "You are the mad one. Today, I shall show you what it means to be a true man." He abruptly pulled the assassin into his embrace, holding her tightly against him, disregarding her violent struggles, and lowered his head to kiss her. The assassin fought desperately, yet she could not break free from Yiling Tian's confinement. She bit her lip, her eyes filled with despair and humiliation. Why? Yiling Tian kissed her dominantly, as if he sought to consume her entirely. His actions were both rough and wild, tinged with a sense of vengeance. The strength of her struggles gradually waned, and the light in her eyes began to fade. Why? Yiling Tian covered his face, disbelief flooding his thoughts. The sharp pain radiated through him, jolting him back to clarity. He stared incredulously at the woman before him, so frail yet so ruthless. He never anticipated that she could retaliate against his forceful advance. Though her slap lacked infused energy, it felt like a bucket of icy water extinguishing the flames of desire within him. Observing the humiliation and despair in the assassin's eyes, an unfamiliar emotion surged within him. Was it guilt? Or a desire to conquer? He could not discern. Yet in this moment, a singular thought consumed him. He must conquer this woman. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Yiling Tian abruptly lifted the beautiful assassin, racing toward the wall like a whirlwind. She gasped in surprise, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck, her soft body pressing tightly against his chest. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the assassin's back collided with the cold wall, eliciting a painful groan. Yiling Tian confined her between the wall and his own body, nearly rendering her immobile. He lowered his head, his heated breath cascading upon her face, suffocating her. "You, let me go," she stammered, her voice trembling with fear. Yiling Tian remained silent, greedily inhaling the faint fragrance that enveloped her. He felt her softness, her rapid heartbeat, and the subtle tremors of her body due to fear. This intimate contact ignited an unprecedented thrill and satisfaction within him. He pressed against her, savoring the warmth of her skin, tracing the contours of her form. His hands unconsciously roamed along her waist, feeling her delicate figure. The assassin struggled fiercely, seeking to break free from Yiling Tian's grip, but the more she fought, the tighter he held her, their bodies drawing ever closer. Despair washed over her, tears of humiliation filling her eyes. "Don't move," he whispered in her ear, his voice hoarse and magnetic. "Let me savor you." The assassin's body stiffened suddenly, disbelief coursing through her. This man had dared to utter such words. She yearned to resist, to retaliate, yet her body trembled uncontrollably, as if an electric current surged from Yiling Tian to her, rendering her weak and powerless. You bastard." Her voice was barely a whisper, almost inaudible. A wicked smile curved Yiling Tian's lips as he lowered his head, gently kissing her earlobe. He murmured, "Do not speak." The assassin twisted and turned, desperately attempting to escape his hold, yet it felt like entrapment in a spider's web. Her struggles only tightened her bindings. His heavy breaths brushed against her neck, his warm exhalations igniting a wildfire upon her sensitive skin. She felt a blend of shame and panic as an unfamiliar sensation spread through her body. "Let me go," she pleaded softly, her voice trembling, laced with a barely perceptible sob. Yet Yiling Tian seemed oblivious to her entreaty, holding her tightly, relishing in her softness, greedily inhaling her essence. The flames of conquest burned fiercely in his eyes, as if he sought to devour her whole in a moment of desperation. The assassin suddenly raised her leg and kicked fiercely at Yiling Tian's abdomen. He had anticipated this move, swiftly blocking her attack and seizing her legs, lifting her high. Their bodies pressed together, leaving no space between them. The assassin felt an unusual sensation coursing through her, her eyes widening in terror as she struggled, only to find herself utterly immobilized. Yiling Tian's body was like an impenetrable fortress, holding her firmly in his embrace. "You, let me go," she implored again, tears streaming down her cheeks, falling onto Yiling Tian's chest. He gazed down at her, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Observing her tears and her helpless expression, an inexplicable surge of compassion welled within him. Yet, this semblance of compassion was swiftly overtaken by the burning desire to conquer that consumed him. Lowering his head, he gently kissed away her tears, whispering in her ear, "Do not cry, I will cherish you." The assassin closed her eyes weakly, silent tears streaming down her face. She understood that, tonight, she was destined to succumb to this man's will. "I beg you to let me go." Her voice was so faint it was nearly inaudible. "What is your name?" Yiling Tian suddenly inquired. "Tell me your name," he pressed again, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. The assassin hesitated for a moment before slowly responding, Long Yu. "Long Yu E. Yiling Tian repeated her name, a hint of amusement in his voice. "What a lovely name." He lowered his head, kissing her lips once more. This time, his kiss was no longer forceful or predatory, but rather infused with tenderness and compassion. "Long Yu Yiling Tian whispered in her ear, "From this day forth, you are mine." Chapter 47. Desires difficult to control. Heart gradually ensnared. Yiling Tian's fingers gently caressed the smooth, jade-like skin of Long Yu, marveling at its astonishing elasticity and delicacy. The flames within him burned fiercely, nearly consuming him whole. He lowered his head, greedily kissing Long Yu's cheeks, neck, and collarbone. His breaths grew increasingly rapid, and his heartbeat quickened. Long Yu trembled slightly in his embrace, like a frightened fawn. She tightly shut her eyes, silent tears streaming down her face. A single tear fell onto Yiling Tian's lips, the salty taste jolting him back to reality. He felt as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over him, extinguishing the flames of desire that had engulfed him. Slowly, he released Long Yu, observing her tear-streaked visage, a profound sense of guilt washing over him. Was this truly him? The composed, restrained Yiling Tian who never forced others? He had nearly succumbed to his primal instincts. Like a beast. Yiling Tian inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. He realized that this sudden surge of overwhelming desire did not stem from his true self, but was a byproduct of the second tier of the Emperor's divine art. The overwhelming power granted him immense strength and a desire to conquer, yet it also made him more susceptible to being governed by his desires, risking the loss of his identity. He gazed at Long Yu. His eyes filled with complexity. This woman was akin to a thorny rose, beautiful yet perilous. He should not have approached her, nor should he have developed such intense possessiveness. I'm sorry. Yiling Tian's voice was low and slightly hoarse. However, before he could finish his apology, Long Yu suddenly pushed him away, staggering backward, her eyes brimming with fear and revulsion. She clutched her body tightly, as if to shield herself from violation. Don't touch me. Long Yu's voice trembled, tinged with a sob. You beast. You are nothing but a savage. Yiling Tian was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a vehement reaction from her. He attempted to explain, yet found that any word seemed futile in that moment. Long Yu, please let me explain. I don't want to hear it, she interrupted, her eyes filled with wariness. Leave. Stay away from me. Yiling Tian's brow furrowed slightly. He had intended to depart, yet the suppressed desire within him stirred once more. He looked at Long Yu, his gaze deepening with an ominous intensity. Are you certain you want me to leave? Yiling Tian inhaled deeply, forcing himself to suppress the tumultuous desire within. He slowly released Long Yu, stepping back to create distance between them. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. The bathroom door was gently pushed open, and Yudi stepped out. Upon witnessing the scene before her, she was momentarily stunned, the towel in her hand slipping to the floor with a soft thud. Yet, Yiling Tian and Yubing remained oblivious to Yudi's presence. Enraptured in their own world, unable to extricate themselves, Yubing's moans grew increasingly fervent, while Yiling Tian's breaths became more hurried. Yudi stood frozen, her gaze fixed upon the tantalizing tableau, her expression gradually transforming into a complex mixture of anger, shock, and an inexplicable yearning. Sister, Yubing suddenly whispered, her voice laced with seduction, as if imbued with some arcane power. Hearing Yubing's call, Yiling Tian lifted his head and beheld Yudi standing at the doorway. A wicked smile graced his lips as he remarked, It seems we have an audience. Following Yiling Tian's gaze, Yubing turned to Yudi, her eyes glazed, a hint of a sultry smile playing at her lips as she softly suggested, Sister, join us. Fury ignited in Yudi's eyes. She could no longer endure the sordid scene before her. Grasping the towel that had fallen to the ground, she hastily wiped her face dry, akin to an enraged lioness pouncing toward Yiling Tian. Enveloped in Yubing's tender embrace, Yiling Tian was taken aback by the sudden assault. He looked up to see Yudi's furious countenance, a jolt of shock coursing through him, causing the flames of desire within him to diminish significantly. As Yubing languidly slipped from his arms, he instinctively reached out to catch her, but his grasp met only air. Yudi's speed was astonishing. In an instant, she was upon Yiling Tian. The towel in her hand sliced through the air like a blade, striking him across the face. Yiling Tian barely managed to evade the blow, a sharp sting of pain erupting on his cheek. Staggering back, he clutched his face, disbelief etched across his features as he regarded Yudi. Yet Yudi did not relent. She pressed forward, the towel repeatedly landing upon Yiling Tian with unyielding ferocity. He stumbled and dodged, but could not escape her relentless onslaught. Confusion and anger mingled within him. Yet he dared not retaliate, for in Yudi's eyes he perceived a resolute madness, a willingness to perish together. Have you lost your mind? Yiling Tian bellowed, his voice trembling slightly. Left with no choice, he struck out to defend himself. Seizing Yudi's wrist and twisting it forcefully, causing the towel to tumble from her grasp. Yudi gasped, panting, her glare piercing into Yiling Tian. As he studied her, his expression grew intricate with realization. Suddenly, he remembered. This woman. He had seen her before. You are? Yiling Tian stammered, his voice laced with confusion. Yudi sneered. What's wrong? Don't you remember me? Yiling Tian, it's time we settled our scores. Yiling Tian's gaze locked onto Yudi, a flash of lightning illuminating his mind. He finally recalled. This woman was the very one who had, 5 years prior, orchestrated the downfall of his family, leading to his ruin and disgrace. 5 years ago, he had been a spirited scion of wealth. While she had merely been a lowly dancer, he had fallen for her at first sight, pouring forth his all just to elicit a smile from her. Yet, in his darkest hour, she had betrayed him, stripping him of everything and even framing him, leading to his imprisonment. "It was you? Yudi?" Yiling Tian seethed, his teeth clenched, eyes ablaze with fury as if he intended to consume her whole. "I can't believe you dared to show your face before me." Yudi's derisive laughter filled the air, her eyes brimming with disdain. "What's the matter? Are you frightened? Yiling Tian, look at you now." She charged toward him, mercilessly swinging her fists, pummeling his face, chest, and abdomen. Each blow carried the weight of 5 years of pin-up hatred, pouring forth like a torrential downpour. Yiling Tian was caught off guard. He had not anticipated that this seemingly delicate woman could unleash such formidable power. He staggered back, attempting to evade Yudi's strikes, only to find himself with no escape. Yubing, rising slowly from the floor, gazed at the unfolding chaos with a dazed expression, as if she were merely an observer. Her attire lay in tatters, her alabaster skin exposed to the air, adding a tantalizing allure to the scene. "Sister," Yubing softly called, her voice weighted with confusion and desire. Hearing her sister's plea, Yudi's movements hesitated slightly, a flicker of complex emotions crossing her features. "Sister," Yudi murmured, tears welling in her eyes. Seizing the moment, Yiling Tian swung a fist and struck Yudi hard in the abdomen. She let out a muted gasp, her body crumpling to the ground, as he looked down at Yudi lying there. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Yiling Tian's eyes. He advanced toward her, murder in his gaze. "Yudi, today marks your end." He raised his fist, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Suddenly, Yudi's eyes sprang open, a cunning glimmer illuminating her gaze. Grabbing Yiling Tian's collar, she pulled him close, whispering in his ear, "Yiling Tian, do you really think you've won?" Chapter 49. The body of Yudi with a fierce cry, Yudi summoned an unexpected strength, yanking Yiling Tian down from Yubing. He was caught off guard, his back colliding violently with an ancient tree, eliciting a grunt of pain. Before he could react, a soft body lunged against him, pressing firmly against his back. "Release my sister," Yudi commanded, straddling Yiling Tian, her petite fists raining down upon his back like a flurry of raindrops. Yet, to Yiling Tian, these blows felt like mere tickles, perhaps even somewhat pleasant. "Little girl, your strength is akin to a playful scratch." Yiling Tian teased, a hint of mockery in his tone. "You? How dare you?" Yudi exclaimed, her face flushed with indignation. She intensified her efforts, yet still could not inflict any real damage upon Yiling Tian. Instead, her vigorous movements only served to create an unusual friction between their bodies. "I must say, little enchantress, your attempts to distance me from your sister only bring us closer together." Yiling Tian smirked. Realizing the intimate nature of her position, Yudi's cheeks burned with embarrassment. Trapped against Yiling Tian, she hesitated to shift her weight, fearful that any movement might lead to unintended contact. You need to get off me." Yudi's voice was barely above a whisper. "Get off? Very well," Yiling Tian replied, feigning a move to rise. Yudi's heart leapt with hope, and she quickly released her grip. However, in an unexpected twist, Yiling Tian flipped over, pinning Yudi beneath him. "Ah," she gasped, her hands instinctively pressing against his chest. Their eyes locked in a charged moment. Yudi's were filled with panic and shyness, while Yiling Tian's glimmered with a mischievous light. "Little enchantress, you are playing with fire." Yiling Tian's voice was low and husky, tinged with danger. A wicked smile danced upon Yiling Tian's lips as he prepared to rise from Yubing, only to find himself immobilized by Yudi's wriggling form on his back, her fists pummeling him relentlessly. "Little girl, are you made of eels? You are so slippery," he sighed in exasperation, resolving to subdue this unruly enchantress first. He reached back, attempting to grasp Yudi's arm to pull her off, but instead found himself clutching a soft silk fabric. With a sharp tug, he heard a rip, and a towel fell to the ground. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Yiling Tian was momentarily stunned, his hand inadvertently resting upon Yudi's bosom. The soft sensation rendered his mind blank. Yudi, too, was taken aback. She looked down at her exposed skin and then at Yiling Tian's hand lingering on her chest. A rush of humiliation and fury flooding her senses. She could even feel the warmth of his palm seeping through her skin. Yudi finally regained her composure, letting out a piercing scream as she pushed Yiling Tian's hand away, frantically trying to cover her body. Yet, the more she flailed, the more her white skin glimmered enticingly in the sunlight, akin to exquisite jade, smooth and delicate. Yiling Tian, equally startled by the unforeseen turn of events, found himself mesmerized. He had never anticipated witnessing Yudi's naked form. Her flawless curves, supple skin, and alluring posture assaulted his senses, quickening his breath and racing his heart. He instinctively averted his gaze, yet could not resist sneaking a glance. That single glance ensnared him completely. You shameless fiend," Yudi exclaimed, mortified and furious, tears brimming in her eyes. She had never imagined she would find herself in such a compromising position before a man. I didn't mean to," Yiling Tian stammered, desperate to explain but finding himself at a loss for words. "You get away," Yudi cried, attempting to shove him aside. Yiling Tian, captivated by Yudi's bashful demeanor, felt a stir within him. He reached out, yearning to offer her comfort, yet hesitated to touch her. Taking a deep breath, he struggled to regain his composure. "Yudi, don't call me," Yudi interrupted, her voice trembling. "I despise you." Yiling Tian's hand froze in midair. He gazed at Yudi's eyes, filled with hatred, and felt a sharp pang in his chest. Be silent." The jade butterfly once again interrupted his words. "Yudi, you get out." Yiling Tian opened his mouth, but ultimately could not utter a single word. Slowly, he rose to his feet, gazing at the trembling figure of the jade butterfly, his heart brimming with helplessness and bitterness. He turned away, departing step by step. "Stop," the jade butterfly suddenly called out to him. You return the towel to me." Her voice was as faint as a whisper, barely audible. Yiling Tian. He heard a rustling sound behind him, presumably the jade butterfly putting on her clothes. He could hardly bear to imagine how bashful and disheveled she must be at that moment. All he knew was that he owed her an apology, an explanation. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to banish those enchanting images from his mind, and strode away. But just as he turned, he suddenly felt the ground give way beneath him, his entire being losing balance and tumbling backward. A startled cry escaped his lips as he felt a soft body plunge into his embrace. Instinctively, he reached out, hoping to grasp something, but found nothing. A muffled groan escaped him as something soft covered his face, making it difficult for him to breathe. A peculiar sensation coursed through his mind, rendering him momentarily blank, soft, warm, and imbued with a faint fragrance. What is this? Yiling Tian instinctively attempted to struggle, only to discover he was unable to move. He was held tightly, rendering him immobile. Yiling Tian emitted another groan, this time laced with a hint of pain, a touch of helplessness, and perhaps a hint of enjoyment. You're on top of me," a frail voice whispered near his ear, tremulous and flustered. It was only then that Yiling Tian registered the awkward position he found himself in. He lay on the ground, while the jade butterfly was sprawled atop him, clutching him closely. The softness covering his face was Yiling Tian's face instantly flushed crimson. He yearned to push the jade butterfly away but feared he might hurt her. Or worse, lose control again. You need to get up." The jade butterfly's voice dwindled, growing softer and weaker. Yiling Tian wished to explain but found himself at a loss for words. Are you comfortable?" The jade butterfly suddenly inquired, her voice barely above a whisper. Yiling Tian. His mind buzzed, as if struck by lightning. Comfortable? At this moment, he wished for nothing more than to find a crevice to hide in. The jade butterfly's soft form pressed against him, and he could distinctly feel her warmth, her heartbeat, even the slight tremors coursing through her. The scent of youth lingered at the tip of his nose, further disarraying his already tumultuous thoughts. "I am not," Yiling Tian stammered, desperate to explain but unsure where to begin. He had never imagined he would find himself in such an awkward position, sharing such intimacy with the jade butterfly. The jade butterfly's face was buried in Yiling Tian's chest, her scorching tears soaking his garment. Shame, grievance, anger, an amalgamation of emotions intertwined, nearly suffocating her. "You lecherous wolf." Debauchee, she muttered under her breath, her voice as faint as a gnat's wings. Yet, beneath this veil of shame and anger, lay a flicker of secret delight that even she was reluctant to acknowledge. She had harbored feelings for Yiling Tian since their first encounter. His striking appearance, formidable prowess, and occasional displays of tenderness had profoundly captivated her. This visit had two intentions: to prevent him from being with her sister, Yu Bing, and to confess her feelings to him. Yet, she had not anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. Her bare body had been laid bare before him, touched by him. Though it was an accident, she found herself less resistant than she had imagined. Instead, an inexplicable thrill began to unfurl in her heart. Stealing a glance at Yiling Tian, she observed him with his eyes tightly shut and his brows furrowed, seemingly enduring some internal struggle. His face was as red as a ripe apple, his breathing rapid, heart racing like a drum. The jade butterfly's own heart raced in tandem. She felt her face flush, her body growing increasingly warm. She yearned for his affection, craved his embrace, desired everything about him. Why Yiling Tian? The jade butterfly softly called his name, her voice so faint it was nearly inaudible. Why Yiling Tian suddenly opened his eyes. Meeting the jade butterfly's gaze, which brimmed with tenderness, he saw the tears in her eyes, the shyness reflected therein, and also desire. His heart trembled violently, an unexplainable impulse surging within him. He wished to. What did you call me? Yiling Tian's voice was hoarse and low, infused with a hint of danger. Chapter 50. The Return from the Sea of Desire. Yiling Tian. The jade butterfly's voice was softer than a gnat's buzz. Yet it pierced through Yiling Tian's taut nerves like an electric current. He felt himself teetering on the brink of surrendering to this tender embrace. The jade butterfly's frail form entwined around him like a parasitic vine, nearly suffocating him, yet he found it utterly delightful. The little enchantress nestled in his arms, the soft sensation threatening to unravel his reason. He inhaled deeply, striving to suppress the surging desires within. He could not. He must not betray Wang Ming'er. As he groped to stand, his hand inadvertently brushed against something soft and slick. A soft gasp escaped beside him, laced with tremors and pleasure. Yiling Tian turned abruptly, only to realize that Yu Bing had also collapsed beside him. Her body weakened from the earlier impact. That moment, his palm inadvertently rested upon her ample bosom. Why Yu Bing trembled slightly, yet offered no resistance. The previous shock had unexpectedly propelled her to her peak, and now she swayed like a willow in the wind, fragile and vulnerable. What did you just call me? The jade butterfly's voice quivered, tinged with grievance and a barely perceptible touch of jealousy. You were with her. Why Yiling Tian opened his mouth, unsure how to explain. He glanced between the jade butterfly and Yu Bing, his heart in turmoil. Yiling Tian's gaze drifted to Yu Bing's profiled eye in the dim light. Her slightly aggrieved visage bore a resemblance to Wang Ming'er. This sudden realization deepened his guilt, a chill racing from his toes to his head. He forcefully pushed the jade butterfly away, staggering to his feet, drawing in deep breaths as he endeavored to quell the storm within. Jade butterfly, Yu Bing, wake up. Why Yiling Tian gently patted their shoulders, his tone betraying a hint of panic. The jade butterfly stirred first, her dazed eyes filled with confusion. Upon seeing Yiling Tian's flustered expression, her bewilderment gradually morphed into indignation and fury. What do you mean? You've put us in this state, and now you. She bit her lip, struggling to articulate her thoughts. I was just. Why Yiling Tian sought to explain, yet found himself at a loss. He beheld the glimmer of tears in the jade butterfly's eyes, and his heart twisted painfully. What do you mean by what? Do you still care for me? Do you still think of Schwer? The jade butterfly's voice rose in volume, questioning Yiling Tian, tears welling in her eyes. She herself could not discern whether those tears stemmed from grievance, anger, or perhaps jealousy. Jealousy of Yu Bing, and jealousy of Schwer, who was far away. Why Yiling Tian slumped to the side, burying his face in his hands, groaning in anguish. He was unsure how to confront these sudden accusations, or how to justify his loss of control. Memories of Wang Ming'er's gentle smile and Schwer's clear gaze flooded his mind, filling him with guilt and remorse. Speak. Why are you silent? The jade butterfly, seeing Yiling Tian's silence, grew angrier. She seized his arm, shaking him vigorously. Why Yiling Tian lifted his head, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions as he gazed at the jade butterfly, ultimately managing to utter a single word. Sorry. The jade butterfly froze, her eyes trained on Yiling Tian's pained expression, her anger gradually dissipating, replaced by an inexplicable sense of loss and heartache. She released her grip on him, silently turning away, refusing to meet his gaze. Why Yiling Tian? Why Yubing's voice emerged weakly, laced with tremors. Why Yubing slowly regained consciousness, her awareness still somewhat foggy. A tide of grievance surged within her. Tears flowing uncontrollably, dampening her hair at the temples. She felt utterly drained, leaning weakly against Yiling Tian's side. Upon noticing Yubing awakening, Yiling Tian hurriedly retrieved the towel that had fallen to the ground. Gently draping it over the jade butterfly, he inhaled deeply, observing Yubing's tear-streaked visage, his guilt intensifying. Why Yubing? I truly regret. His voice was low and hoarse, tinged with tremors. The jade butterfly, regaining some measure of clarity, cast a glance at Yubing, her eyes flickering with complex emotions. Then, she reached out to embrace Yubing's shoulders, softly reassuring her. It's all right, Binger, don't be afraid. She lifted her head, shooting a glare at Yiling Tian, her tone infused with reproach. How could you? The words hung on her lips, swallowed back, sighing. She supported Yubing to her feet. Come, let us wash up. Why Yubing, still weak, could only rely on the jade butterfly's support as they made their way, step by step, toward the bathroom. Why Yiling Tian silently observed them, his expression intricate, his heart awash with conflicting emotions. The sound of water splashing echoed from the bathroom as Yiling Tian sat at the edge of the bed, his hands cradling his head, his inner turmoil raging like a tempest. He thought of Wang Ming'er, of Shuer, and of his earlier loss of control, his heart brimming with guilt and self-reproach. After a while, the bathroom door swung open, and the jade butterfly emerged, wrapped in a towel. Her hair was damp, a hint of moisture lingering on her face, yet her gaze was remarkably piercing. She approached Yiling Tian, hands on her hips, and spoke in a frigid tone. Yiling Tian, he sat despondently on the edge of the bed, his hands tightly clutching the bedspread, his eyes darting about, unwilling to meet Yu Dai's penetrating stare. He opened his mouth, but words eluded him. He yearned to explain, yet feared that doing so would only exacerbate the situation. What do you mean Stop stammering. What exactly are you trying to conceal? Yu Dai's voice sharpened. As she advanced on Yiling Tian, her eyes brimming with anger and suspicion. Tell me honestly, have you done something to wrong Shuer? No, I haven't. Yiling Tian shot up, his expression betraying a flicker of panic. Shuer and it's merely what? Just a quarrel, just a spat. Yu Dai fixed her gaze on him, articulating each word deliberately. Or have you already changed your heart? He was acutely aware that the complexities of his relationship with Shuer far surpassed Yu Dai's imagination. Yiling Tian, look at me. Yu Dai grasped his shoulders, compelling him to meet her eyes. Look into my eyes and tell me, do you still care for Shuer? As he met Yu Dai's questioning gaze, a pang of anguish struck his heart. He longed to evade the truth, yet found it impossible to do so. Taking a deep breath, he attempted to steady himself. Why Yu Dai? I believe in your feelings for Shuer. Do you trust me? Yiling Tian fell into silence once more, uncertain whether to divulge the truth to Yu Dai. He dreaded the possibility that the truth would wound both her and Shuer. Yiling Tian, speak. Yu Dai's anxiety escalated as he remained mute. Tell me what transpired. Why won't you say anything? Just as he inhaled deeply, preparing to respond, the bathroom door swung open again, revealing Yubing wrapped in a towel. Her complexion was pale, her eyes vacant, as if devoid of a soul. Why Yubing's voice was weak, laced with tremors. I want to rest. Upon seeing this, Yu Dai swiftly supported Yubing, guiding her to the bed. She gently stroked Yubing's hair, softly reassuring her. It's all right, Bing, you just need to rest, and everything will be all right. Turning to Yiling Tian, her eyes were filled with a myriad of emotions. Yiling Tian, she began slowly, her tone carrying an undercurrent of warning. You best consider carefully what it is you truly desire. Chapter 51. The past Yu Dai's gaze was riveted on Yiling Tian. Are you truly willing to forsake Shuer? Just because of Wang Ming'er? She bit her lip, nearly drawing blood. The sound of running water ceased from the bathroom, steam wafting through the crack of the door. Infused with the fragrance of body wash, Wai Yubing stood beneath the shower, the warm water cascading over her, yet it could not wash away the peculiar sensation weighing on her heart. She scrubbed her arms vigorously, as if trying to erase that touch completely, yet the harder she scrubbed, the more pronounced the feeling became, even mingled with a hint of something she was reluctant to acknowledge. Bing Air, are you all right? Why are you taking so long? Yu Dai's concerned voice called from outside. Wai Yubing took a deep breath, turned off the shower, hastily dried herself with the towel, and changed into fresh clothes. Pushing open the door, she found Yiling Tian slumped despondently on the sofa, his hands covering his face, resembling a wounded beast. Wai Yu Dai stood before him, earnestly trying to reason with him. The wave of dread washed over Yubing, as that peculiar feeling surged once more, leaving her breathless. Suddenly, Yiling Tian lifted his head, noticing Yubing's pale complexion, his heart tightening. Wai Yubing, are you okay? He stood, attempting to approach her, but was halted by her icy gaze. Wait! Yiling Tian rushed to the door at Wai Yubing. I don't no need to say anything, she interjected, her tone resolute. I don't want to hear it. With that, she forcefully closed the door, leaving Yiling Tian alone in the empty room. He slumped against the door, gradually sliding down to the floor, his gaze vacant. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he bolted to the phone, trembling as he dialed a number. I'm sorry, the number you dialed is not in service. The mechanical voice repeated, stabbing his heart like a dagger. Wai Yiling Tian's mind was a whirlwind, Yubing's pallid face haunting him. He grasped Yu Dai's hand tightly. Wai Yu Dai, please keep an eye on Yubing for me. I'm afraid he hesitated, worry etched in his eyes. Wai Yu Dai nodded, gently patting the back of his hand. Don't worry, I will take good care of your sister. Wai Yiling Tian followed at a distance, like a shadow, silently watching over them. He dared not approach too closely, fearing to provoke Yubing, and could only observe her fragile silhouette, his heart aching. A complex array of emotions flickered in Yubing's eyes as she drew a deep breath. Leading Yu Dai through the school gates, Wai Yiling Tian watched as their figures vanished into the campus before slowly emerging himself, a wave of helplessness washing over him. Upon returning home, the empty room was suffused with a stifling silence. Yiling Tian sank into the sofa, retrieving his phone, scrolling to a familiar number, his finger hovering over the dial button, yet he hesitated. He knew that even if he connected, he would only hear that cold, mechanical voice. I'm sorry, the number you dialed is not in service. He closed his eyes, Shui Air's radiant smile flashing in his mind, his heart feeling as though it were gripped by an invisible hand. Rendering him nearly breathless, he clutched his phone tightly, allowing tears to flow silently, soaking his garment. Brother, what's wrong with you? A bright voice shattered the room's stillness. Wai Yiling Tian's eyes flew open, a forced smile breaking through his tear-streaked face. Standing before him were his sister Yi Shui and her best friendly Yi Tong. Yi Shui held several shopping bags, her face alight with excitement. Brother, what's the matter? You look so lost, she asked with concern. Yiling Tian hastily wiped his face. It's nothing, just a bit tired. His gaze fell upon Li Yitong, who today wore a light purple dress that accentuated her fair skin and graceful figure, adding an alluring charm to her appearance. His heart raced involuntarily. Brother, look, Yitong and I bought new clothes. Dio, they look good, Yi Shui exclaimed, twirling to showcase their new outfits. The hem of Li Yitong's dress swayed gently with her movements, resembling a blooming violet, exuding a subtle fragrance. Wai Yiling Tian found his breath quickening. They looked beautiful. His voice was slightly hoarse, his eyes fixated on Li Yitong, unable to look away. Noticing his gaze, Li Yitong's cheeks flushed slightly, a wave of sweetness washing over her. She stepped closer, gently linking her arm with his. Ling Tian, do you like it? She asked softly, her tone laced with a hint of playfulness. Yiling Tian felt a jolt of electricity course through his body at her touch, leaving him momentarily stunned. I like it, of course, he nearly blurted out, his eyes brimming with affection. Brother, your gaze is rather strange. Yi Shui observed keenly, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Is it? Yiling Tian quickly attempted to deflect, his gaze wandering. It definitely is. You were staring at Yitong, thinking she's especially pretty, weren't you? Yi Shui teased with a mischievous grin. Not at all, I was merely appreciating your taste. Wai Yiling Tian stammered, flustered. Li Yitong couldn't help but chuckle at his awkwardness. All right, Xiao Shui, enough teasing, I'm going to play a game now. You two chat. As she spoke, she withdrew her hand and headed to another room. Hey, Yitong. Yi Shui began to say something, but was silenced by a glance from Li Yitong. Once Yi Shui exited, the atmosphere in the room seemed to shift. Growing more intimate. Chapter 52. Uncontrollable affection. Yi Ling Tian could no longer suppress the yearning within him. He approached Li Yitong, gazing at her with deep affection. Yitong, you look truly beautiful today. His voice was low and husky, laced with undeniable desire. Li Yitong felt a flush of shyness under his heated gaze, lowering her head as she gently fiddled with the hem of her dress. Ling Tian, this dress suits you perfectly, making you even more enchanting, he continued, reaching out to gently caress her cheek, his fingertips lingering on her delicate skin. Li Yitong's heart raced as she met Yi Ling Tian's passionate gaze. Her eyes filled with tenderness. You know, I think of you every day, longing to hold you, to kiss you. His voice grew softer, his breaths more hurried. He enveloped her in his arms, holding her tightly as if trying to merge her into his very being. Li Yitong offered no resistance, instinctively leaning into his embrace, savoring the warmth of his presence. His lips brushed against her forehead, then her cheeks, and finally captured her mouth in a gentle, lingering kiss. Filled with love and longing. After what felt like an eternity, their lips parted. Yi Ling Tian gazed at Li Yitong's luscious lips, his eyes filled with adoration. He pulled her close once more. Whispering softly in her ear, Yitong, I love you. Li Yitong clung tightly to Yi Ling Tian, burying her head in his chest as she felt the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. Let's play a game, she suddenly declared, shattering the enchanting atmosphere that enveloped the room. Yi Ling Tian paused for a moment, then smiled and nodded. All right. The two logged into the game, examining various leaderboards. Pointing at the level chart, Li Yitong exclaimed, Brother Ling Tian, you've leveled up again. How impressive. Yi Ling Tian chuckled lightly. That's all thanks to the gear you gifted me. By the way, Brother Ling Tian, have you seen the announcement about the Sword of the King? Li Yitong asked mysteriously. The Sword of the King? Yi Ling Tian furrowed his brow, having missed it. What about it? Li Yitong smiled enigmatically. I've heard that whoever obtains it will have the power to rule the entire game world. She playfully pushed Yi Ling Tian away, teasingly saying, You're so annoying, it's broad daylight. Her cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkling with a coy allure. Yi Ling Tian seized her delicate hand, kissing it gently. Even during the day, I wish to cherish you. His gaze burned with intensity, his tone commanding and undeniable. Li Yitong's heart raced as she absorbed the masculine aura radiating from Yi Ling Tian, ultimately surrendering to his embrace. He pressed his lips against her tender ones. A blend of gentleness and fervor. The room was suffused with a palpable tension, sunlight filtering through the sheer curtains and casting mottled shadows on the floor. Li Yitong's breath quickened, her body pressed against Yi Ling Tian's. Feeling the strength of his heartbeat, at that moment, a surge of energy coursed through Yi Ling Tian, activating the Emperor's divine art, enveloping him in a protective warmth. He felt invigorated, as if brimming with boundless vitality. Let's go to the room. Yi Ling Tian whispered in her ear, his voice husky and magnetic. Li Yitong shyly nodded, allowing him to lift her and carry her toward the bedroom. Inside, the curtains were drawn tight, casting the room in a dim light. Yi Ling Tian gently laid Li Yitong on the bed and leaned down to kiss her. Time slipped away, and gradually, the room fell silent. Li Yitong nestled in Yi Ling Tian's arms, tracing gentle circles on his chest with her fingers, her gaze dreamy. Brother Ling Tian, she began, wishing to say something sweet to the man before her, but suddenly, Yi Ling Tian stood up, donning his clothes with a detached tone. I am going to check the leaderboards. He walked to the computer, leaving Li Yitong alone on the bed, her expression complex, lost in thought. Sunlight streamed through the curtain gaps, creating dappled patterns on the floor. Li Yitong lay there, her bare skin still warm from their earlier passion. She extended her slender fingers, yearning to reach out to Yi Ling Tian, but grasped only air. Brother Ling Tian, she called softly, her voice tinged with a hint of sulkiness. Yi Ling Tian, with his back to her, continued dressing, his tone indifferent. I'm going to check the leaderboards. The smile on Li Yitong's face faltered, a wave of grievance washing over her. She bit her lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The earlier fervor felt like a fleeting dream, and now, Reality felt cold and unyielding. Brother Ling Tian, you die. Li Yitong choked on her words, unsure how to express her feelings. With a slight vibration, Yi Lingtian entered the game world. Watching his retreating figure, Li Yitong could no longer hold back her tears. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms as a fierce sense of possessiveness surged within her. Taking a deep breath, she wiped her tears away and headed to the bathroom. The warm water cascaded over her body, washing away her grievances and vulnerabilities. She resolved to present her best self to Yi Lingtian, ensuring he could no longer overlook her existence. After her cleansing ritual, Li Yitong logged into the game. That moment, Yi Lingtian stood at the center of Dragon City Square, surrounded by bustling players. He casually clicked on the level leaderboard. In an instant, a radiant golden list unfurled before him, akin to the brightest stars in the night sky. At the top of this list, his own name shone brilliantly. Indeed, it was his name, displayed in a manner that demanded attention. At that moment, it felt as though his name had become the focal point of the entire world, drawing countless envious gazes. What's more, when he glanced at the level column, he was taken aback by the number displayed there. An astonishing level 100. This was an unfathomable height, a pinnacle that most players could only aspire to. In contrast, the levels of other players paled in comparison, creating an insurmountable chasm between them. He opened the equipment leaderboard, the pet leaderboard, the wealth leaderboard. On each leaderboard, his name ranked prominently. A satisfied smile crept across Yi Lingtian's lips. This was the fruit of his labor. He casually scanned the pet leaderboard, his gaze landing on the top 10 players' pets. These players were elite experts in the game, their pets rare divine beasts. Yet, Yi Lingtian frowned. These pets, he murmured to himself, what a waste. At that moment, a melodious voice chimed beside him. Brother Lingtian, what are you looking at? Yi Lingtian turned to see Li Yitong standing beside him, a sweet smile gracing her face. Nothing, Yi Lingtian replied, closing the leaderboard, not wanting her to see the disdain in his eyes. Just looking at these so-called experts, Li Yitong appeared puzzled. Brother Lingtian, they are all top 10 players on the leaderboard. Aren't they experts? Yi Lingtian chuckled lightly, a hint of sarcasm lacing his tone. Experts? With these low-tier pets? They hardly deserve the title. Such a waste. Li Yitong grew more confused. But these pets are quite rare. I've seen many players wanting them. What good is rarity? Yi Lingtian waved his hand dismissively. These pets have limited growth potential. No matter how much you nurture them, they will always remain low tier. Instead of squandering resources on them, it's better to focus on enhancing one's own strength. He paused before continuing. Do you know how difficult it is for pets to evolve? Even with those so-called special items, the odds of evolution are pitifully low. Rather than placing hope on elusive evolutions, it's better. Yi Lingtian suddenly halted, his gaze fixed on a familiar name on the leaderboard. Savage Golden Wolf. He murmured, a complex expression crossing his features. Li Yitong followed his gaze. Her curiosity piqued. Savage Golden Wolf? What is that? After a long pause, he spoke slowly, an almost imperceptible envy in his tone. That is a true divine beast. Li Yitong was about to ask more when Yi Lingtian abruptly turned and strode toward the city exit. Brother Lingtian, where are you going? She hurriedly inquired. The Blackstone Tower? What are you going there for? Li Yitong asked, puzzled. What's that? Yi Lingtian murmured to himself. The third level of the Blackstone Tower. Wolfman Cabarro. He closed the leaderboard, his eyes shimmering with a complex light. The savage golden wolf, that legendary divine beast, possessed earth-shattering power. The ultimate pet coveted by all players. He vividly remembered the first time he encountered the savage golden wolf, its golden fur, sharp fangs, and the commanding aura that seemed to dominate all others, forever etched in his memory. How he wished to possess a savage golden wolf. He sighed softly, envy lacing his tone. Yet he shook his head, casting aside such unrealistic thoughts. The priority now was to enhance his strength. Only with formidable power could he survive in this brutal game world. He began to contemplate his next move. The so-called experts on the level leaderboard were, in his eyes, merely a ragtag group, parading around with their flashy low-tier pets, utterly oblivious to the essence of true power. Rather than waste time on those futile pursuits, it was far more prudent to venture into the third level of the Blackstone Tower. Yi Lingtian calculated inwardly. The third level of the Blackstone Tower was a treasure trove he had recently discovered, populated by high-level monsters that offered substantial experience points. With his own strength and skills, he had thrived there, nearly claiming it as his personal domain. He recalled a message he had seen on the forum, stating that the boss of the third level, Wolfman Cabero, would drop an exceedingly rare piece of equipment. A confident smile graced Yi Lingtian's lips. Perhaps it was time to confront this Wolfman Cabero. He rose from his seat, moving to the window and gazing at the brightly lit city in the distance. A swell of ambition igniting within him, he understood that in this virtual world, he could forge his own legend. Taking a deep breath, he fixed his determined gaze on the horizon. Ling Shang, prepare to set off. With that, Ling Shang pushed open the door and strode purposefully toward the teleportation array. To the third level of the Blackstone Tower, here I come. The descriptions of Wolfman Cabero from the forum echoed in his mind. Claws sharp enough to rend steel. A ferocious roar that could instill fear, and the tantalizing loot list that made one drool to breastplate, known as the bloodthirsty armor, stood out prominently in the collection, reputed to possess an exceptionally high vampiric attribute, making it the coveted divine gear for melee classes, bloodthirsty armor. Ling Shang licked his lips, a glint of greed flickering in his eyes. With this equipment, his power would ascend to new heights, enabling him to challenge even more formidable dungeons. The third floor of the Blackrock Tower was eerie and terrifying, suffused with an oppressive atmosphere that was almost suffocating. However, to Ling Shang, this place felt as familiar as his own backyard. He deftly navigated through multiple waves of wandering monsters, heading directly towards the boss's domain. Occasionally encountering a few oblivious creatures, he dispatched them effortlessly. Ling Shang was even too apathetic to collect the fallen gold and equipment. In his eyes, these low-tier items were utterly inconsequential. Cabero, your doom approaches, Ling Shang declared, standing at the threshold of the boss chamber, a confident smirk gracing his lips as he pushed open the heavy stone door. A foul stench assaulted his senses. Cabero's eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty glow, its sharp claws leaving deep gashes on the ground. Roar! The werewolf Cabero discovered the intruder, unleashing a deafening roar as it lunged toward Ling Shang. Unfazed, Ling Shang skillfully dodged the attack, his long sword slicing through the air with a cold gleam, accurately piercing Cabero's chest. -287, a vivid crimson number floated above Cabero's head. The battle commenced. With his exceptional skill and formidable strength, Ling Shang engaged in a fierce struggle against Cabero. The clash of man and beast was relentless, each strike deadly. Suddenly, Ling Shang sensed an unusual presence behind him. Was it merely an illusion? Frowning, he felt a vague sense of unease. He concentrated once more on the ongoing battle. Roar! Cabero let out a piercing scream, its massive form crashing to the ground. Ling Shang exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his brow. Just as he prepared to claim his spoils, a chilling voice echoed from behind. I didn't expect to encounter you here. The voice was deep and familiar. It was Tianhua Lenghuan, Chapter 54. The Evolution of Werewolf Cabero. That fellow who fought alongside him in the Wild Boar Forest, ranked third on the list of top 10 masters. Ling Shang was quite taken aback and greeted him with a smile. Indeed, what a coincidence. Tianhua Lenghuan strode forward, enthusiastically patting Ling Shang on the shoulder. Brother, do you remember me? Ever since our parting in the Wild Boar Forest, I've been eager to team up with you again. Come, let's grab a drink. I'll introduce you to a few friends. Without waiting for a response, Tianhua Lenghuan seized Ling Shang and headed toward the tavern in the town. Along the way, Tianhua Lenghuan excitedly recounted his experiences in recent days, praising Ling Shang's strength in his words. It dawned on Ling Shang that he had indeed turned the tide and saved the entire team at that time. Upon arriving at the tavern, Tianhua Lenghuan made a beeline for a table in the corner, where two players sat. One was a burly figure wielding a massive battle knife, exuding a fierce aura. The other was a nimble archer, adorned with a beautifully carved longbow on their back. Come, let me introduce you, Tianhua Lenghuan exclaimed, pointing at Ling Shang. This is Ling Shang, whom I mentioned to you, a powerhouse. Ling Shang, this is our guild leader, Tianhua Daoyin, and this is our sharpshooter, Tianhua Xuebao. Tianhua Daoyin and Tianhua Xuebao scrutinized Ling Shang, curiosity gleaming in their eyes. Tianhua Daoyin spoke solemnly. I have long admired your reputation. Tianhua Xuebao smiled faintly and nodded in greeting. Brother, would you be interested in joining our Tianhua guild? Tianhua Daoyin stated directly. With your strength, you would undoubtedly have a place among us. Ling Shang pondered for a moment before politely declining. Thank you for your kindness, guild leader, but I prefer my freedom and have no intention of joining a guild for the time being. A flicker of disappointment crossed Tianhua Daoyin's eyes, yet he did not press the matter. Raising his goblet, I understand, then let us drink. After several rounds of toasting, Tianhua Lenghuan suddenly lowered his voice, speaking mysteriously. Brother, I heard that a colossal creature has appeared on the 4th floor of Blackrock Tower. He paused, his gaze intensely fixed on Ling Shang. Are you interested in checking it out together? Ling Shang's heart tightened, recalling the strange sensation he felt on the 3rd floor of Blackrock Tower and the peculiar transformation of Kabaro just before its demise. The 4th floor of Blackrock Tower, Ling Shang murmured, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. He raised his goblet and downed it in one go. The fiery liquor did little to extinguish the flames of curiosity within him. The 4th floor is indeed peculiar, he spoke gravely, his gaze flickering. Tianhua Daoyin's eyes widened, and he slammed his hand on the table, causing the cups to clink loudly. I knew it. That aura is no ordinary monster. His voice boomed, revealing his bold spirit. Tianhua Xuebao also set down his drink, a spark of intrigue igniting in his eyes, clearly interested in the situation on the 4th floor of Blackrock Tower. Brother, to be frank, Tianhua Daoyin lowered his voice, his tone growing serious. We at the Tianhua Guild have dispatched people to scout it several times, but all returned empty-handed, and even some brothers that sigh, best not to mention it. He sighed, a flicker of sorrow crossing his eyes. So, the 4th floor is quite dangerous. Ling Shang raised an eyebrow, his curiosity about the mysterious creature intensifying. Tianhua Lenghuan interjected. Dangerous is an understatement. It is said that a mutated boss resides there. Its power unfathomable. Our elite members of the Tianhua Guild have all attempted to confront it, but to no avail. He wore a grave expression, clearly wary of that mutated boss, a mutated boss. Ling Shang's heart stirred, recalling the rumors he had seen on the forum about Blackrock Tower, which supposedly sealed an ancient beast that could unleash devastation upon its release. Could it be? Seeing Ling Shang lost in thought, Tianhua Daoyin assumed he was having second thoughts and quickly reassured him. Brother, worry not. Our purpose in going this time is merely reconnaissance. We want to engage directly. With you alongside us, our chances of success are significantly higher. Ling Shang smiled and shook his head. I'm not concerned about the danger. Rather, I have already promised someone to explore the 4th floor together. Oh? Tianhua Daoyin and Tianhua Lenghuan exchanged glances, their eyes filled with curiosity. Who is this esteemed individual? Tianhua Daoyin inquired. Seeing Ling Shang feign mystery, they ceased their questioning and simply raised their cups in camaraderie. Inside the tavern, the atmosphere became somewhat delicate. Ling Shang set down his goblet, his gaze drifting out the window, his mind swirling with thoughts. What secrets lay hidden on the 4th floor of Blackrock Tower? What form would that mutated boss take? Moreover, how would he fulfill that promise? Let us be off. Ling Shang abruptly stood, breaking the silence. Time was not on their side. After several rounds of drinks, the conversation gradually shifted from the rumors of the 4th floor of Blackrock Tower to their respective equipment and skills. Tianhua Daoyin boisterously showcased his massive battle knife, its blade radiating a chilling light, said to cut through steel as if it were mud, captivating the audience with his tales. Tianhua Xuebao elegantly drew back the longbow. The string humming as an arrow shot forth, striking the bullseye, eliciting cheers from the surrounding crowd. Ling Shang merely listened with a smile, occasionally interjecting a remark, remaining enigmatic. When it came time to settle the bill, Tianhua Daoyin waved his hand grandly, 1,000 gold coins cascading forth like a stream, leaving Ling Shang silently astounded. The Tianhua Guild was indeed wealthy. No wonder so many elites were drawn to join. After bidding farewell to the trio, Ling Shang headed directly to the 3rd floor of Blackrock Tower. The familiar chill enveloped him, yet he felt no fear. He summoned his little firebird, and together they plunged into the frenzy of monster slaying. The little firebird seemed to sense its master's resolve, engulfed in flames with each dive, claiming the lives of numerous monsters. Experience points surged rapidly, and the little firebird leveled up repeatedly, growing larger. Its feathers more vibrant, and its flames more intense. Cheep! The little firebird chirped excitedly, circling above Ling Shang as if seeking praise. Ling Shang patted its head, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. The monsters on the 3rd floor posed little threat, and Ling Shang decided to venture forth to the 4th floor to uncover the truth. He recalled the little firebird and walked steadily towards the entrance of the fourth floor. A denser chill emanated from the entrance, as if a slumbering giant beast was slowly awakening. Here it comes, a low voice echoed in Ling Shang's ear. He recalled the little firebird, inhaled deeply, and stepped into the fourth floor of Blackrock Tower. As he entered, a pungent stench of blood mingled with decay overwhelmed him. In the dim light, skeletal remains littered the ground, while the air was thick with a stifling sense of oppression. Suddenly, a low growl shattered the silence. A towering figure lunged from the shadows, charging at Ling Shang. Ling Shang focused intently. It was none other than Kabaro, the werewolf he had encountered on the third floor. Roar! Kabaro unleashed a deafening roar, its claws slicing through the air toward Ling Shang. Anticipating the attack, Ling Shang deftly sidestepped, his long sword striking like lightning, piercing Kabaro's chest. Awoo! Kabaro howled in pain, staggering back a few steps, but its wound began to heal at a visible rate. Its eyes glinted with ferocity, and it lunged at Ling Shang once more, its assault fiercer than before. Ling Shang remained composed, dancing just outside Kabaro's attack range, his long sword swinging with precision, each strike landing squarely on Kabaro's vital points. Despite Kabaro's immense strength and remarkable speed, it appeared clumsy in the face of Ling Shang's exquisite swordplay. As the battle raged on, Kabaro accumulated more wounds, its health steadily dwindling. As the situation grew increasingly dire, Kabaro suddenly let out a heart-wrenching howl, his voice echoing through the air. Just as the last note of his cry faded, his body went rigid, completely immobilized. Witnessing this, Ling Shang felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Yet his hand remained steady as he thrust his sword towards Kabaro's throat. The sound of the blade piercing flesh pierced the silence, and Kabaro's massive form collapsed with a thunderous crash, raising a cloud of dust around him. Just as Ling Shang believed the battle to be over, an unexpected transformation occurred. A brilliant golden light, entwined with a sinister black mist, erupted from beneath Kabaro, illuminating the entire fourth floor. Within the golden radiance, Kabaro's body began to twist and contort, his form expanding grotesquely, his once gray fur gradually transforming into an ominous black, exuding a chilling aura of malevolence. Ling Shang gazed at this scene in astonishment. What is happening? A more ferocious roar erupted, the golden light dissipating to reveal a black werewolf, now even larger and more fearsome than before. It emanated an oppressive force that was suffocating. Its blood-red eyes fixated on Ling Shang, as if intent on tearing him to shreds. How intriguing! A slight smile graced Ling Shang's lips, excitement flickering in his eyes. Let me see how much your power has increased after your evolution. Chapter 55. The Guild Creation Order shocks everyone. The black werewolf howled at the heavens, its deafening roar resonating throughout the fourth floor. Unfazed, Ling Shang found himself intrigued as he opened the creature's attribute panel. A name: Dark Werewolf Kabaro, Golden Level Boss. Level: 35, Health. Attack Power. Defense Power. Skills. Indeed, he had evolved. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Ling Shang's eyes. His level had risen by 3, and his name had transformed into Dark Werewolf Kabaro, the 3 question marks igniting his desire for battle. Little Firebird, go! Ling Shang commanded, and the little firebird perched on his shoulder transformed into a streak of fire, hurtling towards Dark Werewolf Kabaro. Cheep! The little firebird emitted a sharp cry as a torrent of searing flames engulfed Kabaro. Roar! Kabaro, feeling the pain, let out a furious howl, swiping his massive claws to tear through the flames and lunging towards Ling Shang. With a swift movement, Ling Shang evaded Kabaro's attack effortlessly, his sword dancing through the air, leaving deep, bone-exposing gashes across Kabaro's body. Though Kabaro's attacks were fierce, he appeared clumsy before Ling Shang. Utilizing his superior attributes and agile movements, Ling Shang deftly dodged Kabaro's onslaught while continuously inflicting damage. The battle raged on, a fierce clash between man and beast, wolf and bird. On the fourth floor, Kabaro's attacks grew increasingly frenzied, each swipe of his claws slicing through the air with tremendous force. Yet Ling Shang consistently anticipated his assault trajectory, evading at the last possible moment. After an extended struggle, Kabaro's health dwindled, and his strikes became increasingly feeble. Now's the moment. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Shang drove his sword deep into Kabaro's throat. Roar! Kabaro emitted one final, defiant howl before his colossal form crashed to the ground, dissipating into countless twinkling stars. A piece of obsidian metal lay quietly where Kabero had vanished. Ling Shang approached and bent down. "What is this?" As he leaned closer to inspect the black metal, a series of system notifications chimed in his ears, melodious and enchanting, like heavenly music. Ding! Congratulations to player Ling Shang for defeating the 35th level golden level boss Dark Werewolf Kabero. Earning an experience reward of 1,000,000. Ding! Congratulations, your pet little Firebird has leveled up to 15. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a special item. Guild Creation Order. Ling Shang was momentarily taken aback. A guild creation order? He hastily picked up the obsidian metal, examining it closely. The metal felt cold to the touch, its surface intricately engraved with complex patterns, emanating a faint ethereal glow, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. Meanwhile, the World Channel erupted in excitement. System announcement. Congratulations to player Ling Shang for acquiring the first Guild Creation Order. The guild system is officially activated. All players who reach level May 20th create or join a guild. System announcement. The first 10 players to establish a guild will receive generous rewards, with the first place winning a divine artifact, an exclusive title, and the right to choose the guild's headquarters. Wow! The Guild Creation Order. Master Ling Shang has snatched the first. Master is incredible. Worship. Is there anyone looking to team up to create a guild? We need powerful DPS. The World Channel was instantly flooded with messages as players buzzed with discussions. Envy, admiration, and a mixture of emotions. Shortly thereafter, another system announcement rang out. System announcement. Tomorrow at midnight, the game store will activate the currency exchange feature. Players may exchange real-world currency for in-game gold. With a conversion rate of 100, upon hearing this announcement, the World Channel erupted into chaos. Currency exchange? The officials are up to something. The wealthy players are about to rise a 100 rate seems a bit steep. Who cares if it's steep? Let us exchange a few million first. Ling Shang paid no heed to the chatter around him, his focus entirely consumed by the Guild Creation Order in his hands. This item was truly a treasure. Ding! Congratulations to player Ling Shang for receiving a special reward. A luxurious villa in Blackstone City. The system notification chimed once more, and a satisfied smile spread across Ling Shang's face. It seemed that defeating this boss had yielded remarkable rewards. I'll sell it. Ling Shang had made up his mind. He surveyed the area, ensuring no other players were nearby, before beginning to meticulously examine the corpse of the werewolf Kabero. This boss must have other valuable treasures aside from the Guild Creation Order. Ling Shang's fingers brushed against Kabero's cold fur. An unusual sensation washed over him. Wait, he murmured softly, his gaze falling upon an unassuming black stone nestled in Kabero's chest. With a gentle flick of his finger, the stone dislodged from the FUR.IT felt warm to the touch, subtly radiating a peculiar energy. Dark fire crystal. Ling Shang instantly recognized the origin of the black stone. This was a rare material used for crafting high-tier potions and equipment. He carefully stowed the dark fire crystal into his backpack and continued to search Kabero's body. Ling Shang's attention was drawn to Kabero's waist. Where it seemed something else was concealed, he reached out and retrieved 2 gleaming pieces of equipment from Kabero's belt, Kabero's golden bracers. Kabero's golden belt. A joyful smile spread across Ling Shang's face. These 2 pieces of equipment were precisely the components of the Kabero set he had long coveted. With these 2 items, his defensive capabilities would see a significant enhancement. At that moment, the little firebird on Ling Shang's shoulder suddenly became restless, emitting a series of sharp cries. What's wrong? Ling Shang glanced down at the little firebird, noticing it fixated on the dark fire crystal in his hand, its eyes sparkling with excitement. A thought crossed Ling Shang's mind, and he extended the dark fire crystal towards the little firebird. Without hesitation, the little firebird gulped down the dark fire crystal. Ling Shang was left dumbfounded. He hadn't anticipated that the little firebird would consume the dark fire crystal. Before he could react, an unexpected change occurred. Wait, an arrogant voice echoed from afar. After swallowing the dark fire crystal, the little firebird began to tremble violently, its once fiery red feathers seemingly igniting, radiating a blinding light. Ling Shang watched anxiously, his heart a mix of anticipation and concern. The energy from the dark fire crystal was potent. He couldn't tell whether it would be beneficial or detrimental for the little firebird. Minutes ticked by, and the brilliance surrounding the little firebird intensified, warping the air around it. Ling Shang felt a wave of heat wash over him, as if he were standing amidst a furnace. This overwhelming energy fluctuation persisted for over 20 minutes before gradually subsiding. As the light faded, what appeared before Ling Shang was an even more majestic little firebird. It had grown significantly in size. Its feathers more vibrant, resembling a blazing flame, radiating an awe-inspiring brilliance. Its previously tender chirps had transformed into a clear and resounding call, imbued with an air of regal authority. It actually evolved. Ling Shang was ecstatic. He eagerly opened the pet panel to inspect the little firebird's attributes. Level 30, previously 15, skills. Flame Impact, previous skill. Fire Whirlwind, previous skill. Dark Incineration, new skill ranking. First place on the pet leaderboard. Ling Shang gasped in astonishment. The effects of the dark fire crystal were truly extraordinary. Not only had it propelled the little firebird up 15 levels, but it had also granted a new skill, catapulting it to the top of the pet leaderboard. Ha ha ha, I've hit the jackpot. Ling Shang exultantly raised his fists, filled with joy. With such a powerful pet by his side, he would navigate the game with even greater ease. Young master, I think I heard something over here. Could it be the boss respawning? A sycophantic voice interrupted Ling Shang's elation. Quickly suppressing his smile, Ling Shang turned to the source of the voice. He beheld a young man donning an extravagant robe, wielding a gleaming golden sword, striding confidently towards him, flanked by several subordinates. The young man wore a haughty expression, his disdainful gaze sweeping over the surroundings as though the third floor of the Blackstone Tower were his personal garden. Yes, I heard it too. It sounded like some kind of bird call. The young man, referred to as young master, nodded slightly, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. Perhaps it was some rare pet. Let us proceed and take a look. He concealed himself in the shadows, holding his breath, inwardly lamenting. This is not good. I've been discovered. Young master, look, it seems someone is over there, shouted one sharp-eyed subordinate, pointing towards the direction where Ling Shang was hiding. Who goes there? Come out from your hiding place. The young master barked sharply. Ling Shang clenched his fists, silently thinking, this is troublesome. Chapter 56, Stealthy Exploration of the Blackstone. The city guard's mission. Ling Shang's mind raced, functioning like a supercomputer, analyzing the current situation. He understood that he must not be discovered. The consequences would be dire. Without hesitation, he reached for the shadow cloak beside him and, in a flash, wrapped it around himself. In that instant, something miraculous occurred. The cloak seemed to possess a life of its own, enveloping Ling Shang's form and blending seamlessly with the surrounding darkness. In the blink of an eye, he appeared to vanish into thin air, completely undetectable. Just then, the young master, adorned in a splendid brocade robe, strode over with an entourage of subordinates. They arrived at the very corner where Ling Shang had concealed himself. Yet all that greeted them was an empty expanse. How strange! I distinctly saw a figure here just moments ago. The brocade-clad young master furrowed his brows, his face a mask of confusion and disbelief. As he muttered to himself, he scanned the area, unwilling to relent in his search for any trace. At that moment, a shifty-eyed, dog-like lackey hurriedly approached the young master, cautiously suggesting, "Young master, could it be that your eyes are deceiving you? Perhaps it was merely a trick of the light." He accompanied his words with a sycophantic smile, fearful of inciting his master's ire. The young master scoffed. "Deceived? My eyes would never deceive me." "Search thoroughly." Ling Shang, concealed in the shadows, felt a surge of relief. The cloak was indeed effective. He held his breath, daring not to make a sound. Just then, he sensed an unusual disturbance in the air. A barely perceptible fluctuation. Instantly alert, he scanned his surroundings with piercing focus. Suddenly, he noticed a figure hidden behind a nearby rock. Clad in a black bodysuit, the individual melded with the darkness like a specter. Had it not been for Ling Shang's keen perception, the figure would have gone unnoticed. Stealth? Ling Shang's heart stirred, and he immediately employed his insight skill on the figure. Godslayer Shadowblade, level 35, assassin. The name Godslayer sent a jolt through Ling Shang. It was a member of the infamous Godslayer gang. This gang was notorious in Tianlong City for their PK and looting, and Ling Shang had long sought an opportunity to teach them a lesson. As he pondered, the brocade-clad young master also detected something amiss. It seems there is someone over there, he exclaimed, pointing to where Shadowblade was concealed. Shadowblade, seemingly aware of his exposure, slowly emerged from behind the rock. Head bowed, standing respectfully to the side. Young Master. Only then did Ling Shang notice that the Young Master SID was actually Godslayer Young Master. A cold smile crept across Ling Shang's face. It turned out to be the deputy leader of the Godslayer gang. This promised to be an entertaining spectacle. Ling Shang remained hidden, eager to discover the intentions of these two individuals. Shadowblade. What are you doing here? The Godslayer Young Master inquired. Investigating the situation, he continued, raising an eyebrow. Shadowblade glanced at the Young Master, hesitating to speak. Speak. The Young Master snapped impatiently. Shadowblade finally whispered. The leader suspects that the third floor of the Black Stone Tower conceals unparalleled equipment, so he sent me to investigate. Unparalleled equipment? A spark of greed flickered in the Young Master's eyes. What kind of equipment? Ling Shang, hidden in the shadows, listened intently to their conversation. Unparalleled equipment? His heart raced. It seemed the third floor of the Black Stone Tower was indeed extraordinary. However, his current level was insufficient, and rashly venturing forth could lead to disaster. Upon reaching the residence of City Guard Meng Long, he noticed a crowd of players gathered, engaged in fervent discussion. Brother, did you hear? The leopard skin archer exclaimed excitedly. It seems someone triggered a special quest here, and the rewards are incredibly generous. A special quest? Ling Shang's interest was piqued. What sort of quest? The specifics are unclear, the leopard skin archer explained, but it requires a very high level to undertake. Several experts have already attempted it, yet all have failed. Oh? Ling Shang felt a thrill. Even experts had failed? Indeed. I've heard that the boss of that quest is exceptionally powerful, capable of defeating even the top 10 players on the leaderboard. The leopard skin archer sighed. It seems this task is beyond the capabilities of ordinary players like us. Ling Shang smiled, remaining silent. Although his level was not high, he possessed formidable gear and a repertoire of rare skills, far surpassing his peers. Perhaps he should give it a try. With that thought, he strode purposefully toward the city guard's residence. Brother, where are you going? The leopard skin archer called after him. Don't go. That quest is too difficult. You might end up dead. Ignoring the warnings, Ling Shang entered the city guard's residence. The guard stopped him, inquiring, Brave warrior, what brings you here? I wish to see City Guard Meng Long, Ling Shang replied. The guard scrutinized him before saying, Please wait a moment. I will inform him. The guard turned and entered the residence, soon returning to say, The city guard requests your presence. Following the guard, Ling Shang traversed a long corridor until he arrived at a spacious office. The guard gently knocked on the door, announcing, Sir, Ling Shang seeks an audience. Come in, a deep voice called from within. Ling Shang pushed the door open to find a robust middle-aged man clad in official attire seated behind a desk. Engrossed in a document, the man looked up at Ling Shang and asked, You are Ling Shang? Ling Shang nodded. Indeed, that is me. I hear you wish to undertake a special quest. Meng Long set down the document. Scrutinizing Ling Shang with keen interest, Ling Shang met his gaze unflinchingly. That is correct. Meng Long smiled slightly. Are you aware that this task, he paused, his gaze intense, is extraordinary? Chapter 57. Gains and losses an extraordinary task. Naturally, I wish to challenge it, Ling Shang replied in a calm tone, yet his confidence was unshakable. Meng Long appraised him, noting that while the young man's level was low and his equipment ordinary, his demeanor was anything but. Young man, confidence is commendable, yet one must also gauge one's capabilities. This task demands immense strength and extensive experience. You, Meng Long shook his head, are likely not quite ready. Ling Shang remained unfazed. He reached into his backpack and produced a token radiating an ancient aura, placing it on Meng Long's desk. Perhaps this will change your mind. Meng Long picked up the token. Examining it closely, his expression turning grave. A guild establishment token? You'd have actually founded the first guild. His tone was filled with disbelief. The difficulty of obtaining such a token was immense, and he had not expected it to be in the hands of this seemingly ordinary youth. Indeed, Ling Shang replied with a faint smile. Meng Long inhaled deeply, reassessing Ling Shang with newfound respect. Good lad, you possess both courage and ambition. Since you hold the guild establishment token, you are indeed qualified to undertake this task. He retrieved a scroll and a land deed from his drawer. This is the mission scroll for investigating Red River Village. as well as the deed for a mansion in the central area of Tianlong City. As a reward for establishing your first guild, Ling Shang accepted the scroll and deed, his heart swelling with joy. The reward was indeed generous. He bowed respectfully, saying, "Thank you, sir," before exiting the city guard's residence. Once outside, a throng of players surrounded him. What is going on? Why was he inside for so long? Did he accept some hidden quest? That can't be right. The city lord's tasks are not so easily obtained. They speculated. When they spotted the deed in Ling Shang's hand, the crowd erupted in uproar. A mansion deed. He has actually obtained a mansion deed. He has taken the city lord's task. How is that fair? I want to try too. Some were envious and resentful, while others bemoaned their fate, and a few, in a fit of rage, stormed into the city guard's residence to unleash their fury on Meng Long. Ling Shang paid no heed to the commotion, making his way directly to the mansion area. He surveyed the resplendent mansion, feeling utterly satisfied. Turning to a beautiful maid, he inquired, "Can I hire you?" The maid smiled charmingly. "Of course, master. I am at your service at any time." Before she could finish her sentence, a system notification abruptly interrupted. The system notification rang out. "Congratulations to player Ling Shang for acquiring the mansion at 88 Qinglong Avenue in Tianlong City. Please proceed to confirm." Ling Shang was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized that this system notification was a server-wide announcement. The surroundings fell silent in an instant, only to erupt into an even louder clamor. "Such luck! He has even been gifted a mansion," some remarked enviously, while others grumbled indignantly. There must be some foul play in this game. On what grounds does he deserve such abundant benefits? Ling Shang's lips curled into a subtle smile. As if the cacophony surrounding him held no sway over his demeanor, he strode forward with an air of composure, following the cues provided by the system, ultimately arriving at number 88, Qinglong Avenue. As he stood before the grand estate, he was profoundly struck by the magnificent sight before him. The residence loomed with an imposing presence, akin to a slumbering giant resting in its domain. Its architectural style was a testament to artistry, with intricately carved beams and painted rafters that exuded opulence and refinement. The walls were adorned with resplendent golden embellishments that shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight, casting a dazzling radiance that was truly mesmerizing. The sheer scale of the mansion far exceeded Ling Shang's wildest imaginings. Its prime location in the heart of the bustling Tianlong City only added to its allure, surrounded by a plethora of shops brimming with an array of goods that dazzled the eye. The streets were alive with a ceaseless flow of vehicles and pedestrians, painting a picture of vibrant prosperity. Ling Shang couldn't help but marvel at the lavish reward he had received. A thought flickered in his mind. While having servants to attend to him would indeed be a comfort, the exorbitant cost made him gasp in disbelief. Employing a single servant would consume half of his current gold. Gritting his teeth, he ultimately relinquished that tempting notion. "Not yet. I don't require a servant at this moment." The beautiful maid smiled gently. "Very well, my master. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Wishing you a pleasant day." With that, she turned and departed from the mansion. That evening, multiple trending topics emerged on the official forum of King's Glory. Shocking. A player acquires a mansion in the heart of Tianlong City. The guild establishment order has emerged. The first guild is born. The mysterious quest of the city lord's manor unveiled. Speculations and discussions proliferated, and Ling Shang's name resonated throughout the entire gaming universe. Standing quietly in the spacious yet empty hall of the mansion, he slowly closed his eyes and drew a deep breath, as if to inhale the luxurious ambience that enveloped him. The grandeur of the mansion was beyond his imagination, a stark contrast to his cramped rental abode in reality. Upon opening his eyes, Ling Shang took a gentle step forward, making his way towards the staircase leading to the second floor. With each step he took, the plush carpet seemed to silently welcome him, the unexpected guest. When his hand inadvertently brushed against the exquisitely carved handrail, he paused, captivated by its intricate details. What precious wood could have been used to craft this handrail? Ling Shang mused aloud, his fingers delicately tracing the fine patterns and ornate carvings. The craftsmanship was evident, showcasing the considerable effort invested in its creation. Perhaps it was a rare type of rosewood, or perhaps a coveted timber from a distant land. Ling Shang could only speculate. Yet even this singular object allowed him to fully grasp the affluence and grandeur of the mansion. Chapter 58. The old wine auction house. Ling Sheng awoke on the sumptuous bed, sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a golden glow upon the floor. He stretched lazily, feeling invigorated. He wandered through the mansion, appreciating this hard-won trophy of victory. However, despite the opulence surrounding him, a sense of solitude began to creep in. The vast space felt overwhelmingly empty with only him within it, leaving him somewhat uneasy. Perhaps a stroll outside would be beneficial, he mused. Ling Sheng decided to visit the old wine auction house. Within King's Glory, trading among players had always been a thorny issue. The system's auction house charged exorbitant fees, and items required approval to be listed, leading to inefficiencies. Many players opted for setting up stalls, which brought about further chaos in management. In the early days of the game, the developers prohibited private player trading, mandating that all items flow through the system's auction house. This sparked vehement protests among players who felt their trading freedom was severely restricted. Under pressure, the game developers, Longfei Group, ultimately opened up the opportunity for players to establish shops and set up stalls. However, due to the lack of unified management, trading among players remained cumbersome. TO addressed this issue. Longfei Group introduced a franchise certificate permitting players to operate legitimate auction houses. Yet, the criteria for obtaining this certificate were exceedingly stringent, requiring the completion of a series of nearly impossible hidden tasks. Currently, only Old Wine possessed this franchise certificate on the entire server. Ling Sheng pushed open the doors to the Old Wine auction house. A wave of antiquity washed over him. The auction house was bustling with activity, voices rising and falling in a lively chorus. Old Wine sat behind the counter, idly toying with a string of antique prayer beads. Ling Sheng, what a rare visitor. What brings you here? Upon seeing Ling Sheng, a smile graced Old Wine's face. I wish to auction a few pieces of equipment, Ling Sheng replied, retrieving several radiant items from his backpack. Old Wine examined the gear closely, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Remarkable items, truly the Armée de la Armée. It seems you've been quite fortunate of late. Ling Sheng smiled modestly, remaining silent. He then produced another item from his bag and placed it before Old Wine. Can this also be auctioned? It was a token emanating a faint golden glow, the guild establishment order. Old Wine's expression shifted subtly upon seeing the token. Are you certain you wish to auction this? Ling Sheng smiled enigmatically. Of course, it's a valuable item and deserves a fitting venue for auction. Old Wine took a deep breath, his gaze fixated on the guild establishment order as if attempting to fathom the immense power it contained. He understood that this small token represented the pinnacle of authority and boundless wealth. To possess it meant the ability to establish one's own faction within the game, to become a regional overlord. You do realize the stir this will cause once it is revealed. Old Wine's voice dropped, laced with a note of caution. I am well aware. Ling Sheng maintained his calm smile, which is why I sought you out. Old Wine, your auction house is secure and reliable, and he paused, lowering his voice, discreet. A glint of understanding sparkled in Old Wine's eyes. He grasped Ling Sheng's implication. Unlike the other two auction houses backed by large conglomerates, his establishment had been built through sheer effort and the completion of nearly insurmountable hidden tasks. IT had no backing, no support, relying solely on his own capabilities. This independence made his auction house far more secure and free. You are correct, Old Wine nodded. My auction house is indeed the most suitable choice for you. However, he shifted the conversation. You should be aware of the value of this guild establishment order. I will need to charge a fee. That is only natural, Ling Sheng readily agreed. Whatever the amount, I will comply. However, I do have a small request. What is your request? Old Wine inquired, intrigued. I require absolute confidentiality. Ling Sheng's expression grew serious. I wish for no one to know the identity of the owner of this guild establishment order. Save for you. Old Wine paused, seemingly weighing his options. After a moment, he lifted his gaze, determination evident, agreed. However, this will incur an additional fee. Without hesitation, Ling Sheng replied, no problem. Excellent. Old Wine clapped his hands, rising from his seat. Follow me. He led Ling Sheng through the bustling hall to a room at the back of the auction house. This is my private office, completely secure. Old Wine closed the door and gestured for Ling Sheng to sit. Ling Sheng surveyed the room. Though not large, it was impeccably organized. Exuding an air of antiquity and elegance, he nodded, settling into a chair, then turned to Old Wine and began, in truth, there is another reason I chose your auction house. Ling Sheng paused, fixing his intense gaze on Old Wine. I have heard that you previously declined collaboration offers from the Golden Alliance and the World Association. Old Wine's eyes briefly flickered with an imperceptible pride before he regained his composure. Indeed, though I am not a significant figure, I understand the importance of principles, and no matter how generous their terms, I cannot betray my conscience. Thus, Ling Sheng stated plainly, I believe you will not betray me for the sake of profit. Old Wine chuckled heartily. Ah, my young friend Ling Sheng, you hold me in high esteem. While I may be humble, I am not devoid of worldly wisdom. The reason I turn them down is that I recognize that collaborating with them would be akin to courting danger. Better to maintain one's integrity than to be beholden to others. You are quite astute, Ling Sheng nodded appreciatively. You see further than they do. You flatter me. Old Wine waved his hand dismissively. Now, tell me about your guild establishment order. How would you like to auction it? Ling Sheng pondered for a moment. I wish for it to be auctioned in a silent bidding format. Bidders need not disclose their identities. They simply write their bids on slips of paper and deposit them in a designated box. The highest bidder wins. Old Wine stroked his chin thoughtfully. Silent bidding? That's a splendid approach to IT maximizes the privacy of the bidders. However, it will require stricter oversight to prevent cheating. Rest assured, Ling Sheng responded, retrieving an exquisite ring from his backpack. This is a token left to me by my master, possessing formidable sealing capabilities. The note that can be used to seal the bidders ensures that no one can tamper with it. Lao Jiu took the ring, examining it carefully, a glimmer of astonishment flickering in his eyes. What a treasure! It seems you have quite the background. Ling Sheng smiled faintly, opting for silence. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your request. Lao Jiu returned the ring to Ling Sheng, accepting the hidden transaction. However, this will require a higher FEE. No problem. Ling Sheng readily agreed, provided confidentiality is maintained. All terms are negotiable. Lao Jiu nodded and proceeded to elaborate on the auction house's rules and procedures. Ling Sheng listened attentively, occasionally posing questions. By the way, Ling Sheng suddenly recalled something. Can the identity of the auction item's owner also be kept confidential? Lao Jiu smiled slightly. Of course it can. This is one of our auction house's hallmark services. We strictly safeguard the sources and ownership information of all items involved in the auction. That's reassuring. Ling Sheng exhaled, affirming their agreement. Very well. Lao Jiu rose, stating that the auction would officially commence in 3 days. At that time, I shall send someone to notify you. Ling Sheng nodded, also standing up to leave. Wait a moment. Lao Jiu called out to him. There's one more thing. He paused, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Ling Sheng. You have truly activated the gang system? Ling Sheng's lips curled into a subtle smile, revealing a hint of mystery. Chapter 59. The astonishing price of the gang establishment token. Lao Jiu was taken aback, the name resonating profoundly. First on the prestige leaderboard. First among the top 10 masters. Moreover, he is a knight. This is the very first player in the entire game to activate the gang system. He gazed at Ling Sheng in disbelief, as if confronted by a monster. You are Ling Sheng? Lao Jiu's voice quivered slightly. Ling Sheng nodded, lowering his voice. Boss Lao Jiu, I must insist on discretion regarding this matter. Lao Jiu took a deep breath, striving to calm his excitement. He had never anticipated that the illustrious Ling Sheng would stand before him. Understood. I shall certainly keep it a secret. Lao Jiu patted his chest in assurance. That's good to hear. Ling Sheng handed him a token exuding an ancient aura. This is the gang establishment token, and I wish to auction it. Lao Jiu received the token, feeling its smoothness, and scrutinized it intently. This is indeed the gang establishment token, a treasure coveted by countless players. With it, one can establish their own gang and become a local tyrant. He looked at Ling Sheng with curiosity. Brother Ling Sheng, with your strength and prestige, establishing a gang would surely lead to rapid growth. Why sell it? Ling Sheng smiled lightly, a hint of nonchalance in his tone. I do not wish to be bound. I prefer to enjoy the game freely and independently. Lao Jiu regarded the young man before him with admiration. He understood that some individuals are inherently disinclined to be constrained by rules. They pursue freedom and spontaneity. Ling Sheng rummaged through his bag, producing a collection of equipment, including weapons gleaming with icy light and armor radiating magical brilliance. I wish to auction these items as well. Lao Jiu accepted each piece, his eyes widening in astonishment. The Cabero set. The legendary Cabero set. This is the pinnacle of equipment currently available in the game. He inhaled deeply, looking at Ling Shang. These, Ling Shang interrupted him. I am aware of the value of these items, which is why I chose your auction house for their sale. He paused, adding, however, these items require appraisal first. No problem. Lao Jiu promptly arranged for someone to take Ling Shang to meet the auction house's most authoritative appraiser. Grandpa Appraiser. Grandpa Appraiser was an elderly man with white hair, yet his gaze remained exceptionally sharp. He took the Cabero set, examining it meticulously, occasionally stroking it while muttering incantations. After a considerable time, Grandpa Appraiser raised his head, looking at Ling Shang with astonishment in his eyes. This is indeed the Cabero set. Moreover, it is complete. Ling Shang smiled faintly, remaining silent. Grandpa Appraiser took a deep breath, continuing. The properties of this set are extraordinarily powerful. If a complete set is assembled, it will unleash even more terrifying strength. Ling Shang nodded, acknowledging the appraisal. Upon returning to Lao Jio's room, Lao Jio carefully placed the appraised Cabero set and the gang establishment token on the table. Brother Ling Shang, these items, he hesitated, his gaze intense as it fixed on Ling Shang. These are treasures. I assure you, I will secure a good price for you. Lao Jio rubbed his hands together, his eyes shimmering with excitement, as if envisioning the revival of his auction house. Brother Ling Shang, rest assured. I will ensure that the gang establishment token and this Cabero set fetch an astronomical price. He lifted the gang establishment token as if cradling a rare treasure. His voice trembling with excitement, this is the gang establishment token. How many have yearned for this? Lao Jiu, being an old hand at the game, immediately began analyzing the current market conditions. Tomorrow, the game will open the currency exchange system. I estimate that this gang establishment token can sell for at least 3 million gold coins. 3 million gold coins? Ling Shang was taken aback. Although he anticipated the token's value, this figure exceeded his expectations. Lao Jiu, keenly observing Ling Shang's surprise, elaborated fervently, Brother Ling Shang, consider how many major guilds are waiting to establish themselves. How many wealthy individuals are ready to splurge? Once this gang establishment token is released, there will be a scramble for it. He paused, leaning in conspiratorially. I have also heard. Lao Jiu leaned closer to Ling Shang, lowering his voice. I have heard that several major consortiums have already sent representatives into the game, eagerly awaiting the emergence of the gang establishment token. They are willing to spend lavishly. For them, several million gold coins are but trifles. Ling Shang frowned slightly. Though he was adept in the game, he lacked understanding of real-world commercial operations. Several million gold coins, that seems exceedingly extravagant, doesn't it? He shook his head in disbelief. While in-game gold can be exchanged for real currency, 3 million gold coins equate to over 300,000 in the real world. Lao Jiu laughed heartily, patting Ling Shang on the shoulder. Brother, you are still too young. For those wealthy individuals, what is a few million? They pursue power and status in the game, and the gang establishment token is the key to obtaining those. Ling Shang pondered for a moment, recognizing the validity in Lao Jiu's assertions. Though he did not seek such pursuits, he could not deny the token's worth. Very well then, let it be as you say. Starting at 3 million gold coins, Ling Shang ultimately consented to Lao Jiu's recommendation. Excellent, Lao Jiu exclaimed, slapping the table excitedly. The auction will commence at 8 o'clock 2 nights hence. I shall make arrangements to ensure a sensational event for the entire server. Lao Jiu immediately began bustling about, first issuing a world announcement in the game to declare the upcoming auction of the gang establishment token, then contacting various media outlets within the game to prepare for a live broadcast. He even devised a unique auction method to heighten the excitement and engagement of the event. Observing Lao Jiu's frenetic activity, Ling Shang couldn't help but chuckle at it. Seems that Lao Jiu is indeed a shrewd businessman. By the way, Boss Lao Jiu, Ling Shang suddenly recalled something. Aside from the gang establishment token, I have additional equipment to auction. Ling Shang nodded, turning to leave the auction house. As he sifted through his belongings, he discovered that apart from the Cabero set, there were not many exceptional items. It seems I will have to part with the Cabero battle axe as well, Ling Shang murmured, his gaze falling upon the massive axe shimmering with icy light in the corner of the warehouse. The Cabero battle axe was a weapon he had painstakingly acquired from a boss, boasting excellent attributes, and was currently his most comfortable weapon. Yet, to gather enough gold coins, he had no choice but to make this painful sacrifice. In addition to the Cabero set and battle axe, he unearthed some other equipment. While not as exceptional as the Cabero battle axe, they were still commendable items. After organizing everything, Ling Sheng decided to first have the Cabero set appraised. He returned to Grandpa Appraiser's small room, explaining his purpose. Grandpa Appraiser accepted the Cabero set, scrutinizing it thoroughly before stroking his beard and declaring, "This Cabero set is indeed a fine item. The appraisal fee is not insignificant. It requires 10,000 gold coins. 10,000 gold coins, that is no trifling sum." However, as the first player in the entire game to activate the gang system, Ling Sheng had reaped substantial rewards from the system and could afford it. He paid promptly, and Grandpa Appraiser commenced the appraisal. Upon completion, Grandpa Appraiser returned the Cabero set to Ling Sheng, stating, "The attributes of this equipment are remarkably powerful. Especially when a complete set is assembled, it will activate additional set properties, making it truly top-tier equipment." Eagerly, Ling Sheng examined the attributes of the Cabero set, and indeed, as Grandpa Appraiser had said, they were extraordinarily formidable. Although the strength requirement was high, given his current strength attributes, he could barely equip it. He thought to himself, "Once I reach level 30, donning this Cabero set will allow me to challenge even more formidable bosses." As these thoughts raced through his mind, Ling Sheng felt a surge of excitement, leading him to the auction house of Lao Jiu. Upon seeing Ling Sheng, Lao Jiu immediately approached, a broad smile on his face, and inquired, "Brother Ling Sheng, have you brought the equipment?" Ling Sheng wore a mysterious smile as he slowly unzipped his backpack. Chapter 60. The Auction House's Treasures, an advertisement that sends ripples across the land. Ling Sheng's enigmatic smile illuminated the somewhat dim auction house with a burst of colorful light as he opened his backpack. "Old Jiu, what do you make of these items?" Old Jiu's eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had stumbled upon mountains of gold and silver, saliva nearly pooling at the corners of his mouth. "My goodness. So many exquisite treasures. You, my friend, have truly struck a stroke of luck." He eagerly grabbed two gleaming pieces of equipment. One was the level 20 Battle Bear armor, and the other was the level 30 Cabero battle axe. These attributes are astonishing, especially this Cabero battle axe. Its attack power is off the charts. Old Jiu rubbed his hands together, excitement palpable in his voice. "This level 20 Battle Bear armor is currently in high demand. I reckon we can fetch a handsome price for it. And this level 30 Cabero battle axe is undoubtedly a rare item, with a minimum price of 50,000 gold coins." He paused, picking up the ancient-looking guild establishment token, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. As for this guild establishment token, it is indeed a treasure. There are no guilds in the game yet, so the value of this first guild establishment token is immeasurable. Taking a deep breath, Old Jiu earnestly said to Ling Sheng, "Little brother Ling Sheng, I humbly request to represent you in all auction matters. Rest assured, I will secure a great price for you." Ling Sheng smiled faintly. "Old Jiu, splendid. Let us proceed." Old Jiu slapped his thigh in excitement, rubbing his hands together. "I will take this guild establishment token and the 2 pieces of golden equipment to promote them right away. We can discuss the remaining items in due course." Ling Sheng nodded and retrieved a plethora of equipment from his backpack, a dazzling blue light flickering, with a total of 55 pieces. Old Jiu's eyes widened once more. His mouth agape as if he could fit a duck egg inside. "Why heavens, 55 blue items. This is far too many." He examined one blue item closely, discovering its attributes to be remarkably impressive, far superior to the usual blue items available in the market. "Little brother Ling Sheng, how on earth did you manage this?" Old Jiu's gaze fell upon Ling Sheng's attire, his pupils narrowing in realization. "Wait, the set you're wearing, could it beat the skeleton set?" Old Jiu's keen perception was indeed spot on. Ling Sheng smiled lightly, a hint of pride in his tone. "Indeed, it is the skeleton set." Old Jiu took a deep breath, striving to calm the excitement within him. The skeleton set is a legendary premium set, each piece boasting formidable attribute enhancements, and when fully equipped, it triggers additional set effects. To think that Ling Sheng possessed such a precious collection. It appears I have truly stumbled upon a treasure. Old Jiu rubbed his hands together, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "Little brother Ling Sheng, please hold on for just a moment. I shall return shortly." With that, he hurriedly left with the guild establishment token and the 2 golden items. Ling Sheng watched Old Jiu's departing figure, a slight smile gracing his lips. He slowly reopened his backpack, the vibrant light illuminating the entire auction house once more. "Wait, little brother Ling Sheng, your backpack." Old Jiu's voice abruptly halted at the doorway, his gaze fixated on Ling Sheng's backpack, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. The backpack was brimming with golden equipment. Trembling, he pointed at the items inside, momentarily speechless. All of it is golden equipment? Ling Sheng smiled gently, his tone casual. There are also a few dark gold items, though not many. He gestured toward a corner of the backpack where a few pieces emitted a subtle dark glow. Old Gio felt his heart racing. Having run an auction house for so many years, this was his first encounter with such an abundance of exquisite equipment. Little brother Ling Sheng, you are simply... Old Gio stammered in excitement. Ling Sheng put away his backpack. I have tasks to attend to. Please auction these items for me. Old Gio nodded vigorously. Absolutely. Rest assured, little brother Ling Sheng, I will secure a great price for you. After a moment's thought, he proposed, let's auction the guild establishment token and the 2 golden items first. Then, when player levels generally reach around 25, we can auction the blue items. What do you think? Ling Sheng considered briefly before nodding in agreement. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he suddenly heard Old Jia's booming voice outside. Extra! Extra! Tonight at 8 o'clock, Old Jia's auction house will hold a grand auction. The rare guild establishment token, the level 20 golden battle bear armor, and the level 30 golden Cabero battle axe will make their stunning debut. Don't miss out. A slight smile crept upon Ling Sheng's lips. This old Gio truly knows how to conduct business. As he strolled out of the auction house, he failed to notice a figure dressed in luxurious attire, holding a folding fan, whose expression changed dramatically upon hearing old Jia's advertisement. With a loud crack, the fan snapped in two. The guild establishment token? The elegantly dressed man was none other than Qianheng Tianxia, the owner of the Merchant Alliance auction house. He had never anticipated that the guild establishment token would appear in old Jia's establishment. He had always believed that, due to his relationship with the game's top expert, Feng Yunjinlong, the guild establishment token would inevitably come into his possession. Now, with all his plans in ruins, how could he not be in a state of panic? When did old Gio become acquainted with such a formidable individual? How could he possibly acquire the guild establishment token? Qianheng Tianxia was a flurry of confusion, beads of sweat forming on his forehead at the same time. While Ai Jinbai, the owner of the gold coin auction house, also heard old Jia's advertisement. He was momentarily taken aback, then let out a bitter laugh. It seems the guild establishment token is beyond my reach this time. Although somewhat disheartened, he quickly regained his composure, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. However, this presents an opportunity for me. I can take advantage of this situation to acquire some equipment from other players at a low price and make a substantial profit. Old Jia's advertisement was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples across the surface. The masters on the top 10 leaderboard reacted with great fervor upon hearing the news of the guild establishment token. The second-ranked sword dance in the dust leaped to his feet, shattering his wine cup in fury. The guild establishment token? It must be mine. The third-ranked Ice Queen sneered coldly. Interesting. It seems this game is becoming increasingly entertaining. The fourth-ranked Berserker let out a thunderous roar. The guild establishment token belongs to me. Whoever dares to contest it will be obliterated. In an instant, the entire gaming world was abuzz with excitement. Countless players flocked to old Gio's auction house, eager to witness the legendary guild establishment token for themselves. At the entrance of old Gio's auction house, a throng of players gathered, creating a lively scene. Unbeknownst to him, the arrival of this guild establishment token had stirred a tempest throughout the gaming world. As night fell, old Gio's auction house was ablaze with light. Standing upon the auction platform, old Gio's face radiated joy as he proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's auction is officially underway. First up for bidding is..." Bang! With a resounding crash, the auction house doors were thrust open. A burly man, his face twisted in fury, strode in, followed by a group of intimidating players. The man bellowed, "Old Gio, how dare you hoard the guild establishment token? Hand it over at once." The intruder was none other than Feng Yunjinlong. Upon hearing the news of the guild establishment token, he was infuriated. He had assumed that the token would be obtained by his subordinates, only to find that old Gio had seized it first. Storming into old Gio's auction house, he was prepared to snatch the guild establishment token. Old Gio's expression changed dramatically. "Feng Yunjinlong, what are you implying?" Chapter 61. The contest for the guild establishment token. Feng Yunjinlong's men charged into the auction house like wolves, attacking anyone in sight and wreaking havoc. Chaos erupted within the auction house. shouts and sounds of combat filling the air. Old Jia's face turned ashen as he commanded his subordinates to resist, but they were outnumbered and began to falter at almost the same moment. Another figure appeared at the entrance of the auction house. This individual was tall and clad in black, a cold smile gracing his face. Feng Yunimo Long, he was also followed by a group of well-equipped players. Exuding a menacing aura, Feng Yunjin Long, how audacious of you to cause trouble in my territory. Feng Yunimo Long's voice was icy and filled with disdain. Feng Yunjin Long, filled with rage, replied with a sardonic smile, Feng Yunimo Long, spare me your pretenses. The guild establishment token is mine, and no one dares to take it from me. The two were at odds, and a fierce battle erupted between their respective factions, plunging the auction house into further disarray. Old Jiao cowered in a corner, trembling, inwardly lamenting. This guild establishment token truly is a hot potato. Meanwhile, in a secluded leveling area, a young man dressed in exquisite attire sat glumly upon a large rock. This individual was Hao Tian, and behind him stood a diminutive, disheveled player known as In Hunbu-san. Useless. You can't even procure a guild establishment token, Hao Tian roared, kicking In Hunbu-san to the ground. In Hunbu-san scrambled to his feet, nodding and bowing as he explained, young master, it's not that I'm incapable. It's just that the boss was too formidable. I don't want to hear excuses. I demand the guild establishment token. Go get it for me. Also, prepare the funds. The auction at Old Jia should be starting soon, no matter the cost. You must secure it for me. Hao Tian waved his hand impatiently. At that moment, Ling Sheng rode along the mountain path on a chestnut horse rented from the stable, leisurely making his way to complete a herb-collecting task. Suddenly, a cry for help echoed ahead. Ling Sheng reined in his steed, turning towards the sound, and beheld a girl clad in a white priest's robe being pursued by a massive crimson-haired lion. The girl wielded a staff, continuously casting healing spells. Yet peril surrounded her at every turn. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Sheng urged his mount forward, charging into the fray. This guild token truly is, Ling Sheng murmured to himself as he gazed at the shimmering golden medallion in his hand. Beside him, the priestess Qing Zhu smiled faintly, seemingly acknowledging that their encounter was indeed fated. In Hun, sprawled on the ground and rubbing his sore backside, wore an expression of utter grievance. Young master, I swear everything I've said is the truth. That boss doesn't drop the guild token at all. I've brought people to farm it 3 times, and apart from some worthless gear, nothing has dropped. Hao Tian's expression darkened ominously. Not drop? How could that be possible? The official announcement clearly stated that the guild token is in that boss. In Hun, with a face full of despair, lamented, the announcement said that, but I witnessed it with my own eyes. It truly does not drop. I now suspect someone may have gotten there first and taken the guild token. A glimmer of ferocity flashed in Hao Tian's eyes. Whoever it is, if they dare to steal from me, they shall pay dearly. You continue your search. You must find that guild token for me. If you absolutely cannot find it, then eliminate all players near that boss. I refuse to believe that the guild token can simply vanish. Ling Sheng, mounted on a rented chestnut steed, galloped with fervor. Though this horse was merely an ordinary mount, under Ling Sheng's expert horsemanship, it surpassed the speed of some lower-tier flying mounts. Players passing by cast curious glances. Astonished. Who is this guy? Such remarkable riding skills. This horse seems ordinary, yet it runs so swiftly. Could it be a low-level account of some great player? Ling Sheng paid no heed to their chatter. His sole focus was to swiftly complete the task and venture into more advanced realms. Upon entering a rugged mountainous area, the terrain grew treacherous, causing the chestnut steed to slow at that moment. He heard a cry for help. He looked up to see the girl in the white priest's robe being relentlessly pursued by the enormous crimson-haired lion. The girl, staff in hand, continued to unleash healing spells, but danger loomed ever closer. The lion's colossal form bore razor-sharp claws, each strike accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, and the girl's priestly robe had suffered significant damage, revealing her fair skin beneath. Despite her delicate features, the girl carried an air of determination, remaining calm in the face of peril, deftly evading the lion's attacks while casting healing spells upon herself. Ling Sheng observed for a moment, noting that although the girl was skilled, her level seemed low, and her equipment was lacking, which explained why she was being overpowered by the lion. A smile crept onto his lips. it appeared time to showcase his true abilities. With a firm squeeze of his legs against the horse's flanks, the chestnut steed let out a whinny and surged forward towards the crimson-haired lion. "Miss, do you need assistance?" Ling Shang called out, just as his steed darted alongside the lion like an arrow loosed from a bow. In his hand, a rusted short dagger appeared seemingly from thin air, its blade dull and unremarkable, as though it had been plucked from a refuse heap. I asked that, "A level 20 trash dagger?" The priestess, Qing Zhu, who was dodging the lion's onslaught, paused in surprise at the sight of Ling Shang's weapon. Nearby, a few players who had gathered to observe erupted in laughter. "I asked this guy trying to be funny? He thinks he can take down the crimson-haired lion with a trash dagger. He must be a novice just out of some beginner village, unaware of the lion's ferocity." Ling Shang ignored their taunts, a confident smile gracing his lips. Just as the lion swung its massive paw towards Qing Zhu, Ling Shang flicked his wrist, and the rusted dagger traced an uncanny arc, piercing the lion's eye with precision. The creature let out a heart-wrenching roar before collapsing to the ground with a resounding thud. A golden critical hit notification floated above its head, strikingly visible. The surrounding players fell into stunned silence, their expressions a mix of disbelief and astonishment, as if they had witnessed a ghost. Qing Zhu, equally taken aback, could hardly believe that Ling Shang had so effortlessly slain the crimson-haired lion, and with a mere level 20 trash dagger at that. Luck, pure luck, she thought. Ling Shang sheathed his dagger, dismounted, and approached Qing Zhu, extending his hand. "Hello, I am Ling Shang. Shall we form a party?" Qing Zhu regarded his outstretched hand with a hint of skepticism, yet she grasped it. "Hello, I am Qing Zhu." She glanced at the lifeless body of the lion and then at the rusted dagger in Ling Shang's hand, her mind swirling with questions. Was that truly just luck? Ling Shang chuckled softly. "Of course, what else would it be?" He paused, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "By the way, why didn't you call for help earlier? You clearly saw I was coming." Ling Shang rubbed his nose sheepishly, offering an awkward smile. "I was just asking. Don't mind me." Qing Zhu giggled, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "I thought you were merely here to check my credentials." After a brief pause, she continued, "Actually, I didn't call for help at first because I was uncertain whether you could handle the crimson-haired lion. After all, it is the local tyrant of this area, and many players of higher levels than mine have fallen to it." She pointed to the lion's corpse. "If it weren't for your timely assistance, I might have met my end today. Thank you. Just a small favor, no need to mention it." Ling Shang waved his hand dismissively. "By the way, as a priest, what brings you to such a perilous place? Aren't you afraid of encountering dangers?" Qing Zhu sighed. "It's a long story. I originally came here with friends to complete a quest, but my friends had to log off unexpectedly, so I stayed behind to explore a bit, only to run into that crimson-haired lion." "Exploring?" Ling Shang's eyes lit up. "Are you saying you are searching for some hidden quest?" Qing Zhu looked surprised. "How did you know?" Ling Shang smiled mysteriously. "Just a guess." He rubbed his hands together, excitement bubbling in his voice. "Quick, tell me about this hidden quest. Is it thrilling? Any treasures? Count me in." Seeing Ling Shang's eagerness, Qing Zhu couldn't help but laugh. "Are you so interested in hidden quests?" Ling Shang nodded vigorously. "Of course. Hidden quests typically offer substantial rewards, and you get to experience unique storylines, far more interesting than ordinary quests." Qing Zhu pondered for a moment. "Actually, I stumbled upon this hidden quest by chance." She lowered her voice and leaned closer to Ling Shang, whispering the details. Ling Shang listened intently, nodding along, his eyes shimmering with excitement. "So, what do you think? Interested in teaming up?" Qing Zhu asked, her gaze fixed intently on Ling Shang. Ling Shang grinned widely. "Absolutely. How could I miss out on such a good fortune?" Suddenly, he remembered something and reached into his bag, pulling out an item. "Oh, here, take this." Qing Zhu's eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld the gleaming golden medallion in Ling Shang's hand. This is..." Ling Shang blinked. "A guild creation token." He paused, his tone casual. "It seems our encounter was indeed destined." Chapter 62. The Batcave Adventure. Qing Zhu burst into laughter. "Ling Shang, to reign above the wise?" Such grandiose claims. Her bright eyes curved into crescent moons, infused with a playful spirit. Ling Shang, unbothered, chuckled heartily. "It's just a game. We're here for enjoyment. A powerful name adds to the thrill of battling." He bowed slightly to Qing Zhu. "I am Ling Shang. A pleasure to meet you. How should I address you, fair lady?" Qing Zhu composed herself, Replying with a polite nod, Qing Zhu. The stone elder tasked me with retrieving cloud root water from the bat cave. At this, Qing Zhu's brows knitted with concern. That place is dreadfully ominous. It is said to be overrun with bloodthirsty bats and even more fearsome creatures. She shivered involuntarily as she spoke. Ling Shang stroked his chin. Skepticism etched on his face. The bat cave? Cloud root water? That sounds like something out of a martial arts novel. Isn't the game's backdrop futuristic? Qing Zhu chuckled resignedly. I find it odd too, but the stone elder insisted. She led Ling Shang to a dilapidated thatched hut at the village's edge. Here it is. Before the hut sat an elderly man with white hair, sitting cross-legged and meditating. He wore coarse linen garments and leaned on a uniquely shaped staff, its top adorned with a gem that glimmered with an eerie blue light. Stone Elder. Qing Zhu stepped forward, bowing respectfully. The elder slowly opened his eyes, his murky gaze resting upon Qing Zhu, and nodded slightly. You have arrived. He then turned his attention to Ling Shang. And who might this be? This is Ling Shang, my friend, willing to join me in completing the task, Qing Zhu promptly introduced. The stone elder scrutinized Ling Shang for a moment before speaking slowly. Young man, are you aware of the dangers that lurk within the bat cave? Ling Shang clasped his hands in respect. I have heard whispers of its peril, but in pursuit of the task, I am willing to take the risk. The stone elder nodded, a flicker of discernible sharpness gleaming in his clouded eyes. In that case, I shall entrust you with this water-seeking charm. As he spoke, he produced a faded talisman from his robes and handed it to Qing Zhu. What purpose does this talisman serve? Ling Shang inquired with curiosity. The Yun Jin water is a spiritual essence of heaven and earth, hidden deep within the bat cave, elusive to ordinary methods of discovery. This water-seeking talisman can guide you to the location of the Yun Jin water. The stone elder paused, his tone shifting to a grave seriousness. Remember, the bat cave is fraught with peril. You must exercise utmost caution. Qing Zhu accepted the talisman, nodding earnestly. She turned to Ling Shang, only to find him fixated on the stone elder's staff, his eyes gleaming with an unusual light. That staff. Ling Shang began to speak, but Qing Zhu quickly tugged at his sleeve, signaling him to refrain from further inquiries. Observing the dark entrance of the cave, Qing Zhu instinctively took a half-step back. I still feel a bit frightened, she murmured, her voice barely audible. Noticing her unease, Ling Shang chuckled softly, patting her shoulder reassuringly. Fear not, with me here, you shall not be harmed. His tone was light-hearted yet imbued with an undeniable conviction, which alleviated Qing Zhu's initial trepidation. Let me enhance your state. As Qing Zhu spoke, her delicate fingers gently tapped, enveloping Ling Shang in a luminous green aura. Many thanks. Ling Shang expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow. Stepping boldly into the bat cave, Qing Zhu inhaled deeply, closely following in his wake. The cave was dark and damp, the air heavy with a pungent, acrid stench. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A sharp cry pierced the silence as swarms of black bats surged forth from the depths of the cave. Resembling a dark cloud that obscured the sky, Ling Shang remained unperturbed, drawing his sword, which shimmered with a brilliant golden light. Sword energy, unleash, he called, and with a fierce sweep, the sword's energy surged forth like a tempest, cleaving the oncoming bats in twain. Surprisingly, even surrounded and besieged by the bats, Ling Shang's health remained virtually intact. Your defense is astonishing, Qing Zhu exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. She had prepared to heal him at any moment but found no opportunity to act. Ling Shang laughed heartily. This is all thanks to your life blessing. As he spoke, more bats emerged from the cave's depths, greater in number and size, their color shifting from pure black to a deep purple, their eyes glowing with a menacing red light. These bats seem far more formidable than the last, Qing Zhu noted, worry lacing her voice. Ling Shang's expression turned serious. It appears we must tread carefully. Before he could finish, a gigantic black bat swooped down from the cave's ceiling, lunging directly at Qing Zhu. Quick as lightning, Ling Shang pulled Qing Zhu behind him, swinging his sword in defense. With a resounding clang, the massive bat was repelled, but Ling Shang felt a powerful force rebound upon him, his hands tingling with a slight numbness. What immense strength, Ling Shang thought, astonished, realizing this giant bat far exceeded the smaller ones in power. Ling Shang, be careful, Qing Zhu cried out. What on earth is that? Ling Shang narrowed his eyes, gravely stating. It seems we have encountered the leader of the bats. The giant bat emitted a deafening screech, its wings flapping violently and stirring a foul wind as it charged at Ling Sheng once more. This time, Ling Sheng was prepared. He sidestepped the bat's attack, his sword transforming into a silver streak as he aimed for the bat's abdomen. With a sickening thud, the blade pierced flesh, and the giant bat let out a pained wail, its massive form staggering dangerously. What an opportunity! Ling Sheng seized the moment, his sword a flurry of strikes, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that enveloped the massive creature. Though the bat was colossal and powerful, it gradually succumbed to Ling Sheng's relentless assault, wounds multiplying and blood flowing freely. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The giant bat cried out in anguish, its eyes flashing with fury, clearly incensed by Ling Sheng's onslaught. It opened its maw wide, unleashing a cloud of toxic mist that rapidly engulfed the surroundings, tainting the very air. Watch out, it's poisonous mist. Qing Zhu warned, swiftly waving her staff to envelop Ling Sheng in a clear green light, dispelling the noxious effects. Thank goodness for your presence. Ling Sheng cast a grateful glance at Qing Zhu, continuing his assault on the giant bat. The battle raged on for what felt like an eternity, until the bat's health finally dwindled to a critical point. Squeak. The bat emitted a desperate cry, its massive form crashing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Finally vanquished, Ling Sheng exhaled, wiping the sweat from his brow. Qing Zhu sighed in relief, stepping beside him with admiration shining in her eyes. Ling Sheng, you are truly remarkable. I never imagined you could defeat such a powerful leader all on your own. Ling Sheng chuckled. I am not so formidable. It is thanks to your timely healing and support that I managed to endure. You are far too modest. Qing Zhu shook her head. You are genuinely strong. I have never encountered a player as formidable as you. Her gaze held not only admiration but also a subtle hint of tenderness. Unaware of Qing Zhu's gaze, Ling Sheng turned his attention deeper into the cave. It seems we are nearing the cave's end. He pointed ahead. Look, something appears to be glowing over there. Following his gesture, Qing Zhu indeed spotted a green light emanating from the depths, standing out starkly against the darkness. That must be the Yun Jin water. A spark of excitement danced in her eyes. Let us hurry over and see. Cautiously, they approached the green light, which grew increasingly radiant as they drew nearer, accompanied by a refreshing scent that invigorated the senses. Wait! Ling Sheng suddenly halted, a note of vigilance crossing his features. I sense something amiss. Qing Zhu too felt the oddity, gripping her staff tightly as she anxiously inquired, What is it? Suddenly, two massive golden orbs of light ignited in the darkness. Roar! A thunderous roar echoed from the depths of the cave, reverberating as though it could collapse the very cavern itself. What is that? Qing Zhu's voice trembled, her face as pale as a ghost. Ling Sheng tightened his grip on his sword, his gaze intense as he declared, The dark golden bat king. The two golden orbs swelled in size, revealing a bat far larger than the previous one, its form gliding forth from the shadows. Its body was cloaked in golden scales, shimmering brilliantly, and its enormous wings spread wide, nearly obscuring the cave's ceiling. Its sharp claws glinted ominously, instilling dread. Ling Sheng swiftly pulled Qing Zhu behind him, warning, It is the dark golden bat king, be cautious. He activated his inside eye to assess the dark golden bat king's attributes. Level 80, a boss-level creature, possessing exceptionally high attack and defense capabilities, with skills including Golden Bat Claw, Bat Sound Attack, and Dark Storm. An 80-level boss. Ling Sheng's heart sank. This was more formidable than he had anticipated. Yet, instead of retreating, his fighting spirit surged. Come, let me see just how strong you truly are. The dark golden bat king unleashed a deafening roar, its colossal wings flapping violently, conjuring a gale as it charged directly at Ling Sheng. Unfazed, Ling Sheng met the oncoming assault with his sword, a silver streak of light. Clang! The sound of their clash echoed, sparks flying as Ling Sheng's sword met the bat's claws. He felt an overwhelming force, pain shooting through his hands as he was knocked back several paces. 3874, a massive damage number floated above Ling Sheng's head. Such power! He marveled inwardly, the dark golden bat king's strength far exceeding his expectations. 9852. A damage number appeared above the dark golden bat king. Though lower than Ling Sheng's, it was sufficient to elicit a sharp intake of breath from Qing Zhu. Yet, She remained composed, swiftly wielding her staff to envelop Ling Shang in a green light. 5000. Life blessing. Continuous restoration of health. Ling Shang cast a grateful glance at Qing Zhu, utilizing his exquisite swordsmanship and agile movements. He danced around the dark golden Bat King. Despite being at a disadvantage, the mighty foe could not easily overcome him. Sensing its inability to break through, the dark golden Bat King emitted a piercing scream, abruptly ceasing its assault, suspending itself in midair as its wings slowly unfurled. A strange wave of energy radiated from its form, warping the air around them. Not good. It's going to use Bat's sound attack. Ling Shang's expression shifted, hastily covering his ears. But Qing Zhu had no time to react. A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the cave. Qing Zhu? Ling Shang's heart tightened, fury igniting within him. He glared at the dark golden Bat King. Gritting his teeth, "You seek death." The dark golden Bat King let out a triumphant screech, opening its mouth wide once more as an even more potent wave of energy surged forth. Ling Shang. Be careful. Qing Zhu's weakened voice reached him. Chapter 63. Battle with the Bat King to protect the fair maiden. Ling Shang was consumed with urgency. Qing Zhu was in grave danger. He had to eliminate this accursed bat swiftly. With a fierce determination, Ling Shang steeled himself, moving like lightning, sword raised, and charged toward the dark golden Bat King. Simultaneously, the Stone Elder sensed the precarious situation. He let out a bellow, his great sword glowing fiercely as he leaped into the air, aiming a powerful strike at the dark golden Bat King. The impact of the sword came crashing down with the force of a mountain splitting. 800. A vivid crimson numeral ascended from the head of the dark golden Bat King, signaling a critical strike. The dark golden Bat King emitted a pained shriek as its massive form was forced back several steps. Enraged, it flapped its wings violently, unleashing a powerful gust that sent stones flying. "Sure to," Qing Zhu exclaimed, struggling to rise. "Stay back. Take care of yourself," Shirtu shouted, enduring the agonizing pain coursing through his body as he charged once more at the dark golden Bat King. A glint of cunning flashed in the eyes of the dark golden Bat King as it opened its gaping maw, conjuring a sphere of black energy that hurtled toward Qing Zhu. "Qing Zhu, be careful." Shida's face paled as he attempted to intervene, but it was too late. In the nick of time, a soft white light enveloped Qing Zhu, visibly restoring her vitality, her pallid complexion gradually regaining its color. "Holy light heal," Qing Zhu murmured, her staff radiating with brilliant luminescence. Shirtu felt a sense of relief wash over him, knowing Qing Zhu had regained her fighting spirit. "Shirtu, I will assist you." Qing Zhu's voice rang clear and strong as she wielded her staff, showering Shirtu with beams of holy light that replenished his health. Feeling the warmth coursing through him, Shirtu was filled with gratitude. He bellowed again, his colossal sword glowing with even greater brilliance, imbued with newfound strength as he swung it fiercely at the dark golden Bat King. "Damn humans. I shall annihilate you all," the dark golden Bat King roared in fury, its wings flapping powerfully as it transformed into a shadow, hurtling toward Qing Zhu. "Qing Zhu," Shirtu cried out. The dark golden Bat King darted forward with astonishing speed. Panic surged within Shirtu. Qing Zhu gazed at Shida's towering figure, warmth flooding her heart. "Shirtu. Her voice trembled, tears welling in her eyes. She realized that Shirtu was risking his life to protect her. This man was always so dependable, so formidable. "Do not worry. I will not allow it to harm you." Shida's voice was firm and resolute, like an immovable mountain, instilling an unparalleled sense of security. The brilliance of his sword intensified, faint flashes of lightning dancing along the blade. "Wrath of the Thunder God," Shirtu roared, his colossal sword striking down with the force of a tempest upon the dark golden Bat King. 1200. A massive damage number floated above the dark golden Bat King's head. A critical strike. The dark golden Bat King let out a wretched scream as its enormous body was cleaved backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Struggling to rise, it found its body paralyzed and immobile. "Well done." "Shirtu," Qing Zhu exclaimed excitedly, her staff shimmering as beams of holy light descended upon Shirtu, restoring his health. Under Qing Zhu's diligent care, Shirtu had not consumed a single health potion, while the dark golden Bat King's vitality steadily diminished. A flicker of despair crossed the dark golden Bat King's eyes as it realized its defeat. Yet it was unwilling to accept such a fate. It had not completed its master's task. It could not perish here. Bat Cloud Body? The dark golden Bat King screeched sharply, its form suddenly becoming ethereal, resembling a swirling mass of black mist, its speed multiplying several times. Not good. It intends to flee. Shida's expression shifted as he had not anticipated this creature possessed such a skill. The dark golden Bat King's health was below 30%. If it escaped, locating it again would prove exceedingly difficult. Qingzhu, be careful, Shirtu shouted, his form darting like lightning as he pursued the dark golden Bat King. Just then, the dark golden Bat King abruptly changed course, not fleeing but charging toward Qingzhu with astonishing speed. What? Shida's face paled in disbelief. It was actually. The dark golden Bat King approached Qingzhu in the blink of an eye. Shida's heart raced with urgency, knowing that should this beast come near Qingzhu, the consequences would be dire. With a fierce roar, he summoned all his strength and leaped in front of Qingzhu, raising his colossal sword high and striking down with force. Boom! A deafening crash ensued as the massive sword collided with the dark golden Bat King's claws, sending forth a dazzling shower of sparks. The dark golden Bat King screeched in pain, flung backward by the might of the blow, crashing heavily to the ground. It struggled to rise but found itself paralyzed and unable to move. If you wish to harm Qingzhu, you must first pass me, Shirtu roared, his eyes blazing with fury. The brilliance of his sword intensified, faint flashes of lightning flickering along the blade. Fear flickered in the dark golden Bat King's eyes. It knew it was no match for Shirtu. With a piercing cry, it flapped its wings mightily, vanishing into the shadows of the bat swarm. Shirtu did not pursue but instead turned to Qingzhu. Concern etched on his face. Are you all right? I am fine, thank you, Shirtu, Qingzhu replied gratefully. Shirtu nodded and, together with Qingzhu, cautiously approached the Yunjin water. Just as they neared their destination, a sharp cry pierced the darkness. Suddenly, a shadow flew from the bat swarm, hurtling toward Qingzhu with incredible speed. Be careful, Shirtu shouted, once more positioning himself in front of Qingzhu. Boom! Another thunderous impact resonated as the dark golden Bat King was again repelled by Shirtu. They pressed forward, yet mere steps later, the dark golden Bat King reappeared, attacking Qingzhu once more. This relentless cycle continued, with Shirtu intercepting each assault to protect her from harm. What is this beast truly after? Shirtu furrowed his brow, confusion swirling within him. The dark golden Bat King emerged again from the swarm, but this time, it did not attack Qingzhu. Instead, it circled ominously above the Yunjin water, emitting a sharp cry, seemingly issuing a warning. Observing the dark golden Bat King's behavior, a bold hypothesis struck Shirtu. He turned to Qingzhu, his voice low and serious. I understand, it is guarding the Yunjin water. Qingzhu's eyes widened in realization. Its attacks were not intended to harm them, but rather to prevent their approach to the Yunjin water. Shirtu nodded in agreement. It seems so. The closer we get to the Yunjin water, the more frequent and fierce its assaults become. Once more, they attempted to approach the Yunjin water. Indeed, the dark golden Bat King appeared again, its claws tearing through the air as it lunged at Qingzhu. Shirtu was prepared, sweeping his colossal sword to repel the dark golden Bat King. Its attacks are growing stronger, Shirtu remarked gravely. We must end this swiftly. Time and again they clashed, and although the dark golden Bat King was repelled each time, it grew more resolute, its strikes becoming increasingly ferocious. Shirtu bore more and more wounds, yet he steadfastly shielded Qingzhu, refusing to let her suffer even a scratch. Just as they were on the brink of reaching the Yunjin water, a sudden transformation occurred. The dark golden Bat King's body swelled dramatically, black mist roiling as it emitted a piercing shriek. Its already immense wings expanded further, nearly blotted out the sky. Not good. It is about to evolve. Shida's face paled. Qingzhu, quickly retrieve the Yunjin water. I will hold it off, but you? Qingzhu looked at Shirtu with concern, noting the numerous injuries he had sustained. Do not worry about me. Go now, Shirtu bellowed. Resolutely charging toward the evolving dark golden Bat King, Shirtu poured every ounce of his strength into his colossal sword, striking down upon the dark golden Bat King with the force of a thunderstorm. However, this time, the attack yielded little damage. 400. A meager damage number floated above the dark golden Bat King's head. Its defenses had increased. Shida's heart sank. The evolved dark golden Bat King was far more powerful than before. Completing its evolution, the dark golden Bat King unleashed a deafening roar, its massive form surging toward Qingzhou. Sure too. Qingzhou screamed in terror, her staff slipping from her grasp as she stood frozen, entirely forgetting to evade. Shida's heart raced with urgency. However, the evolved dark golden Bat King's speed was overwhelming, rendering him incapable of intercepting it. As the dark golden Bat King closed in on Qingzhou, Shirtu despairingly shut his eyes. Awaiting the arrival of death, Qingzhou, a furious roar reverberated through the cave. Chapter 64. The fall of the Bat King. As shadow flashed past as Shirtu, resigned to his fate, awaited the impending pain. Yet, contrary to his expectations, an agonized screech pierced the cave. He abruptly opened his eyes to see a colossal black bat plummeting to the ground, its wings shimmering with 9 golden lights. The 9-winged dark golden Bat King had fallen. At that moment, a figure zipped past him with astonishing speed. Qingzhou? The figure was Ling Shang, the skeletal blade in his hand still dripping with blood. It turned out that Ling Shang had witnessed the 9-winged dark golden Bat King charging toward Qingzhou from a distance. His heart racing with urgency. However, the Bat King's speed had surpassed his attacking range. In a desperate moment, Ling Shang had cast his last hopes upon the skeletal blade, flinging it with all his might. The blade sliced through the air, carrying a lethal intent, striking the 9-winged dark golden Bat King squarely in the head. To his astonishment, this seemingly reckless attack had resulted in an instant kill. Ding! Congratulations to player Ling Shang for slaying the 9-winged dark golden Bat King. Experience gained. 100,000. Gold. 5,000. Reputation. 1,000. Skill Shadow/learned. Skill Book Advanced Swordsmanship acquired. Level increased to 30. The system notifications rang out in succession, a torrent of rewards leaving Ling Shang momentarily stunned. Yet, at that moment, he had no time to check. His primary concern was for Qingzhou's safety. Ling Shang hurriedly rushed to Qingzhou's side, supporting her as he asked, "Are you all right?" Qingzhou, still in a state of shock, had a pale complexion, but a glimmer of relief flickered in her eyes upon seeing Ling Shang. "I'm fine. I'm just glad you came." Ling Shang let out a sigh of relief, his gaze falling upon the corpse of the Bat King lying on the ground. A faint golden light emanated from the body, clearly indicating it had yielded quite a few valuable items. "Ling Shang, thank you for saving me." Qingzhou's voice trembled slightly. "Let's see what it dropped." Ling Shang nodded, preparing to step forward to collect the spoils, when Qingzhou suddenly said, "Wait." Her eyes flickered with uncertainty, her tone hesitant. The cloud root water." Ling Shang then realized he had been too anxious, his intense gaze on Qingzhou making her somewhat uncomfortable. He cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. "You go check on the cloud root water. I'll take care of the Bat King." Qingzhou appeared relieved, nodding as she turned to walk deeper into the cave, the very place where the cloud root water thrived. Ling Shang approached the Bat King's corpse, took a deep breath, and began gathering materials. His sharp dagger sliced through the Bat King's tough exterior, revealing an inner core the size of an egg, radiating a soft blue glow. A mid-level wind attribute core. Ling Shang's heart soared with joy. This was a precious material for concocting high-level wind attribute elixirs. Next, he carefully removed the Bat King's fangs, sharp and glimmering with a dark sheen. Excellent materials for crafting weapons. After tending to these, his attention fell upon the Bat King's massive form. He squatted down, lifting the Bat King's wings, and unexpectedly discovered a one-handed sword gleaming with a cold light. The sword was long, with intricate patterns carved into the hilt. Exuding a powerful aura, a splendid sword. Ling Shang marveled, stowing the weapon away. Beside the sword lay a dull gray egg, covered in strange patterns. As he picked up the egg, he sensed a faint vitality pulsing within. A pet egg. Ling Shang was overjoyed. Such items were exceedingly rare in the game. He eagerly checked the information on the pet egg, only to find it had yet to fully evolve, allowing it to hatch into only a level 8 pet. What a pity! Ling Shang frowned slightly, feeling a twinge of regret, but recognized that a level 8 pet was still better than none. That moment, his attention was captured by a gem radiating with a spectrum of colors. The gem was no larger than a thumb, yet it emanated an energy that sent shivers down his spine. He cautiously picked it up. It felt warm to the touch, and a powerful force surged into his body. "The Dreamstone!" Ling Shang exclaimed. This was a legendary treasure capable of enhancing skill levels. Just as he reveled in his joy, Qingzhou's voice interrupted from behind. "Ling Shang, What? What's wrong? Startled, Ling Sheng turned around to find Qingzhu standing there, holding a jade vial filled with a clear liquid, her expression a mix of confusion and concern. Ling Sheng's expression turned peculiar as he tightly clutched the dream stone, his eyes flickering uncertainly. After a moment of hesitation, he finally opened his hand to reveal the shimmering dream stone. Qingzhu gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Oh my, this is the dream stone. Ling Sheng nodded. It seems you've also found your cloud root water? He raised the gem. This treasure can enhance skill levels. You should keep it. As Qingzhu accepted the jade vial, the crystalline cloud root water swayed gently within. She glanced at the vial, then at the dream stone in Ling Sheng's hand. Letting out a soft sigh, what a shame about this pet egg. It hasn't fully evolved. It was then that Ling Sheng remembered the pet egg. He pulled the dull gray egg from his backpack and handed it to Qingzhu. Here, you take it. Even if it's only level 8, it's still quite good. Qingzhu accepted the pet egg, examining it closely, a hint of fondness in her eyes. That moment, she noticed the one-handed sword Ling Sheng had set aside, its blade shimmering coldly, the exquisite patterns on its hilt captivating. What sword is this? It's beautiful, Qingzhu exclaimed, picking up the sword for a closer inspection. This is a celestial weapon? Ling Sheng was taken aback. Celestial weapon? What does that mean? Qingzhu explained. This is a new type of equipment introduced after the system update, one level above divine artifacts, with incredibly powerful attributes. You actually obtained a celestial weapon. Ling Sheng finally grasped the significance, looking at the Bat Dragon Cloud sword in his hand, his heart racing with excitement. This sword belongs to you, Ling Sheng declared, presenting the Bat Dragon Cloud sword to Qingzhu. You saved my life. It is rightfully yours. Qingzhu hurriedly shook her head. No, this is too precious. I cannot accept it. Take it, Ling Sheng insisted as a warrior. I have no use for such a fine sword. But, Qingzhu attempted to refuse again, but Ling Sheng interrupted. No more buts, it's settled. They exchanged polite refusals, neither willing to accept the precious items. Finally, Ling Sheng said, how about this? You keep the Dreamstone and the pet egg, and I will take the Bat Dragon Cloud sword. That should work, right? Qingzhu hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded. All right. At that moment, Shi Tu approached, eyeing the treasures in their hands with a glimmer of envy, his gaze landing on the pet egg in Qingzhu's possession. Sister Qingzhu, that pet egg. Chapter 65. Mutual exchange of pets. Shi Tu rubbed his hands together, grinning. Sister Qingzhu, about that pet egg. Do you think that I could possibly? He trailed off, his eyes fixed on the softly glowing egg, filled with longing. Qingzhu, fully aware of his intentions, quickly shook her head. No, brother Shi Tu, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. As she spoke, she pretended to hand the pet egg over to him. Oh, no. Shi Tu waved his hands, his tone laced with a mix of refusal and eagerness. You saved Ling Sheng? This is your well-deserved reward. Besides, I'm just a rough fellow. How could I care for a pet? Qingzhu was even more resolute, thrusting the pet egg into Shi Tu's arms. Brother Shi Tu, please don't refuse. I truly cannot accept this. Shi Tu, however, abruptly turned and strode towards the cave entrance, speaking as he walked. All right, let's leave it at that. I have matters to attend to. He deliberately avoided looking at the pet egg Qingzhu had set down. Feigning indifference, Shi Tu halted, glancing down at the pet egg at his feet. A subtle smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, he bent down, contemplating whether to pick up the pet egg or leave it. Finally gritting his teeth and continuing towards the cave exit, pretending not to notice. Just as Shi Tu was about to step out of the cave, Qingzhu grew anxious, rushing in front of him and blocking his path with outstretched arms. Brother Shi Tu, she spoke, her voice trembling. Shi Tu froze, gazing at Qingzhu's tear-streaked face, unsure of how to respond. You? Qingzhu bit her lip. You? Unable to hold back any longer, she burst into tears. Brother Shi Tu? Why won't you accept it? Crystal-like tears cascaded down her fair cheeks, glimmering in the dim light of the cave. Shi Tu panicked. He could hardly bear to see a woman cry, especially one as delicate as Qingzhu. Flustered, he fumbled for words to comfort her, but found himself at a loss, only managing to repeat, "Don't cry, please don't cry." His rough hands waved awkwardly in the air, but he dared not touch Qingzhu. Feeling like a child caught in wrongdoing, I'm just a priest. Having a pet wouldn't be of much use to me. Qingzhu choked out, her words fragmented. Brother Shi, if you had a pet, you could become even more powerful, you could protect more people. Shi-Tu's heart trembled. He finally grasped Qingzhu's good intentions. She wasn't refusing the pet. She wanted to give this precious pet egg to him. A warm current surged within him, and he felt a lump in his throat. Shi opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. He had intended to say he didn't need a pet. But looking at Qingzhu's tearful expression, the words caught in his throat. Wah! Qingzhu's sobs grew louder, clutching the pet egg as if it were her last lifeline. Shi was frantic, feeling like an ant on a hot stove. He rubbed his hands together, gritting his teeth, finally making a decision. Sister Qingzhu, he lowered his voice, almost pleading, please stop crying. All right? I doubt I'm begging you. Qingzhu's sobs gradually subsided. She looked up at him with tear-filled eyes. Shi took a deep breath and spoke slowly. How about this? You keep the pet egg, and I doubt I'll teach you how to hatch it. Okay. Qingzhu was taken aback. She hadn't expected Shi to say such a thing. Staring at him blankly, her eyes filled with confusion. Seeing her silence, Shi grew even more anxious. Sister Qingzhu, please agree to this. I doubt Brother Shi. Qingzhu suddenly interrupted. Are you really willing to help me hatch it? Shi nodded vigorously. Of course I am. I doubt. He hadn't finished speaking when he suddenly felt a wave of heat radiating from behind him. Qingzhu's sobs ceased abruptly, her eyes widening in disbelief as she beheld the magnificent dark firebird. Her expression a mix of shock and envy. The traces of tears on her face shimmered with disbelief. With an air of self-satisfaction, Shi casually touched his nose and remarked, hee, I forgot to mention that I too have a pet. What do you think? Quite impressive, isn't it? As he spoke, he discreetly observed Qingzhu's expression. Secretly reveling in his own triumph, Qingzhu's gaze was fixed intently on the dark firebird, her eyes brimming with longing. Noticing that Qingzhu was captivated by the creature, Shi knew she would no longer refuse the pet egg. He bent down to pick up the 9-winged dark golden bat king pet egg from the ground and presented it to Qingzhu. Here, take it. She cradled the pet egg with utmost care, feeling the warmth emanating from it, her heart swelling with joy and gratitude. Thank you, Shi Dagu. Qingzhu lifted her gaze to meet Shitu's, tears glimmering in her eyes. Thank you. Shi scratched his head and chuckled. What are you thanking me for? We are friends, after all. He paused momentarily, then added, however, this pet egg is no ordinary one. You must take good care of it. Understand? Qingzhu nodded solemnly. I understand. I will take excellent care of it. She held the pet egg tightly, as if embracing a precious treasure. Shi nodded in satisfaction, preparing to say something further, when suddenly, an eerie sound echoed from the depths of the cave. Wait, Shi said, grabbing Qingzhu's arm. It seems something is approaching. Before he could finish his sentence, the pet egg in Qingzhu's hands began to tremble violently, emitting a dazzling light. As the glow subsided, a pitch-black young bat with 3 pairs of fleshy wings appeared in Qingzhu's hands, letting out a soft, youthful chirp. Its golden eyes sparkled like stars in the dim cave. A system notification sounded in Qingzhu's ears. Congratulations, player Qingzhu, for acquiring the rare pet 3-winged dark golden bat king. Simultaneously, another system notification resonated in both Shitu's and Qingzhu's ears. Player Ling Shang and player Qingzhu's intimacy has increased to 95. Team attack and defense increased by 10. Rewards, 5,000 reputation, 10,000 gold. Qingzhu's cheeks flushed crimson, and she lowered her head, unable to meet Shitu's gaze in the dim light of the cave. Her bashful expression was unmistakable. Shi chuckled and playfully nudged her with his elbow. Qingzhu Meizi, it seems Ling Shang has genuine feelings for you. Qingzhu blushed even deeper, gently pushing Shitu's arm away. Shi Dagu, please don't say such things. Stealing a glance at Shi, she noticed his unabashed scrutiny, prompting her to hastily suggest, Shi Dagu, perhaps we should head out to complete our quest first. With that, she turned and hurried towards the cave's entrance, seemingly eager to escape Shitu's gaze. Watching Qingzhu's hasty retreat, Shitu's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he swiftly followed after her. Along the way, Shitu's dark firebird and Qingzhu's 3-winged dark golden bat king trailed closely behind them. The dark firebird occasionally let out sharp cries, while the 3-winged dark golden bat king quietly perched on Qingzhu's shoulder, its golden eyes curiously surveying their surroundings. Upon exiting the bat cave, the two made their way towards the direction of the elder Shi. Along the journey, They encountered several waves of monsters, but with the assistance of their formidable pets, they effortlessly overcame the battles. Seeing them return safely, Elder Shida's face lit up with a smile of relief. Qingzhu hurriedly explained, "It was all thanks to Shirtu Dagu." Elder Shirtu waved his hand. Interrupting her, "I know," he paused, pulling out a stone that emitted a faint glow from his pocket, and handed it to Qingzhu. "Here, take this. It is the catalyst for cloud root water. Follow the incantation I taught you." Chapter 66. The Savior's Job Change Opportunity. Qingzhu cautiously accepted the cloud root water catalyst offered by Elder Shirtu. This stone was entirely translucent, radiating a gentle light as if infused with boundless vitality. As she recited the incantation, the light from the catalyst intensified, ultimately transforming into a brilliant beam that shot upwards, illuminating the entire cave. Once the light dissipated, Qingzhu was enveloped in a soft golden glow. Taking a deep breath, she gently tossed the cloud root water catalyst towards the petrified elder. The catalyst traced a graceful arc in the air, landing precisely on the elder's body. The cloud root water swiftly penetrated the elder's form, akin to melting snow, causing the previously gray and white statue to shimmer with a hint of luster. Continuing her incantation, golden light poured forth from Qingzhu, eventually converging into a beam that completely enveloped the elder. The radiance lingered momentarily before gradually fading. The once stone figure had vanished, replaced by an elderly man with a youthful visage and silvery hair, who slowly opened his eyes, wisdom shining within them. The elder inhaled deeply, a powerful aura emanating from him as if a long-slumbering dragon had finally awakened. He gradually rose to his feet, hands clasped together towards the sky, murmuring what seemed to be a ritual. After his prayers, the elder turned to Qingzhu and Ling Shang, a smile gracing his face. "Thank you both, young heroes, for rescuing me. I am immensely grateful." He paused, continuing, "I am Prince Ming of the Five Elements. A holy mage. 50 years ago, I was ambushed by enemies and sealed here." Prince Ming's voice suddenly faltered as his gaze flitted between Qingzhu and Ling Shang, as if anticipating something. With a hint of embarrassment, he chuckled, seemingly surprised that no one recognized his title, yet quickly regained his composure. "Ahem, it seems 50 years have passed, and the world has forgotten me. Regardless of my name, you two young heroes saved my life. A debt I shall never forget." His eyes gleamed with authority as he regarded Qingzhu and Ling Shang. "May I inquire how you wish to be addressed and what reward you seek? Feel free to ask, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill your request." Qingzhu promptly waved her hand. "You honor us too greatly, Senior. It was merely a small effort on our part. No need for concern. Besides, the true effort came from Ling Shang. I was merely assisting." She gestured towards Ling Shang, completely attributing the credit to him. Following her gaze, Prince Ming appraised Ling Shang, nodding slightly. "This young hero possesses remarkable bearing. He must be extraordinary among men. However, since this young brother spoke first, I shall first repay his kindness." Turning to Qingzhu, a glint of insight sparkled in his eyes. "I see you have a deep affinity with the five elements. Allow me to grant you the opportunity to become a five elements priest." Qingzhu was momentarily taken aback before erupting in joy. A five elements priest. Such a legendary and rare profession possessed formidable healing and support capabilities, an indispensable presence within any team. She had merely been an ordinary adventurer, never imagining she would have the chance to transition into such a powerful role. "Thank you, Senior. I am immensely grateful." Prince Ming smiled gently, extending his right hand. A burst of colorful light enveloping Qingzhu. As the light faded, she radiated a subtle aura of the five elements, her entire being appearing more vibrant. Ling Shang clasped his hands in respect. "Senior, I merely did my best. I dare not ask for any reward." A flicker of admiration crossed Prince Ming's eyes. "Young man, you are commendably humble." After a moment's contemplation, he said, "Very well. I shall bestow upon you some experience and gold." Just as Prince Ming prepared to cast his spell, a commotion arose in the distance. Frowning slightly, he looked toward the horizon, seemingly sensing something. "It appears much has transpired in the 50 years of my slumber." With a sigh, he addressed the two young heroes. "I have pressing matters to attend to. We must part ways here. Should fate allow, we shall meet again." Before his words had fully settled, Prince Ming vanished in a flash of light, leaving Qingzhu gazing at Ling Shang. Speaking up, Ling Shang, brother. Did the senior just leave like that? You should have at least made an effort to keep him here. Look at me. I became a five elements priest in an instant. Her tone carried a hint of envy and regret. Ling Shang smiled faintly. It was merely a small task. Besides, I have already obtained the knight's legacy. I seek nothing more. Qingzhu wished to persuade him further. But upon seeing Ling Shang wave his hand, signaling her to cease, she fell silent. Although Prince Ming had departed in haste, it was evident he had not forgotten Ling Shang. A flash of light reappeared as Prince Ming returned. Hovering in midair, his gaze fixed intently on Ling Shang, I nearly overlooked an important matter. Young brother, may I see your attribute panel? Though Ling Shang was puzzled, he complied and summoned his attribute panel. Prince Ming pointed a finger, and a beam of golden light shot towards Ling Shang's panel, instantly rendering the information clear before Prince Ming's eyes. How is this possible? He exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. He scrutinized Ling Shang's attribute panel, his eyes sparkling as if witnessing something unfathomable. Strength, constitution, agility, spirit. Astonishingly, they were all at maximum value. This is simply unprecedented. Taking a deep breath, Prince Ming endeavored to calm his excitement. Having lived for centuries and encountered countless prodigies, he had never encountered such a monstrous existence. Young brother, would you be willing to transition into a five-elements mage? With your talents, given time, you will surely surpass me and become a legendary figure. Ling Shang once again politely declined. Thank you for your kind offer, senior, but I have firmly resolved to pursue the path of a knight, and I shall not waver. Although Prince Ming felt a tinge of regret, he respected Ling Shang's choice. He removed an ancient ring and handed it to Ling Shang. This is my communication ring. Should you ever reconsider, feel free to contact me through it. After saying this, he cast a deep glance at Ling Shang, and with a flash, he vanished completely. Ling Shang tucked away the ring and smiled mysteriously. I am but an ordinary player. He patted Qingzhu on the shoulder and said, Come, we must also take our leave. With that, he stepped out of the cave, leaving Qingzhu momentarily stunned in place. Wait for me. Qingzhu snapped back to reality and hurriedly chased after him. As they approached the cave entrance, Ling Shang suddenly halted. Gazing at the bright sunlight outside, he took a deep breath, as if to expel the impurities accumulated over the past 50 years. How nostalgic this world outside truly is. Prince Ming returned, hovering in midair, his expression tinged with urgency as he inquired, Might I ask, have you two young heroes obtained the Nie Yunjin? Qingzhu and Ling Shang exchanged glances and shook their heads. Their minds were solely focused on rescuing someone, entirely oblivious to any mention of Nie Yun. General observing their response, Prince Ming couldn't help but sigh. Alas, what a pity. The Nie Yunjin is a divine herb that has existed for millennia, flourishing deep within this cave, in company with the Yunjin water. The Yunjin water can counteract petrification poison, while the Nie Yunjin can cleanse ordinary bones and enhance one's aptitude. Now that I have absorbed the Yunjin water, the Nie Yunjin has lost its spiritual essence and, I fear, may no longer hold any medicinal value. He paused and elaborated. This Nie Yunjin must be consumed before the Yunjin water is utilized to unleash its full potency. Now that the Yunjin water has cured my petrification, the Nie Yunjin, naturally, has lost its efficacy. Ling Shang felt a twinge of regret upon hearing this, but he remained unconcerned. For him, saving a life was already a noble deed. As for divine herbs, they are serendipitous treasures. Seeing that the two harbored no greedy intentions, Prince Ming held them in even higher esteem. With both hands forming a seal and murmuring incantations, he was soon enveloped in a kaleidoscope of light before vanishing from sight. The five elements escape technique, Qingzhu exclaimed, recognizing the long-lost secret ART.IT. Seems I must devise a plan. A new scheme began to take shape in his mind. Qingzhu looked in the direction Prince Ming had disappeared, then turned to Ling Shang, rubbing his hands together with a mix of excitement and curiosity. Ling Shang, my brother, when do you think I can learn this five elements escape technique? Also, what was it that the senior muttered at the end? It felt so mysterious. As they reached the cave entrance, Ling Shang abruptly stopped and turned to Qingzhu, saying, Qingzhu, about that ring. Chapter 67. Red River Village, here I come. Before Ling Shang could finish his sentence, Qingzhu had pulled out a ring that shimmered with a warm glow from his bag and presented it to Shi Tu. Brother Shi Tu, take this ring. Shi Tu was taken aback. staring at the ring that emanated a faint halo, perplexed. For me. But this was given to you by Senior Prince Ming. Just take it, Qing Zhu said with a hearty smile, patting Shi Tu on the shoulder. You saw it. I have obtained the hidden class of 5 Elements Priest, which grants me remarkable survival capabilities. This ring is a resurrection ring. It is of little use to me, but for you? Charging into battle, it could save your life at a critical moment. Upon closer inspection, Shi Tu noticed the word resurrection inscribed on the underside of the ring. Looking at its attributes, he discovered it was indeed an immortal artifact. When worn, it grants immunity to a fatal blow once and revives the wearer at the spot upon death, with a cooldown of merely 1 day. Such a precious treasure, Shi Tu felt unworthy to accept. Take it, Qing Zhu insisted, thrusting the ring into Shi Tu's hand once more. We are brothers. There's no need for formality. Besides, without you, how could I have obtained the legacy of the 5 Elements Priest? Ultimately, this ring is a blessing from you. Shi Tu hesitated further. But, no buts. Qing Zhu interrupted. As a healer, what use do I have for it? You must take it so that I can rest easy when I log off. With a wink, Qing Zhu feigned an exit from the game. Realizing Qing Zhu was resolute in gifting him the ring, Shi Tu reluctantly accepted it, expressing heartfelt gratitude. Qing Zhu, I will remember this friendship. Satisfied, Qing Zhu patted Shi Tu's shoulder. All right, you should log off and rest early. See you tomorrow. With that, Qing Zhu's figure transformed into a flurry of starlight, disappearing from sight. Holding the resurrection ring, Shi Tu felt the warmth radiating from it, his heart brimming with emotion. He opened his skill panel and meticulously examined the various skills of a knight. Charge, shield bash, taunt. Each skill flashed through his mind as he envisioned himself charging into battle, valiantly protecting his comrades. Red River Village. Shi Tu murmured softly, determination gleaming in his eyes. It is time to pay a visit. With that, he strode purposefully toward the village exit. Qing Zhu, he scratched his head, feeling a bit shy, and quietly said, Qing Zhu. Actually, I dot before he could finish. Qing Zhu's figure appeared once more. A faint blush graced her cheeks, her eyes shimmering as if she had something to say but found it difficult to articulate. Seeing Qing Zhu, Shi Tu's heart leaped with joy, yet he was at a loss for words, stammering. I was actually wondering if you would like to join me in completing quests at Red River Village. I heard that there. Qing Zhu's face flushed deeper, and she gently shook her head. No. I am a bit tired and would like to log off to rest first. Red River Village? You can go by yourself? With that, she prepared to log off again. Shi Tu felt a pang of disappointment, but knew he could not force her, so he replied, All right then, take care and rest well. Qing Zhu's figure transformed into starlight once more. Vanishing from sight, Shi Tu gazed at the empty village, his heart a whirlwind of emotions. Taking a deep breath, he returned his focus to his skill panel. After vanquishing the 9-winged Dark Gold Bat King, he not only gained a wealth of experience and equipment but also unlocked a new skill, Holy Light Guardian. This skill forms a powerful holy light shield that absorbs a considerable amount of damage, a lifesaver for a knight. Additionally, he received a skill book for the Sacred Sword, which summons a colossal holy sword to inflict devastating damage upon foes. A glimmer of excitement sparked in Shi Tu's eyes as he eagerly learned both skills. Sacred Sword, Holy Light Guardian. With these 2 skills, my strength has significantly increased. Shi Tu clenched his fists, filled with confidence. Red River Village, Dark Sorcerers, Scouts. These phrases swirled in his mind, and no longer hesitating, he strode towards the village exit. Pausing at the village entrance to gaze at the distant, undulating mountains, his eyes shining with determination, a chilling voice emerged from behind him. Heading to Red River Village? Young man, you'd best think carefully. Yiling Tian stepped into Red River Village, greeted by an aura of desolation. The dilapidated houses and empty streets exuded a lifeless atmosphere. He frowned, finding it far removed from the bustling village he had envisioned. He attempted to inquire with several villagers about the Dark Sorcerer and Scouts, but they either remained hidden behind closed doors or shook their heads in ignorance, as if the very mention of those terms was taboo. Excuse me, sir, do you know about the Dark Sorcerer? Yiling Tian approached an elderly man repairing a fence. The old man looked up, a flicker of fear flashing in his murky eyes as he hastily waved his hands. I don't know, young man, you should leave quickly. This is not a good place. With that, he hurriedly shut the gate. After questioning several others with the same results, Yiling Tian felt a growing sense of frustration. Had this lead run dry? Just as he was about to give up, a timid young boy in tattered clothes approached him. "Big brother, I think I might know something." The boy's voice was barely audible, prompting Yiling Tian to bend down and listen intently. "Strange clothes? What do you mean by strange?" Yiling Tian pressed further. "They wear black cloaks, their faces are covered, and they carry some odd things." The boy struggled to describe, his eyes filled with fear. Black cloaks, masked faces, peculiar items. This certainly resembled the dark sorcerers and scouts. A surge of excitement coursed through Yiling Tian. It seemed the lead had not vanished. He patted the boy's head. "Thank you, little friend. You've been a tremendous help." The boy smiled shyly and pointed towards the woods behind the village. "Big brother, be careful. That forest is very dangerous. Don't worry. I will be cautious." Yiling Tian offered the boy a reassuring smile before turning toward the woods. Chapter 68. Mist Forest, Elven Pathway, Big Brother. The boy suddenly called out to him. "What is it?" Yiling Tian turned back to ask. The boy hesitated before saying, I think I heard a beast's roar coming from the woods." Yiling Tian thanked the boy for the warning and resolutely stepped into the mist-laden forest. The damp air mingled with the scent of decaying leaves, with dense underbrush obscuring the sun, casting the woods into shadow. Not long after, a low, rumbling roar echoed from deep within the forest, accompanied by the snapping of branches. And a foul wind rushed toward him. Yiling Tian's heart raced. He promptly drew his long sword from his back and assumed a defensive stance. A blood-red figure darted like lightning from the thicket. Its sharp claws aimed directly at Yiling Tian's throat. Reacting swiftly, Yiling Tian sidestepped just in time to evade this lethal strike. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the assailant was a massive leopard. Its body adorned with blood-red spots and its eyes glinting with a ferocious light. Blood-mist leopard. Yiling Tian thought to himself. This was a fearsome beast renowned for its speed and ferocity, typically leaving ordinary players with no option but to flee. Yet he was no ordinary player. Insight technique. Yiling Tian silently chanted, and a flash of white light illuminated the information about the blood-mist leopard before his eyes. Level 25. Weakness. Fear of flame attacks. Level 25? Hardly a challenge. A cold smile crept across Yiling Tian's lips. The long sword in his hand ignited with blazing flames, illuminating the dim woods around him. The blood-mist leopard seemed to sense the threat of fire and let out an uneasy growl, yet it did not retreat. Instead, it lunged at him with even greater ferocity. Yiling Tian remained calm, deftly dodging the leopard's attacks with his agile movements while simultaneously swinging his flaming sword, leaving searing wounds across the beast's body. The leopard's assault gradually weakened, and it ultimately fell to the ground with a mournful cry. As Yiling Tian sheathed his sword and prepared to move on, he suddenly noticed some peculiar marks on the ground. These traces were faint, almost imperceptible at first glance. He crouched down for a closer look, realizing they appeared to be the footprints of some creature, yet they bore no resemblance to any he had ever encountered. The footprints meandered along a winding path, disappearing into the depths of the mist. Could it be E.at that moment? A system prompt chimed. Congratulations to player Yiling Tian for discovering the Elven Path. Yiling Tian's heart raced. The Elven Path, a legendary secret realm accessible only to the Elven race. He glanced up at the sky, noting that dusk was approaching. It seemed this was enough for today. He murmured to himself, opting to log off. "Honey, why did you log off so early today?" A gentle voice floated towards him as Li Yitong, clad in a nightgown and carrying a cup of warm milk, approached gracefully. Yiling Tian accepted the milk and planted a soft kiss on her forehead. "I'm a bit tired," he replied with a smile, though a hint of excitement flickered in his eyes. What secrets lay hidden in the depths of the misty forest? Yiling Tian slowly ventured deeper along the Elven Path, the air thick with an enchanting fragrance that was utterly intoxicating. The surrounding trees grew taller and more lush, their branches dense enough to obscure the sun, casting an even deeper shadow that added to the forest's mysterious allure. Suddenly, Yiling Tian sensed a dangerous presence, his instincts kicking in as he gripped his sword tightly. Insight technique. A flash of white light revealed everything in minute detail. He spotted a fully blood-red leopard concealed within the shadow of a massive tree, poised to strike. So it was the blood-mist leopard, now cloaked in invisibility. Without the insight technique, he would have likely missed its presence entirely. Ling Tian let out a cold chuckle. Indeed, the misty forest was fraught with peril. He reignited his sword with fierce flames, illuminating the darkness around him. The blood mist leopard, sensing its exposure, unleashed a furious roar and sprang from the shadows towards Ling Tian. Prepared, he sidestepped the attack while slashing at the leopard with his sword. A fierce battle erupted between man and beast amidst the misty forest. With his formidable strength and the assistance of the insight technique, Ling Tian ultimately dispatched the blood mist leopard. Continuing onward, Ling Tian noticed that the signs of conflict on the ground grew increasingly pronounced. Broken branches, scattered feathers, and splattered blood all hinted at a fierce struggle that had taken place here. Following the trail, he arrived at a cliff face overgrown with ivy. The sheer cliff rose almost vertically, its surface thickly draped in vines, rendering it unclimbable. Was this where the elven path ended? Ling Tian pondered. Scrutinizing his surroundings, suddenly, he noticed a patch of ivy that was somewhat sparse, revealing a concealed entrance. Intrigued, he parted the vines, unveiling a deep cave before him. Ding! Congratulations to player Ling Tian for discovering the entrance to the elven secret realm. The system prompt sounded once more. Ling Tian's heart surged with joy. This was indeed the true entrance to the elven path. Without hesitation, he stepped into the cave. Wait! A melodious voice called out from behind him. A woman of stunning beauty, exuding an ethereal grace as if she had stepped from a painting, stood before him. Who are you? Ling Tian inquired warily. The woman smiled gently. I am the guardian of the elven race. You may call me Irel. She paused, her gaze falling upon the long sword in Ling Tian's hand. The sword you wield exudes a dark aura, unfit for entry into the elven secret realm. Ling Tian furrowed his brow. Are you implying that? Irel extended her delicate hand and waved it gently, enveloping Ling Tian's sword in a green light. As the light faded, the sword in Ling Tian's grasp transformed into a crystal-clear green blade radiating a soft glow. This. Ling Tian exclaimed in surprise. This is the elven sword. It will guide you to the elven queen. Irel smiled. Now, you may enter the elven secret realm. Ling Tian pressed deeper along the elven path. The air suffused with an extraordinary fragrance, and the trees towering magnificently overhead, their leaves forming a dense canopy that blocked out the sun. He fought his way through the creatures that obstructed his path, rapidly leveling up and upgrading his equipment. The system prompts chimed incessantly, notifying him of various rare materials and gear he had acquired. Ding! You have 10 minutes remaining until your continuous gaming time limit. Please log off to rest and avoid physical discomfort. Ling Tian glanced around his surroundings and decided to log off and rest, planning to return to explore the mysterious elven secret realm the following day. In the dimly lit room, Li Yitong, clad in a sensual nightgown, prepared to retire for the night. Upon seeing Ling Tian remove his helmet, she lazily stretched, revealing her alluring figure. Captivated by the sight, Ling Tian approached the bedside and gently embraced Li Yitong. She let out a playful protest, nestled comfortably against him. Honey, why did you log off so early today? She asked softly, her tone laced with a hint of playful affection. Seeing you makes me want to do nothing else, Ling Tian replied, his gaze brimming with love. The two held each other tightly, basking in the warmth they shared. Ling Tian tenderly caressed Li Yitong's hair while she buried her face in his chest, savoring the tranquility and sweetness of the moment. Gradually, their breathing quickened, the air thick with an intimate tension. Their love intertwined, as if they were enveloped in a dreamlike world. Unbeknownst to them, a strange energy flowed within their bodies. It was the legendary Emperor's divine art. The pace of the technique quickened, and their bodies began to emit waves of radiant light. Li Yitong murmured softly, drifting into a deep slumber. Ling Tian gazed at her peaceful visage, his heart swelling with tenderness. He gently pulled her closer, closing his eyes. Chapter 69. A striking blow to showcase brilliance. Morning light filtered through the curtains, casting a warm glow upon the entwined figures on the bed. Li Yitong slowly opened her eyes, savoring the tranquility of the morning and the warmth of the embrace beside her. She shifted slightly, preparing to rise and dress, only to find Ling Tian's arm wrapped tightly around her. As if unwilling to let her go, Li Yitong let out a soft sound, trying to break free but reluctant to shatter the cozy atmosphere. Stay with me a little longer. Yiling Tian's voice was laced with a lazy charm that was hard to resist. Feeling the warmth of his chest, Li Yitong's heart swelled with sweetness. However, recalling her need to prepare breakfast, she gently nudged him. I must go make breakfast. My sister needs to get to school as she attempted to rise. She noticed Yiling Tian's gaze remained fixed on her, his eyes burning with intensity, causing her to blush. She hurriedly grabbed a piece of clothing to cover herself. Oh dear, what are you staring at? Li Yitong teased, her cheeks flushed. Yiling Tian, captivated by her bashful demeanor, felt a surge of emotion and pulled her into his embrace. Leaning down to kiss her, Li Yitong froze for a moment before beginning to struggle. Stop it. My sister will wake up soon. Yiling Tian's kiss grew increasingly passionate, as if he sought to melt her away. Gradually, she relinquished her resistance, succumbing to the tenderness that enveloped her. A low moan escaped Li Yitong's lips. After a moment of lingering intimacy, she pushed Yiling Tian away, breathless. I can't. I really must get up. My sister will wake up. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes dreamy yet tinged with urgency. Yiling Tian grinned mischievously. Still tired from last night? Li Yitong shot him a playful glare, lightly punching his chest. It's all your fault. Her bashful expression only added to her allure. After a playful exchange, Li Yitong and her sister finally made their way out. Listening to the fading footsteps downstairs, Yiling Tian's lips curled into a smile as he donned his gaming helmet and entered the world of King S glory, once again embodying the persona of Ling Shang. He found himself standing at the entrance of the Elven Path. The path twisted and turned, flanked by dense forests, sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground, with the air fragrant with the scent of fresh greenery. He took a deep breath, savoring the beauty of the game world, and set forth. After walking for approximately half an hour, Ling Shang suddenly heard the sounds of combat ahead. His heart tightened, and he quickened his pace towards the source of the noise. Pushing through the dense underbrush, the sight before him compelled him to halt. Who goes there? A gruff voice boomed. Two massive minotaurs, wielding gigantic axes, stood menacingly guard before an iron cage. Inside the cage, a young man clad in scout attire gazed out in sheer terror at the commotion. Ling Shang swiftly examined the attributes of the two minotaurs. Minotaur Great Axe, level 35, skills, Jump Slash, Whirlwind Slash. Not overly powerful, but facing both at once would still pose a significant challenge. Gripping his longsword tightly, Ling Shang inhaled deeply, preparing for battle. Hey, kid, who are you? One of the minotaurs noticed Ling Shang and inquired in a deep, rumbling voice. The other minotaur also turned its gaze, its eyes glinting with malice. Ling Shang ignored their taunts and quickly assessed the situation. The two minotaurs stood side by side, with the one on the left slightly ahead. He resolved to concentrate his attacks on the left minotaur first, aiming for a swift resolution. With a fierce shout, Ling Shang transformed into a blur, darting towards the left minotaur, his longsword crackling with lethal energy as he delivered a powerful strike. 287. A vivid red number floated above the minotaur's head. Upon being attacked, both minotaurs let out a furious roar, leaping high into the air, their enormous axes slicing through the air with a whistling sound as they aimed to cleave Ling Shang with a jump slash. Ling Shang had anticipated this, executing a nimble roll to evade their onslaught. The ground was carved deeply as the great axes struck, sending shards of rock flying. That was close, Ling Shang thought to himself, realizing that the Minotaur's attack power was not to be underestimated. Enduring it would likely prove fatal. Stealth, Ling Shang silently whispered, and his form vanished in an instant. The two Minotaurs, deprived of their target, looked around in confusion. Opportunity! Ling Shang reappeared behind the right Minotaur, swinging his longsword once more with all his strength. 302. An even larger damage number materialized. The right Minotaur emitted a dreadful scream and collapsed to the ground. One down, Ling Shang felt a surge of joy and immediately turned to face the remaining Minotaur. This Minotaur, evidently enraged by the death of its companion, wildly swung its massive axe, yet could not locate Ling Shang. Ling Shang unleashed another powerful strike, precisely hitting the Minotaur's vital point. 315. With a wail, the second Minotaur fell to the earth as well. Ling Shang approached the cage, gazing at the trembling scout within, and asked, "Are you all right?" Nodding, he began to search the corpses of the Minotaurs. Odd, Where's the key? Ling Shang rummaged through the enormous bodies of the minotaurs but found nothing. Strange, where could it be? He conducted another thorough search, even inspecting the minotaurs' mouths, yet still found no key. Could it be that the cage requires no key at all? Ling Shang pondered as he stepped forward to the cage door, pushing it with all his might. But it remained immovable. Coughed out a faint coughing sound emanated from inside the cage. Only then did Ling Shang remember the scout inside and quickly inquired, "Are you okay? Do you know where the key to this cage is?" The scout weakly opened his eyes, glancing at Ling Shang and then at the cage door, and with a feeble voice replied, "The key is in the pouch at their waist." He opened the pouch, revealing not only a few gold coins, but also a rusty iron key. With a click, the cage door swung open. "Are you all right? Can you stand?" Ling Shang asked with concern. The scout struggled to rise, stretching his limbs, and said, "I'm fine, just a bit weak from being locked up for too long. Thank you, brave warrior, for your rescue. May I ask your esteemed name?" "It was merely a small act of kindness. No need for thanks," Ling Shang replied humbly with a smile. "I am called Ling Shang." "Ling Shang? I have long admired your reputation." The scout's eyes widened in surprise. "I am Chen Xingxing, captain of the 1st Squad of the 3rd Scout Brigade from Tianlong City." "Tianlong City Scouts?" Ling Shang's heart stirred. "How did you end up locked in here?" Chen Xingxing sighed. "It's a long story. I was tasked to scout the movements of the two-headed Crow King, but I fell into an ambush and was captured by these minotaurs." "The two-headed Crow King?" Ling Shang keenly seized upon the name. "Is it very powerful?" Chen Xingxing nodded gravely. "Extremely powerful. Moreover," he paused, lowering his voice, "I have discovered that it seems to have acquired a divine artifact." "The Ice Crystal Blade." Ling Shang's heart raced. "The Ice Crystal Blade. If it were to also obtain." Chapter 70. The Secrets of the Elven Path. If it were to acquire the flame-purple rainbow blade, the consequences would be dire. Chen Xingxing's face turned pale, filled with dread. It is said that the two-headed Crow King's target this time is the Elven Valley, seeking to steal the sacred artifacts of the Elven race. The Elven Valley? Ling Shang felt a shiver run down his spine. The Elven Valley is the sacred ground of the Elven race, rumored to harbor many powerful sacred artifacts. If the two-headed Crow King were to obtain them, the ramifications would be unthinkable. Ling Shang gazed at Chen Xingxing's body, his heart filled with sorrow and rage. He clenched his fists, silently vowing, "I must thwart the two-headed Crow King's nefarious plans." Yet, a potent curiosity compelled him to infiltrate the Elven Valley for a closer look. The Elven Valley, the two-headed Crow King, sacred artifacts. Ling Shang murmured, his eyes glimmering with a complex light. Ultimately, he made a bold decision to venture into the Elven Valley. In the mysterious and perilous second layer of the Elven Path, the air seemed thick with a palpable magical essence. Strange and unseen flora flourished all around, radiating enchanting bioluminescence like stars twinkling in the night sky, illuminating the originally dark and profound passage with an ethereal glow. Ling Shang moved stealthily like a nimble leopard, each step as light as a feather, fearful of disturbing the eerie silence. Just then, his acute senses compelled him to halt abruptly, swiftly taking cover behind a massive stone. He tightly covered his mouth and nose, daring not to breathe a word. Before him, a group of cloaked figures, their faces obscured and sinister, were gathered together. They recited obscure incantations, their hands weaving intricate gestures in the AI art. At the center of the group stood an enormous magical formation, glowing ominously in dark red light, exuding an inexplicable aura of oppression. More strikingly, in the very center of the magical formation lay dozens of pet eggs of varying sizes, each emanating a soft, gentle glow, as if shrouded in a delicate veil, appearing particularly mysterious and alluring. "What on earth are they doing?" Ling Shang pondered, filled with suspicion. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed, "They are harnessing the power contained within those pet eggs to draw from the Elven Gate." The unexpected words sent a jolt through Ling Shang. He quickly turned towards the source of the voice and beheld a mysterious figure draped in a black robe, slowly approaching him. The robe billowed in the wind, merging seamlessly with the surrounding darkness. In this figure's hand was a blue longsword that shimmered with an icy chill, its blade radiating a chilling light that sent shivers down one's spine. As the figure drew closer, Ling Shang finally discerned its features. It was none other than the infamous Dark Sorcerer, the two-headed Crow King. a name that struck terror into the hearts of many. Its fearsome visage was shrouded in shadow, revealing only its eyes gleaming with a malevolent light, resembling a malevolent spirit from the depths of the abyss, sending chills throughout Ling Shang's being. The ice crystal blade. Ling Shang's heart raced. This was indeed the divine artifact Chen Xingxing had mentioned. Once the power of the Elven Gate is diminished, I shall unlock the gateway to the Elven Sanctuary, the two-headed Crow King declared triumphantly. At that point, all of the Elven race's sacred artifacts will be mine. Ling Shang felt a heavy weight settle in his heart, an overwhelming pressure surging through him. He understood that the situation had reached a critical juncture. If decisive action were not taken, the consequences would be dire. The two-headed Crow King exuded an aura that was deeply unsettling, as if it were the sovereign of this realm. However, Ling Shang was not cowed by fear. Instead, a fierce determination surged within him. He must thwart this terrifying entity. He cautiously shifted his footing, striving to make no sound as he stealthily approached the enigmatic and formidable magical formation. His gaze locked onto the pet eggs, each radiating a faint glow. Each egg contained boundless potential and energy, the key to the two-headed Crow King's ability to siphon power from the Elven Gate. At that moment, an audacious idea flashed into Ling Shang's mind like a bolt of lightning. To steal those pet eggs, if he could successfully seize them, the two-headed Crow King would lose its source of power and be unable to wreak havoc any longer. Without those pet eggs, it would no longer be able to absorb the power of the Elven Gate. Ling Shang contemplated, fully aware that this was undeniably a perilous plan. A moment's carelessness could lead not only to the complete undoing of his efforts, but also to an irretrievable predicament. Yet at this juncture, he had no alternative but to gamble everything. Taking a deep breath, Ling Shang resolutely activated his unique invisibility skill. A faint glow emanated from his being, swiftly enveloping him entirely. As the luminescence flickered, his figure gradually became translucent, ultimately vanishing entirely from sight. Having prepared himself thoroughly, Ling Shang began to move cautiously forward. He approached the magical array with light and deliberate steps. When he drew close enough, he paused, slightly adjusted his breathing, and slowly reached out his right hand towards the nearest pet egg. Who? The moment Ling Shang's fingers made contact with the warm eggshell, a bone-chilling cold swept through him. The voice of the two-headed Crow King echoed as if from the depths of the infernal abyss, laden with an oppressive weight. I in the center of the magical array. The blue glow surged violently, illuminating Ling Shang's concealed form. He cursed his oversight, having underestimated the vigilance of the two-headed Crow King. The icy blue crystal sword in the Crow King's grasp suddenly widened, transforming in the blink of an eye into a gigantic ice-blue fan, its surface shimmering with a chilling light, aimed directly at Ling Shang. Humph, you presumptuous thief! How dare you covet what belongs to me? The fan swept through the air, unleashing a torrent of icy wind akin to a roaring ice dragon. Barreling towards Ling Shang, a jolt of fear coursed through Ling Shang as he realized he had been exposed. Yet, instead of panic, a cold smile crept onto his lips. You think you can catch me? You're still too inexperienced, Ling Shang shouted, instantly activating his phantom skill. His form transformed into a streak of black lightning, moving with an astonishing speed. The icy torrent whizzed past him, leaving a thick layer of frost on the ground, yet it did not graze him in the slightest. Seeking death, the two-headed Crow King roared, swinging the fan once more, this time conjuring a more ferocious wave of cold that threatened to freeze the entire cavern. However, Ling Shang's speed only increased. Like a specter, he darted through the icy gusts, his figure elusive and unpredictable, with one singular target in mind. The pet egg at the center of the magical array. Closer, even closer. Ling Shang could almost feel the life force emanating from the pet egg. Just as he was about to make contact, the two-headed Crow King's voice rang out again, laced with mockery. Did you think you could escape my grasp? Chapter 71. The pet egg changes hands. The two-headed Crow King pursues Ling Shang's previously rapid advance suddenly halted as if ensnared by an immobilizing spell. In an instant, an overwhelming sense of dread surged through him, drowning his senses. This is bad, Ling Shang thought, but it was already too late. Before he could react, an invisible pressure, as if descending from the heavens, struck him with the force of a thunderbolt. This suffocating power felt like an immense mountain, binding him in place, rendering even the slightest movement impossible. Damn it! Ling Shang cursed, veins bulging on his forehead, his face flushed with frustration. He gritted his teeth, summoning all his strength to break free from this terrifying confinement. Yet, no matter how he struggled, the binding force remained as steadfast as rock, showing no signs of relenting. At that moment, the massive and imposing figure of the two-headed Crow King materialized from the void. It loomed above Ling Shang, its eyes glinting with a cold, disdainful light, as if regarding him not as a living being but as an inconsequential insect, easily crushed. Foolish thief, do you truly believe you can pilfer my possessions with such trivial tricks? The two-headed Crow King scoffed, its tone dripping with scorn. With a slight wave of its ornate feather fan, embedded with countless gemstones, a jet-black beam of light shot forth like lightning, hurtling towards Ling Shang. Ling Shang watched helplessly as the dark energy approached with astonishing speed, closing in within a heartbeat. Suddenly, everything went dark, followed by a dizzying whirl, and he lost consciousness entirely. System notification: you have died? Ding! The resurrection ring activates. You will respawn in 5 seconds. 5 seconds in the darkness of death felt interminable. Ling Shang clenched his teeth, awaiting the opportunity for rebirth. A flash of white light, and his form reappeared in the cavern. The temporary invincibility granted by the resurrection ring spared him from the two-headed Crow King's wrath. In a moment of urgency, Ling Shang seized the pet egg and turned to flee. Trying to escape, the two-headed Crow King sneered, swinging its fan once more. However, this time, the attack missed in his invincible state. Ling Shang's speed surged to its peak, vanishing into the depths of the cave in an instant. A city return scroll, clutching the pet egg radiating a purple glow. His heart raced violently. Wow! What kind of pet egg is this? It's stunning. The purple light. Could it be a divine beast egg? Surrounding players cast curious glances, whispering amongst themselves. Ling Shang felt a tightening in his chest. The two-headed Crow King was truly relentless. He hurriedly checked the attributes of the pet egg. Dark purple sky dragon, egg divine beast level pet, possessing immense dark power, hatching conditions unknown. A divine beast egg, indeed a valuable treasure. Yet the phrase hatching conditions unknown left Ling Shang somewhat troubled. Ling Shang, you are truly audacious to steal from the two-headed Crow King. A hearty voice spoke up. Ling Shang looked up to see Tianhua Lunghuan, a friend with whom he had been leveling up. What choice do I have? Fortune favors the bold, Ling Shang replied with a wry smile. That old fellow's strength is terrifying. I nearly didn't make it back. The system announcement has gone out. The two-headed Crow King will undoubtedly come to the main city. Shall we go watch from the city walls? Tianhua Lunghuan suggested. Ling Shang nodded, a sense of unease creeping in. Let's go. The two hastened to the city walls, gazing into the distance where a cloud of dust billowed, a suffocating black aura surging toward the main city. Mixed within was a violent surge of magical energy, akin to a tsunami that sent shivers down their spines. What a terrifying momentum! Tianhua Lunghuan exclaimed, his face paling. Though he was an experienced player, he had never encountered a boss of this caliber before. Ling Shang squinted, fixating on the roiling black energy. He understood that the source of this momentum was the two-headed Crow King. The old fellow was indeed in pursuit. As the dark aura drew ever closer, a palpable pressure enveloped them, intensifying with each passing moment. Gradually, a colossal and enigmatic figure began to emerge from the shadows. Upon closer inspection, it was an immensely large two-headed crow. When its vast wings unfurled, they spanned several dozen meters, resembling two clouds that obscured the sun. Its feathers were an unfathomably deep black, akin to ink but glimmering with a cold metallic sheen. Exuding an aura of invincibility, the two heads of the crow were grotesquely terrifying, each twisting, revealing sharp, jagged fangs capable of effortlessly rending any prey. Their crimson eyes burned with unquenchable fury, like two eternal flames of wrath and murderous intent, suggesting that anyone who met their gaze would be instantly reduced to ashes, everything reduced to nothing beneath this dreadful inferno. The two-headed Crow King. It is truly him. Surrounding players gasped, retreating in haste. Fearing to be caught in the impending chaos, the two-headed Crow King flew with incredible speed, reaching the skies above the main city in an instant. It hovered in midair, both heads emitting a deafening shriek. A powerful pressure enveloping the entire city. Players on the city walls turned pale, with many collapsing to the ground. This weight felt like Mount Tai pressing down, making it hard to breathe. Ling Shang felt as if his heart might leap from his chest. He understood that the two-headed Crow King was targeting him. This old fellow was willing to go to any lengths to chase him down for a mere pet egg. Ling Shang cursed inwardly. Yet a thread of fear coursed through him. When he stole the pet egg, he had merely hoped for a stroke of luck, never expecting to attract such a formidable foe. The two-headed Crow King's gaze swept across the players on the city wall before finally locking onto Ling Shang. Both heads let out a piercing cry, as if declaring, "You are the one who stole my treasure." Ling Shang took a deep breath, gripping the pet egg tightly, resolving, "No matter what, I must protect this egg." Tianhua Lenghuan patted Ling Shang on the shoulder, his voice grave. "Ling Shang, you've stirred up quite a hornet's nest this time." Before he could finish, the gigantic form of the two-headed Crow King dove down like a meteor. Here it comes, Chapter 72. A powerful foe approaches, tension rises. The two-headed Crow King descended like a whirlwind of darkness from the depths of hell, carrying with it an explosive gust of wind. Hurtling towards Tianlong City at a breathtaking speed, its massive form resembled an enormous and weighty black meteor, descending with a cataclysmic force. As the two-headed Crow King unfurled its wings, they spread out like an endless expanse of dark clouds, completely shrouding the sky. The sunlight was abruptly obscured, plunging the Dragon City below into a chilling and terrifying shadow. Ling Shang instinctively took a step back. The system soldiers should be able to handle it, right? He murmured to himself, casting his gaze down towards the walls. The densely packed system soldiers, akin to well-trained ants, swiftly formed ranks, their long spears standing tall like a forest, shields raised like a wall, bracing themselves for the impending confrontation. The massive crossbow and magical cannon were also primed, shimmering with a menacing glow. "I hope so." Tianhua Lenghuan's voice carried a hint of concern. After all, this was a level 70 boss. Whether Dragon City could withstand it remained uncertain. Ling Shang surveyed his surroundings, noting that the walls were already teeming with people. Various mercenary groups occupied advantageous positions, each bearing serious expressions, poised for battle. The warriors of the Fengyun mercenary group donned matching golden armor, wielding sharp battle blades, while their leader, Fengyun Jinlong, brandished a gigantic sword radiating golden light, exuding an imposing aura. Not far away, the mages of the Zilei mercenary group chanted spells, arcs of electricity dancing around them, with Hao Yin holding a staff, his gaze piercing as he watched the descending Crow King. The brothers Sanyai Kuangfu and Sanyai Yangguang from the Sanyai mercenary group stood side by side. One wielding a massive axe, the other a shield, resembling two insurmountable mountains. It seemed everyone was eager to witness this spectacle. Ling Shang thought with a wry smile. Suddenly, Tianhua Lenghuan pointed towards the opposite side of the wall and whispered, "Look over there." The Heilong mercenary group and the Fengyun mercenary group seemed to be about to clash. Ling Shang followed Tianhua Lenghuan's gaze, seeing Heilong Wuyin and the archer Shiri from the Heilong mercenary group confronting Fengyun Jinlong. The atmosphere thick with tension. "You despicable villain!" Heilong Wuyin bellowed, pointing his spear at Fengyun Jinlong. "How dare you? How dare you steal our boss?" Shiri added, his tone brimming with indignation. His gaze swept across the other factions on the wall, landing on the members of the Tianhua mercenary group, who were all alert and ready. Not far away, the leader of the Shirshan mercenary group, Shirshan Wucheng, clad in black, stood silently at the edge of the wall, his deep-set eyes seemingly able to pierce through all. Suddenly, a fragrant breeze wafted by, capturing Ling Shang's attention. He turned to see a mercenary group composed entirely of female players appearing atop the wall. They wore matching pink armor, exuding both elegance and allure. The leader, with long flowing purple hair and a strikingly beautiful visage paired with an icy demeanor, was a sight to behold. That's the Rose mercenary group, led by Chang Weizihong, one of the 10 most beautiful women on our server, Tianhua Lenghuan remarked, excitement evident in his voice, clearly captivated by their presence. Indeed, they live up to their reputation. Such beauty, such grace. Many male players around began to murmur, their gazes fixated on the Rose mercenary group. Ling Shang merely cast a fleeting glance before redirecting his attention to the imminent arrival of the two-headed Crow King. He understood that this battle would be the true main event. At that moment, Tianhua Lenghuan suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, what is that?" Ling Sheng followed Tianhua Lenghuan's gaze, his pupils narrowing. That is, Tianhua Lenghuan's voice trembled as he pointed behind the two-headed Crow King, where a thick darkness spread like ink, and a figure cloaked in black robes slowly materialized. Surrounded by swirling black mist, the figure's visage was obscured, revealing only a pair of crimson eyes that glowed ominously, reminiscent of flames burning in the depths of hell. A dark sorcerer? Ling Sheng gasped, recognizing the identity of the figure. The dark sorcerer, an evil mage said to wield the power of darkness, was rumored to be a mere legend. How could they truly exist? What shocked him further was the fact that the dark sorcerer could fly, something he had never heard of. How can he also fly? Tianhua Lenghuan's voice quivered, clearly startled by this unexpected development. On the walls, other players began to notice the emergence of the dark sorcerer, and a wave of commotion swept through the crowd. The dark sorcerer? It's really the dark sorcerer. How did he end up here? This is serious trouble. Amidst the tumult of voices, a resounding horn echoed from within Dragon City. The gates slowly opened, and groups of well-trained system soldiers surged forth. The infantry knights, clad in silver armor and mounted on tall steeds, charged out wielding long spears, resembling a torrent of steel. The infantry archers swiftly followed, quickly forming ranks, drawing their bows, and aiming at the airborne two-headed Crow King and the dark sorcerer. All right, now the real show begins. Tianhua Lenghuan rubbed his hands together in excitement, aware that Dragon City's tactics were renowned for their finesse. He wondered how they would perform this time. Let us hope they can hold their ground, Tianhua Daoyin said from the side, his tone tinged with worry, aware that the alliance of the two-headed Crow King and the dark sorcerer would not be easy to counter. Ling Sheng remained silent, his gaze fixated on the battlefield outside the city. He felt a premonition that this battle would be far more intense and perilous than he had imagined. The system soldiers' knight and archer divisions advanced like two colossal steel dragons, moving swiftly towards the outskirts of Dragon City. 1 mile, 2 miles. Suddenly, Ling Sheng felt a pang of anxiety, abruptly turning to Tianhua Lenghuan. Wait, look, he pointed into the distance, his voice low. What is that? Chapter 73. The Divine Dragon appears. The system soldiers' knight and archer divisions advanced like two colossal steel dragons, swiftly making their way outside Dragon City. 1 mile, 2 miles. Upon reaching approximately 1 mile outside the city, the archer division quickly formed ranks, 2,000 archers simultaneously drawing their bows, arrows aimed directly at the swirling black clouds above. In the center of the black clouds, the figures of the two-headed Crow King and the dark sorcerer flickered, exuding a dark aura that sent shivers down the spine. Fire! The commander of the archer division commanded. And as the bowstrings twanged, over 2,000 arrows shot forth like a swarm of locusts, targeting the dark sorcerer at the heart of the black clouds. The arrows sliced through the air, emitting a sharp whistling sound, leaving behind silvery trails in their wake. After the first volley of arrows, the archers swiftly withdrew new arrows from their quivers, drawing their bows again, preparing for a second assault. Almost simultaneously, the two-headed Crow King let out a deafening shriek, the black clouds roiling violently as if boiling water. An astonishing scene unfolded. Upon contact with the black clouds, the arrows aimed at them mysteriously vanished, as if devoured by the darkness, creating not a single ripple. Second round, fire! The commander of the archer division ordered once more. In Dragon City. Millions of players fixed their gazes intently on the tumultuous black clouds above the battlefield and the steadfast system knight division below. As the command for a second attack was issued, a chorus of voices erupted from the millions of players. Kill! The resounding battle cry echoed through the skies, their collective might seemingly aiming to disperse the oppressive darkness. The second volley of arrows soared through the air, and this time, it seemed the black clouds could not completely consume them all. Countless arrows pierced the black clouds, with some breaking helplessly, plummeting to the ground like birds with severed wings, while others successfully struck the dark sorcerer hidden within the clouds. Yet, to their dismay, the damage dealt by those hitting their mark was a mere -280, -260, -290, as insignificant as mosquito bites. The black clouds churned with even greater ferocity, and the two-headed Crow King emitted a piercing screech that made many players wince in pain. Within the swirling darkness, the dark sorcerer could be seen wielding a staff, muttering incantations, as a denser aura of darkness enveloped the area. threatening to engulf the entire world. On the walls, a player pointed at the black clouds, exclaiming, "What is that?" Another player, pale-faced, murmured, "This is bad." From within the black clouds, a massive figure began to emerge. It was the two-headed Crow King. Its wings unfurled, blotting out the sun, the two heads glowing with a sinister red light as it looked down upon the Knight Division. Observing this, the commander of the Archer Division immediately shouted, "Shield wall, Knights, defensive formation." The well-trained Knight Division reacted swiftly, shields overlapping to form a formidable barrier. The two-headed Crow King hovered directly above the Knight Division, both heads opening their massive beaks to emit a shrill, ear-piercing call. Its right claw grasped a gigantic black feather fan, which it swung violently. In an instant, countless black lightning bolts descended like a torrential rain, crashing down upon the knight's shields. The thunderous explosions resounded through the air, shaking the ground. The knights gritted their teeth, straining to withstand the frenzied onslaught, sparks erupting from their shields, their arms numbed from the impact, with blood seeping from the corners of many knights' mouths. "Hold on. Reinforcements will arrive soon," the commander of the Knight Division bellowed, rallying his brothers. However, the relentless onslaught of the black thunderbolts resembled an unending tide, crashing upon the knights in wave after wave. Their defenses began to falter, and through the fissures in their shields, black lightning intermittently pierced through, sending the knights hurtling away. One knight's shield was shattered by a thunderbolt, propelling him violently into the ground, where he lay, consciousness uncertain. Observing this, the two-headed Crow King let out a triumphant cackle, once more waving its feathered fan, intensifying the barrage of black thunder. "This is dire. Their defenses are on the verge of collapse," a player on the city wall exclaimed. Another player clenched his fists, his face grave. "Where is the divine dragon? Why has it not yet appeared?" Under the bombardment of black thunder, the knights' formation finally crumbled. Shattered shields lay scattered across the ground, with knights succumbing one by one to pools of blood, their groans and cries echoing in a haunting symphony. The two-headed Crow King reveled in its victory, emitting a chilling laugh from both heads. Their crimson eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty light, it raised its right claw, the black feathered fan held high, tracing an ominous rune in the air. Dark thunder rumbled, with a piercing shriek from the two-headed Crow King. The sky darkened, and three even thicker bolts of black thunder descended, targeting three densely packed areas of the knights. Boom, boom, boom. Following three earth-shattering detonations, the site where the knights had stood was reduced to scorched earth, saturated with a potent stench of blood. The two-headed Crow King gazed upon its handiwork with satisfaction, both heads emitting a sinister chuckle. It slowly turned its massive form, casting its blood-red gaze upon Dragon City. "Insects, tremble!" It roared with a deafening bellow, its colossal wings flapping violently as it dove towards Dragon City. "This is bad. It intends to attack Dragon City." Players on the wall cried out in alarm. One player shouted in despair, "Where is the divine dragon? Our guardian deity?" Another player, pale-faced, murmured, Could we truly be?" He did not finish his thought, but all understood the unspoken dread. "Guild leader." A voice tinged with anxiety rose from the crowd. Several guild leaders wore grim expressions, their fists clenched tightly. "Damn it. This boss is too monstrous, brothers. Prepare." One guild leader was about to issue a retreat order when he suddenly halted. Eyes wide in disbelief, mouth agape as if witnessing something incredible. The other guild leaders stood frozen, as if struck dumb. The pinnacle of a towering sacrificial tower in the heart of Dragon City. A brilliant golden light erupted. Within the radiance, a colossal figure slowly ascended, obscuring the sky, emanating an aura of majesty. It was a five-clawed golden dragon. Its entire body shimmered in golden hues, scales glistening in the sunlight. With five razor-sharp claws resembling forged steel, flashing with a cold gleam. Two long dragon whiskers billowed in the wind, and its golden eyes sparkled with an imposing grandeur, as if holding boundless authority. It let out a thunderous dragon roar, the sound waves rippling outward, causing the entirety of Dragon City to shudder. The divine dragon. It is the divine dragon. Players atop the wall erupted in deafening cheers, their despair dissipating as fervent excitement took hold. "I knew it. I knew the divine dragon would not abandon us." One player was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes. The divine dragon has manifested. The divine dragon blesses us. Another player knelt reverently, bowing towards the divine dragon. The five-clawed dragon slowly opened its eyes, its golden gaze sweeping over Dragon City, ultimately settling on the two-headed Crow King, which was diving towards the city. It let out a deep, resonant dragon roar, filled with authority and warning. "Wretched beast, dare to invade Dragon City? You seek death," one guild leader murmured. This is the true god-level boss." Chapter 74. Vulture? The enormous form of the five-clawed golden dragon soared into the sky, obscuring the sun, resembling a mountain of gold rising from the earth. It flew towards the two-headed Crow King. Powerful dragon wings stirring up fierce winds that sent the players on the city wall reeling. The two-headed Crow King, once brimming with confidence, now found itself regretting its reckless pursuit of the divine dragon. Having forgotten the guardian beast that dwelled within this realm, faced with the imposing presence of the five-clawed golden dragon, a flicker of regret surged within it. Yet, with no retreat possible, the two-headed Crow King emitted a sharp cry. Both heads simultaneously gaping wide as they unleashed two streams of black flames, aimed directly at the five-clawed dragon. "Childish tricks," the dragon scoffed, a disdainful snort escaping as its colossal claw waved dismissively. Scattering the black flames effortlessly, "Dark demon possession," the two-headed Crow King roared, its body enveloped in a surge of black energy, its size doubling, and its heads becoming even more grotesque. This was its ultimate defensive skill, capable of withstanding most attacks. Simultaneously, it covertly prepared to unleash its ultimate move, the Dark Thunder attack. Overestimating itself, a hint of scorn flashed in the five-clawed dragon's golden eyes as it suddenly accelerated. Diving towards the two-headed Crow King, the two-headed Crow King gasped in shock. So fast. The speed of the five-clawed dragon was astounding, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Its massive golden form traced a brilliant arc through the air, generating a tempest that whipped the players on the city wall. "The divine dragon is formidable. Go, divine dragon." The players of Dragon City cheered in unison, their voices rising to a deafening crescendo, as if attempting to overturn the very heavens. The two-headed Crow King was filled with dread. It had not anticipated the terrifying swiftness of this dragon flame barrage. The dragon spoke with a voice like thunder, accompanied by a deafening dragon roar. Streams of golden flames erupted from its maw, resembling fiery serpents that coiled towards the two-headed Crow King. Each flame contained the power to obliterate mountains. The two-headed Crow King, sensing the urgency, summoned all the defensive power of dark demon possession, its black aura flickering as it formed a sturdy shield. Simultaneously, it let out a dual roar, unleashing two thicker streams of black flames to counter the dragon's fiery assault. The golden and black flames clashed violently in the air, producing a thunderous explosion. The force of the shockwave distorted the surrounding air, prompting the players of Dragon City to shield their eyes, fearful of being caught in the overwhelming power. The two opposing forces intertwined, neither yielding an inch. The dragon's flame barrage was magnificent, embodying a sacred and inviolable power, while the black flames of the two-headed Crow King were sinister and malevolent, laden with a sense of annihilation. "Humph, is this all you can muster?" The dragon let out a dismissive grunt, suddenly intensifying its flame output, the golden flames becoming even more brilliant, as if poised to incinerate the very sky. The two-headed Crow King felt an unprecedented pressure, its protective shield showing signs of cracking. "Damnable dragon," It growled through clenched teeth, a flicker of malice in its eyes. It seemed it was time to employ that move. The black aura surrounding the two-headed Crow King flickered violently, the cracks in its defensive shield widening. On the verge of collapse, It shrieked in anguish, its massive form involuntarily retreating, the black flames dimming significantly. Cursed, so powerful, It was filled with reluctance and fear. Just as the dark demon possession was about to shatter, a figure cloaked in black suddenly flew in from afar, landing steadily upon the back of the two-headed Crow King. This figure was the Dark Sorcerer, the Crow King's loyal aide. He swiftly formed hand seals, murmuring incantations, a dense wave of dark energy emanating from him, continuously infusing into the two-headed Crow King. With the Dark Sorcerer's support, the black aura around the two-headed Crow King stabilized once more, the protective shield restoring to its former strength. as the black flames blazed back to life. Despicable dragon, using numbers to overwhelm the few. The two-headed Crow King roared, its eyes ablaze with hatred. The five-clawed dragon observed this with a hint of disdain in its golden eyes. Childish tricks, daring to flaunt before me. It snorted coldly, its massive tail whipping violently, conjuring a formidable tornado that swept towards the two-headed Crow King and the Dark Sorcerer. The tornado howled, wielding apocalyptic force, tearing the air apart. The players of Dragon City looked on, astonished, exclaiming, "The dragon's tail! This is the dragon's ultimate technique. This is bad." The Dark Sorcerer paled, sensing an unprecedented sense of danger. He hastily summoned all the dark energy within him, attempting to resist the terrifying tornado. Yet, his power seemed insignificant before the dragon. "Run!" The two-headed Crow King shouted in terror, flapping its wings desperately, seeking to escape the tornado's grasp. However, the tornado's speed was too swift, engulfing both it and the Dark Sorcerer in an instant. Cracked out a crisp sound of breaking echoed in the air. The Dark Sorcerer did not even have time to scream before being torn to shreds by the tornado. His black cloak was swept away by the tempest, fluttering like a dark leaf scattered in the wind. Meanwhile, several gleaming pieces of equipment and a uniquely shaped staff tumbled from his shattered form, tracing dazzling arcs through the air before landing upon the city wall. What the hell? Exceptional equipment! Behold the divine artifact. The keen-eyed players erupted into a frenzy, surging towards the direction of the equipment drop, eager to seize these precious treasures. The five-clawed dragon is magnificent. The five-clawed dragon is majestic. As they scrambled for the gear, their excitement echoed through the air, their reverence for the five-clawed dragon intensified. As the whirlwind subsided, the disheveled figure of the two-headed Crow King was revealed. Its black feathers were tousled by the gale, both heads drooping in disarray, its breath ragged, clearly suffering from severe injuries. Cursed be this power, how could it be so formidable? The two-headed Crow King was filled with dread and resentment, never having anticipated being cornered to such a desperate state by a divine beast. Struggling to rise, it found its body beyond its control, every bone feeling as if it were shattered, the excruciating pain threatening to render it unconscious. It realized that if this continued, its demise was inevitable. It must devise a means to escape. Gritting through the agony, the two-headed Crow King rapidly contemplated its options. Its gaze swept across the multitude of players below, searching for a glimmer of hope for survival. Suddenly, its eyes fell upon the throng of players at the base of the city wall, a sinister glint flashing within. "Since escape is unattainable," it hissed in a voice laced with despair and madness, "then let us perish together." With that, it opened its tooth-filled beaks and began to chant an obscure incantation. The five-clawed dragon, witnessing the two-headed Crow King's feeble state, prepared to deliver the final blow, only to hear it emit a piercing shriek, both heads rising defiantly as it intoned an incantation. A dense surge of dark energy erupted from its form, shooting skyward, dark summoning. The two-headed Crow King's voice was hoarse and deep, filled with desperation and insanity, as it chanted. A massive black vortex materialized in the sky, countless ebony crows pouring forth from the maelstrom, blotting out the sun with their cacophonous cries. These were no ordinary crows. They were the dark crows summoned by malevolent magic, each possessing formidable offensive capabilities. "This is dire." The dark crows. The players atop the city wall gasped, raising their weapons in preparation for battle. However, the two-headed Crow King's intent was not to assault the players, but to utilize these dark crows as leverage for its escape. It let out a shrill call again, and the dark crows surged toward the five-clawed dragon like a tidal wave, clawing and pecking at the dragon's body with frenzied ferocity. Meanwhile, the two-headed Crow King's gaze fell upon the corpse of the Dark Sorcerer atop the city wall, a malevolent gleam illuminating its eyes. "Corpse explosion," it bellowed, channeling a surge of dark energy into the sorcerer's remains. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the Dark Sorcerer's corpse detonated, enveloping the five-clawed dragon and the dark crows in a vast cloud of black smoke. The smoke rapidly spread, creating a shroud that obscured the entire sky. "Despicable!" The five-clawed dragon roared, its golden eyes ablaze with fury. It swung its colossal claws in an effort to dispel the accursed black veil. Yet, this black shroud clung to it tenaciously, hindering its movements. Seizing the opportunity, the two-headed crow king bore the pain and frantically flapped its wings, fleeing northward. Its black feathers had nearly all fallen away, revealing its true, grotesque form as a gaunt vulture, devoid of any semblance of the crow king's former grandeur. It is merely a vulture. The players atop the wall gaped in disbelief, unable to fathom what they were witnessing. It had been masquerading as the crow king through sorcery all along. I had thought it formidable. But it turns out to be an impostor. The players murmured, their opinions on the two-headed crow king's prowess diverging. Some deemed it a charlatan, while others argued that even as a vulture, it possessed formidable strength. One player, gazing in the direction of its escape, muttered, "North, the Demon Clan." Chapter 75. The chaotic brawl for loot. The five-clawed dragon's immense and regal form trembled, unleashing a resounding roar that reverberated across the heavens. This roar was akin to a thunderous clap, a surging tide, expanding outward with unstoppable force. Accompanied by this awe-inspiring roar, a brilliant golden light flashed, dazzling as it pierced the night sky like a lightning bolt. In that fleeting moment, the oppressive black shroud that had obscured the sun was torn asunder by an invisible hand, vanishing without a trace. The darkness and gloom dissipated, replaced by a bright and clear sky. The five-clawed dragon unfurled its vast wings, gracefully spiraling through the air. Its gargantuan form resembled a moving mountain, each flap of its wings stirring up gales that caused the buildings and crowds below to tremble. Ultimately, it descended slowly upon the pinnacle of the towering shrine tower in the heart of Tianlong City. Sunlight cascaded down, illuminating the five-clawed dragon, its golden scales shimmering brilliantly. The scales were intricately arranged, sparkling like countless gemstones embedded in the dragon's hide, exuding a mysterious and powerful aura. In this moment, the five-clawed dragon stood like a victorious monarch, having weathered countless battles, surveying the entirety of Tianlong City from its lofty perch. As the five-clawed dragon alighted, the pervasive gloom that had shrouded Tianlong City began to lift. The dark mist receded like a receding tide, warm sunlight once again bathing the streets and alleys, revitalizing the city with life and vigor. People poured out of their homes, gazing up at the awe-inspiring figure in the sky, their hearts brimming with joy and hope. Laughter and merriment echoed through the streets once more. The market bustling with its former vibrancy, everything bathed in a sense of peace and tranquility. The players atop the city wall were initially stunned, but soon erupted into thunderous cheers. "We have won! We have triumphed!" They waved their weapons in celebration of this hard-won victory. "Wait, it seems the dark sorcerer dropped equipment," someone shouted, and the players quickly turned their gaze towards the shrine tower. Below the tower, a massive pit glimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors. That was the distinct glow of exceptional equipment. "Charge! Let us seize the loot," a player called out, and the players on the city wall surged towards the shrine tower like a tide. "Hurry! If we delay, we shall lose everything," Tianhua Lenghuan urged, grabbing my arm. I smiled slightly, unhurriedly following behind him. While I too desired that piece of equipment, my position was unique, and I should not draw too much attention. The guild players on the city wall, unable to contain their excitement, rushed towards the massive pit. "Brothers, charge! Whoever seizes the equipment claims it as their own," a robust player wielding a giant axe shouted. I maintained my leisurely pace, scanning the surroundings, quietly strategizing how to obtain that exceptional equipment without revealing my identity. "Hurry! If we don't move fast, we will be too late," Tianhua Lenghuan urged again, a hint of urgency in his tone. I patted his shoulder, signaling him to remain calm. "Oh, not rush. The real spectacle is just beginning," I said meaningfully, my gaze directed towards the pit, where the silhouettes of the three major mercenary groups were becoming discernible. The three major mercenary groups surged forth like arrows released from a bow, reaching the edge of the pit ahead of all others. The leader of the Iron Blood mercenary group, Kuang Dao, clad in heavy armor and wielding a colossal battle axe, resembled a steel war god, exuding an intimidating aura. The leader of the Flame Dance mercenary group, Huawu, donned a crimson robe, brandishing a staff engulfed in raging flames, like a goddess of fire, imposing in her presence. The leader of the Ice Soul mercenary group, Bingpa, wore a blue robe, wielding an ice sword radiating an eerie chill, embodying the essence of an ice queen, strikingly noble. "All outsiders, retreat at once," Kuang Dao bellowed, swinging his axe and conjuring a gust of wind that forced the nearby players back several paces. Anyone daring to contest the equipment shall face the wrath of the three major mercenary groups, Huowu declared, her staff sweeping to conjure a wall of fire that isolated the players around the pit. Those who wish to live, step far away, Bingpa sneered, her ice sword gliding through the air, unleashing a wave of icy energy that froze nearby players into statues of ice. The aggressive intervention of the three major mercenary groups ignited the fuse for chaos. Other players, though reluctant, recognized the formidable strength of the mercenary groups and thus banded together to engage in an intense melee. Blades clashed, spells flew, and the cries of battle echoed ominously. Players unleashed their full arsenal in a frenzy to claim the exceptional equipment, unleashing a torrent of skills, rendering the scene utterly chaotic. Amidst the turmoil, Tianhua Lenghuan and I reached the edge of the pit, only to find that the exceptional equipment was shrouded in a cloud of black smoke. Obscuring its true form, be cautious, there is something amiss with this smoke. I pulled Tianhua Lenghuan back, whispering a warning. Just then, a nimble player, relying on their speed, plunged into the black smoke. However, before they could reach the equipment, a scream pierced the air, followed by the swift disappearance of their figure into the smoke. An instant kill. Tianhua Lenghuan gasped, his expression turning grave. I squinted my eyes, fixating on the swirling mass of black smoke, and mused inwardly. It seems that acquiring this exquisite piece of equipment will not be as effortless as I had hoped. What should I do now? Tianhua Lenghuan glanced at me and inquired softly. A subtle smile curved my lips, revealing a hint of mystery. There is no rush, for the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. As I spoke, my gaze shifted towards the distant clash of the three major mercenary groups. A glimmer of sharp insight flashing in my eyes. Suddenly, I seized Tianhua Lenghuan's wrist, hushing her. Someone is approaching. The chaos among the three mercenary factions intensified, with other guilds gradually joining the fray. A suggestion arose. Let the Blood Ox warriors probe that black mist. Several guilds dispatched their robust Blood Ox warriors, cautiously stepping into the obscurity. However, much like the previous player, agonizing screams erupted as the Blood Ox warriors vanished one by one into the mist. Leaving not a trace behind. That moment, a nimble assassin player flung out a grappling claw, attempting to snatch the equipment hidden within the fog. Just as the claw was about to make contact with the item, a warrior wielding a massive shield burst through the crowd, crashing his shield down upon the claw, sending it flying. Think you can scavenge? Not a chance, the warrior bellowed, brandishing his great axe towards the assassin. The assassin, undeterred, swiftly evaded the attack, his dagger glimmering with lethal intent as it aimed for the warrior's throat. In an instant, the two were locked in combat, the surrounding players caught in the whirlwind of this sudden melee. Once again embroiled in chaos, I found myself jostled by the surging crowd, inadvertently losing track of Tianhua Lenghuan. Just as I turned to leave, a frenzied warrior, his eyes bloodshot, charged towards me without discernment. Die! He roared, his massive sword cutting through the air with a menacing aura aimed directly at me. Startled, I swiftly sidestepped to evade. This warrior's speed and strength were far beyond the ordinary, clearly indicating a state of frenzy. Furrowing my brow, I prepared to retaliate when a cold voice resonated from behind. Stop. Chapter 76. The tumultuous battle takes a turn. The great sword cleaved through the air, aimed straight for Ling Sheng's face. The warrior's eyes, filled with a murderous rage, resembled a beast driven mad. Ling Sheng's heart raced, and he narrowly avoided the strike. The blade grazed past his nose, allowing him to feel its chilling presence. Die! The warrior howled again, sweeping his sword in a horizontal arc. If this hit, Ling Sheng would either perish or sustain grievous injuries. Yet, the anticipated agony never arrived. The great sword struck Ling Sheng as if it had collided with a slab of iron, inflicting only a paltry amount of damage. A trivial number floated above Ling Sheng's head. The warrior was momentarily stunned. How could this be? His full-force attack in a frenzied state had only dealt such minimal damage. Before he could process this, a glint of cold light flashed in Ling Sheng's eyes. Grasping the warrior's massive sword with one hand, an overwhelming force erupted forth. Is this all you can muster? Ling Sheng scoffed, yanking the sword away and swinging it back with vigor. 9999. A staggering red number floated above the warrior's head. He let out an unwilling roar, his form dissolving into white light and vanishing from sight. At the resurrection point, the warrior sat in confusion, unable to comprehend how he had met his demise at the hands of someone who appeared so unremarkable. This was a profound humiliation. Meanwhile, Ling Sheng surveyed the colossal sword in his grasp. A confident smile gracing his lips. It seems my prowess has surpassed that of these average players. Weighing the sword in his hand, a spark of brilliance shone in his eyes. Tianlong City, he murmured, as a glowing scroll suddenly materialized in his hand. Around him, the bustling crowd filled the air with the sounds of commerce and chatter, a lively scene unfolding. Little did Ling Sheng know, at that very moment, he was the focal point of discussion among the throngs in the square. Not long ago, an unexpected uproar had swept across the plaza, with countless players attacking one another in confusion, only to abruptly cease as if awakening from a peculiar dream. The origin of it all lay in Ling Sheng's inadvertent activation of a hidden mechanism when he vanquished the Miantian beast in Honghe village. He strode directly towards the Lord's mansion, whereupon the guards, upon seeing him, immediately bowed respectfully. Lord Ling Sheng. Ling Sheng inclined his head slightly, though a sense of bewilderment lingered in his heart. The guards seemed to exhibit an even greater respect than before. Suppressing his curiosity, he stepped into the Lord's mansion. Lord Menglong was buried under a mountain of documents, and upon seeing Ling Sheng, he promptly rose to greet him. Ling Sheng, your timing is impeccable. What is the situation in Honghe village? Ling Sheng meticulously recounted the events in Honghe village to Menglong, emphasizing the unsealing of the half-orc leader, the Miantian beast. As he listened, a sense of unease began to stir within him. He presented the items dropped by the Miantian beast to Menglong, including a black shard radiating an eerie aura. This is, Menglong gasped, his expression shifting dramatically as he took the shard into his hands. This is the mark of the demon. It seems the matter is far more grave than we had anticipated. Menglong inhaled deeply, speaking slowly. This is a serious issue. I must report it to His Majesty the Emperor immediately. He lifted his gaze, fixing Ling Sheng with an intense stare, and then, the artifact of Tianma City. The gravity of Menglong's expression deepened, tightly gripping the black shard. The artifact of Tianma City must not fall into the hands of the demon. He suddenly raised his head, looking at Ling Sheng with gratitude shining in his eyes. Ling Sheng, we owe you a great debt. Had you not discovered and thwarted the Miantian beast in time, the consequences would have been dire. He paused, his demeanor turning serious. To commend your achievements and to prepare for the impending crisis, I have decided. He took a deep breath and solemnly proclaimed, I hereby promote you to Royal Knight. Ling Sheng's heart jolted. The Royal Knights, the elite of the Tianlong Empire's knightly orders, possessed unparalleled honor and formidable strength. He never expected to receive such an honor. A radiant beam of light descended from above. Enveloping Ling Sheng, he felt an immense power surge through him, significantly enhancing all his attributes. System notifications chimed in succession, showering him with various rewards. When the golden light dissipated, Ling Sheng found himself clad in resplendent royal knight armor. Wielding a long sword that emanated a sacred glow, he appeared striking and formidable. Menglong nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. From this day forth, you are a member of the Royal Knights. He patted Ling Sheng on the shoulder. Speaking earnestly, the road ahead is long. I hope you will continue to strive and contribute to the safety of the Empire. Ling Sheng bowed solemnly. I will not fail your expectations, Lord. Menglong approached his desk, retrieved a scroll, and handed it to Ling Sheng. This is your appointment letter, along with some information about the Royal Knights. Be sure to read it thoroughly. Just as Ling Sheng received the scroll and prepared to open it, a commotion erupted outside the Lord's mansion. The clamor outside grew louder, mingled with gasps and discussions. Ling Sheng frowned slightly, stowing the scroll away, and turned to Menglong. My lord, what is happening outside? Menglong moved to the window. Peering down, his expression shifting to it seems your deeds have already spread. Outside the Lord's mansion, a multitude of players had gathered, pointing towards the building. Have you heard? That Ling Sheng has actually been promoted to Royal Knight. One player exclaimed, his tone dripping with envy and jealousy. Royal Knight? That's the most powerful knightly order in the Tianlong Empire. What gives him the right as a newcomer? Another player protested indignantly. I heard he single-handedly defeated the Miantian beast. That's a boss-level monster. Is that true? He that formidable? The murmurs in the square surged, various versions of the tale emerging, each more exaggerated than the last. Players who had been engaged in combat moments ago ceased their skirmishes, their gazes fixated on the direction of the Lord's mansion. Royal Knight IT, seems we must re-evaluate Ling Shang's strength. A player wielding a longsword spoke gravely. Humph, even if he is a royal knight. So what? I refuse to believe he is truly that powerful. Another player scoffed defiantly. Just then, Ling Shang and Meng Long emerged from the Lord's mansion. The square fell silent in an instant, all eyes drawn to Ling Shang. Clad in shimmering royal knight armor and wielding a sword that radiated a holy light, he appeared striking and formidable, as if a celestial being had descended. Among the crowd, two figures stood out prominently. Ling Shang, a woman in a fiery red robe, called out loudly. She was Tianhua Lenghuan, accompanied by a man in sleek black attire wielding dual blades, Tianhua Daoyin. Upon seeing them, Ling Shang smiled faintly and approached. Congratulations, Ling Shang. I never expected you would become a royal knight, Tianhua Lenghuan exclaimed with joy. Indeed, that's truly impressive, Tianhua Daoyin echoed. Just luck, really, Ling Shang replied modestly, a smile playing on his lips. Come, let us celebrate at the tavern, Tianhua Lenghuan enthusiastically suggested. Ling Shang readily agreed. The three walked side by side towards the most luxurious tavern in Tianlong City. By the way, Ling Shang, Tianhua Lenghuan suddenly said with an air of mystery. Do you know what the hottest topic on the forums is lately? Ling Shang shook his head. Tianhua Lenghuan lowered her voice, saying, It's about pet eggs. She paused for a moment, casting a meaningful glance at Ling Shang. It was said that someone had stolen the pet egg from the Lord's mansion. The three toasted in the tavern, celebrating Ling Shang's promotion. Tianhua Lenghuan animatedly recounted the trending topics on the forum, with the stolen pet egg becoming the focal point of discussion among players. Allegedly, this pet egg was no ordinary one, but the legendary egg of a divine beast, capable of hatching into a creature with the ability to devastate the heavens and the earth. Once the news broke, the entire world of King erupted in fervor, with major guilds and individual players frantically searching for the whereabouts of this pet egg, even resorting to violence, igniting a series of bloody conflicts. Now, the entire Tianlong City was in disarray, with skirmishes erupting everywhere over the coveted pet egg, truly exhilarating. As Tianhua Lenghuan spoke, his gaze inadvertently lingered on Ling Shang, a hint of subtle curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Ling Shang merely smiled and listened, offering no comment. After several rounds of drinks, Tianhua Daoyin, slightly tipsy, stood up to take his leave, followed by Tianhua Lenghuan. He opened the game forum, and the top 10 trending topics immediately caught his eye. Almost all related to him. Astonishing! New player Ling Shang single-handedly challenges the boss, Huntian Beast, and triumphs, earning the title of Royal Knight of Tianlong City. Great melee in Tianlong City Square, suspected to be related to a mysterious quest. Divine Beast Egg unexpectedly appears in Tianlong City, triggering a server-wide scramble. Ling Shang perused the headlines, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He exited the forum and opened an encrypted private email, where a single unread message lay quietly in the inbox. The subject line contained just a few brief words. The plan is progressing smoothly. Ling Shang clicked on the email, scanning through its content with rapid eyes, his expression gradually turning profound and icy. After sending, Ling Shang closed the inbox, donned his virtual helmet once more, and re-entered the game. He found himself on the bustling streets of Tianlong City, observing the players coming and going, silently reflecting. The game has only just begun. Suddenly, a mysterious figure clad in a black cloak appeared silently behind Ling Shang, a deep voice whispering in his ear. Everything is ready, Master. Chapter 77. A beautiful woman awaits you. Ling Shang removed his helmet, rubbing his temples. The game forum was still abuzz with activity, with posts about the melee in Tianlong City springing up incessantly. Analysts offer their insights, attributing the chaos to two main factors. Firstly, the divine beast egg that incited the wrath of the boss, Huntian Beast, rumored to possess astonishing hatching potential capable of altering the game's landscape. Secondly, the long-standing grudges between various factions, with this clash merely serving as an eruption of both new and old animosities. As each power sought to seize control of Tianlong City, with conflicting interests acting as the true catalyst, the impact of this melee was undoubtedly monumental. Firstly, It sparked a leveling frenzy, as countless players flocked to the leveling zones near Tianlong City, eager to enhance their strength in hopes of claiming a share in the next conflict. Secondly, the popularity of King surged once again, attracting even more new players. Lastly, and most importantly, all major factions were sharpening their blades, preparing for an even larger scale of warfare. Tomorrow, the guild establishment decree would be auctioned in Tianlong City, undoubtedly escalating the flames of war to new heights, as for the perpetrator who absconded with the divine beast egg. Igniting this melee, he had yet to reveal himself. The fate awaiting him had also become a hot topic of discussion among players. Dingling. The sudden ringing of his phone interrupted Yiling Tian's thoughts. He picked it up, and upon seeing the caller ID, his heart raced. Why you ya? He almost trembled as he answered the call. Ling Tian. It's me, da. A melodious and crisp voice came from the other end. Belonging to the one he had been longing for, Ling Yuya. How have you been? It's been a while. Ling Yuya's tone carried a hint of concern. I'm doing well. And you? Yiling Tian stammered, momentarily at a loss as the sudden contact from his former goddess left him flustered. I'm doing just fine. Where are you now? Would it be convenient for us to meet? Right at the entrance of Huaxia University. Ling Yuya replied, her tone laced with anticipation. All right, I'll be there soon, Yiling Tian exclaimed almost without thinking. Hanging up the phone, he sprang from his chair, exclaiming, I'm going to see Ling Yuya. In a frenzy, he rummaged through his wardrobe, muttering to himself, what should I wear? This one is too formal, and that one is too casual. As seconds ticked by, he rifled through his clothes but remained unsatisfied. No, I need to calm down. Yiling Tian inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. His gaze finally settled on a navy blue shirt. This will do. He swiftly changed into the shirt, pairing it with dark jeans and clean white sneakers. After meticulously arranging his hairstyle and spritzing on a hint of cologne, he ensured his appearance was impeccable before grabbing his car keys and dashing out the door. He sped like the wind, nearly breaking his personal driving speed record. When he finally arrived breathlessly at the entrance of Huaxia University, he spotted Ling Yuya standing gracefully among the crowd. Dressed in a light purple dress, her long hair cascading down her shoulders, she resembled a celestial being. Upon catching sight of Yiling Tian, her face lit up with a radiant smile as she waved gently. Many passing students couldn't help but steal glances, with boys filled with envy and girls whispering about Yiling Tian's charm and Ling Yuya's beauty. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Yiling Tian's heart raced, yet he felt an overwhelming sense of pride and joy. You here? Ling Yuya's voice rang out like a silver bell, exuding delight. Have you been waiting long? Yiling Tian inquired with concern, subtly assessing Ling Yuya and realizing she appeared even more enchanting than he remembered. Not at all, I just arrived. Ling Yuya smiled faintly, your outfit looks rather nice. Her teasing tone warmed Yiling Tian's heart, yet he sensed a flicker of unease. About what happened last time. Why Yiling Tian began to explain the reason for his prior absence. But Ling Yuya interrupted him. Regarding that, she paused, her gaze flickering. Let us go eat first, I promise to make up for last time. Yiling Tian declared earnestly, though internally he lamented, feeling as if he were a mere companion in this arrangement. Nonetheless, being alone with Ling Yuya was indeed a delightful prospect. Ling Yuya smiled sweetly, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Great, then today, let us eat, shop, and chat together, shall we? Absolutely, Yiling Tian readily agreed. Though a hint of confusion washed over him, what was with Ling Yuya's unusual demeanor today? Is Jia Jia joining us too? He tentatively inquired. Ling Yuya gently shook her head, a trace of subtle disappointment in her tone. She has something to attend to and won't be coming. Why? Yiling Tian felt a surge of joy within, though he kept his expression neutral. Then let us go. Ling Yuya nodded slightly, and the two walked side by side toward the parking lot at the school entrance. Why? Yiling Tian gallantly opened the car door for Ling Yuya, only settling into the driver's seat after ensuring she was comfortably seated. The journey was filled with silence as the car smoothly cruised along the riverside road. The setting sun cast a shimmering glow on the river's surface, creating a picturesque scene. Eventually, they arrived at an elegantly decorated riverside hot pot restaurant. After being seated, Ling Yuya ordered several signature dishes, resting her chin on her hand as she gazed quietly at Yiling Tian. Why are you looking at me like that? Yiling Tian felt a bit bashful under her gaze. Ling Yuya chuckled softly. Oh, it's nothing. I just think you look particularly handsome today. Yi Ling Tian's heart warmed, ready to respond, but Ling Yuya swiftly changed the subject. Have you broken up with Wang Ming er? Why Yi Ling Tian's hand holding the chopsticks froze, his expression turning icy. Who told you that? Ling Yuya blinked innocently, feigning naivety. What? Can't I ask? Yi Ling Tian took a deep breath, striving to suppress the anger bubbling within him. He was aware that Ling Yuya had a good relationship with Wang Ming er, but he didn't wish to hear about their breakup from anyone else, especially not from her. He pinched himself, the pain confirming that this was indeed reality, that he was truly in a world shared with Ling Yuya. A wave of excitement surged within him, dissipating some of his earlier anger. Oh? Well, you decide. Why? Yi Ling Tian managed a strained smile. Ling Yuya tilted her head in thought. I'd like to have hot pot. Is that all right? Hot pot? In this sweltering heat? Yi Ling Tian felt a twinge of frustration, but seeing Ling Yuya's hopeful expression, he nodded. All right, let us have hot pot. Ling Yuya's face instantly lit up with a radiant smile. As if Yi Ling Tian's agreement was an extraordinary gift. She picked up the menu, ordered a few more signature dishes, and then handed it to Yi Ling Tian. See if there's anything else you'd like to eat. Chapter 78. The cause of old affairs. Yi Ling Tian casually glanced at the menu, his mind elsewhere. He remained preoccupied with thoughts of Wang Ming er and how Ling Yuya had come to know about it. Ling Yuya, meanwhile, said nothing further, quietly awaiting the arrival of their dishes. Throughout the meal, their conversation flowed intermittently, creating a subtly awkward atmosphere. Yi Ling Tian attempted several times to broach the subject of Wang Ming er but hesitated. Unsure of how to begin, Ling Yuya maintained a serene smile, as though nothing had transpired. Finally, Yi Ling Tian could no longer contain himself. Yuya, how did you find out about my breakup with Wang Ming er? Ling Yuya placed her chopsticks down, fixing her gaze directly on Yi Ling Tian, a hint of a profound smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Oh, you wish to know? Then you must first tell me. Why did you break up? Just as Yi Ling Tian was about to respond, he abruptly fell silent. The expression in his eyes as he observed Ling Yuya ignited an unsettling sensation within him. Why did he stop speaking? Ling Yuya's voice was gentle, yet it carried an imperceptible pressure. Clenching his fists tightly, Yi Ling Tian's gaze flickered uneasily. He felt as though he had tumbled into a trap. A trap cunningly laid by Ling Yuya. As soon as the school bell rang, Yi Ling Tian could scarcely contain himself, rushing out of the classroom to anxiously await her at the school gate. Shortly thereafter, a graceful figure approached, none other than Ling Yuya herself. Adorned in a delicate light blue dress, her long hair flowed elegantly, reminiscent of a fairy descending from the heavens. Students around them turned their heads, with boys gazing on in envy and girls casting jealous glances. One boy with bleached hair muttered sourly, "Humph, she's just a pretty face. What's there to be so proud of?" His companion quickly tugged at his sleeve, signaling him to lower his voice, for Yi Ling Tian's fearsome reputation within the school was not to be trifled with. Ling Yuya stood before Yi Ling Tian, her smile radiant. Shall we? Yi Ling Tian, ever the gentleman, opened the car door for her, drawing gasps from the onlookers. The understatedly luxurious black sports car was the dream of countless girls at school, with the wind in their hair. They sped along until the sleek vehicle came to a halt before a lavishly decorated riverside hot pot restaurant. Upon stepping out, Yi Ling Tian was captivated by the stunning scenery before him. The hot pot establishment was built by the river, offering an expansive view that showcased the picturesque waters. The floor-to-ceiling windows were bright and immaculate, the interior elegantly adorned, and a subtle aroma of hot pot wafted through the air, heightening his appetite. Wow, this place is truly splendid, Yi Ling Tian exclaimed sincerely. Ling Yuya smiled faintly. I'm glad you like it. They made their way to the reserved table by the window, where they could clearly see the shimmering surface of the river. A breathtaking sight. The server warmly presented the menu, and Ling Yuya expertly ordered several signature dishes before handing the menu to Yi Ling Tian. Take a look and see if there's anything else you'd like. Yi Ling Tian casually flipped through the menu, yet his thoughts were far from the food. He was captivated by the beauty outside the window and the enchanting presence beside him. This will do, he finally said, closing the menu and shifting his gaze back to Ling Yuya. All right. She passed the menu to the server and turned to Yi Ling Tian, a hint of mirth in her eyes. The weather is quite lovely today, isn't it? Indeed, Yi Ling Tian agreed, a gentle breeze and the sun shining just right. The two enjoyed the river view while engaging in light conversation, the atmosphere relaxed and cheerful. Yiling Tian felt as though he were in a dream. Everything so beautiful, so surreal. As the server brought forth a steaming hot pot, the bubbling red oil and enticing aroma filled the air. Ling Yuya deftly picked up a piece of beef and placed it into the pot before adding another piece into Yiling Tian's bowl. Try this. The beef here is exceptionally tender. Upon tasting the beef, Yiling Tian was delighted. This is truly delicious. A satisfied smile graced Ling Yuya's face. If it's good, then eat more. As they dined and conversed, the atmosphere grew increasingly harmonious, and Yiling Tian felt the distance between him and Ling Yuya narrowing. Gazing at the captivating girl before him, a surge of inexplicable emotion welled up within him. He yearned to. Ling Tian. Ling Yuya suddenly interjected, interrupting Yiling Tian's thoughts. You and Wang Ming'er, you broke up? Ling Yuya finally broached the question that had lingered in her heart for so long. Her tone cautious as she observed Yiling Tian's reaction. The excitement Yiling Tian had felt at being alone with Ling Yuya plummeted in an instant. His grip on the chopsticks tightened involuntarily, and his expression dimmed. The enticing aroma of the hot pot and the beautiful riverside view lost their allure. How did you find out? Yiling Tian's voice was low, tinged with an undercurrent of irritation. Seeing his change in demeanor, Ling Yuya assumed she had misspoken and hurried to clarify. I only heard it from Jujia. Please don't misunderstand. Jujia? Why does she share everything? Yiling Tian's tone intensified, the flames of anger igniting within him. Ling Tian, please don't be angry. I'm just concerned about you. Ling Yuya's voice grew softer, a glimmer of grievance flashing in her eyes. She couldn't comprehend why Yiling Tian had suddenly become so upset. Concern for me? Is your version of concern to bring up the very thing I'd rather not discuss in front of me? Yiling Tian stood abruptly, his tone icy, laced with repressed fury. He felt like a fool, spun in circles. He had anticipated a romantic evening, one that would allow him to temporarily forget his heartache. But now, everything had soured. That I didn't mean to. Ling Yuya's eyes glistened with unshed tears, the moisture pooling as she struggled to contain herself. She had not expected such a strong reaction from Yiling Tian. Her intentions were merely to offer comfort and solace, yet it had backfired. Enough! Yiling Tian suddenly shouted, drawing the attention of others in the hot pot restaurant. He felt on the verge of losing control over his emotions. He needed calm. He needed to escape. Ling Yuya was startled by Yiling Tian's outburst, and the tears she had been holding back cascaded down her cheeks. You were scaring me, she choked out, her voice heavy with sorrow and hurt. Why Yiling Tian's anger diminished significantly at the sight of Ling Yuya's tears. He fumbled for some napkins, offering them to her, his tone softening. Yuya, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to raise my voice at you, I was just… Ling Yuya, however, swatted away the tissues he offered, her tears flowing more freely now. You shout at me. You yell at me. You clearly don't care about how I feel, she cried, her voice echoing the pain of a wounded creature. Why Yiling Tian's heart ached at her distress. He reached out, gently wiping away the tears on her face. I'm sorry, it's my fault. I shouldn't have lost my temper. I just recalled some unhappy memories and lost control of my emotions. Yet Ling Yuya remained unyielding, pushing his hand away, continuing to cry and scold him. Unhappy? What could possibly be worse than what I am feeling? Do you know how worried I am for you? She wept harder, her body trembling slightly. Seeing her in such despair, Yiling Tian could no longer contain himself. He pulled her into his embrace tightly, holding her close. Ling Yuya initially struggled but soon surrendered, collapsing against him, crying and hitting him. Ling Tian, you jerk, you bad guy. She scolded intermittently, her voice filled with both grievance and reliance. Why? Yiling Tian held her close, feeling her softness against him, listening to her intermittent cries, a new sensation blossoming within him. It was a wondrous feeling, one that brought him peace and intoxicated him. He gently patted her back, softly soothing her until her sobs gradually subsided. Yuya, he whispered her name, his tone so tender it seemed to drip with warmth. Ling Yuya ceased her crying but remained nestled in his embrace, unmoving. Time appeared to stand still as they held each other, absorbing one another's warmth, relishing this moment of tranquility. Suddenly, Ling Yuya abruptly broke free from his arms, leaving a silence between them. Ling Yuya, her eyes still red and puffy, her cheeks marked with tear stains, pulled away from Yiling Tian's embrace, and silence enveloped them. Finally, she broke the stillness, her voice slightly choked as she asked, Ling Tian, how has work been for you lately? Ling Yuya clearly did not believe his words. Biting her lip, she continued, my uncle's company is hiring. Why not give it a try? Yiling Tian hesitated momentarily before shaking his head in refusal. No need, I can find work on my own. He was determined not to rely on anyone, especially in such circumstances. Ling Yuya grew anxious. Ling Tian, please don't be stubborn. I know you're going through a tough time. My uncle's company offers great benefits, and Yiling Tian interrupted her. Yuya, thank you, truly. But I don't want to owe you a favor, nor do I wish for anyone to think I got in through connections. Seeing his steadfastness, Ling Yuya ceased her insistence, merely replying softly, very well, if you change your mind, just let me know. Yiling Tian nodded. If I truly need to find a job, I will consider your suggestion. The atmosphere between them began to ease as they walked side by side, engaging in casual conversation. The evening sun cast a golden glow upon them, elongating their shadows. They visited an amusement park, enjoyed roller coasters and carousel rides, and shared a delightful dinner. Watching Ling Yuya's smile return to her face, Yiling Tian felt a sense of relief wash over him. As they reached the girls' dormitory, Ling Yuya paused, turning to Yiling Tian. Thank you for keeping me company. I had a wonderful time today. Yiling Tian smiled back. So did I. Just as they were about to part ways, a figure suddenly emerged from around the corner, blocking their path. Yiling Tian, what are you doing here? Jiajia's eyes widened in fury as she pointed an accusing finger at Yiling Tian, demanding, what are your intentions in seeking out Ling Yuya? With her hands firmly placed on her hips, she exuded an air of fierce indignation. Jiajia, you misunderstand. I am merely accompanying Yuya for a bit of leisure. Yiling Tian hastily clarified, but his words fell on deaf ears. Misunderstand? Do you take me for a fool? Alone together, and you claim it's just for fun? Who are you trying to deceive? Jiajia's anger flared. Her cheeks flushed a vivid crimson, reminiscent of a furious little kitten. Observing her demeanor, Yiling Tian felt no irritation. Rather, he found her vexation endearingly charming. I truly am not deceiving you. He attempted to explain, but Jiajia seized his ear, twisting it with fervor. Ouch, that hurts. Yiling Tian exclaimed dramatically, yet Jiajia showed no signs of relenting. Stop feigning innocence. Tell me, do you have feelings for Ling Yuya? Strangely, despite the painful grip on his ear, Yiling Tian felt an unexpected sensation of comfort, leaving him somewhat bewildered yet oddly pleased. The sight of his flustered expression only reinforced Jiajia's suspicions. Trembling with rage, she tightened her grip. You dare to quibble. Just wait until I deal with you. Yiling Tian gasped in pain, instinctively leaning closer to Jiajia in doing so. His gaze inadvertently fell upon her neckline, where her low-cut t-shirt revealed glimpses of alabaster skin, accentuated by her rhythmic breathing. A surge of warmth flooded his chest, and his eyes grew somewhat dazed. Noticing his gaze, Jiajia looked down, and her face immediately turned scarlet. She hastily covered her chest, mortified and furious, glaring at him. What are you staring at? Caught in the act, Yiling Tian coughed awkwardly, quickly averting his eyes. I didn't mean to. You dare say that? I see through your intentions. Jiajia, both embarrassed and furious, tightened her grip further, nearly twisting his ear off. Help! Yiling Tian feigned a dramatic cry. Hearing his exclamation, Ling Yuya rushed over to mediate. Jiajia, calm down, let him go. Startled, Jiajia loosened her grip, allowing Yiling Tian to clutch his ear, dramatically inhaling sharply. Observing the scene, Ling Yuya quickly retrieved a tissue from her bag, gently wiping Yiling Tian's reddened ear with concern. Ling Tian, does it hurt? This moment ignited a fire within Jiajia, her anger flaring once more as she pointed at Yiling Tian, ready to unleash her wrath anew. You're still pretending. It's clearly you. Ling Yuya interjected swiftly, explaining, Jiajia, don't misunderstand. I asked Ling Tian to accompany me. I have a favor to ask of him. Hearing this, Jiajia's anger slightly abated, yet she continued to glare at Yiling Tian, listing his numerous faults. Humph, I knew it. He is the most unreliable person. All he does is play games and never takes anything seriously. What help can he possibly offer? Don't let him deceive you. Yiling Tian appeared aggrieved but dared not counter her accusations, casting a furtive glance at Ling Yuya, his eyes pleading for assistance. Ling Yuya, amused by the situation, maintained her composure as she replied to Jujia. Jujia, please don't speak ill of Ling Tian. He actually what? He just a. Jujia was poised to continue her tirade but was gently restrained by Ling Yuya. Alright Jujia, let us move along and not quarrel here. As she spoke, Ling Yuya shot Yiling Tian a meaningful glance. Understanding the cue, he prepared to make a discreet exit when Jujia suddenly called out, "Wait." She approached him, scrutinizing him from head to toe. And then on tiptoe, she pecked him lightly on the cheek before dashing away, her face aflame. Yiling Tian stood frozen, touching the spot where she had kissed him, utterly incredulous. Ling Yuya, witnessing the scene, stifled a giggle and remarked, "It seems Jujia has a fondness for you, Ling Tian. You should cherish her." With that, Ling Yuya turned and departed, leaving Yiling Tian in a state of bewilderment. She claimed he was always gaming and never engaged in anything substantial. Did she know he was playing Wangzhe? Yet he had never mentioned it in her presence. With a mind full of questions, Yiling Tian hastily left the commercial street, heading homeward. Upon entering, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of food. Li Yitong and his younger sister were bustling around the dining table. "How did you know I was hungry?" Yiling Tian inquired with a smile. "Jujia called me," Li Yitong replied while serving rice. "She said you were out shopping with her and Yuya, probably without a meal, so she asked us to sit down first." Yiling Tian felt a stir of warmth. Despite her outward anger, it seemed Jujia genuinely cared for him. By the way, did you encounter that creepy player in the game today? His sister asked while eating. "What creepy player?" Yiling Tian feigned ignorance. "The one who soloed the boss and stole our guild's first kill." His sister complained indignantly. "I heard he has exceptional gear and is at an absurd level. He's practically a bug." Yiling Tian smiled mysteriously. "You mean that player? I happen to know a bit about him." "Really? Tell me more." His sister's curiosity piqued. Yiling Tian took a sip of water, set down his chopsticks, cleared his throat, and slowly said, "Actually," he paused, observing his sister's eager expression, a mischievous smile creeping onto his lips. "I am that creepy player." "What?" His sister's eyes widened, her chopsticks clattering to the floor. Li Yitong also looked at him in disbelief. "Brother, you're not joking, are you?" she stammered. Yiling Tian nodded with a grin, recounting his experiences in the game. His sister listened, spellbound, her eyes brimming with admiration and excitement. "Brother, you're incredible," she exclaimed, throwing her arms around him and shaking him enthusiastically. "Will you take me to play the game together from now on?" Yiling Tian, warmed by her enthusiasm, tousled her hair and affectionately replied, "Sure, I'll help you soar in the game." Suddenly, his sister leaned in closer and whispered, "I like you the most, brother." After her endearing confession, she skipped away happily to play the game. Li Yitong watched her retreating figure, a gentle smile gracing her lips, before turning to Yiling Tian with a playful yet ambiguous glint in her eyes. "Brother, I like you the most too." She mimicked his sister's tone, softly whispering in his ear, her warm breath brushing against his earlobe. Yiling Tian's heart raced. Gazing into Li Yitong's close-up beauty, his expression grew profound. He gently enveloped her in his arms, lowering his head to kiss her soft lips. It was a tender and sweet kiss, as if time stood still, leaving only their heartbeats and breaths in the air. After a long moment, they parted. Yiling Tian gazed deeply into Li Yitong's eyes and softly declared, "Tong Tong, you are one of the most important people in my life." Her eyes glimmered with moisture as she regarded him, her heart swelling with emotion and happiness. "Ling Tian. All right, it's getting late. We should log into the game now." Yiling Tian smiled gently, breaking the slightly melancholic atmosphere. Li Yitong nodded, reluctantly freeing herself from his embrace. They donned their virtual helmets and entered the world of Wangzhe Chidai in the game. Ling Sheng appeared beside the teleportation portal in the novice village, wielding a long sword that radiated an ethereal blue glow, intricately engraved with dragon patterns, exuding a potent aura. Ling Sheng's gaze was fixed on the sword in his hand, filled with anticipation and excitement. "At last, I have obtained it," he murmured to himself, unable to conceal his exhilaration. He glanced at his friends' list, noticing that his sister and Li Yitong were already online. "Sister, Tong Tong, where are you?" Ling Shang inquired in the team channel. Brother, we're at the appraisers. Hurry over. His sister's voice brimmed with excitement. Ling Shang wasted no time, rushing toward the appraiser's location, gripping the sword tightly as he ran, his heart brimming with hope. It better not disappoint me. Greetings, esteemed appraiser. I wish to have this sword authenticated. Ling Shang eagerly extended the Bianlong Yunjian in his hand, his voice brimming with excitement. The appraiser accepted the long sword, scrutinizing it meticulously, and a glimmer of brilliance flickered in his murky eyes. Indeed, this is a celestial artifact, and of considerable grade. That is splendid news, Ling Shang exclaimed joyfully, hastily inquiring, what are its attributes? The appraiser stroked his long beard and replied slowly, the authentication fee is 8,000 gold coins. 8.8 thousand? Ling Shang's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning whether he had misheard. He recalled that the previous authentication fees for equipment had seldom exceeded a few hundred gold coins. How could this sword command such an exorbitant price? Was there a mistake? This price is utterly outrageous. The appraiser, seemingly unfazed by Ling Shang's reaction, calmly explained, young man, this is no ordinary equipment, but rather a high-level celestial artifact. Moreover, the prices in the game have surged recently. Thus the authentication fees have naturally adjusted accordingly. Ling Shang instinctively touched his coin pouch, a wave of unease washing over him. The appraiser gently placed the Bianlong Yunjian on the table, casting a meaningful glance at Ling Shang. Ling Shang could not help but roll his eyes. Such a rationale for rising prices felt exceedingly flimsy. Very well, prices have risen. There are indeed many affluent individuals, he muttered helplessly, casually opening the wealth leaderboard. The dazzling names atop the leaderboard left him awestruck. Over 100 billion gold coins for the top player. The Longfei Group is truly profitable. As he lamented the lavish spending of the wealthy, he began to calculate his own gold balance. Fortunately, he had recently completed several challenging tasks, along with some unexpected rewards, leaving him with a comfortable some 8 thousand. It is, Ling Shang gritted his teeth, wincing at the expenditure as he produced a hefty pouch of gold coins and placed it before the appraiser. Old man, please proceed with the authentication. The appraiser accepted the coins, a barely perceptible smile gracing his features. He picked up the Bianlong Yunjian, murmuring incantations as he began to weave his hands. Streams of peculiar light flowed from his fingertips, gradually infusing the sword's body. Ling Shang held his breath, anxiously observing every movement of the appraiser. He understood that the sword's attributes would dictate his future path in the game. As time ticked by, the atmosphere in the small room grew increasingly tense. At last, the appraiser ceased his motions. Exhaling deeply, he returned the Bianlong Yunjian to Ling Shang, his tone tinged with admiration. Young man, congratulations, the attributes of this sword are exceedingly formidable. Ling Shang eagerly grasped the long sword, his gaze fixating on the golden inscriptions that appeared on the blade. Just then, a crisp system notification rang in his ears. Ding! Player Qingzhi requests to initiate a private chat with you. Do you accept? Ling Shang paused momentarily before promptly choosing to accept. A sweet voice resonated in his mind. Ling Shang? Where are you? Shall we venture to Yuming Valley together? Yuming Valley. Ling Shang's heart stirred. That was a newly opened high-level dungeon reputed for its rare equipment drops. He had been lamenting his inability to find suitable companions for the journey. And now Qingzhi had extended an invitation. Without further ado, Ling Shang hurriedly exited the appraiser's small chamber, racing towards the town's teleportation point. He had a premonition that this excursion to Yuming Valley would yield unexpected delights. Wait. I haven't even seen the sword's attributes yet. The appraiser, stroking his beard with an expression of knowing, handed the Bianlong Yunjian back. Ling Shang snatched the long sword, his eyes gleaming as he scrutinized the blade. The golden inscriptions radiated with resplendent light, revealing a series of attributes. Attack 5,000, critical hit rate 50, attack speed 30, additional skill. Longyin Per, dealing massive damage to the target and stunning it. Ling Shang inhaled sharply. The attributes were simply astonishing. He was so exhilarated that he nearly lost his footing. I've struck it rich. He excitedly rubbed his hands together, itching to find a boss to test its might. Young man, do not rejoice too soon, the appraiser said leisurely. Though this sword is powerful, it requires further enhancement to unleash its true potential. Ling Shang was taken aback and quickly inquired, how can I enhance it? The appraiser pointed to a pile of gem materials on the table. Embedding Tianming gems can further augment the weapon's attributes. Ling Shang's interest peaked immediately. Tianming gems? Where can I procure them? I can assist you in forging them here. 2 Tianming gems for 1,000 gold coins, the appraiser said with a smile, holding up 2 fingers. Although Ling Shang felt a pang at the cost, he resolved to agree for the sake of augmenting his weapon's power. Before long, 2 shimmering blue Tianming gems were successfully forged. Ling Shang carefully embedded them into the hilt of the Bianlong Yunjian, and instantly, the blade radiated with brilliant light, its attributes elevating once more. Attack 7,000. Critical hit rate 70. Attack speed 50. Ling Shang lovingly caressed the sword in his hand, envisioning himself effortlessly vanquishing a boss with a single strike. He delicately placed the Bianlong Yunjian into his storage before contentedly departing the appraiser's chamber. Next, Ling Shang made his way to the apothecary, purchasing a plethora of supplies. He planned to level up to 30 in one go before challenging higher-level dungeons. Passing by the pet merchant, he glanced at the incubating pet egg and couldn't help but sigh. The incubation time is simply too lengthy. With all preparations in place, Ling Shang opened the map and began selecting a leveling location. His gaze settled on a region north of Tianlong City, Sheik Forest. There, Ling Shang murmured to himself, when suddenly, a voice called from behind. I heard that Sheik Forest has recently seen a surge of rare monsters. Shall we venture there together? Ling Shang marked Sheik Forest on the map. Knowing that the monster levels there were moderate, and the experience abundant, making it suitable for his current level, Asa Knight, he lacked area attack skills and could only opt to tackle individual monsters one by one. While this approach was less efficient, it was undeniably safer. Ling Shang summoned his ordinary chestnut-colored steed, spurring it onward toward Sheik Forest. The rhythmic sound of hooves echoed, stirring up clouds of dust. Just as Ling Shang savored this moment of tranquility, the familiar system notification chimed in his ears. Ding! Player Qingzhu requests to initiate a private chat with you. Do you accept? Qingzhu? Ling Shang smiled slightly and promptly chose to accept. Where are you? Are you ready? I'm waiting for you at the Tianlong City Square. Qingzhu's voice remained sweet. Where are you now? When he appeared again, Ling Shang stood beside the central fountain in Tianlong City Square. Qingzhu, donned in a vibrant green robe, stood gracefully, resembling a fresh bamboo shoot, capturing the attention of numerous players. You finally made it. Qingzhu beamed at Ling Shang, her face radiant with a smile. Ling Shang approached her, and a party invitation immediately popped up. After clicking confirm, their names were tightly bound together. Let us proceed, Ling Shang suggested. We shall walk. Your level isn't high enough to ride. Okay. Qingzhu nodded obediently. The two walked side by side towards the city gate. Drawing envious glances from many players, a burly man wielding a massive axe couldn't help but exclaim, that lucky fellow gets to team up with the goddess Qingzhu. Another player chimed in with a hint of envy. Who can blame her? After all, he possesses a celestial artifact of immense power. Ling Shang and Qingzhu ignored the whispers, striding directly through the city gates. Sheik Forest lay to the north of Tianlong City, a rugged terrain filled with peculiar stones. They followed the winding path, the trees gradually thinning, giving way to massive boulders. Be cautious, Ling Shang warned. Monsters have begun to appear in this vicinity. Qingzhu nodded, gripping her staff tightly. As they ventured a few more steps, a rustling sound emanated from behind a boulder. What was that noise? Qingzhu asked, alert. Ling Shang squinted, straining to listen to the surrounding sounds. It seems, he paused, his expression abruptly shifting. It's a Sheik demon. Suddenly, a ferocious Sheik demon leaped from behind the boulder, swinging its massive stone claws at Ling Shang. Unfazed, Ling Shang deftly sidestepped the attack, his long sword slicing through the air with a silvery gleam. Striking the Sheik demon squarely in the chest, -324, a vivid red number floated above the demon's head. A level 25 Sheik demon, Qingzhu observed, surprised by the damage displayed. Ling Shang, you dispatched them with such ease. Ling Shang chuckled, it's manageable. The attack patterns of these monsters are quite predictable and easy to evade. He swung his sword again at the Sheik demon, his movements flowing as smoothly as water. Each strike landing precisely on the demon's critical points. Before long, the Sheik demon crashed to the ground, dropping a pile of copper coins and some equipment. Qingzhu picked up the items, noting the experience bar had increased slightly, and exclaimed, the experience from these monsters is substantial. It's far superior to those outside the city. Ling Sheng nodded in agreement. Indeed, the monsters here are generally level 25 and above, and there are significantly fewer players, resulting in higher experience gains. Qingzhu looked at Ling Sheng once more, her eyes filled with admiration. Ling Sheng, you are truly impressive. At just level 20, you can effortlessly handle level 25 monsters. Ling Sheng smiled faintly, feigning an air of mystery. It's not too bad. Previously, I was in the Bat Cave. He paused deliberately. The monsters there are generally above level 30. Above level 30. Qingzhu's eyes widened, her mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg. Initially, she thought the stones were formidable. Now, she realized their power exceeded her imagination. Let us head to the stone carving forest, Ling Sheng suggested, where the monsters are all level 30 stone carving demons. And the experience gained is quite substantial. Qingzhu hesitated, but the monster levels there are quite high. Rest assured, Ling Sheng replied confidently, patting his chest, my current level is sufficient to handle it. What level are you now? Qingzhu inquired curiously. Ling Sheng smiled enigmatically, guess. Qingzhu tilted her head in contemplation and tentatively guessed, 25. Ling Sheng shook his head. 26? He again shook his head. Could it be 27? Qingzhu exclaimed in astonishment. Ling Sheng continued to shake his head, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips. 28. Qingzhu gasped, 28. Your leveling speed is astonishing. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and her eyes widened in realization. You are Sword Saint? The Sword Saint is the player currently ranked first in the game's leaderboard and also the top of the 10 Masters list, shrouded in mystery, with no one knowing his true identity. Ling Sheng did not deny it. He merely smiled faintly, tacitly acknowledging it. Qingzhu gazed at Ling Sheng, her eyes brimming with admiration and respect. So, you are Sword Saint. No wonder you are so formidable. Ling Sheng felt a thrill of delight within, basking in the adoration. Qingzhu suddenly lowered her head shyly. I actually have a little secret as well. As she spoke, she extended her slender finger pointing ahead. I want to summon Xiao Jin. Her voice was as faint as a whisper, her cheeks flushed. Xiao Jin, come forth, Qingzhu called softly, and in a flash of golden light, a massive black bat appeared before them. This bat had a wingspan of 3 meters, its body as dark as ink, with only the edges of its 3 pairs of wings shimmering with golden light, resembling golden lightning streaking across the night sky. Most striking was the golden crown on its forehead, exuding a faint oppressive aura. T3-winged dark gold bat king. Ling Sheng's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. This was a legendary top-tier pet, possessing immense attack power and exceptional growth potential. He never expected that Qingzhu would possess such a precious companion. Qingzhu smiled somewhat bashfully. I hatched this pet from an egg I stumbled upon before. It has been reluctant to emerge until today. The 3-winged dark gold bat king circled affectionately around Qingzhu, occasionally emitting a low growl and diving to attack nearby stone carving demons, its sharp claws effortlessly tearing through the monster's defenses, leaving a trail of blood. With the assistance of the 3-winged dark gold bat king, their leveling speed accelerated even further. Ling Sheng and Qingzhu displayed remarkable synergy, one attacking while the other supported, supplemented by the pet's powerful output, swiftly clearing a vast area of stone carving demons. Wow, look over there! Qingzhu suddenly exclaimed, pointing into the distance. Ling Sheng, in the midst of slaying a stone carving demon with a single sword stroke, instinctively turned at Qingzhu's voiced eye. In the distance, 2 graceful figures were dancing elegantly, clad in fiery red robes, their staffs swirling, sending blazing fireballs streaking across the sky, crashing into the monsters. How beautiful, Qingzhu murmured, her eyes sparkling with envy. Their coordination is so seamless, as if they are one. Ling Sheng was equally captivated. These 2 sorceresses were not only stunningly beautiful but also exhibited remarkable teamwork and impressive offensive capabilities. More importantly, they were twins, sharing identical features, robes, and movements, like flowers in a mirror or the moon reflected in water, making it challenging to distinguish between them. It seems they are in trouble. Qingzhu's voice carried a hint of concern. Ling Sheng then noticed that the number of monsters surrounding the twin sorceresses was increasing, and although their attacks were sharp, they were clearly becoming overwhelmed. Let us see what's amiss, Ling Sheng proposed, his tone tinged with barely concealed excitement. They quickened their pace towards the twin sorceresses. The closer they got, the more clearly they could discern their features. delicately crafted facial features, fiery red hair, and graceful figures. If not for the subtly different embroidery on their robes, Ling Shang could hardly tell who was the elder and who was the younger. What a rare sight, twin sorceresses, and both so beautiful. Ling Shang marveled, his gaze lingering on the sisters. Indeed, their coordination is simply flawless, Qingzhu echoed, her eyes reflecting a hint of admiration. Look, their casting movements are perfectly synchronized, as if one person is controlling two. The two sisters stood back to back, each facing the relentless tide of monsters. Their staffs danced like flames, each sweep unleashing fiery serpents that wove an impenetrable web of fire, incinerating any approaching monsters to ashes. Flame storm, the sisters cried in unison, raising their staffs high, summoning two colossal fire whirlwinds that surged forth like twin fire dragons roaring towards the horde of monsters. Boom, boom. The explosive sound resonated as the fire whirlwinds detonated, sending surrounding monsters flying. The shockwaves even pushed Ling Shang and Qingzhu back a few steps. What powerful magic, Ling Shang thought, astonished at the sisters' strength, which surpassed his expectations. After the explosion, a significant portion of the monster horde was cleared, but soon new monsters surged forth. Although the twin sorceress's magic was formidable, they began to show signs of fatigue against the relentless onslaught. Their magic seems to be running low, Qingzhu remarked anxiously. Ling Shang also recognized this. The sisters' casting speed had noticeably slowed, and the potency of their flames had diminished considerably. Just then, a massive camphor tree demon emerged from the throng of monsters. Its body was covered in thick branches that swayed like tentacles, emanating a repugnant stench. "Be careful," Ling Shang shouted, drawing his sword and charging forward. "Wait for me." Qingzhu hurriedly followed, simultaneously directing the three-winged dark gold bat king to join the fray. You point. One of the sorceresses glanced at Ling Shang and Qingzhu rushing over, her eyes flickering with surprise, quickly replaced by concern. "This camphor tree demon is formidable. You must flee. Do not worry. We are here to assist," Ling Shang declared, swinging his sword towards the demon's branches. "How tough." Ling Shang gasped inwardly, astonished at the demon's formidable defense. "Beware of its venom," another sorceress warned, and no sooner had she spoken than the camphor tree demon suddenly spewed forth a stream of green venom towards Ling Shang. Chapter 83. Camphor tree demon. The noxious green venom surged towards Ling Shang's face. In a split second, he leaped backward, narrowly avoiding the deadly attack. The venom splattered on the ground, sizzling and corroding a fist-sized pit, a testament to its potency. "Freeze!" A crisp voice rang out as sparkling frost swiftly enveloped the camphor tree demon's flailing branches, slowing its assault. It was the ice sorceress among the twins. "Flame devastation!" The other twin, the fire sorceress, exclaimed, her fiery flames coiling around the frost-covered branches like a fire dragon. The mingling of ice and fire produced a hissing sound, and the scent of charred flesh wafted through the air. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ling Shang charged forward once more. He activated his insight skill, revealing lines of information before his eyes. Camphor tree demon, level 25 high-level boss, health, 50,000 50,000, skills, venom spray. Entangle, life drain, weakness, fire, ice wind, level 20 water mage, fire rain, level 20 fire mage. Seeing the camphor tree demon with its staggering 50,000 health points and life drain ability, Ling Shang's heart sank. No wonder the sisters were struggling so much. Stone, its weakness is fire. Qingzhu's voice rang out beside him, as the three-winged dark gold bat king circled the camphor tree demon, occasionally emitting sharp cries to disrupt its movements. Ling Shang nodded, his sword glowing with radiant light, flames enveloping it. "Flame slash," he shouted, sending a streak of fiery sword energy slicing towards the camphor tree demon. Boom! The sword energy collided with the demon's branches, producing a tremendous explosion. This time, a clear scorch mark appeared on the demon's branches, indicating that fire attacks were indeed effective against it. "Not good. It's about to evolve," Ice Wind exclaimed, her expression shifting to one of alarm. The camphor tree demon let out a deafening roar, its form swelling as the green light surrounding it intensified. A powerful oppressive force emanated from it, causing everyone to struggle to breathe. "Fall back," Ling Shang shouted, pulling Qingzhu back. The twin sisters also realized the dire situation and hurriedly retreated. However, it was too late. The camphor tree demon completed its evolution, its size having increased significantly, and its branches grew thicker, resembling steel forged in fire. With a sudden sweep of its branch, a powerful gust of wind surged forth, sending Ling Shang and Qing Zhu flying. Coughing, Ling Shang struggled to rise from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze fixed intently on the immense Nanmu tree spirit. Sure too. Qing Zhu's voice was faint. Ling Shang turned to see her pale face, a trace of blood at her lips. I'm fine. Qing Zhu shook her head, forcing herself to stand. Ling Shang's attention shifted back to the twin sisters, only to find them collapsed on the ground, their fates uncertain. Just as Ling Shang was about to check on them, he suddenly froze. At that moment, he finally discerned the extraordinary beauty of the twin sisters. He realized that they were strikingly exquisite, with delicate features resembling porcelain dolls, skin as smooth as silk, and cascading black hair like a waterfall. The elder sister, Bing Feng, bore a cold, aloof gaze that radiated an air of detachment, while the younger sister, Huoyu, had sparkling eyes full of life, reminiscent of a flickering flame. Ling Shang momentarily lost himself in thought. The evolved Nanmu tree spirit let out a thunderous roar, its massive branches crashing down like pillars toward the fallen Huoyu. Huoyu? Bing Feng exclaimed, rushing to save her, but it was too late. Sure too. Do you want to help? Qing Zhu asked anxiously from the side. The ice shield shattered. Bing Feng's silhouette appeared before Huoyu, shielding her protectively. No need for your interference. Bing Feng shot a cold glance at Ling Shang, her tone laced with hostility. Ling Shang frowned but chose not to respond further, aware that this was not the time for disputes. Bing Feng helped Huoyu to her feet, and the sisters united once more, intertwining frost and flame to launch a fierce assault against the Nanmu tree spirit. Ice binds the land, Bing Feng declared, unleashing a tempest of frost that engulfed the Nanmu tree spirit. Flames scorched the heavens. Huoyu followed suit, fiery tendrils coiling around the frost-covered figure of the tree spirit. Sizzling audibly, under the dual onslaught of ice and fire, the Nanmu tree spirit emitted a pained roar, its colossal form trembling violently. It swung its sturdy branches, attempting to break free from the icy grip, but found its movements growing increasingly sluggish. Witnessing this, both Ling Shang and Qing Zhu exhaled in relief. It seemed that the strength of the twin sisters was formidable indeed. Even the evolved Nanmu tree spirit struggled to withstand their combined might. It appears we need not intervene, Qing Zhu remarked with a smile. Ling Shang nodded, his gaze riveted on the battlefield, yet a sense of unease stirred within him. The vitality of the Nanmu tree spirit was remarkably tenacious. Despite the ferocious assault, it still stood unwavering. Suddenly, the tree spirit halted its movements, its green luminescence flickering back to life, brighter than before. It's about to. Bing Feng's expression shifted, her words trailing off. The Nanmu tree spirit let out an earth-shattering roar, its green light contracting sharply before exploding outward. The shockwave hurled Bing Feng and Huoyu across the ground, crashing heavily. The sisters gasped in pain, blood seeping from their lips. Damn it! Bing Feng struggled to rise, only to find her body tingling with fatigue, devoid of strength. The evolved Nanmu tree spirit now towered larger, its trunk bristling with sharp spikes, emanating a chilling aura. Its defenses have strengthened, Huoyu exclaimed, her face pale. Their previous attack had barely scratched the tree spirit's defenses. What do we do now? A flicker of panic crossed Bing Feng's eyes. Their magical assaults had become ineffective against the Nanmu tree spirit. Continuing the fight would only lead to certain doom. The tree spirit roared again, charging toward the sisters once more. With a deafening crack, its massive branches descended toward the ground. Get out of the way! Ling Shang shouted, leaping to shield the sisters beneath him. The branches crashed down, producing a thunderous sound that shook the earth, dust swirling violently. Ling Shang grunted, feeling as though his very insides were being shattered. He clung tightly to the sisters, fearful of their harm, as the dust settled. Ling Shang gradually rose, covered in grime and wounds. Are you all right? Qing Zhu rushed to support him. I'm fine. Ling Shang shook his head, his gaze once again fixed on the Nanmu tree spirit. The tree spirit roared anew, its green luminescence flickering once more, even more dazzling than before. Not good. It's about to evolve again, Bing Feng cried out. This time, the evolution of the Nanmu tree spirit occurred at an unprecedented speed. eye in the blink of an eye. Its green glow peaked, then suddenly contracted and vanished. The tree spirit's form expanded yet again. Its spikes sharper and its chilling aura more pronounced. Its vitality was completely restored, even exceeding its previous state. Bing Feng stared in despair at the scene before her. They had exhausted their options and were powerless against this formidable creature. Just then, a voice rang out. It seems the two lovely ladies are in need of assistance. Ling Shang turned to see a knight clad in silver armor, mounted on a magnificent white steed. Approaching slowly. "Who are you?" Bing Feng asked warily. "Leave this monster to me," the knight replied nonchalantly, his tone brimming with confidence. Bing Feng regarded the knight, her heart filled with suspicion. Who was this knight? Why did he wish to assist them? The knight rode forth to confront the Namu tree spirit, drawing his sword and pointing it at the beast. "You monster, prepare to meet your end." The Namu tree spirit roared and charged at the knight. The knight sneered, swinging his sword in response. Clang! The sword clashed against the tree spirit's spikes, producing a sharp sound. However, to the shock of Bing Feng and Huayu, the knight's sword seemed to inflict no damage upon the tree spirit. "How is this possible?" Bing Feng exclaimed in disbelief. The knight chuckled, saying, "I forgot to mention, my sword is—" Before he could finish, he abruptly stopped, his gaze shifting toward Ling Shang, a strange smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 84. Sisters in Peril. Ling Shang's words were abruptly cut off as his gaze fell upon the twin sisters nearby, a knowing smile curling at his lips and Bing Feng's eyes. This smile was akin to adding fuel to the flames. She had already been reluctant to seek help from the priest Qing Zhu after previously rejecting her offer. Now, this knight, who clearly possessed the capability to assist, merely stood by and observed with that peculiar smile, igniting her fury. "What are you laughing at?" Bing Feng shouted, her voice trembling with emotion. At that moment, the previously fierce Nanmu tree spirit suddenly surged with green light, its form expanding dramatically, its already sturdy branches growing even more powerful and its spikes sharper, clearly evolving into an even more formidable Nanmu tree king. As Bing Feng and Hua Yu's attack struck it, the damage was halved. "Not good," Hua Yu cried out, realizing the Nanmu tree king was targeting her. The thick branches swung toward her like a giant serpent, and though she dodged, she was still grazed, causing her health to plummet significantly. Seeing this, Bing Feng quickly unleashed her skills in an attempt to restrain the Nanmu tree king, only to discover its resistance had greatly increased, rendering her spells ineffective. "Hua Yu, retreat!" Bing Feng urged anxiously. The Nanmu tree king pressed in relentlessly, and Hua Yu fought back while retreating, but gradually found herself at a disadvantage. She glanced at the knight who still stood idly by, resentment flashing in her eyes. This guy could help but chose to watch their plight unfold. As the Nanmu tree king prepared to strike again, Hua Yu made a bold decision, intending to redirect the attack toward the knight, letting him experience the same peril. She abruptly turned and dashed toward the knight, calling out, "Knight, watch out!" Just as the Nanmu tree king's attack was about to land on the knight, Hua Yu changed her course at the last moment. She remembered Qing Zhu, the kind-hearted priest. If she truly dragged the knight into this, it would surely sadden Qing Zhu. Gritting her teeth, Hua Yu braced herself to take the full force of the Nanmu tree king's attack, her health dropping to critical levels. "Hua Yu?" Qing Zhu gasped, rushing to cast healing spells upon her. Simultaneously, she anxiously turned to the knight. "Ling Shang, you must help. They can't hold on much longer." Yet the knight remained unmoved. Appearing utterly disinterested, he watched with keen interest as the sisters struggled, his smirk deepening. "What's this? Now you seek my assistance?" His tone dripped with mockery, as if to say, "If I had known this would happen, I would have acted differently." Bing Feng was livid. "You? What about me?" Ling Xing interrupted her. "If you need help, you should ask appropriately. What do you require me to do?" Hua Yu struggled to her feet, wiping the blood from her mouth, fixing a cold glare at the knight. "We don't need your help. Don't need my help." Ling Shang raised an eyebrow. "Then enjoy yourselves." With that, he turned to leave. "You?" Bing Feng trembled with rage, yet felt utterly helpless. Seeing this, Qing Zhu quickly grasped the knight's sleeve, speaking softly, "Ling Shang, please help them. They truly need your assistance." Ling Shang looked down at Qing Zhu, a flicker of something unusual glimmering in his eyes. He gently reached out to caress Qing Zhu's hair, his tone so tender it seemed almost capable of dripping with compassion. "Qingzhu, are you pleading with me?" Qingzhu's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded softly. The knight, observing Qingzhu's bashful demeanor, felt a stirring in his heart. He turned his gaze once more to Bingfeng and Huayu, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Very well, since Qingzhu has spoken, I shall reluctantly lend you my assistance." He paused, his gaze settling on Bingfeng. However, an ominous feeling welled up within Bingfeng. Ling Shang leisurely adjusted his gear, his gaze roving over Bingfeng's impressive figure with an air of nonchalance, and slowly remarked, "My fee for intervention is quite steep. Upon completion, all spoils shall belong to me." "How does that sound?" Huayu's fury ignited at his words. Struggling against her excruciating pain, she pointed an accusatory finger at Ling Shang and exclaimed, "You opportunistic scoundrel, in our time of peril, not only do you refuse to assist, but you also seek to exploit us. Are you even a man?" Qingzhu too found Ling Shang's demands excessive. She gently tugged at his sleeve, softly advising, "Ling Shang, they have already endured much hardship. Please do not make things more difficult for them." Ling Shang regarded Qingzhu, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features, yet he maintained his composure, saying, "Qingzhu, you may not be aware, but the materials on this Namu Demon King are crucial for crafting artifacts. I cannot simply exert myself without compensation." He paused and added, "Moreover, were it not for your sake, I would hardly concern myself with their fates." Huayu could no longer contain her rage. She brandished her staff and hurled a fireball at the knight with ferocity. "Die, scum!" Ling Shang was clearly taken aback by Huayu's sudden assault, caught off guard as the fireball struck him, causing a significant drop in his health. His expression darkened, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. "You vile wench, how dare you strike me?" Qingzhu, startled by Huayu's actions, hurried forward to intervene, only to be violently shoved aside by the furious Huayu. "Get away from me! You're just as despicable as he is." With that, another fireball was sent hurtling towards the knight. Qingzhu felt an overwhelming force rushing toward her. Before she could react, she was sent flying backward like a kite severed from its string, landing heavily on the ground. The dust kicked up around her, rendering her a picture of disarray. However, as the dust began to settle, revealing her delicate features, onlookers could distinctly see the flicker of grievance and disappointment in her eyes. The once bright, star-like orbs now appeared shrouded in a veil of gloom, bereft of their usual radiance. Yet, Qingzhu did not remain prostrated on the ground. She grit her teeth against the waves of pain coursing through her body and slowly, laboriously rose to her feet, her gaze fixed intently on Huayu. The warmth in her eyes gradually diminished, transforming into an icy coldness. Taking a deep breath, she raised her staff, which emanated a mysterious glow. High above her head, in an instant, the tip of the staff shone with resplendent holy light, akin to a newborn sun illuminating the surrounding darkness. In the next moment, this beam of holy light shot forth at an astonishing speed towards Huayu. Simultaneously, Qingzhu coldly uttered, "Since you are so obstinately unrepentant, do not blame me for showing no mercy today." Her words pierced like a blade in the chilling wind, laden with an aura of inexorable coldness. At that moment, the Namu Demon King let out a deafening roar, its massive form lunging towards Huayu. Seeing this, Ling Shang's eyes sparkled with determination. He called out, his armor radiating brilliant golden light as he instantly entered a battle stance. His sword aimed at the Namu Demon King. "Beast, your foe is me." Chapter 85. The demise of the Namu Demon King. Lin roared, charging forward to meet the Namu Demon King's assault. "Beast, your foe is me." As he swung his sword, a gust of sword energy cleaved towards the Namu Demon King, yet it merely left shallow marks upon its rough, bark-like skin. Stealing a glance at Bingfeng, he hoped to see concern etched upon her face, wishing for her to rush to his aid. Instead, Bingfeng merely observed coldly, as if watching a trivial spectacle. A surge of irritation washed over him. "This woman is utterly heartless. Fine, if you are ungrateful. I shall slay the boss myself and dazzle you with my triumph." Provoked, Shur shouted, activating the knight's exclusive skill. A crimson light burst forth from him, instantly drawing the Namu Demon King's attention. It abandoned its pursuit of Huayu and charged at Shur instead. "Come at me," Shur thought gleefully. As long as he held the aggro and with Qingzhu's healing, he could withstand the boss's onslaught. Huiyu scoffed. You overestimate yourself. She raised her staff, and a meteor engulfed in flames plummeted from the heavens, crashing down upon Shi. 87. Contrary to the anticipated screams of agony, only an astonishingly low damage number floated above his head. Huiyu was taken aback. How is this possible? That was a meteor spell, even with high defense. It shouldn't have inflicted so little damage. Just how much defense do you have? Unable to suppress her curiosity, she blurted out. Shi grinned widely, flashing his white teeth. Oh, not much, just a little over 1,000. A little over 1,000? Both Huiyu and Bingfeng gasped in astonishment. His defense was simply monstrous. The Nanmu Demon King roared, its colossal branches whipping through the air like whips aimed at Shi. The mighty branches, accompanied by a howling wind, struck Shi with resounding force. 432. A vivid red number floated above his head. Under such an attack, any other knight would have been left incapacitated, yet Shi merely swayed slightly. Grinning, is that all? Just a tickle? His defense of over 1,000 was no mere fluke. Combined with Qingzhu's healing, the Nanmu Demon King's feeble attacks were hardly a concern. Qingzhu anxiously monitored Shi's health, her slender fingers dancing rapidly as two beams of green light enveloped him. She let out a sigh of relief, shooting a disapproving glare at Shi. Could you please be more careful? Stop making me worry. Shi chuckled. Don't worry, Qingzhu. I'm tough as nails. I won't die. He provocatively glanced at the Nanmu Demon King and swung his sword once more. Come on, beast. Give me your best shot. Seeing Shi's reckless bravado, Qingzhu felt a mix of urgency and exasperation. Huiyu, Bingfeng, what are you two standing around for? Start attacking. Initially, Huiyu and Bingfeng had intended to watch the spectacle, eager to witness Shi's downfall at the hands of the boss. They had long found his arrogance and flippancy unpalatable, and had only teamed up with him out of necessity. However, upon witnessing Shi withstand the Nanmu Demon King's assault with apparent ease, both women felt a twinge of discontent. At Qingzhu's urging, Huiyu rolled her eyes, about to retort, when Bingfeng suddenly grasped her sleeve, indicating for her to look at the Nanmu Demon King. A faint golden light was beginning to emanate from the creature. Bingfeng, signaling to Huiyu, whispered, It's about to mutate. Realization dawned on Huiyu. They had heard tales of the Nanmu Demon King's evolution in its final moments, resulting in a significant power surge. Clearly, the rumors were true. Exchanging glances, both women silently agreed. This was going to be an exhilarating show. Despite their initial intentions to remain passive observers, they reluctantly joined Qingzhu in attacking, casting a few fireballs and ice arrows at the Nanmu Demon King. Yet these efforts barely stirred the waters. Qingzhu sighed, resignedly pulling the two into the team and initiating group healing. With stable healing in place, Shi felt emboldened, taunting the Nanmu Demon King. Old tree demon, is that all you can do? You can't even scratch me. Enraged, the Nanmu Demon King unleashed a thunderous roar, fissures appearing in its robust trunk as the golden light intensified. It swung its massive branches down upon Shi with the ferocity of a tempest. 587, 612, 703, damage numbers continued to rise, and Shi's health began to fluctuate dramatically. Yet, he remained unfazed, maintaining his jovial demeanor. Not bad, not bad. Now that's some real power. Bring it on. Qingzhu felt the pressure of healing mount, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Her fingers flew, green light flashing as she exerted every effort to sustain Shi's health. Observing this, Huiyu and Bingfeng ceased their earlier nonchalance and began to cast spells earnestly. Ice spikes, fireballs, lightning chains. An array of magical attacks poured forth, the Nanmu Demon King glowing with golden light, yet it remained steadfast. Time passed, and the frequency of the Nanmu Demon King's attacks gradually slowed, its golden glow dimming. Finally, with a piercing wail, the Nanmu Demon King collapsed, transforming into a pile of withered branches and leaves. Two elegantly glowing Nanmu eagle staffs lay quietly among the loot. Two weapons? Huiyu exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with avarice. Bingfeng too displayed a subtle hint of delight. However, Qingzhu gazed at Shi with concern, softly inquiring, Are you all right? Shi grinned, patting his chest. Don't worry, just a minor injury. But he paused, his gaze fixated on the spoils below. Speaking meaningfully, it seems there's still something lacking. Looking at the fallen Nanmu Demon King, sure felt no joy. Instead, a flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes. Was that it? He hadn't had enough. He smacked his lips, wearing a look of unfulfilled desire. As the crowd anticipated the distribution of the spoils of war, Shirtu unexpectedly performed an astonishing act. He approached the decaying trunk of the Nanmu Demon King, drew his dagger, and began to carve into it. Before long, a crooked turtle design emerged upon the bark of the Nanmu Demon King. Old tree demon, with such high defenses, you're nothing but a timid turtle. Shirtu taunted while he carved. Qingzhu covered her forehead, displaying a look of resignation. Huayu and Bingfeng were utterly dumbfounded, as it was their first encounter with such a peculiar player. At that moment, the remnants of the Nanmu Demon King suddenly trembled violently, emanating a powerful energy wave. Ha ha, it seems the old tree demon is about to evolve, Shirtu exclaimed excitedly, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Provocation, provocation, provocation. He repeatedly activated the provocation skill, firmly locking all enmity onto himself. The trunk of the Nanmu Demon King rapidly swelled, its once withered branches and leaves rejuvenating, radiating a dazzling golden light. It really evolved? Huayu gasped, her eyes filled with disbelief. Now that's a show to behold. Bingfeng's lips curled into a slight, knowing smile. The evolved Nanmu Demon King exhibited a dramatic surge in power, with its attack damage soaring. 1245, 1387, 1563. Shida's health bar fluctuated wildly, resembling a roller coaster, and even with Qingzhu's utmost healing, he found himself in perilous circumstances. Double strike. Just as the Nanmu Demon King's health dipped below 200, Shirtu seized the opportunity and unleashed two swift sword strikes. The fierce sword winds crisscrossed, and the Nanmu Demon King let out a chilling scream, collapsing to the ground. This time, it could not rise again. Two shafts of black light shot forth from the remnants of the Nanmu Demon King, landing on the ground, revealing two Nanmu eagle staves that emitted an eerie black glow. Two divine artifacts? Huayu and Bingfeng's eyes widened, their breathing quickening. Wow, what incredible luck! Two staves suited for mages. Shirtu grinned, bending down to pick up the two Nanmu eagle staves, weighing them in his hands before turning towards the two astonished mages. Ladies, it seems fortune is on our side today. Just as Bingfeng and Huayu intended to turn away, Qingzhu abruptly pulled them back. Huayu, wait. Qingzhu led Huayu towards Shirtu, with Bingfeng reluctantly following. Shitu's smile grew even brighter as he regarded the approaching trio. What do you think, ladies? One for each of you. He extended the two Nanmu eagle staves towards them. Qingzhu, holding both staves, was about to hand them to Bingfeng and Huayu when Bingfeng suddenly reached out. Chapter 86. The Dark Undead Golden Eagle King. At that moment, Bingfeng abruptly extended her hand, blocking Qingzhu from receiving the items. Her expression was grave, and her tone unusually resolute as she stated, Qingzhu, this gift is far too precious. We cannot possibly accept it. In her bright, clear eyes, there was no hint of greed, only sincerity and determination. Seeing this, Huayu hurriedly nodded in agreement. Exactly, Sister Qingzhu. The real contributors to defeating the boss were you and Brother Lingxing. We merely assisted from the sidelines. How could we accept such valuable equipment, however? In the face of their refusal, Qingzhu merely smiled, her laughter seemingly easing the surrounding tension. Oh, you two are being far too polite. Since we ventured out together to face dangers, the spoil should naturally be shared. Besides, these two Nanmu eagle staves are a perfect match for both of you, so there's no need to decline. Please? Accept them. With that, she forcefully pressed the staves into Bingfeng and Huayu's arms. The two were clearly taken aback by Qingzhu's insistence, momentarily unsure of how to respond. They quickly waved their hands in rejection, attempting to return the staves to Qingzhu. Thus, the three engaged in a tug-of-war, each unwilling to yield, plunging the lively scene into a stalemate. Qingzhu's expression grew troubled, her brows furrowed slightly, revealing hints of frustration. She opened her mouth, ready to persuade Huayu to abandon this inequitable distribution, but before she could speak, Huayu interjected, all right, enough of the back and forth. How about this, Qingzhu? Let's each take one. That way, we can fairly share this treasure. That should sit better with everyone. With that, she unceremoniously snatched one of the exquisite Nanmu eagle staves from Qingzhu's grasp, gripping it tightly. Qingzhu watched as the two moved away, sighing as she turned to Lingxing. Lingxing, look at this. Perhaps you could take the other Nanmu Eagle staff to apologize to them? Lingxing frowned, resolutely refusing. Why should I? Did they contribute anything? I did all the damage, tanked the monster. They merely cast a few spells and dare to ask for divine artifacts? I did the most work, so it's only right I claim the spoils. If anyone's going to apologize, it should be you. His tone was firm, showing no signs of compromise. Qingzhu wished to argue further, but Lingxing snatched the Nanmu Eagle staff from her hands and marched directly towards the Nanmu Demon King's corpse. This corpse. Lingxing crouched down, meticulously searching. He roughly pushed aside the enormous claws of the Nanmu Demon King, kicking away its heavy head in disdain as he muttered, "What a worthless thing. Not even a valuable item." Suddenly, his fingers brushed against a warm, oval object hidden within the rotting chest cavity of the Nanmu Demon King. "What did I ask this?" Lingxing's heart raced, an indescribable sensation washing over him. He took a deep breath and slowly extended his hand, moving as gently as if he feared disturbing something dreadful. When his fingers touched the object, he distinctly felt an unusual chill radiating through his fingertips. Trembling slightly, Lingxing cautiously extracted it from the carcass. As the object gradually came into view, his eyes widened in astonishment, his face a mask of disbelief. It turned out to be an egg. The egg was entirely black, as deep as ink, resembling a mysterious flame in the endless darkness. Its smooth surface was adorned with bizarre golden patterns. These patterns intertwined and coiled, forming a dazzling array that seemed to embody some ancient and profound secret. At that moment, a peculiar energy wave surged from the egg, rippling outward, making the air around them feel dense. "A pet egg?" Qingzhu exclaimed, hastening to Lingxing's side, scrutinizing the peculiar egg. This aura is so powerful. Could it be?" She gasped, disbelief evident in her eyes. Lingxing was equally stunned. After playing Wang Zhe for so long, it was his first encounter with such a unique pet egg. He quickly opened the system panel to check the egg's information. However, the system only displayed a single line. "Unknown pet egg. Specific information can only be viewed after hatching. An unknown pet egg?" Intriguing. A playful smile crept onto Lingxing's lips. He stowed the pet egg in his backpack, preparing to leave, when he suddenly felt a wave of heat emanating from it. The pitch-black egg began to tremble slightly. "It's not going to hatch." Qingzhu's voice quivered. Realizing the unusual nature of the situation, Lingxing quickly retrieved the pet egg and set it down on the ground. The black shell's golden patterns grew increasingly bright, a powerful energy wave radiating outward, causing the surrounding trees to tremble. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as a fissure appeared on the eggshell. Soon, more cracks formed, growing larger until, with a resounding bang, the shell shattered completely. A surge of black light burst forth from the broken shell, swirling and dancing in the air. Lingxing and Qingzhu held their breath, their eyes glued to the mass of black light. A piercing cry rang out, echoing through the skies. As the black light gradually faded, its true form was revealed. Chapter 87. The Golden Eagle enters the rankings. He extended his hand, and a massive, pitch-black eagle, glistening with a metallic sheen, gracefully alighted upon his shoulder. Its impressive size boasted a wingspan of 2 meters, its sharp golden eyes glimmering with an intimidating brilliance. Its beak was hooked and gleamed with a chilling light, exuding an aura of sovereignty. "What a beautiful golden eagle!" Qingzhu couldn't help but exclaim, her eyes filled with envy. Lingxing gently stroked the smooth feathers of the golden eagle, his heart racing with excitement. A level 9 pet, the dark undead golden eagle king. This was a legendary being. He decided to name the eagle Xiaojin, opting to keep its name hidden to avoid attracting unnecessary attention. Almost simultaneously, a system announcement blared. "Congratulations to player Lingxing for obtaining the level 9 pet, Dark Undead Golden Eagle King, ascending to the top of the pet leaderboard." The world chat erupted in chaos. "Wow, a level 9 pet. Who else can compete? Lingxing is amazing. This luck is simply extraordinary." The top of the pet leaderboard, in reverence to the esteemed one, Lingxing, impervious to the surrounding discussions, was wholly immersed in joy. "Your Xiaojin is truly remarkable." Qingzhu gazed at the imposing Xiaojin with genuine admiration, exclaiming, "My pet is also named Xiaojin, though it is merely a 3-winged dark golden bat kinged." As she spoke, Qingzhu summoned her pet, a smaller, completely black bat that flitted around her in playful circles. Although it paled in comparison to Lingxing's level 9 golden eagle, This three-winged dark golden bat king was still a notably rare companion. Ling Shang regarded Qingzhu's pet with a slight smile. Your Xiaojin is quite impressive as well. It's adorable. Adorable? Qingzhu chuckled softly. It is rather fierce, you know. Shall we level up together? Ling Shang suddenly proposed. Absolutely. Qingzhu readily agreed. As Ling Shang glanced at Xiaojin perched on his shoulder, a mysterious smile graced his lips. He realized he had yet to examine Xiaojin's attributes. Ling Shang opened the pet attribute panel, and dazzling lines of golden text filled his vision. Pet name, Dark Undying Golden Eagle King, Xiaojin. Pet level, level 9, pet qualification. SSS grade pet skills. Dark Heavenly Punishment, area attack. Undying Rebirth, revival, Golden Feather Storm, single target attack. King's Pressure, suppress enemy attributes. The plethora of skills left Ling Shang in awe, each one incredibly powerful. Particularly, the Undying Rebirth skill sent waves of elation through him. This indicated that Xiaojin was nearly an immortal entity. Standing nearby, Qingzhu curiously leaned in, and upon seeing Xiaojin's attributes, her eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth agape as she exclaimed, Heavens! SSS grade qualification? And so many formidable skills. This is simply outrageous. In her excitement, she grasped Ling Shang's arm with such fervor that he felt a twinge of discomfort. Ling Shang, may I touch your Xiaojin? The glimmer of desire sparkled in Qingzhu's eyes as she spoke. Gently shaking Ling Shang's arm, her tone imbued with a hint of playful coaxing. The soft sensation stirred something within him, igniting a fleeting wicked thought. However, Qingzhu's subsequent words abruptly shattered his reverie. Your Xiaojin is truly magnificent. Its feathers appear so soft. It must feel incredibly smooth to the touch. Qingzhu's voice brimmed with anticipation, her gaze fixed on Ling Shang like a kitten yearning for a treat. Ling Shang, meeting her eager eyes, felt the fleeting wicked thought dissipate. He cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment and replied, Ahem, of course, feel free to touch it. Really? That's wonderful. Qingzhu cheered, cautiously extending her hand towards Xiaojin's feathers. Just as her fingertips were about to brush against Xiaojin's plumage, Ling Shang interjected, Wait a moment. Observing Qingzhu's hopeful expression, he felt a surge of impulse and, almost instinctively, said, Hold on. Let me assist you. He gently grasped her delicate fingers, guiding her to caress Xiaojin's sleek feathers. Xiaojin seemed to sense Qingzhu's goodwill, nuzzling affectionately against the back of her hand. A blissful smile illuminated Qingzhu's face as she gazed at Ling Shang, her eyes brimming with tenderness and admiration. Ling Shang, feeling a blush rise within him, found his heart racing. Unable to resist, he lowered his head and gently kissed Qingzhu's forehead. Caught off guard, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple. Shyly, she buried her face into Ling Shang's chest, savoring the warmth emanating from him. Ling Shang's arms enveloped her, cherishing her softness, as an inexplicable thrill surged within him. Qingzhu's voice was barely a whisper. Almost inaudible, she lifted her gaze, her large, doe-like eyes meeting Ling Shang's, filled with shyness and sweetness. Ling Shang, captivated by her bashful demeanor, felt the thrill within him intensify. He leaned down once more, gently capturing her lips with his own. Qingzhu's lashes fluttered slightly as she closed her eyes, relishing Ling Shang's tenderness. This kiss, imbued with a hint of fresh grass, felt like a gentle spring breeze brushing against her face, leaving her entranced. After what felt like an eternity, their lips parted. The blush on Qingzhu's face lingered, and she shyly nestled her head against Ling Shang's chest, forever imprinting the taste of that kiss in her heart. Ling Shang tenderly caressed her hair, his heart swelling with happiness and contentment. Let us proceed, he softly suggested, to level up. Qingzhu nodded gently, leaning into Ling Shang's embrace, basking in his warmth. She lifted her gaze to observe Ling Shang's profile. Her eyes filled with affection. Ling Shang took Qingzhu's hand, leading her towards the leveling area. Xiaojin and the three-winged dark golden bat king soared above them, ensuring their safety. Ling Shang. Qingzhu suddenly halted, raising her gaze to meet Ling Shang's eyes. Softly uttering, You. Ling Shang lowered his head, intrigued by her hesitant expression. You. Qingzhu repeated, her cheeks flushing anew. Your lips? What about my lips? Ling Shang asked, puzzled as he touched his own lips, wondering if something had stained them. Qingzhu's face turned even redder as she stammered, Your lips? My lipstick. Ling Shang froze for a moment before realization dawned upon him. He had kissed Qingzhu, leaving her lipstick mark on his lips. Observing Qingzhu's bashful demeanor, a mischievous thought surged within him. With a playful grin, he leaned closer to her, whispering in her ear, "Your lipstick has a delightful scent." Qingzhu blushed furiously, wishing she could disappear into the ground. She playfully punched Ling Sheng's chest. Feigning indignation, "You are incorrigible." Ling Sheng burst into laughter, grabbing Qingzhu's hand. "Come, let us go level up." Though Qingzhu questioned her earlier boldness, she surrendered to the happiness enveloping her, allowing Ling Sheng to lead her forward. Xiao Jin and the three-winged dark golden bat king danced joyfully in the air, occasionally emitting cheerful chirps. Ling Sheng observed the two pets, a sense of regret washing over him. If only he could summon multiple pets simultaneously. "What troubles you?" Qingzhu noticed the shift in Ling Sheng's mood and asked with concern. "It's nothing," he replied, shaking his head. "Just a bit unfortunate that I cannot summon multiple pets at once." "Indeed," Qingzhu echoed. "It would be quite impressive if we could summon more." Ling Sheng, feeling a surge of inspiration, suddenly leaned down and whispered in Qingzhu's ear, "Actually, I have something even more impressive." Qingzhu, intrigued, inquired, "What is it?" "Wait for me," she playfully chided, trailing behind him. Hand in hand, they entered a dense forest known as the Stone Carving Forest, once a quarry that had been abandoned and gradually reclaimed by nature, resulting in its current mysterious appearance. The forest was filled with jagged rocks and towering ancient trees, exuding an enigmatic aura. "This place feels rather eerie," Qingzhu remarked, gripping Ling Sheng's hand tightly, a hint of fear in her voice. Ling Sheng gently patted her hand, reassuring her, "Fear not, I am here." Just then, a chilling wind swept through, and a rustling sound emanated from the depths of the woods. "What is that sound?" Qingzhu's voice trembled slightly. Ling Sheng squinted, peering into the forest's depths, and spoke in a low tone. "It seems something is approaching." Chapter 88. Entering the stone carving forest, the cold wind howled, stirring layers of fallen leaves, resembling butterflies dancing gracefully in the air. Accompanied by the sound of the wind, the leaves rustled against each other, producing a crisp sound that resonated clearly in the stillness of the forest. Deep within this secluded woodland, two shadowy figures gradually emerged. Becoming discernible, upon closer inspection, they turned out to be the infamous indigenous stone monster and copper man of the stone carving forest. The stone monster, colossal in stature, was entirely a grayish-white hue, its surface marked by sharp angles, appearing as though it had been meticulously sculpted by a master craftsman. Each step it took was heavy and deliberate, yet the immense power it radiated was not to be underestimated. In contrast, the copper man gleamed with an ancient coppery glow, reminiscent of time-worn bronze artifacts. Its movements were agile and swift, akin to a bolt of lightning dashing through the woods. Each strike it delivered was executed with chilling precision. Ling Sheng, observing from a distance, had a keen eye and quickly discerned the levels of these two creatures. A level 30 stone monster and copper man. He mused inwardly, "This level is just right for us at the moment. We can seize this opportunity to enhance our strength and gain experience." With this thought, a confident smile crept onto Ling Sheng's lips as he gripped his weapon, preparing to confront the impending battle. Ling Sheng abruptly turned to Qingzhu, his gaze resolute, and said in a serious tone, "Prepare yourself for battle. I will take the lead. You provide support from the back." Qingzhu nodded slightly, indicating her understanding as she raised her delicate hand. Gracefully waving her exquisite staff, a brilliant light flickered from the staff's tip, transforming into a gentle yet radiant white barrier that descended slowly upon Ling Sheng. 5 Elements Protection. As Ling Sheng uttered the incantation, the white barrier seamlessly integrated with his body. In an instant, a warmth reminiscent of spring emanated from within, swiftly coursing through his limbs and bones. Ling Sheng felt enveloped by this comforting warmth, a sensation that brought him immense ease while also significantly enhancing his defensive capabilities. As he recognized the augmentation of his strength, a confident smile graced Ling Sheng's face. Gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, he drew it with a vigorous motion, accompanied by the crisp sound of the blades unsheathing, revealing a gleaming long sword. With his head held high and chest out, he shouted towards the stone monster and the copper giant looming nearby, "Charge!" No sooner had the words left his lips than he propelled himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, surging towards the enemy with unwavering determination. The long sword whirled in his hand, generating gusts of wind as the fierce sword aura sliced through the air, aimed directly at the stone monster's face. With a clang, the stone creature swung its massive stone fist, blocking Ling Shang's attack. Undeterred, Ling Shang nimbly maneuvered, darting behind the stone monster and delivering a fierce thrust to its back. 120. A vivid red number floated above the stone monster's head. That moment, the copper giant launched its own assault against Ling Shang, its fists raining down like a torrential downpour, astonishingly swift. Ling Shang, unwilling to take the hit, swiftly dodged. Though the copper giant's attacks were rapid, they lacked precision, failing to connect with Ling Shang, divine power of the five elements. The voice of Qing Zhu resonated once more, and a golden light enveloped Ling Shang. He felt an overwhelming surge of power fill his body, his offensive capabilities skyrocketing. He swung his sword again, this time with a hint of golden radiance glimmering along the blade. With a swish, the long sword effortlessly pierced through the copper giant's chest. 200. An even larger number ascended from the copper giant's head. The creature emitted a mournful wail, collapsing to the ground. The wave of joy washed over Ling Shang. He had not anticipated Qing Zhu's new skill to be so formidable. With Qing Zhu as his healer, he faced monsters without a care in the world. Your attack power is 150, and your defense is 100. Qing Zhu's melodic voice chimed in his ear. It was then that Ling Shang realized Qing Zhu's skills not only enhanced his attributes, but also allowed him to see his own attack and defense statistics. An invaluable asset for him. The battle raged on, and Ling Shang grew bolder with each encounter, his long sword dancing through the air like a dragon, dispatching the stone monsters and copper giants with ease. Suddenly, he felt a peculiar movement beneath his feet. Looking down, he saw the little fire fox eagerly gnawing at the copper giant's carcass. "Little one, what are you doing?" Ling Shang inquired with curiosity. The little fire fox lifted its head, chirping excitedly at Ling Shang before resuming its meal. Moments later, the little fire fox's body glowed brilliantly. "I is about to level up," Qing Zhu exclaimed in astonishment. After the dazzling white light faded, the little fire fox appeared slightly larger, its fur more vibrant, and its eyes sparkled with vitality. "Congratulations, little one. You've leveled up," Ling Shang chuckled, gently patting the little fire fox's head. "My pet is about to level up too. It's now at level 19. As Qing Zhu spoke, she tapped her staff lightly, summoning a pristine white spirit deer beside her, gracefully stepping forward. "Its name is Bai Lu, possessing healing and support abilities, perfectly suited for my class. Level 19? It seems we need to put in more effort." Ling Shang glanced at the ominous dark undead golden eagle king soaring above, its pitch-black form exuding a tremendous aura, its wings spanning several meters. Fixated on the remaining stone monsters below, dark undead golden eagle king learned a new skill, Shadow Strike, when it reached level 15, allowing for incredible speed and formidable attack power. With that, the dark undead golden eagle king let out a piercing cry and dove down, instantly shredding one of the stone monsters to pieces. 5 Elements Priest class learns 2 new skills at level 20. 5 Elements Protection enhances your defense, and 5 Elements Divine Power boosts your attack power. You just experienced both, Qing Zhu elaborated. There's also 5 Elements Divine Eye, which allows you to inspect the attributes of monsters and players. Extremely useful, so impressive. Ling Shang marveled. By the way, are you also a hidden class? Qing Zhu nodded with a slight smile. 5 Elements Priest is a hidden branch of the Elementalist. What about yours? The two exchanged knowing smiles, recognizing the shared excitement and anticipation in each other's eyes. The power of hidden classes could only be truly appreciated by themselves. Although my dark undead golden eagle king is powerful, my first pet, the dark firebird, cannot be overlooked. Ling Shang's gaze fell upon his shoulder, where a faint black flame flickered quietly, signaling the dark firebird's slumbering state. I still need more resources to elevate its level. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and a massive rock slowly emerged from below. What is that? Qing Zhu pointed at the rock, her voice laced with curiosity. Chapter 89. Encountering monster stealers again, the tremors intensified, and the colossal stone finally broke free from the earth, revealing a gigantic creature composed of rock and metal. Its sturdy stone arms were adorned with copper armor glinting coldly. Following closely were a swarm of bobbing little stone monsters, also a mix of rock and metal, albeit much smaller in size. Stone Monster Captain, Ling Shang instantly recognized this boss, a level 30 intermediate boss, accompanied by several smaller bobbing stone minions, and he felt fortunate. He promptly activated the 5 Elements Divine Eye to inspect the monster's attributes. The stone monster captain boasted high defense and average attack, with its weak point being the head. The bobbing stone monsters had low health and defense. The challenge did not seem insurmountable. Ling Shang smiled confidently as the dark undead Golden Eagle King circled overhead. Emitting a sharp cry, while the tri-winged dark Golden Bat King flapped its wings, black energy swirling around it, exuding an unsettling aura. Qingzhu, bolster my stats. Qingzhu immediately waved her staff, a kaleidoscope of colors enveloping Ling Shang. 5 Elements Protection, 5 Elements Divine Power. Ling Shang nodded, and the dark undead Golden Eagle King launched the first strike, descending like a bolt of black lightning, its sharp claws raking deeply across the stone monster captain's head, leaving a severe gash. Shortly after, the tri-winged dark Golden Bat King unleashed a stream of black energy, striking the stone monster captain and slowing its movements. Good job, Ling Shang shouted in excitement, charging forward with his black sword. At that moment, 3 figures approached rapidly. One was Ling Shang, accompanied by an archer and a mage. It was evident they were targeting the stone monster captain. The dark undead Golden Eagle Kings and tri-winged dark Golden Bat Kings' assaults were exceptionally fierce, causing the stone monster captain to stagger back, roaring in fury. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Shang swung his sword down, inflicting another wound on the stone monster captain. In a fit of rage, the stone monster captain swung its massive stone arm, sending Ling Shang flying. Now's the time, Ling Shang shouted, and the 3 of them attacked simultaneously, aiming directly at the stone monster captain. Ling Shang crashed heavily to the ground, groaning as he quickly rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze sharp as he fixed it on the 3 players. What do you mean? Ling Shang inquired coldly. Ling Shang smirked. What do you mean? Obviously, we're here to steal the boss. In this game, the strong are revered. If you can't keep up, step aside. The archer and mage wore greedy smiles, clearly having set their sights on the stone monster captain long ago. Humph! Ling Shang scoffed disdainfully. Do you truly think you can take my boss? Qingzhu watched anxiously from the sidelines, unable to suppress her admiration. Ling Shang's pets are incredible, akin to 2 machines of slaughter. Ling Shang smiled slightly. Their potential is far from being fully realized. He turned to Qingzhu, explaining. In the early stages of the game, pets have a significant role, capable of sweeping through everything. However, as levels rise, players' strengths will also increase, and the effectiveness of pets will gradually diminish. In the late game, pets will serve more as support and companions rather than primary sources of damage. So that's how it is, Qingzhu realized. Then if Ling Shang's pets are so powerful now, wouldn't they be invincible? Ling Shang shook his head. Invincibility is impossible. The game's balance is excellently maintained. Everything has a counter. While my pets are strong, they too have weaknesses. Moreover, as my level increases, their relevance will slowly decline. Ling Shang chose not to elaborate further, refocusing on the stone monster captain. He took a deep breath, leaped high, and swung his sword toward the stone monster captain. Provocation! A red light shot from the sword, striking the stone monster captain. It let out a furious roar, abandoning its assault on the 3 players and charging towards Ling Shang. A perfect opportunity, Ling Shang rejoiced inwardly, pivoting to charge at the bobbing stone monsters. What is he planning? The 3 players were taken aback. He intends to eliminate the smaller monsters first, the archer exclaimed. Such a clever tactic, the mage's eyes gleamed with admiration. Ling Shang swung his black sword, moving through the swarm of bobbing stone monsters as if traversing an unchallenged realm, wreaking havoc with abandon. The dark undead Golden Eagle King and tri-winged dark Golden Bat King followed closely, tearing the bobbing stone monsters apart. Meanwhile, Qingzhu continuously healed Ling Shang, vigilantly observing their surroundings. So much experience. Qingzhu exclaimed excitedly. Ling Shang smiled slightly, remaining silent, yet the black sword in his hand swung even faster. Suddenly, Qingzhu's expression changed dramatically as she whispered, Ling Shang, someone is approaching. Her voice trembled slightly. Ling Shang? Someone is approaching. Following Qingzhu's gaze, Ling Shang noticed 3 players advancing towards them, 2 men and 1 woman, all clad in formidable gear and exuding an aggressive aura. Qingzhu, summon your pet and take refuge behind me. Ling Shang instructed in a somber tone, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. She gripped her staff tightly, retreating behind Ling Shang, her expression laden with concern. As the trio drew nearer, Ling Shang scrutinized them carefully. Judging by their equipment and demeanor, their strength was likely formidable, possibly elite members of a large guild at it. Seemed they too were after the stone monster captain. Ling Shang's mind raced with apprehension. Qingzhu, if they truly intend to claim the monster, you must leave immediately. Do not assist me, he murmured. I can handle this alone. But Qingzhu hesitated. Ling Shang, there are 3 of them, and you are alone. Do not worry. I will be fine. Ling Shang offered a faint smile, gently patting Qingzhu's head. Trust me. He turned his gaze towards the stone monster captain, a flicker of resolve igniting within him. Since they sought to seize the monster, he would finish the battle swiftly. Taking a deep breath, Ling Shang summoned his inner energy to its peak, causing the black greatsword to radiate a blinding light. He held nothing back, unleashing all his skills in a furious torrent of attacks upon the stone monster captain. Akin to a tempest, the dark, undying Golden Eagle King and the 3-winged Dark Golden Bat King coordinated seamlessly, relentlessly targeting the monster's weaknesses. The stone monster captain let out a series of agonizing roars, its massive form teetering as if it would collapse. Just as it appeared on the brink of defeat, the 3 players arrived at close range. They did not attack immediately, instead standing aside, coldly observing Ling Shang's battle. Ling Shang smirked inwardly, aware that they were biding their time. Once the stone monster captain fell, they would swoop in to claim the spoils. You think you can steal my boss? Not so easily. A fierce glint flashed in Ling Shang's eyes as he swung his black greatsword with renewed ferocity, intent on delivering a decisive blow to the stone monster captain. He is going all out, exclaimed the female player. The male player scoffed, arrogant fool. Let him weaken the boss first, then we will strike. Another male player added. The trio exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with greed and murderous intent. Ling Shang felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him. Yet rather than falter, it ignited his fighting spirit. Gritting his teeth, he concentrated all his strength into the black greatsword, preparing to deliver the final strike to the stone monster captain. Almost there, Ling Shang thought to himself. Raising the black greatsword high, stop, a chilling voice suddenly rang out. The stone monster captain roared with a deafening cry, its form shimmering with blinding red light. It raised its colossal stone arm and brought it crashing down to the ground. Boom! The earth trembled violently, a powerful shockwave radiating from the stone monster captain. Ling Shang was caught off guard, the shockwave striking him and sending him hurtling backward like a severed kite, crashing heavily to the ground. Ling Shang! Qingzhu shrieked, her face pale and filled with worry. Seeing Ling Shang struck down, the 3 players' eyes glimmered with delight, knowing their opportunity had arrived. Charge! Ling Shang shouted, rushing towards the stone monster captain, his longsword gleaming with a cold light. The archer and the mage followed closely, unleashing their skills in a fierce assault against the stone monster captain. Ling Shang struggled to rise from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes blazing with fury, he had not anticipated the stone monster captain's hidden strength, nor the treachery of these 3 players, who sought to take advantage of his plight. Damn it! Ling Shang cursed under his breath. Enduring the intense pain coursing through him, charging once more towards the stone monster captain. He could not stand idly by and watch his quarry be stolen, nor could he allow Qingzhu to be harmed. The dark, undying Golden Eagle King and the 3-winged Dark Golden Bat King roared in fury, darting towards Ling Shang and the archer, attempting to thwart their assault on the stone monster captain. However, Ling Shang and the archer were not to be underestimated. They unleashed their powerful skills, engaging in a fierce battle with the dark, undying Golden Eagle King and the 3-winged Dark Golden Bat King. Meanwhile, the mage seized the opportunity to unleash a barrage of potent spells, bombarding the stone monster captain. Though grievously injured, the stone monster captain remained tenacious, swinging its massive stone arm to deflect the mage's attacks. Ling Shang surged forward, brandishing the black greatsword, delivering a fierce strike aimed at the monster's head. Die, clang. The sharp metallic sound of their clash rang out as Ling Shang's attack was deflected by the stone monster captain. A glimmer of mockery flashed in the monster's eyes as it swung its stone arm once more, sending Ling Shang flying again. Cough! Ling Shang spat out a mouthful of blood, crashing heavily to the ground. his vision darkening as he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. Ling Sheng, Qingzhu gasped, rushing to his side, helping him to his feet. I am fine. Ling Sheng forced a smile, trying to reassure Qingzhu. Ling Sheng, we must flee. They are too numerous, and we cannot withstand them, Qingzhu urged anxiously. Ling Sheng shook his head, his gaze resolute. No, I cannot retreat. I must vanquish this stone monster captain. Just then, a frigid voice echoed,